House Dad's Literary Life Chapter 619 to Chapter 689. In fact, Xianxia was just joking. He continued to give some comments and said, for a first-year student in the performing arts department to be able to perform like this, it means that your foundation is not bad and you have done a lot of preparation. However, the scream just now seemed to have exaggerated your emotions towards your lover. But in reality, what Xiaoqin expressed here was a kind of heroic determination to die. It would have been better if you could control your emotions freely. Sorry, Director Chen. I'm used to being a teacher. I couldn't help but say something. Xianxia realized that he wasn't in a class at Beijing Film Academy, so he cupped his hands at Chen Fengchen with a smile. However, Yang Huan and Chen Fengchen's expressions became weird when they heard the joke. Chen Fengchen was very busy, so he definitely wouldn't remember every name that appeared in front of him. But with Xianxia's reminder, Chen Fengchen suddenly remembered the big trouble caused by Geng Sha's friend visiting the set during the filming of Soldier's Assault last year. Wasn't Yang Yi's sister also called Yang Huan? Chen Fengchen looked at Yang Huan. Although he didn't look at her carefully, he had seen her before. The more he looked at her, the more familiar she looked. You. Aren't you? Chen Fengchen was still unsure. However, Yang Huan admitted it herself. She thought that she had been recognized, so she nodded with a wry smile. She stuck out her tongue and said embarrassedly, Director Chen, don't tell my brother that I came here secretly without telling him. If I can't get the role of Xiaoqin, I can pretend that nothing happened. She was right. Chen Fengchen clicked his tongue as if he had a toothache. She sneaked out without telling her brother again. This girl is really a troublemaker. What's going on? Do you know each other? Xianxia asked in confusion. However, his expression also changed slightly. You were right. She's the author, Yang Yi's sister, Chen Fengchen said in a muffled voice. That's bad. Xianxia's expression became weird. He had known Chen Fengchen for decades and knew his temper. The more connections someone had, the less he liked to use them. He would even throw a tantrum on the spot. Alright, that's all for today. Go back and wait for the news. Chen Fengchen waved his hand, but in the end, he hesitated and added, but I want you to understand that I won't let you play Xiaoqin just because of Yang Yi. If there are other good actors, I will choose them based on merit. Understood. Yang Huan was still wondering why the old man had suddenly become so serious, but now she felt the pressure. She hurriedly nodded and politely bade farewell. She was the first one to go in for a long time, and the assistant outside was a little impatient. When she saw her come out, she hurriedly went to the conference room to call the second actor to prepare for the audition. After Yang Huan left, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, Old Chen, don't reject her just because she's Yang Yi's sister. I think she's not bad. Let's not talk about her acting skills, but the role of Xiaoqin suits her very well. I have my own considerations. Chen Fengchen frowned and waved his hand. Ding Xiang was a little surprised that Yang Huan came out so early, but there were too many people in the hall. She didn't ask Yang Huan about the details until they got into the car. I think I acted pretty well, but my name was leaked and Director Chen recognized me. But I don't think he'll tell my brother. This way, even if I don't get chosen, I won't be afraid of being embarrassed. Yang Huan was actually a little nervous. Instead of saying that to Ding Xiang, she was actually comforting herself. This is your first performance. You're indeed a little unlucky. Ding Xiang was a little worried. She didn't have much experience and didn't know how to comment. She comforted Yang Huan, but if you think you did well, then it's fine. We can challenge other roles next time. You don't have to be nervous anymore. After all, you've been through the hardest part. Yang Huan smiled sweetly. Let's go back. Ding Xiang started the car. Hey, wait. Since we're close to the Jiangnan military district, I'll go and see Guo Debao and thank him. Yang Huan said. Ding Xiang didn't know what Yang Huan was referring to, but she didn't ask. She drove the car to the entrance of the Jiangnan military district and stopped by the roadside. Hold my phone for me. They don't let me bring my phone inside. I'll be out soon anyway, Yang Huan said to Ding Xiang. After some time, Yang Huan saw Guo Debao in the reception room behind the entrance of the Jiangnan military district. Why are you here? Although Guadabeo had made a difficult decision, he still couldn't help but stutter when he saw Yang Huan. Brother Debeo, I'm here to thank you. Yang Huan patted Guadabeo's shoulder and said with a smile. Thank me? Guadabeo was shocked. Why? Yang Huan rolled her eyes. She suddenly became shy. She smiled shyly and lowered her head. Brother Debao, what do you think of me? Yang Huan asked shyly. Huh? Not only did she change her appearance, but her accent also sounded like a northern accent. Just when Guadabeo couldn't take it anymore, Yang Huan couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed. She waved her hand and said to Guadabeo, Brother Debeo, I'm sorry. I was just joking with you. So it was a joke. Guadabeo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Yang Huan didn't think too much about it. She treated Guadabeo as a good friend, just like Guazi and Ding Xiang. As the saying goes, friendship grows from discord. It was fate that brought them together after a fight. After joking, Yang Huan explained to Guadabeo, I'm using Shouqin's lines from Drawing Sword. You know Drawing Sword written by my brother, right? Guadabeo nodded. The Jiangnan military district had promoted Yang Yi's 2 military novels the most. Of course, he had read them. There's a director shooting this drama now, so I came to audition. I want to play the role of Shouqin, Yang Huan continued. However, don't tell anyone. On the one hand, the script is confidential. On the other hand, I don't want to be laughed at if I don't get chosen. Didn't you say you wanted to thank me? Guadabeo couldn't help but ask, why? Only then did Yang Huan realize that she had gone off topic. She smiled and said, oh, yes, it's like this. During the audition just now, there was a scene where Shouqin was bickering with Monk Wei. I thought of the fight with you last year. Then, there was a scene where Shouqin was tied to the tower before she sacrificed herself. I also thought of you tying me with a belt, didn't we agree, not to mention the past? Guadabeo's face turned red. Yang Huan really touched on his sore spot. Guadabeo felt embarrassed just thinking about it. Sigh, I don't blame you this time. Yang Huan patted Guadabeo's shoulder casually and smiled. And I have to thank you for giving me the inspiration. I think I acted very well. I just don't know if I'll be chosen. Looking at Yang Huan's beaming face, Guadabeo suddenly understood the meaning of Captain Li's words. That's about it. I wanted to tell you since I'm on the way. If I really get chosen in the future, I'll tell you the good news. If you have a holiday, I'll treat you to a meal. Yang Huan smiled. Guadabeo scratched his head and smiled. I don't know if I have a holiday. It depends. However, his smile was much calmer. If there's nothing else, I'll go back. Yang Huan waved at Guadabeo and said, I've been out for a long time. If I don't go back, my brother will scold me. Hey, wait. There's something I want to tell you, Guadabeo said after hesitating for a moment. Go ahead. Yang Huan nodded. Here's the thing. I applied for a secondment to the Southwest Military Region, which is the army that Brother Yang Yi used to be in, for 3 years, Guadabeo said. Yang Huan was shocked. She looked around and asked Guadabeo in a low voice, go to Wolf War? Why? It's dangerous there. I heard that there are a lot of drug dealers. Guadabeo nodded and said honestly, because I want to go to a place with real combat opportunities to improve myself. I always feel that my strength has reached a bottleneck. Guadabeo did not lie to Yang Huan. This was indeed a big part of the reason. Moreover, Guadabeo had always wanted to join the Wolf War Special Forces. When he was not troubled by love, he looked at masters like Shinsinyu and Yang Yi and felt that Wolf War was a holy land that he wanted to worship. Some time ago, he had the opportunity to go to Wolf War. However, because of Yang Huan's appearance, he was lost for a moment. After the conversation with Captain Li and the fight, Guadabeo finally made up his mind. Going to Wolf War was not a bad thing. 3 years later, when Guadabeo returned, he would be an instructor in Viper. His rank might even be the same as Captain Li's. This was also an opportunity. However, Guadabeo was more focused on improving his strength. Hearing Guadabeo's words, Yang Huan was stunned for a while before he said slowly, although I don't agree with what you said, I can understand your thoughts. Born in a martial arts family, Yang Huan had seen the craziness of his father, eldest brother, and second brother in the pursuit of martial arts. When Yang Yi was in the army, his performance was even better than Guo Debao's. I don't know how to persuade you, but I hope you can be careful. Yang Huan sighed and went forward to hug Guo Debao. Thank you. I will definitely become stronger. Guo Debao clenched his fist confidently. He was no longer as cautious as before. He was in high spirits like Luffy who was about to conquer the Sea of Stars. While Yang Huan was talking to Guo Debao in the military zone, Ding Xiang was sitting in the car when she suddenly heard her phone ring. It was not her phone, but Yang Huan's. Ding Xiang hurriedly picked it up and saw that it was Yang Yi's call. What should I do? Ding Xiang's eyes widened. However, the ringtone did not stop, as if there was something urgent. Brother. Brother Yang. Ding Xiang had no choice but to pick it up and stutter. Ding Xiang did not know how to lie. She did not know how to deal with Yang Yi's interrogation later. Eh? Why is it Ding Xiang who picked up the phone? Where's Huan Huan? Yang Yi's voice came through. It sounded like it was on speaker. It was very noisy on the other side. She didn't bring her phone with her. Ding Xiang was in despair. If Yang Yi continued to ask, she was afraid that she would not be able to hold back and tell him everything. However, Yang Yi had no intention of asking. He said excitedly, "Tell Huan Huan to go to the hospital last time. Murphy is about to give birth. It's real this time. Let's not talk about it. I'm still driving." Half an hour ago, everything was as usual. After the outdoor barbecue activity, the whole family chatted and laughed in the living room. They sat on the sofa and seemed to have formed a circle, listening to Cece tell her story. Just now, I went home with Xianxia and Papa. There was a heater in the room, so it was warmer. She had taken off her thick cotton-padded jacket and was only wearing a thin coat, which made her look particularly lively. We sent Xianxia home. Our home is here. Yang Yi smiled and corrected his daughter's story. Okay. The little girl blinked her big eyes and said clearly, "We sent Xianxia home, and then we played with Xianxia's dog." Baozi, who was lying on the side, pricked up his ears and turned around, but lowered his head, as if he was a little wronged. Get to the point. Tell your grandparents, what did you say to Xianxia's father? Yang Yi reminded her with a smile. Children's words carried no harm, and Yang Yi was amused by his daughter. At that time, Xianxia's papa said, "Xianxia, what did you play at Xishi's house?" Xishi had a good memory, and she also learned the casual tone of Lan Cao Kai. However, the little girl's voice didn't change, and it was still so sweet, which made people feel that it was very cute. Xianxia said, "We ate barbecue meat. Then I also told Xianxia's papa that the barbecue meat of Papa was super delicious." The little girl beamed with joy, as if she felt that she had done something extraordinary. This made Yang Chonggue and Dong Yue, who were looking at her, couldn't help but laugh happily. And then? Didn't Xianxia's father say to Xianxia, "You ate meat again? Look at your bulging belly, you must have eaten a lot. How can you lose weight if you eat so much?" Yang Yi helplessly guided Xishi back to the topic at hand. What did you say? The little girl looked at her father with her big bright eyes. She tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, she said excitedly, I know. I asked Xianxia's papa, what's trimming? Xianxia is going to lose weight. It doesn't matter, I can lend my mama's scissors to Xianxia. Hearing this, Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh. Even though he had been laughing for a long time at Kai's house in Lan Cao Kai. It was the first time for the others. After they understood what she meant, they laughed one after another. Oh, I know it's not trimming. Papa told me, it's not scissors. Seeing that everyone was laughing, the little girl was bashful for a moment. She pouted and explained in embarrassment. I'm just being nice. Why are you laughing at me? However, she was even more adorable when she explained seriously. Yang Chonggue was convulsing with laughter. Yang Qing, who was slow to react, also shook his head with a smile after he asked Xingshui in a low voice what was funny. Murphy was laughing so hard that her stomach cramped. Ouch, ouch. Mo Fei thought that she had a stomachache because of laughing, so she tried her best not to laugh. But even if she stopped laughing, her stomach still hurt. Yang Yi was still very sensitive to this. He turned his head and looked over. Then, he walked over with concern. He grabbed Murphy's hand and asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Fei thought that it was just the occasional false contractions as usual. But Dong Yue was experienced. When she saw the blood on Murphy's white pants, she suddenly stood up and said excitedly, "It's red. She's going to give birth." This time, the whole family was in a commotion. Everyone hurriedly packed up and wanted to send Murphy to the hospital. However, fortunately, Murphy and Yang Yi had rehearsed in the middle of the night. Yang Yi was already prepared. He went upstairs and took out a bulging luggage bag, which was full of things that would be used later, such as milk powder for pregnant women, toiletries, towels for the baby, diapers for Mo Fei, abdominal straps for Mo Fei after giving birth, and so on. He then took out another luggage bag and put Murphy's clothes into it. When Yang Yi was packing, he looked up and saw Shishi leaning against the bed and looking at him pitifully. Shishi was the center of everyone's attention just now. Then, suddenly, there was chaos, and no one paid attention to her. The little girl was disappointed and confused. "What's wrong?" Yang Yi stopped what he was doing and walked over. He bent down and reached out to help his daughter lift her hair behind her ear. He asked gently, "Mommy is going to give birth to a baby. Are you not happy?" "Papa." Shishi squeezed into her father's arms and called out as if she had been wronged. Yang Yi gently touched his daughter's head as if he was comforting a kitten, but he didn't know what to say. "Papa, is Mom bleeding because I told her a story?" The little girl raised her little head. Her big eyes revealed a sad expression as she asked self-reproachfully. Was this the reason? Yang Yi squatted down and shook his head with a smile. He looked into Shishi's eyes and said seriously, "How could that be? Mommy is going to give birth to a baby because it's time for her to give birth to a baby. Her belly has been big for a long time, don't you think so? Even if you didn't tell her a story, Mommy is still going to give birth to a baby today." "Really?" The little girl still didn't feel at ease and asked. "Really, and this is a good thing. Shouldn't you be happy?" Yang Yi asked softly. Shishi nodded. However, looking at her pitiful little face, she didn't seem to be happy at all. Yang Yi patted his daughter's little head. When he was about to go back to tidy up, Shishi suddenly stretched out her little arms and hugged her father's neck. She pursed her lips in grievance. This strong sense of dependence made Yang Yi feel as if he had returned to the time when he first saw his daughter. The little girl had grown up a little and was not so clingy to her father. Before Yang Yi could react, Shishi hugged her father's neck and anxiously said, "Papa, will you always love me?" In fact, Shishi was very happy that she could become an elder sister. However, she didn't know why, but today she suddenly felt a little melancholy and panic in her heart. "Of course, Daddy will always love you." Yang Yi gently kissed his daughter's forehead and hugged Shishi a little tighter. His daughter's dependence touched the softest part of a father's heart. When Yang Yi finished tidying up and came down, Shishi had already untied the knot in her heart. Her little face had a relaxed and happy smile. However, her clinginess to her father hadn't disappeared yet. Yang Yi was holding a luggage bag in each hand. Shishi was hanging on her father's chest like a koala. She was afraid that she would fall down, so she tightly clamped her father's ribs with her legs. Even so, the feeling of falling down still made the little girl giggle in fear and amusement. After sending Murphy to the hospital, the doctor gave Murphy a checkup. After the doctor confirmed that Murphy's signs of labor this time didn't release any false signals. She was really going to give birth. However, it was still uncertain when she would give birth. It could only be said that it would happen within 24 hours. Therefore, everyone could only wait. However, they couldn't just wait. Yang Yi asked Yangqing and Jingshui to go back first, and asked them to prepare lunch and dinner and send it to the hospital. Yang Chonggue and Dong Yue refused to go back to rest. Fortunately, Yang Yi booked a luxurious delivery room for Murphy. It was fully equipped, just like a hotel room. There were sofas for the two elders and Shishi to sit down and rest. Yang Yi moved a stool and sat next to Murphy's bed. He held her hand to reassure her. I haven't asked you yet. Have you given the child a name? Yang Chonggue suddenly asked. The child's name, of course there was. The two of them had studied it for a long time before they finally found a name that they liked. So when the old man asked, Yang Yi and Murphy looked at each other and smiled. Murphy asked Yang Yi to introduce. Because we didn't know the gender of the child, we prepared a boy and a girl's name respectively. Yang Yi explained to Yang Chonggue, because in Xixi's name, she means the sun. It means the beautiful sunshine in the morning. Xixi, who was in her grandmother's arms, heard her father say her name. The little girl moved her little but happily. Although the name was a little difficult to write, Xixi still liked it. Not only did it sound nice, but it also had a beautiful meaning. The golden morning sun was not dazzling at all. Instead, it made people feel warm and full of hope. Yang Yi continued, so the second child's name would also correspond to Xixi's name, or it would correspond to the sun, moon, and stars. However, we felt that Yang Yu and Yang Chen were more common, so we didn't decide to use these names. Or it would be similar. Like Xixi, we have the same beautiful wishes for the two children. Yang Yi finally stopped keeping them in suspense. He said proudly, later, we decided to choose a line from the rhyme of the old man in the bamboo hat, the clouds are rolling, the sun is rolling. It describes the morning sun's rays gradually becoming clear. If Murphy gives birth to a boy in the end, he will be called Yang Jian. If she gives birth to a girl, she will be called Yang Jian. After that, Yang Yi waited for his father's praise. However, Yang Chonggue and Dong Yue both frowned and looked at him, puzzled. Which word are you talking about? Yang Chonggue hadn't read the rhyme of the bamboo hat before. There was no such book in this world. Of course, he didn't know that much. In the past, during the war, even though his family was rich, Yang Chonggue only learned to read and was no longer illiterate. This uncouth man liked to fight and kill. He didn't even look for books to read, so naturally, he wouldn't suspect anything. Yang Yi had no choice but to borrow a pen and paper from the nurse outside to write for the old man. She even came over and leaned against the small table to watch her father write. This character is not easy to write, she pouted and said. Yang Yi patted his daughter's head and said with a smile, none of them are easy to write. Simple characters are used more often, so it's easy to duplicate names in the future. But that's okay. Even if it's difficult to write, it'll be more distinguishable. He had already thought through this problem. He could not give his child a strange name just for convenience, such as Yang Yi or Yang Tai. Yang Chonggue took the name that Yang Yi handed over. He opened it and looked at it with Dong Yue. Dong Yue narrowed her eyes and slowly said, I think it should be a boy. Fei already gave birth to a girl, so it should be a boy this time. So, what is this boy's name? After all, his grandmother was still somewhat traditional. She was somewhat obsessed with the idea of having a grandson. His name is Yang Yi, and his nickname is Yi. It's the same as Xixi's. It's a repeated name, and it also means bright and sunny. Murphy helped to explain. She even added with a smile, Yang Yi said that Yi's nickname came from a very famous New Year's poem. On the New Year's Eve, thousands of families will always exchange new peaches for old charms. In the sound of firecrackers, the spring breeze brings warmth to Tusu. On the New Year's Eve, thousands of families will always exchange new peaches for old charms. This poem came from Wang Enxi's Yuanri. Of course, it didn't exist in this world, but Yang Yi still succeeded in fooling Murphy. Obviously, Yang Chonggue and Dong Yue wouldn't pursue the matter. Dong Yue even felt that the name of the unconfirmed grandson was good and cultured. The old man smiled and was very satisfied. Actually, it's possible to give birth to a boy or a girl. Also, it doesn't matter. Even if Murphy doesn't give birth to a boy, there's still Qingzi, right? Yang Yi was worried that Murphy would be pressured, so he said to his mother, and if it's a girl, this name is also not bad. It's a homonym for Meng Meng. It's very cute. Yang Yi was still trying his best to promote the child's name, but Murphy felt another wave of pain. Everyone was in a mess. Yang Yi quickly ran to the door to call the doctor. Dong Yue couldn't sit still either. She ran to the bedside and asked Murphy to take a deep breath. However, after a while, the doctor came over and found that it was a false alarm. Pain is a normal sign before labor. This situation will continue to occur, and the frequency is about once every 20 minutes to half an hour. The doctor explained to the nervous Xianxia, "Don't worry. It will only hurt for a few seconds at most. But if the interval is shorter, it will hurt once every 8 or 10 minutes. This means that the child is about to give birth. At that time, we will send her to the delivery room. Don't worry now. The most important thing is to let the pregnant woman have a good rest and recover her energy." At this time, Yang Huan and Ding Xiang finally arrived. "How is it, brother? Has sister-in-law given birth? Is it a boy or a girl?" Yang Huan asked excitedly. "Not yet. It's not so fast," Yang Yi helplessly explained to them. At noon, Yang Qing and Xianxia brought lunch. Everyone ate in a hurry, mainly to take care of Murphy and let her sleep for a while after lunch. However, the pain from time to time still made Murphy unable to have a good rest. Just when she was a little sleepy, she would be woken up by the pain. Yang Yi's heart ached. He had to sleep even if he couldn't. In order not to disturb Murphy, he had to give her a quiet environment to rest and accumulate energy. Yang Yi asked Yang Qing and Xianxia to go home and asked Yang Huan and Ding Xiang to book 2 rooms in the hotel next to the hospital. Yang Chonggue and Dong Yue, who didn't want to go back to wait for the news, stayed in the hotel for lunch. After all, it was winter and the corridor of the hospital was very cold. Yang Huan and Ding Xiang also stayed in the hotel. The school was far away and it was inconvenient for them to go back and forth. Yang Yi couldn't leave. He stayed with Murphy in the room to take care of Murphy. If anything happened, he could help Murphy deal with it. She didn't want to leave her father. At this time, her mother was in the hospital bed. The little girl felt very insecure and clung to her father tightly. She looked at her father with tears in her eyes and said, "Papa, I won't talk. I won't disturb Mom. Please don't drive me away." Yang Yi just wanted her to rest in the hotel, but he couldn't bear to make his daughter sad. "Okay, she will follow me." Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. He rubbed his daughter's little head and said, "But you have to be good." After settling his parents, Yang Yi carried the little girl back to the ward. Murphy was still awake. When she saw Yang Yi come in, she hurriedly closed her eyes, as if she was afraid that Yang Yi would find out and scold her for not sleeping well. Yang Yi put Xianxia on the sofa and then walked over with a smile. He pulled up the quilt for her, covered the corner of the quilt, and scratched her nose to show that he had found out about her little trick. Murphy's face turned red, but she still closed her eyes and refused to admit it. Yang Yi didn't talk to her anymore. Instead, he went back to the sofa and put down the foldable sofa, which became a simple accompanying bed. There was also a quilt. It wasn't very thick, but because she was still wearing thick clothes, Yang Yi wasn't too worried that she would catch a cold. Yang Yi pressed Xianxia on the accompanying bed. He lay down beside her. The bed was too small, and his long legs were still on the ground. Yang Yi pulled up the quilt and whispered to the little girl, "Go to sleep." He didn't have much to do. Moreover, he had to take care of Murphy. But she didn't take a nap. She would be listless in the afternoon. However, the little girl's big watery eyes were smiling. She clasped her little hands in front of her body, pouted her little mouth, and made a gesture to her father. This little girl who was secretly laughing, was scolding her father. Yang Yi pinched Xixi's little nose, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. She didn't dare to laugh out loud, for fear that she would disturb her mother. She smiled with curved eyes, and like a groundhog, she burrowed into her father's arms. The quilt hadn't warmed up yet, but her father's embrace was very warm. The little girl squeezed into her father's arms, and a blissful smile appeared on her face. Murphy didn't make everyone wait for too long. At around 4 in the afternoon, her water broke, and she was pushed into the delivery room. The most worrying moment finally arrived. Murphy was actually very calm. She had given birth to Xixi, so she was familiar with the process. On the other hand, Yang Yi was so nervous that he almost followed Murphy into the delivery room. Then, he also fidgeted outside the delivery room, pacing back and forth with his fists clenched. On the bench outside the delivery room, Yang Chonggue, Dong Yue, Yang Huan, and Ding Xiang also rushed over and sat there, waiting for the news. Grandpa Shen sat there casually. He was very dissatisfied with Yang Yi's nervous look and said, if you were in the past, you would have been whipped by the general. A real man should be able to keep a straight face even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you. You should follow orders and kill decisively. How can you panic before things go wrong? Yang Yi looked at his father speechlessly. Why was he still nagging at him at a time like this? I'm not afraid. I'm worried about Murphy. Yang Yi wanted to explain, but he was not in the mood to argue with Grandpa Shen. He waved his hand and sat down beside Xi. The little girl sat on the chair and turned to look at her father. She reached out to grab his big hand. However, Yang Yi was so nervous that his hands were sweating. Feeling his daughter's movements, Yang Yi turned his head and wiped his hands on his body before handing them to Xi. He thought the little girl was clinging to him again. However, Xi held her father's hand obediently and said in her clear voice, Papa, don't be afraid. The baby will be here soon. She was comforting her father. Yang Yi smiled and rubbed the little girl's head lovingly. Of course, he was still nervous. After some time, Yang Yi began to pace outside the delivery room again. From time to time, he would go to the door of the delivery room and look inside through the small glass on the door, but he could not see anything at all. Why is it taking so long? Yang Yi could not help muttering in his heart. A terrible scene appeared in his mind. A nurse rushed out and said to him, No, do you want to save the mother or the baby? No, it can't be like this. I can't think about it. Yang Yi shook his head and threw the ridiculous image out of his mind. Yang Huan could not stand it anymore. She complained in a low voice, Brother, why don't you sit down? Don't be in such a hurry. You're making me feel flustered. Yang Yi just opened his mouth and was about to reply to Yang Huan when he suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying. Separated by many layers of doors, it was very soft and almost inaudible, but Yang Yi heard it. Although Yang Chonggue was almost 70 years old, he still had sharp ears and eyes. He also heard it. Both of them turned to look at the door of the delivery room. After some time, a nurse finally opened the door and came out with a baby. She smiled at Yang Yi and said, Congratulations, both mother and baby are safe. The moment he saw the baby, Yang Yi was surprised and stunned. He did not know why he was stunned. Anyway, his judgment was very poor. After hearing the nurse's words, he asked the nurse nervously, Where's Murphy? How's the baby's mother? The nurse was helpless. She could only say in detail, The mother is also fine. Don't worry, she's fine. It's just that she's been in labor for a long time, so she's very tired. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He finally put down the stone in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. The family members gathered around and looked at the baby in the nurse's arms. Does it have a handle or not? Dong Yue had already heard it, but she could not help but want to confirm it again. Of course it has a handle. Didn't you hear that the mother and baby are safe? Not the mother and daughter. Yang Chonggue said majestically. He had completely forgotten that he was the one who stood up in excitement and almost kicked the chair. I heard it, but I didn't see it. Can't I? Dong Yue glared at her husband as if to say, Hey, you're still acting majestically? Who's the most majestic in this family? Yang Yi ignored the old couple's bickering. He bent down happily and picked up the pitiful Xi who was squeezed behind. He took her to see the baby in the nurse's arms. Xi, look, Mom gave birth to a little brother for you. Yang Yi looked at his son and could not help but smile. Xi blinked her big eyes and looked at her little brother through the small opening of the swaddling clothes. Alright, it's too cold outside. You can't look at him for too long. Now we need to take care of him and examine him. The nurse looked at them and then turned to leave with the baby in her arms. Yang Yi had already known the procedure, so he nodded and asked the nurse to leave. Dong Yue, who was worried, followed the nurse, but Yang Yi did not. He had to wait to see how Murphy was doing. Watching her little brother disappear from her sight, Xi finally could not help but turn around and whisper in her father's ear, Papa, why is my little brother so ugly? Puff. Yang Huan heard it and could not help laughing. In fact, Xi was right. The newborn baby was wrinkled and his little face was also wrinkled. He was not good looking at all. However, in the eyes of the adults, this moment was sacred, and the little guy curled up was as cute as a little angel. In Yang Yi's eyes, the little guy was perfect. His closed eyelids and small nose were all full of affection. But the honest little girl uncovered the emperor's new clothes. Yang Yi rubbed Xishi's little head with a smile and said, "Here's the thing. Now your little brother is just born. He is hungry, so of course, he won't be very beautiful. But after a while, when he is full, he will become good-looking. Xishi, when you were just born, you were also like this. Is that so?" The little girl understood and nodded her little head gently. In fact, at this time, the most important thing to care about was Murphy. Yang Yi was also worried about her. After the doctor agreed, he did not delay and hurriedly carried Xishi into the delivery room to see Murphy. Murphy was lying on the bed, covered with a quilt. She looked tired. Hearing the noise, she gently turned her head and looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked at Murphy's messy hair and tired face. He was so distressed that he did not have time to find a chair and directly squatted beside her. He gently held Murphy's hand with one hand and helped Murphy to brush away the hair stuck to her cheek with the other hand. His eyes met with Murphy's and he said softly, "You have worked hard." It was just 4 simple words, but Mofe had a feeling that time had staggered. It was as if she had suddenly traveled to more than 5 years ago, when Xishi was just born. It was as if the image had changed back to the present, when Yang Yi held her hand. Everything became so real and warm. For some reason, Murphy's inner emotions were tumbling. Her eyes were misty and hot tears fell from the corners of her eyes. "Hey, why are you crying?" Yang Yi was a little puzzled and stood up in a panic. "Why are you crying? Aren't you fine? Is there something wrong? Do you want me to call the doctor?" Murphy felt Yang Yi's concern and the corners of her mouth curved into a happy smile. She gently shook her head. After a while, she said in a slightly hoarse voice, "No, I'm happy because I have you by my side." Yang Yi was relieved. He also somewhat understood Murphy's meaning. He smiled and squatted down again. He held Murphy's hand and gently kissed it. He said softly, "It was my fault in the past. In the future, I will accompany you well." The two of them looked at each other affectionately and completely forgot that Xishi was beside them. Finally, Murphy saw Shishi's big bright eyes. She said softly, "Xishi, I'm sorry for making you wait." The little girl was thinking about something else. She said to Mom, "Mom, can you give Tong Tong more food?" "What?" Murphy was a little confused. "Because Papa said that Tong Tong needs to eat more to become beautiful," Xishi said very seriously. Yang Yi whispered to Murphy about the explanation he gave to his daughter just now. Murphy couldn't help but laugh. "You guys. You're still making me laugh. What if your stomach hurts?" Okay, hurry up and rest. You're exhausted." Yang Yi became nervous again. "I'll ask Shi to make you something to eat." Many things happened on the first day of the baby's birth. Although Yang Yi had made a lot of preparations, he was still in a flurry when it came to actual combat. He went out to make a phone call and asked his sister-in-law to make some brown sugar millet porridge and egg soup. After the phone call, he patted his head. How could he forget? He had even brought some milk powder for Murphy. If she was in a hurry, it would be better to make some warm milk for her. Yang Huan and Ding Xiang helped to get the milk powder, the thermos, and the straws for drinking water. Yang Yi asked the nurse for hot water. Yang Chonggue and Dong Yue wanted to help, but with so many young people around, they didn't need to do anything. They made the milk in a hurry and Yang Yi brought it in. In the delivery room, the nurse had already brought Tong Tong back. The nurse also helped to raise the head of the bed so that Murphy could lay down and feed the baby. Cece was also watching curiously from the side. Her little brother closed his eyes and arched his back like a little pig. He looked so cute. Yang Yi stood behind Xishi and watched with a smile. "Papa, my little brother, he's become prettier." When Xishi heard the noise and saw her father, she couldn't wait to tell him about her new discovery. After cleaning, and feeling the fresh air outside, the little boy's wrinkled little face seemed to have become more plump, especially his pink skin, which made people want to take a bite. Yang Yi put his big hand on Shishi's shoulder and said with a smile, "Really? Then your little brother will be very happy to hear it. Xishi, you have to tell your little brother that you are very handsome. Boys should be handsome, not beautiful. Xishi is the beautiful one. Just now, Mo Fei heard from the nurse that Xiaowei was 7 kilograms and 53 centimeters tall. He was a white, fat, and healthy baby. Mo Fei was in a good mood, and now she was also laughing and teasing her daughter. Hee hee, hee hee. The little girl also laughed when she heard the last sentence. After feeding the baby, Murphy was still reluctant to let Yang hold her. She was afraid that Yang didn't know how to hold a newborn baby and hurt Tong Tong, so she only let him play with the little boy. Tong Tong, Tong Tong. Yang reached out and gently held the little boy's small hand. The little boy's small hand was so light that it made people want to love him very much. However, at this time, little Momo had no intention of interacting with his father. He made a sound of mmmmmm and retracted his hand. Then, he wriggled gently into his mother's arms. No one knew if he was looking for safety or if he was really hungry like a little pig. Yang turned to Xishi and said with a smile, "Come on, Xishi, play with your little brother and let him know you. Let him know that this is my sister. She will protect me, and I will protect her when I grow up." However, Xishi shook her head. The little girl had her own understanding. She said, "No, Papa, I am the big sister. I want to protect my little brother, and then Papa will protect me. My little brother can't protect his big sister." What kind of logic was this? However, Yang liked it. Yang laughed and said, "Yes, Papa will protect Xishi, and Xishi will protect her little brother." Xishi was satisfied. The little girl imitated her father and reached out her little hand to her little brother. She gestured and muttered, "Papa, my little brother's hand is so small." Yes, it was so small. Such a weak little brother should be protected by his big sister. You should drink some milk to replenish your energy. Dinner will be sent here later. Yang stood up, picked up the milk that had just been made, tested the temperature, and then inserted a straw into it and handed it to Murphy. He said softly. Seeing Murphy take a sip, Yang felt relieved and responded to his daughter, "After all, he is still young. When he grows up, his hand will become bigger." Xishi took her little brother's hand, but as if there was a feeling in the dark, Momo's left hand suddenly clenched and grabbed Xishi's slender right index finger. "Oh!" Xishi was surprised and cried out in a low voice. But she didn't withdraw her hand. Instead, she couldn't help but blink her big eyes. It was a wonderful feeling. Her little brother's little hand grabbed her finger. It was the first time that the little girl had such a feeling. She used to hold her father's finger. It was an indescribable feeling, but Xishi inexplicably liked it very much. Unknowingly, the little girl's bright eyes rippled with joy. Seeing this scene, Yang couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and take a photo of his daughter and son as a souvenir. After night fell, Yang asked the two elders, who had spent the day with them, to go home first. Dong Yue, who was satisfied, still wanted to stay and take care of Mo Fei, but in the end, she was persuaded to go back by Yang. Xishi was the same. Although the little girl wanted to stay and play with her little brother, she couldn't take a bath, brush her teeth, or sleep well in the hospital. Yang promised her that he would let her come over tomorrow and ask his grandparents to take her home. Yang Huan and Ding Xiang didn't have anything to do the next day, so they stayed in the hotel. They would either take over Yang Yi's shift at night or stay to take care of him. Of course, they didn't need to be there. Murphy was more responsible for taking care of him. She had to feed him every 3 to 4 hours. She also had to comfort the little guy, who would cry at any time. She also had to guide Yang Yi, who was a newbie, in changing the baby's diapers. Because of this, Murphy almost didn't have a good rest. Yang Yi did everything himself, including changing diapers and accompanying Tong Tong to get vaccinations. Why would he ask his sister or Ding Xiang to help? Although he didn't sit on the stool for the whole day, Yang Yi didn't feel sleepy at all. He was still very excited. Whenever he was free, he wouldn't sit down to rest. Instead, he would use his phone to take photos of Tong Tong and Murphy, who was exhausted. He wanted to record this happy moment. When it was almost midnight, Yang Yi carried Tong Tong back to Murphy's side. He helped Murphy up and let her feed the crying little guy. Then, he sat down on the bed and accompanied Murphy. Yeah, I was so busy that I forgot to inform your parents. Xianxia patted his head and said apologetically. It's fine. It's not too late to tell them now. It's still daytime over there. Murphy whispered. She was afraid that she would scare her son, who was lying on her chest. Xianxia stuffed a pillow behind Murphy's back before he got up to call his grandfather, who was far away in the United States. You gave birth? Is it a son or a daughter? A son? What does he look like? You haven't sent any photos yet? Hurry up and send the photos over. Emohenian was pleasantly surprised on the other end of the phone. He shouted as if he was driving a cow to graze in a meadow. He was afraid that the cow couldn't hear him if he shouted too softly. The phone beeped. Xianxia didn't know what to do with his irritable father-in-law. He smiled bitterly and shook his head at Murphy. He hurriedly sent a few photos of Tong Tong to Emohenian through MMS. After a while, Grandpa Shen called back. However, this time, it was his mother-in-law who was talking. Zhou Mingyu smiled and told Xianxia that his father-in-law was laughing so hard that he couldn't even speak. As a mother, she was still concerned about her daughter. Zhou Mingyu asked Xianxia to pass the phone to Murphy. She chatted with Murphy for a long time. Murphy listened with and O. However, Xianxia liked what Zhou Mingyu said. Murphy whispered to her mother, Mom, don't worry. Xianxia will take care of me. After chatting for a while, Murphy passed the phone to Xianxia and whispered, Dad has something to tell you. Father-in-law's orders. Xianxia hurriedly took the phone. Emohenian lectured Xianxia for a long time, blaming him for not bringing Murphy and the children to the United States to visit them. Of course, Xianxia had his own difficulties. Murphy was pregnant, so it was inconvenient. However, his father-in-law didn't care so much. In any case, it was Xianxia's fault. Xianxia didn't dare to refute and accepted the blame with a bitter smile. When the children are a little older, just this summer. She is also on summer break. Hurry up and bring the children back. Emohenian said in an almost commanding tone. Zhou Mingyu probably couldn't stand it anymore. She snatched the phone and explained to Xianxia politely. Of course, she also wanted Xianxia to bring Murphy and the children back. Our family has such a big farm and such a big house. You can stay as long as you want. Don't you think so? Zhou Mingyu said with a smile. Yes. Actually, we didn't do enough. Mom, don't worry. We'll go over to visit you two every year, Xianxia promised sincerely. It was indeed time to bring Murphy and Xishi back. After all, that was their home. Murphy and her child stayed in the hospital for 3 days. On the 4th day, they were finally discharged and could go home. That evening, the Hummer SUV steadily drove into the Yang family's villa. Xianxia jumped out of the driver's seat and opened the door for Murphy. Murphy, who was wearing thick clothes, got out of the car with Tong Tong in her arms. She gently shook his little hand and smiled. Mommy, this is your home. Mom. Daddy. You're back. Shishi's bell-like voice rang out. A small figure ran out of the door, followed by a cheerful bow bow. Of course, Shishi's big eyes were still focused on her little brother. She realized that her little brother's back was facing her, and the little girl couldn't wait to go behind her mother. Tong Tong had already opened his eyes. He looked at Xishi with a pair of sleepy and confused eyes. His big sister was making a face at him. His vision hadn't developed yet, so it was probably just a blurry shadow. However, the little guy didn't know why, but he opened his small mouth and laughed. Mom. Little brother smiled. Xishi excitedly told Murphy about her discovery. Murphy smiled and whispered in Tong Tong's ear, Big sister, this is big sister. Xianxia was taking out the luggage from the trunk of the car when he saw Bao Bao walking around Murphy. He squatted down, patted Bao Bao's head, and said, This is your new family member. His name is Mommy, but remember, you have to protect him in the future. Bao Bao seemed to understand Xianxia's words. He clung to Murphy's leg, stood up, and sniffed with his nose. However, Murphy had stayed outside for a long time. Dong Yue couldn't wait any longer and came out. Only then did a woman know how to be a woman. She scolded Xianxia angrily, Tai Zi, why didn't you let your wife in? She's still in confinement. Can there be so much wind? Xianxia hurriedly called his wife and children into the house. With the heater, the house was much warmer. Wah! Wah! At night, the Yang family's villa began to play a symphony. After opening his eyes, Tong Tong seemed to know who his mother was and who his source of food was. He didn't want to leave his mother's embrace for even a moment. He didn't even want to be hugged by Xianxia, let alone his grandparents. Xianxia was fine. He watched from the side and teased the little fellow. But Dong Yuer wanted a grandchild. She tried her best to coax Tong Tong from Murphy's arms, but the little boy could not resist. He could cry. Whenever there was a disagreement, he would use his loud and clear voice to announce his dissatisfaction. This crying made his grandmother extremely flustered, and she had no choice but to return him to his mother. Murphy smiled as she hugged Tong Tong and kissed his tender little face. After coaxing for a while, he stopped crying. There were even tears on his face. It was a bit magical. This child, even grandma doesn't recognize him. Dong Yuer said sourly. She was even jealous of her daughter-in-law. Xianxia shook his head with a smile. At this moment, Xi, who had already climbed upstairs, came down again. The little girl stuck her head out of the staircase and stared at her brother without blinking. Xianxia heard the noise and turned his head to look. The little girl was discovered by her father. She was a little embarrassed and stuck out her tongue and said, "Papa, I want to play with my brother for a while." She seemed to treat Tong Tong as a real doll. She liked him so much that she couldn't wait to play with him all the time. Unfortunately, the little girl could not carry her brother, and her mother did not allow her to carry him. "Go get your clothes. Papa will bathe you. Later, Papa will have to take care of Mama and your brother." "I don't have much time." Xianxia had to stand up and carry the crying little girl upstairs. The biggest problem in bathing Xi was washing her hair. The little girl's hair was very long and difficult to control. Moreover, if the angle of the head was not good, the little girl's nose and ears would be easy to get water. Therefore, Xianxia asked her not to move or speak while washing her hair. Finally, after washing her hair, Xianxia tied up the little girl's wet hair with a towel and wrapped it like an Indian, so that her hair would not be dirty by the foam when she took a bath later. Giggle. Xi, who had been unable to speak for a long time, finally couldn't wait to say, "Papa, why don't you bathe my brother?" "You will bathe your brother. That's why Papa told you to bathe early. Later, Papa and Mama will bathe your brother," Xianxia gently said to his daughter. "Why do you want Papa and Mom to bathe my brother together?" She asked puzzledly. She really had 100,000 whys. However, Xianxia was very patient. He explained to the little girl, "Because if Papa is the only one bathing him, he will cry. Mama has just given birth to your brother, so she is not feeling very well. Papa needs to take care of her and help her bathe your brother." Xianxia carried the naked Xi into the bathtub and gave her a bubble bath. The little girl happily held her little yellow duck and went back and forth in the bubble, while Xianxia gently wiped her with a sponge soaked in foam. "Papa." The little girl had a problem again. She probably thought of her brother because of him. "Papa, does my brother bathe in here too?" "No, this bathtub is too big. Do you see that bathtub? My brother baths in it." Xianxia smiled and pointed to the baby bathtub that was already prepared for Tong Tong. "Wow, it's so small. I can't even sit in it." She twisted around in the bathtub. She felt funny and giggled. "Of course you can't sit in it. People will grow up. Look, when your brother was young, he used this bathtub. When he grows up, he will have to change to a new bathtub. Do you remember when Papa bathed you in the past, he also used a bathtub? But now that you have grown up, you can't use that bathtub anymore, so I threw it away." Xianxia smiled. Yes. Murphy still couldn't bathe. Moreover, it was a natural birth. After a week or at least 5 days, she could take a shower. However, she could still touch water now. Xianxia would fetch hot water every day and wring a towel to wipe her clean. Otherwise, if her face and hands were dirty, Murphy, who liked to be clean, would be very uncomfortable. Therefore, in order to let her clingy son take a shower, Murphy also came to help. The two of them put the bathtub on the table. Murphy sat down and guided while Xianxia stood up. After a long time, they finally finished bathing Tong Tong. After the shower, Tong Tong smelled good. Murphy carried him and gently put him on the bed. Then, Murphy wrapped him in diapers and put on baby clothes for him. She couldn't help but follow them. The little girl stuck out her little butt and supported herself with her elbows on the bed. She blinked her eyes and looked at her brother. Little Momo still didn't know how to turn her head. She could only move her black eyes when her sister stretched her head over, and then let out a little sound. He should call me sister. I don't want to make sounds anymore. She corrected him. He doesn't know how to speak yet. After 8 or 9 months, you can teach him how to call you sister. Murphy couldn't help but laugh. He guessed that she really wanted to treat Tong Tong as a toy. The next morning, Xianxia woke her up. The little girl was confused for a while. When she woke up, she muttered to her father, "Papa, where's my brother? Tong Tong is sleeping. He doesn't have the energy to get up so early." Xianxia whispered in his daughter's ear. She didn't notice that her father's voice was a little hoarse. In fact, it was not what Xianxia said. This morning, at about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, the little guy started to cry. Mo Fei fed him milk at about 2 o'clock in the morning, but he was woken up again just after he fell asleep. Xianxia also forced himself to get up and change his diapers. But she didn't know why, the little guy just refused to sleep peacefully. She couldn't even feed him milk. When Mo Fei began to doze off, the little guy began to cry again. Finally, she managed to coax him to sleep at 5 o'clock. Xianxia was even more tired. He couldn't go back to sleep. He had to get up and make breakfast for Xi. Although his mother and Xi could help, Xianxia liked to eat the breakfast made by his father. Moreover, Xianxia had to prepare lunch for Xi. Because he was worried about Mo Fei, Xianxia stopped exercising for the past few days. But before waking Cici up, he did a set of boxing to warm up. Of course, if Xianxia didn't say, Xi wouldn't know about her parents' hard work. The little girl rubbed her eyes, jumped out of bed, yawned and said, "Papa, I'll go and see Tong Tong." "No, you have to wash your face and brush your teeth." Xianxia shook his head and said, "Papa wants to take you to kindergarten." "I'll just take a look." Xi pouted and said coquettishly, "Just take a look at Tong Tong." It was just like how she pestered her father to watch TV, listen to a story, or play with her toys for a while. Your mother was already very tired last night. Moreover, she is mentally weak now. Any sound will disturb her sleep. Do you have the heart to disturb her sleep? Xianxia tried to reason with her. It's true. If you push the door open and go in, Mom will be woken up. Cici blinked her big eyes, which were still a little confused, and looked at her father. In the end, she obediently lowered her head and said regretfully, "Okay, then I won't disturb Mama. I'll come back and play with little brother." "Okay. When you come back, you can play with Tong Tong." Xianxia smiled and rubbed Xi's head. Xianxia sent Xi to kindergarten. The little girl had obviously spread the news that she had a little brother. Walking on the stairs of the kindergarten, Xi ran into Yang Luoqi and couldn't wait to tell Yang Luoqi how cute her little brother was. "Last night, I saw my little brother sleeping. Xi was like a little bird singing in the morning." Her voice was pleasant as she said, then my little brother was super cute when he was sleeping. His hand was like this. The little girl clenched her little fist and showed it to Yang Luoqi. Although it wasn't a big deal, Xi was so enraptured that Yang Luoqi listened with great interest. "Uncle Yang, can I go to your house and take a look at Tong Tong?" Yang Luoqi let go of her little friend's hand, turned around, and ran to Yang. She raised her little head and looked at Yang expectantly. "Not now, because he's still too young. Can you come later when Tong Tong is 1 month old?" Yang said helplessly. "What's 1 month old?" Xi asked her father curiously. 1 month old. It's 1 month old after being born. Yang said, "It's just like how you grow up a year old. Tong Tong is 1 month old after being born." No matter what, the two little girls were still very happy. They chattered all the way into the kindergarten classroom. Yang sent Xi to the kindergarten. When he was about to leave, Teacher Mu looked for Yang Yi, a little embarrassed. It's like this, Father Yangshi. In a month, our kindergarten will have a New Year's Day party. Just like last year, the children still have to rehearse a program. So, a few of our teachers discussed and wanted to know if you have a suitable script for the child. Teacher Mu hesitated for a moment and added, but, if you're not free, it's okay. We know that you have a new child at home recently. On the second day after Tong Tong was born, Yang Yi released a micro-broadcast to announce the arrival of Air Bao to the fans. At the same time, Mo Xiaowan also used the studio's official micro-broadcast to repost the micro-broadcast. She told everyone about the child's gender and Murphy's good condition, thanking the fans for their concern. Of course, this self-release was also to prevent the media from secretly following and exposing the news because they thought that it was big news. This is great news. If you're not free, we'll look for new scripts ourselves. It's just that we think that your story is very interesting and novel. Yang Yi understood what Teacher Mu meant. To be honest, Yang Yi wanted to reject it because it was very troublesome to come up with a script. Even if he had a similar story in his mind, he still needed to spend time to write it. He had to rack his brains to add dialogue for the children, and Yang Yi did not have so much energy to ponder over the script now. However, when he thought about how she would also be participating in the performance, Yang Yi could not bear to disappoint his daughter. Suddenly, he had an idea. I saw that your New Year's Day party last time was not just a play, right? It seems that you can also sing and dance, Yang Yi asked. Yes. There are many forms of programs. Teacher Mu did not know what Yang Yi wanted to ask and answered honestly. Then we can choreograph a dance for the children. Yang Yi had an idea and said with a smile. You also know how to choreograph? Teacher Mu looked at Yang Yi in surprise. Yang Yi was considered a relatively famous artist, but from the reports about him, Yang Yi did not have the skills to dance, let alone choreograph. Yang Yi smiled and shook his head. I know how to write songs. It was just choreographing. Yang Yi could hire some dance teachers who specialized in choreography for the program to help design the children's movements and dances suitable for children. The most important thing was his song, which was the real soul of the program. He should let these little guys come to the studio to record the original sound, sing with their tender voices, and then dance on stage. It would definitely make everyone fall for them. Of course, Yang Yi could not describe it with words now. He had to go back and compose the song first. This was easier to handle because he had a room at home that had been renovated into a recording studio. He did not have to worry about not being able to take care of Murphy. In any case, Yang Yi agreed, and Teacher Mu was relieved. As mentioned earlier, Mo Xiaowan used the studio's micro-broadcasting account to forward the news of Murphy giving birth. However, Mo Xiaowan didn't come to visit Murphy at home until the weekend. Previously, many relatives and friends from the hospital came, but Mo Xiaowan didn't appear. Of course, this wasn't because Mo Xiaowan and Murphy's relationship was strained. The two of them were still on good terms. Previously, Yang Yi arranged for Mo Xiaowan to be in charge of the auction for China Star Production. The project was worth hundreds of millions. Mo Xiaowan didn't feel comfortable leaving it to others, so she brought her team to Shanghai. The process wasn't easy. China Star Production was a big piece of meat after all. Not only did Mo Xiaowan set her eyes on it, but some production companies and even some commercial television stations wanted it for themselves. Therefore, before the auction started, the competition outside the venue was especially intense. According to Mo Xiaowan and her team's initial estimates, 200 million yuan might not be enough to win the bid for the production of Xianxia. Luckily, Yang Yi gave Mo Xiaowan her own negotiation team. These people helped her gather a lot of information about her opponents. Mo Xiaowan also changed Yang Yi's original strategy and chose to take the initiative to attack. She formed an alliance with a famous variety show production company, Xianxia Productions. Both parties agreed to invest proportionately. Under Mo Xiaowan's name, China Star Production would be auctioned off. After that, they would each take what they needed. Xianxia Productions would get the rights to the two shows they wanted, while Yang Yi would get the remaining production team and China Star Productions shell. Perhaps from the other party's point of view, this cooperation was profitable. After all, weren't China Star Productions' only valuable shows these two shows? As for the production team, Xianxia Productions didn't lack talent. In the end, their alliance allowed Mo Xiaowan to gain the upper hand in terms of capital at the auction. She won China Star Production with a total price of 30,10,000 yuan. And because the evaluation value of the two shows was higher, according to the previous agreement with Xianxia Productions, Mo Xiaowan only needed to spend 100 million to get all the talents that Yang Yi wanted under her banner. This was an amazing victory. Because she was busy with this matter, Mo Xiaowan could only give her blessings to Murphy over the phone. Almost a week later, it was already December. Mo Xiaowan returned to Jiang City, but she still rushed to the villa to visit her cousin. Yang Yi asked Yang Luoqi to come back after Tong Tong was a month old. It was not because of any taboo, but because he wanted to give Murphy a quiet environment to recuperate. If a group of children were to charge over, there would definitely be an uproar. Mo Xiaowan coming over was naturally not a problem. Tong Tong, Auntie is here to see you. Mo Xiaowan shook the rattle drum and sat on the carpet with a smile, playing with Tong Tong who was lying on the sofa. Mo Xiaowan bought some toys for the child, but she had never given birth and was a careless girl. The toys she bought, such as plastic cars and small shovels, were obviously not something that Tong Tong could play with at this age. Then again, how could a baby who could not even turn over have any toys to play with? Although the little guy could not see things that were slightly further away, he could sense the changes in the light and could also hear movements. Therefore, when he heard the rattle drum, he could not help but stretch out his chubby little arms, spread his fingers, and bend them as if he was hugging something. Hey, look, he likes the toys I bought for him. Mo Xiaowan said happily to Yang Yi and Murphy. But how was that possible? The next second, Lil Frog opened its toothless mouth and began to cry. Murphy did not know whether to laugh or cry as she picked up the little guy and coaxed him. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, Auntie Xiaowan, you've scared little brother. When she saw Tong Tong crying, she ran out with a sense of justice and stood between Mo Xiaowan and Murphy. She looked at Mo Xiaowan and said, It's not polite to talk to your elders like that. Yang Yi reminded her. Mo Xiaowan said with a smile, It's okay, it's okay. I think it's interesting that she knows how to protect her little brother at such a young age. Yang Yi thought that she was going to use her I protect my little brother, Papa protects me excuse again. However, Shishi's attention was on the rattle drum in Mo Xiaowan's hands. The little girl looked at it eagerly and hesitated whether she should ask Auntie Xiaowan for her little brother's toy to play with. Mo Xiaowan understood her meaning and said happily, Do you want to play with it? Then you can have it. She happily took the rattle drum from Mo Xiaowan's hands, thanked her, and could not wait to play with it. She imitated Mo Xiaowan and twisted her wrist to make the rattle drum sound. You can't play here. You'll scare Tong Tong until he cries. Mo Xiaowan made a shushing gesture to Shishi. Shishi realized that she had forgotten about this. The little girl held the rattle drum with a smile in her eyes and ran to the side hall before stopping to play. The sound of the rattle drum attracted the attention of Steamed Bun, who was lying on the side. He got up and moved in front of Shishi. He looked at the shaking rattle drum and his tail seemed to sway with the rhythm. Not only Steamed Bun, but the swaying of the rattle drum could also make a sound. In winter, the three fat British shorthairs who liked to stay indoors and only went out to play and bask in the sun when the sun was good were also fished out. Dodo jumped down from the cat tree, Little Gray liked to stay by the floor-to-ceiling window, and the active Little Guai came out from an unknown corner. At first, the three cats were sitting in front of the rattle drum obediently, watching their little master shake the rattle drum. Meow. Little Guai could not help it. He got up and went to Shishi's feet, rubbing his body against Shishi's calf. How could Shishi not understand why this guy was acting like a spoiled child? Aya. The little girl giggled. This is not for you to play with. Steamed Bun was very loyal. Seeing that his little master was being pestered, he wagged his tail and went over. He raised his right forepaw and pressed his paw on Little Guai's head. Steamed Bun was almost 10 months old. Puppies at this age were already tall and big. In Yang Yi's house, he ate and slept well and looked very strong. The size of a Steamed Bun was almost as big as two chubby Xiao Guai. However, Steamed Bun was touching a tiger's butt. Cats had strong self-esteem. Little Guai felt that he was offended by his little brother. He immediately turned around and bared his teeth at Steamed Bun, looking fierce as if he wanted to fight. Woo! Steamed Bun was scared. He was not brave enough. Even though he was tall, he did not dare to fight with little Guai and the others. He immediately whimpered and ran behind Dodo with his tail between his legs. He lowered his head, as if he wanted to hide with Dodo. It was like burying his head in the sand. However, little Guai was only trying to scare Steamed Bun. Seeing that Steamed Bun was scared, he proudly put away his sharp teeth and claws. For the sake of Dodo, I will spare your life. After giving birth to the baby, Mo Fei still received a lot of concern from many people. She were Yang Yi's relatives and friends in the industry. Most of them, like Xianxia, Lin Muan, and Ran Jin, who were far away in Harbor City, chose to call her. Only those who were closer to her, like Mo Xiaowan, Guozi, Lan Zhoukai, Wu Jingjing, and Fu Jun, who came from Yang City, chose to visit her. Of course. In order not to disturb Murphy's rest, they didn't dare to stay for too long. After exchanging a few words, they left. On Sunday morning, Yang Yi and Murphy were surprised by the arrival of a guest. Niu Miling. Although Niu Miling showed an amiable attitude and left expensive gifts, the relationship between the two wasn't as good as it seemed. Because of Murphy's departure, Niu Miling and Murphy almost had a falling out. Despite their relationship, Niu Miling still came to visit Mo Fei and asked about Mo Fei's well-being affectionately. She didn't seem to be hypocritical at all, nor did she make any requests. How could this not make Murphy and Yang Yi wonder? Niu Miling didn't stay for too long. After chatting for less than 10 minutes, she excused herself by saying that she had a meeting. After Niu Miling left, Mo Fei looked at Yang Yi in confusion. She couldn't figure it out, so she could only hope that Yang Yi could help her figure it out. Could it be that Lingjia wants me to go back to Tianmei? Murphy asked with a frown. Mo Fei really didn't want to break up with Niu Miling, but this didn't mean that she had let go of the dirty things she had done to Niu Miling. She just wanted to be friends with Niu Miling and treat her as a simple elder. Murphy didn't want to get back together. Niu Miling wasn't a simple person. Ever since she saw Niu Miling's true colors, Murphy had always been against her. It shouldn't be. It's not like they don't know the difference between us. You're doing well in our studio, why would you want to go back? Yang Yi said with a smile. Also, Tianmei has trained their own singer. Their strength isn't bad. There's no reason for them to call you back. Then what's the reason? Just to see me? But I've been pregnant for so long, and Lingjia hasn't cared about me. Murphy said. In fact, Yang Yi already had a certain amount of inspiration from his own words just now. He guessed, I guess she might want to have a good relationship with us so that we can cooperate in more fields in the future. Yesterday, didn't Xiaowan tell you that we bought a variety show production company? Yang Yi said, I want to design a few interesting variety shows. I want to invite Zhu Jia to be the host of one of them. You know that he often participates in variety shows and has a strong sense of artistry. Yes, at that time, people in the company said that he was the company's #1 variety show. Murphy couldn't help but laugh. Well, I guess that's probably the reason. She wants to get back together with you. After all, in this world, it's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. With her personality, she naturally knows what to do. Yang Yi shrugged and said, however, Lingjia forgot that our style of doing things is to handle things impartially. If Zhu Jia isn't suitable, no matter how good our relationship is, I won't use him. Then you don't have to care about Lingjia's relationship with me. As long as it doesn't delay your matters. Murphy nodded. In the evening, Murphy coaxed Tong Tong to sleep early. Although the little guy would wake up in a few hours, Murphy wanted to take a bath while he was asleep. According to traditional Chinese customs, women can't take a bath when they're in confinement. After Murphy gave birth, Dong Yue also reminded Yang Yi and Murphy. However, this saying was inappropriate in modern society. Women can't take a bath during confinement because technology wasn't developed in ancient times. People's living conditions were simple. If they wanted to take a bath, they had to boil hot water. It couldn't be too hot or too cold. If the temperature was suitable, it would cool down after a while. Not to mention bathing facilities, the best was to use a large bathtub sprinkled with flower petals. However, pregnant women couldn't bathe in a tub because they would be infected. All kinds of reasons led to the experience of not being able to take a bath during confinement. However, in modern society, the conditions allowed it. In winter, there was heating at home. Even the bathroom was heated. In summer, there was air conditioning at home. If they wanted to take a bath, they could use a shower. The temperature of the water could be adjusted and kept constant. After washing their hair, they could even dry it. With such good conditions, how could they not take a bath? Now, Murphy was covered in a blanket all day, wearing thick clothes. Her body was sweaty and her hair was oily. She hadn't taken a bath for a week. Murphy felt that if she didn't take a bath soon, she would feel terrible. Xianxia tried to persuade his mother several times, but the old woman couldn't understand these scientific principles. Therefore, he and Murphy decided to hide it from Dong Yue. At night, the old woman wouldn't disturb the young couple, so they would act first and report later. Of course, when Murphy went to the bathroom to take a bath, Xianxia had to accompany her. This wasn't a bad taste. It was also for Murphy's sake. Murphy's body hadn't recovered yet. If she stood in the bathroom in the shower, what if her legs went soft and she fell? After coaxing little Momo to sleep, Fei gently carried him into the crib. There was a high fence around the crib. Let alone this little guy who did not know how to turn over. Even if he grew up to know how to climb and stand, he would not be able to climb over the fence. However, what about Xianxia? The little girl didn't dare to stay alone in the room next door. She had been playing in her mother's room just now. Xianxia, come here. Xianxia waved and called the little girl over. Shoo. The little girl stretched out an index finger and pouted her little mouth to make a shushing gesture to her father. It's okay to speak softly. Xianxia rubbed his daughter's head and pulled her to the crib. He pointed at Tong Tong and said softly, little brother is sleeping now, but daddy wants to help mommy take a bath. The little girl didn't wait for her father to finish speaking and asked in confusion, Papa, why do you want to help mom take a bath? Isn't it only children who can let Papa take a bath? Xianxia's words were very ambiguous. In fact, she was emphasizing that she was a child and her mother wasn't a child. However, the little girl's words couldn't be as perfect as an adult's. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Daddy only bathes you and little brother because you are children and don't know how to take a bath by yourself. Now the situation is special because mommy's body is still inconvenient, so daddy needs to help mommy. Afraid of his daughter's shocking words, Xianxia quickly said, now, daddy has a task for you. Okay. When the little girl heard that she had a task, she immediately puffed out her small chest and looked at her father with a smile. She was full of energy. Little brother is sleeping, but daddy doesn't know when he will suddenly wake up. So when daddy helps mommy take a bath, you have to help daddy and mommy take care of your little brother, okay? Xianxia asked softly. Okay. Xianxia nodded vigorously and said happily. However, soon she frowned and said, but, Papa, I don't know how to take care of my little brother, you just sit here and watch. Xianxia moved a stool over and let the little girl sit down. He said with a smile, if your little brother is sleeping quietly, you don't have to worry about him. Daddy and mommy will come out soon. But if your little brother suddenly wakes up halfway, you have to see if he is crying. If he is not crying, then don't worry. If he is crying, quickly go to the bathroom and knock on the door and tell daddy and mommy, okay? After a series of instructions, Xianxia made sure that his daughter understood. He went to the bathroom and turned on the shower. After adjusting the temperature of the water, Murphy picked out the clothes she wanted to wear in the wardrobe and followed him. It's up to you. Xianxia. Before Murphy went in, she smiled and gave her daughter a thumbs up. Xianxia sat obediently in front of her little brother's crib and happily returned a bright smile to her mother. This task made the little girl feel bursting with a sense of responsibility. She thought that she must take good care of her little brother. Turn your head away. Murphy walked into the bathroom and closed the door. She saw Xianxia, who had adjusted the water temperature, looking over. Through the hazy mist, his starry eyes were shining. Murphy felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help but speak up. What? Xianxia laughed. We've been married for so long. Why are you still shy? Murphy pursed her lips and her face was slightly red. She insisted and said, turn it away. The main reason was that after giving birth, her figure hadn't recovered yet. She felt embarrassed to take off her clothes in front of Xianxia. Okay. Hurry up and take a shower. Don't catch a cold. Xianxia still felt sorry for his wife and turned his face away. After a while, Murphy said in a low voice, "It's done." Xianxia looked over and saw a curvy beauty standing in the middle of the mist in the bathroom. Really, her coquettish eyes were closed shyly, and her red lips were smiling. She was prettier than the flowers, and the flowers were as delicate as the people. She looked like a mountain range from the side, and she looked like a mountain range from the side, with different heights from the distance. The chaotic flowers gradually dazzled the eyes. Murphy looked at Xianxia's burning eyes and felt happy and scared. She reminded him, "What are you doing? You can't do that now. Don't think too much." She knew that Xianxia had been holding it in for so long, and it was indeed a little difficult, but he really couldn't do it. Xianxia came back to his senses, shook his head, and said with a smile, "Silly, it's not like I don't know. Why would I think about that at this time? Take off your clothes and come over to take a shower. Don't catch a cold. If you catch a cold, my mother will scold me to death." Only then did Mofe walk over with relief. However, she hadn't taken a bath for a week, and Mofe also felt very uncomfortable. After she came over, she tested the water temperature and couldn't wait to walk under the shower and let the warm hot water pour down from her head. It was so comfortable that Murphy almost cried out. "Let me wash your hair." Xianxia took the shampoo and said softly to Murphy, "How do you wash it? Do I need to sit down?" Murphy was a little puzzled. "No need. Just stand there." Xianxia squeezed some shampoo onto his hands and rubbed them together. Then, he inserted his fingers into Murphy's hair. The height difference between the two was close to 20 centimeters. After standing up straight, Murphy's head was slightly above Xianxia's chin. Although it wasn't the most comfortable height, Xianxia could still help Murphy wash her hair if he raised his hand. Murphy closed her eyes and felt Xianxia's gentle strength as he washed her hair. It was like a massage, very comfortable. He couldn't bear to use more strength for fear of hurting himself. The water from the shower head was poured over, and the warm water carried away the foam. Mofe's heart was also warm and happy. Daddy was helping Mommy bathe, and she was also taking care of her little brother dutifully. The little girl sat on a small chair and rested her chin on her hand, watching intently. She felt that her little brother sleeping in the crib was so cute. His little head, little hands, and feet couldn't be seen under the blanket, but they should still be small. There wasn't a lot of hair, and it was thin. She had touched it before. It was very soft and very comfortable to touch. It was even more comfortable than touching Xiao Guai and Baozi. After sleeping, her little brother's eyes narrowed into slits. Her little brother, who didn't have eyebrows or eyelashes, looked very strange but also very cute. His little face was chubby, and every inch of his skin was very tender. It was as if water could be squeezed out if one pinched it. She didn't know what interesting dream he had when he was sleeping, or maybe it wasn't a dream. Anyway, he was sleeping comfortably with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. The arc was very small, but it was like a smile. She seemed to be in an inexplicable good mood. "I really want to play with my little brother." The little girl rested her chin on her hand and muttered very softly. It was a pity that her little brother couldn't speak or move. He couldn't even react to his sister's teasing. But it was also this little brother who didn't have much resistance that made she feel the most responsible. She wanted to protect her little brother just like how she protected Little Red Riding Hood from being eaten by the big bad wolf. However, at this time, she was thinking about something else. "My little brother is so cute. Can I touch him?" Just a touch, and he probably won't wake up. After hesitating for a while, she couldn't help but love her little brother. She decided to reach out her little hand. The little girl, who was sitting on a small stool, passed through the railing of the crib and gently placed her finger on Tong Tong's little hand. There was no reaction. Tong Tong's little hand was still gently clenched, just like before. Tong Tong was sleeping very soundly. His thin nostrils flapped gently as if the air he breathed in was sweet. Sleeping was the most comfortable thing in the world. She wasn't satisfied with just a touch. She got up and moved the stool closer to the crib. Then, she reached out her hand to touch Tong Tong's face. Of course, she didn't use much strength. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, but her movements were very gentle. It was as if she was hugging her favorite doll. Her little hand gently touched Tong Tong's side face. Because of his baby fat, Tong Tong's cheeks were bulging. She could feel the smoothness and coldness of his skin when she touched it. Little brother, I'm your big sister. The little girl muttered softly. Of course, Tong Tong didn't react. He was sleeping comfortably. This little movement didn't affect him much. It was better to stop while she was ahead. She reluctantly withdrew her little hand. Her little brother's face was very interesting, however, she felt that she had secretly done something naughty. The little girl's heart was in a mess. She secretly glanced at the bathroom. She was worried that her father would see it. After an unknown period of time, under Cece's attentive gaze, Xiao Pai grunted twice and waved its right hand twice in the air. Ah, is little brother going to wake up? She panicked. Tong Tong was indeed cute when he was asleep, but Tong Tong might not be cute when he woke up. She was also a little afraid that Tong Tong wouldn't stop crying. She couldn't coax him no matter how hard she tried. Moreover, when her little brother woke up, would he tell their parents that his big sister had touched him while he was sleeping? She was so worried that she forgot that her little brother couldn't speak yet. Tong Tong kicked his feet gently. His nose and mouth were making noises. However, what attracted Shishi's attention was Tong Tong's little hand. It was moving unconsciously as if he was looking for something. She didn't think too much about it. The little girl subconsciously reached out her little hand to let her little brother touch it. Tong Tong touched his big sister's hand. His little hand directly grabbed his big sister's thumb and refused to let go. However, perhaps because he found Nuanyuan to rely on, Tong Tong's movements slowly slowed down. The sounds he made earlier also stopped, and he fell into a deep sleep again. Aya, little brother is holding my hand. What should I do? The little girl wasn't too happy because this posture of bending over was actually very uncomfortable. However, she was afraid that if she retracted her hand, her little brother would wake up and cry again. Cece leaned forward awkwardly, allowing her brother to hold her hand all the time. It was very difficult for the little girl. Fortunately, after a while, Xianxia came out with Murphy, who was wrapped in a bathrobe. He helped Murphy back to the bed and covered her with the blanket to keep her warm. Then, he saw Shishi's appearance. How did your little brother catch you? Xianxia found it funny and couldn't help teasing his daughter. No, it's not like that. Little brother, he's about to wake up. Then, he took my hand and went back to sleep. The little girl pouted and explained to her father softly. Was there such a story? Xianxia was a little surprised. He rescued Shishi and smiled as he rubbed the little girl's head and said, so that's what happened. Shishi, you've worked hard. Not only did you take care of your little brother, but you also coaxed him to sleep and didn't wake up to disturb your parents. Good job. The little girl was praised by her father. She smiled happily and felt a sense of accomplishment. Let's go. You go to the room and wait for your father. Now, I'm going to make some milk for your mother to drink. Later, I'll accompany you to read a book for a while before going to sleep. She was coaxed back to the master bedroom by Xianxia. Even so, the little girl was still a little reluctant. She still wanted to play with her little brother. Moreover, she still had a lot of insights from her observation of her little brother that she hadn't shared with her parents. After Shishi left, Murphy couldn't help but remind Xianxia with a smile, do you want to change mommy's diapers? What Shishi said just now should be mommy peeing or defecating. Shishi didn't understand, and Xianxia didn't have any experience, but Murphy knew. Xianxia untied the diapers. Sure enough, the little guy pooped. A yellow piece was absorbed by the diapers. He had to change his diapers again. December 13th, Wednesday. It was a gloomy winter day. There was no rain, but the clouds were so thick that the sun could not be seen. The temperature in River City during the day was as low as 2 or 3 degrees. On the road to River City Media University, Yang Huan wrapped her coat tightly around her after class and hurried past. The cold, damp air was blowing into her neck along with the wind. Even though Yang Huan's physique was not bad, she was still shivering. She wanted to go back to the coffee shop as soon as possible to avoid the cold. However, on the way, the phone in her pocket suddenly rang. Who is it? Why is he calling at this time? Yang Huan grumbled in her heart, but she still picked up the phone. Seeing the caller ID, Yang Huan hurriedly stopped complaining and became spirited. It was a call from the crew of Drawing Sword. They had promised to inform her if there was any news, but there was no news after half a month. Yang Huan thought she was done for. However, Yang Huan did not expect them to call. What could be the reason? Yang Huan quickly ran to a big tree by the roadside and used the trunk to avoid the wind blades. She then quickly picked up the phone. To Yang Huan's surprise, it was Chen Fengchen himself who called. Director Chen. You. Yang Huan was so nervous that she did not know what to say. It was possible that she was shivering from the cold. Congratulations, Yang Huan. We've finally decided to give you the role of Xiaoqin. Chen Fengchen was much more polite as he calmly told Yang Huan the news. Really? No, I mean, thank you, Director Chen. Thank you. Yang Huan's eyes widened after hearing that. She spoke incoherently while her heart was boiling with excitement. It did not seem as cold as before. You don't have to thank me. You did well in the audition and moved me and the others, Chen Fengchen said in a deep voice. Chen Fengchen did not want to choose Yang Huan, but after 2 rounds of auditions, including the day of Yang Huan's audition and the subsequent round of auditions, many of the actors recommended by the agency did not satisfy Chen Fengchen. It was not that the other actors were not good at acting. They were just small supporting roles and the emotions they had to express were not particularly complicated. But, with Yang Huan leading the way, Chen Fengchen felt that no matter how good the other actors were, their performances would still be a little lacking. Perhaps some of them lacked the rustic vibe that Chen Fengchen wanted to see. Actors with rustic vibes didn't have Yang Huan's gentleness and toughness. So, in order to film the drama well, Chen Fengchen finally chose Yang Huan. Of course, Chen Fengchen didn't tell Yang Huan these details. He paused and asked, "Do you want to tell your brother about this? Are you going to say it, or should I?" Yang Huan hesitated for a while and asked in a low voice, "Director, can we not talk about it first? I want to give him a surprise after the performance." After seeing how happy Yang Yi was at home taking care of his little nephew, Yang Huan suddenly felt that it was too childish for her to show off in front of him that she had gotten a role in his novel. Why did he have to show off? Yang Huan felt that after she played the role well, Yang Yi could see the results of her acting and be happy with her progress. That would be more interesting. However, Chen Fengchen said to Yang Huan over the phone, "Okay, that's the best. We didn't want to reveal too much about you, the actress playing Xiaoqin, for the time being. We need to use it for publicity in the future." Although Chen Fengchen was old, he was not as old-fashioned as Yang Yi and Murphy. He felt that some things could be hyped up. As long as it was not deliberate and could increase the popularity of the film, it was possible to make use of it. Yang Huan didn't think too much about it. After receiving Chen Fengchen's message, she was already wild with joy. After hanging up the phone, Yang Huan excitedly put away her phone and ran down the school path without caring about her image. After a while, Yang Huan and Ding Xiang's excited cheers could be heard from the coffee shop at the corner of the street behind the school. After half a month of confinement, Mo Fei's condition had improved a lot. Little Momo also had enough to eat and sleep. He was comfortable in the warm home. Except for sometimes tormenting his parents at night, his situation was basically smooth. Yang Yi saw that there were no big problems today. Moreover, his parents and Yang Qing were taking care of Murphy and Tong Tong at home. Therefore, he took a day off to inspect his 2 companies and confirm the amount of the year-end bonus to stabilize the morale of his employees. Backwave Technology Company was doing well. Currently, it was operating micro-broadcasting with all its strength. Gradually, it had established micro-broadcasting as a platform for everyone to speak up in the internet era. Mao Peifu was currently leading the 2nd Weibo Cup micro-movie competition. This time, the finals of the competition would be held at Beijing Film Academy. There were many interpersonal issues that she needed to deal with. Other than talking to the person in charge of microbroadcasting, Yang Yi also looked for Mao Peifu to listen to her work report. Yang Yi also told Mao Peifu that he was going to send her to the United States to work on the international version of Facebook. This project would be fully managed by Mao Peifu. Of course, Mao Peifu still had half a year to go before she graduated. She could use this half a year to continue working on the micro-movie competition and have plenty of time to prepare for her trip to the United States. After leaving Backwave Technology Company, Yang Yi went to Sahara Publishing House. It was mainly Lu Benji who reported to Yang Yi. Yang Yi did not have to worry about Sahara Publishing House. All the work was carried out in an orderly manner. There were no setbacks, but there were no improvements either. Lu Benji told Yang Yi a piece of good news. Wolf TV station had announced that Prison Break had started filming. The filming location was an abandoned prison in California. In order to film this show, the prison had been redesigned and renovated. Based on Yang Yi's character settings, Paul Tani, who was Yi Shuihan, quickly selected the actors and actresses. The efficiency of the crew's preparation was obviously a level higher than Old Master Chen's. Of course, this was also because most of the actors in the United States were gathered in California. They'll start filming the day after tomorrow. The first episode will probably be released at this time next January, Lu Benji said excitedly to Yang Yi. The United States had a production model of airing one episode after another. At most, they would film 2 more episodes in advance. They would not film an entire season of the show at once or film dozens of episodes before airing. This was beneficial for market regulation. The TV station could choose the life and death of a show based on the ratings at any time. At most, they would renew the contract with the crew season by season. They would not lose too much money and it would be convenient for them to recoup their funds. Therefore, the broadcast of Prison Break would not necessarily be later than the broadcast of Soldier Assault, which had already been filmed. This is good news, but I want to talk to you about the development of Sahara Publishing House in the future. I think that in addition to operating my own literary works, Sahara Publishing House should also have its own unique development goal, Yang Yi said to Lu Benji with a smile. But, boss, didn't we think for a long time before and didn't have a good idea? Although Lu Benji asked in confusion, his hands were not slow. He quickly took out his notebook. It was easier said than done to create its own unique feature. I didn't think of it before, but now I have an idea. Yang Yi said, if it wasn't for the fact that the child was just born and I couldn't get away, I would have told you half a month ago. Regarding the development of Sahara Publishing House, Yang Yi also came up with the idea from Shixi's children's books. Although he could write some good stories for Xixi, they were still too long and would not be easy for children to read. Moreover, with his own efforts, he could not change the current situation of the lack of children's books in China. Old Lu, do you know who writes fairy tales for children overseas? Yang Yi asked Lu Benji. Lu Benji shook his head. He originally did not know much about children's literature. It was only in the past 1 or 2 years that Lu Benji got involved in this field when Yang Yi published fairy tales. However, if he were to talk about the situation of children's literature in China, he would be at a loss if he were to talk about children's literature abroad. In foreign countries, most of the people who write fairy tales for children are young parents, not professional children's literature writers. Yang Yi said. This was true. Take the classic Swedish children's literature works, Pippi Longstocking, Emil the Naughty Boy, for example. When their author, Granny Lindgren, wrote Pippi Longstocking, it was inspired when she told stories to her 6-7-year-old daughter, Karen. Note 1, when J.K. Rowling wrote Harry Potter, although she did not get the creative inspiration from telling stories to her daughter, Jessica, she often brought Jessica along when she wrote in the cafes in Edinburgh. On the title page of Sorcerer's Stone, Rowling also wrote, I dedicate this book to Jessica. She likes this story. The vast group of parents are also the creators with the most potential in the field of children's literature. They have their own children. In the process of interacting with their children and racking their brains to tell stories to their children, there are actually many wonderful bursts of inspiration. Yang Yi said to Lu Benji, it's just that very few people think of expanding these fragmented inspirations and publishing them into books. Lu Benji understood and asked, you mean, we should look for this type of author? Yes, we should not only look for them, but also support them and give them creative support. Especially those mothers who have the ability to write but are worried that they won't be able to earn money from writing. We should give them some confidence in the early stages of writing. Yang Yi said. After that, Yang Yi talked to Lu Benji about his idea of setting up a children's book creation fund. With a non-adult perspective as the basic benchmark, he encouraged young parents or authors who had yet to find a direction to create children's books for children aged 0 to 8 years old. Based on their outline and the content of the first 3 chapters of the story, they can apply for creative funding from our fund. For example, there was a mother who wanted to earn some money for milk powder for her children. She had a good story and promised to write it into a book and authorize our Sahara publishing house to publish it. Depending on how good the story was, we would give her a subsidy of 5,000 to 50,000 yuan. Of course, the distribution of the book sales can be carried out according to our normal contract. We won't deprive the other party of the benefits they deserve, Yang Yi said to Lu Benji. We should also give her a limited time to write. She can't just take the money and not write it, Lu Benji said. You can discuss and perfect these details later. Yang Yi nodded, smiled, and said, I'll invest 10 million yuan as the first installment of funds. When it's used up later, I'll replenish it according to the situation. Lu Benji nodded excitedly. Yang Yi's words had indeed pointed him in the right direction. If it was really as Yang Yi said, it could stimulate the creative desire of the majority of parents and change the status quo in the field of children's literature. Then, even if Sahara Publishing House could not become the leader of the publishing house, it could still become a benchmark in the field of children's literature publishing. One more thing. I want the publishing house to add a picture book department and recruit a group of comic artists with high salaries. We don't need people who have the ability to create their own comics. We don't need cartoonists who can produce their own comic books. These people, especially those who have drawn children's comics, are the ones we want to recruit, Yang Yi said to Lu Benji. You want them to draw children's books? Lu Benji suddenly understood Yang Yi's idea. That's right. Yang Yi snapped his fingers and smiled. In the early days, their task was to draw different stories according to my previous children's books and make small picture books suitable for children of a younger age. Of course, it was not a problem for Yang Yi to draw, but where would he have the time to draw and color the drafts one by one? There was a professional team with experience in drawing comics to help with the design of the shots, the distribution of the plot of each drawing, and the final draft of the drawing. Yang Yi only needed to design the prototype of the characters. This was much simpler, and the progress of the book would be much faster. Lu Benji nodded as he recorded. Later, they will also communicate with the children's book authors we support and be responsible for drawing illustrations for them and even the subsequent adaptation of the picture book, Yang Yi said. This will form a complete industry chain. Lu Benji clenched his fists and said excitedly, the picture books we publish are suitable for children between the ages of 0 to 6. They can read these picture books with a small amount of words and a large amount of colorful pictures in the company of their parents. As for literature with more words and fewer pictures, it can be provided for older children to read after they become literate. Yang Yi's idea was indeed so. Of course, he would earn less money in the process because he had invested a lot of support funds in the early days to support a large number of authors with ideas. Most of the authors' works would not sell for much money, and Yang Yi might even lose money. After all, the market competition was very fierce. He did not set up this fund for the purpose of exploiting the interests of the authors. Even if it was an adaptation of a picture book, most of the money earned would be distributed to the original authors and the artists in the comics department. But even if it did not earn much money, it was still meaningful. Yang Yi's children, Xixi and Qinchin, would have more exciting stories to listen to and more interesting picture books to read in the future. Yang Yi was only responsible for providing ideas and funds. The rest of the actual operation was, of course, left to Lu Benji and the people in the publishing house. After leaving Sahara Publishing House, Yang Yi went to the coffee shop. Yang Huan happened to have no classes in the afternoon, so she helped Ding Xiang in the coffee shop. Ah! Brother, why are you here? Seeing Yang Yi suddenly appear, Yang Huan, who had a guilty conscience, was shocked and said guiltily. I can't come? Yang Yi asked with a smile, don't tell me you have a secret boyfriend and don't dare to let me know? Yang Yi was still teasing Yang Huan. He deliberately turned to Ding Xiang and said, Ding Xiang, tell me, which daring brat is it? I'll break his legs. Ding Xiang covered her mouth and laughed, not saying a word. Yang Huan rolled her eyes. But at this time, she felt guilty and did not have the courage to talk back. She just said with a smile, "Why would I have a secret boyfriend? My ideal boyfriend is an indomitable hero. I don't even know where he is now." Hearing Yang Huan's words, Yang Yi thought of the classic dialogue in A Chinese Odyssey. He wanted to say, "Do you want him to wear golden armor and walk on colorful clouds to marry you?" Of course, Yang Yi did not say it. He just shook his head and patted Yang Huan's head, saying, "I have something to do today, so I stopped by the coffee shop. Let me tell you, tomorrow is the winter solstice. Remember to come home early if you don't have classes. Mom and Dad said that it's a rare opportunity for the whole family to celebrate the winter solstice together, so we have to come home for dinner." Winter solstice. Is Mom going to make pumpkin pies again? Yang Huan said excitedly, "Mom's pumpkin pies are the best." "In the past, we always had food," Yang Yi said with a smile. "Oh, Ding Xiang, if you don't have anything to do, come with Huan Huan." Yang Yi turned to Ding Xiang and said. Ding Xiang was stunned. She waved her hand and said, "It's okay. I have classes tomorrow." Actually, Ding Xiang did not want to disturb Yang Yi's family dinner. After all, she was an outsider. How could she have the nerve to ask for a free meal during the festival? Yang Huan tried to persuade Ding Xiang for a while, but Ding Xiang did not agree. "Okay. I'll bring you pumpkin pies tomorrow night." Yang Huan said regretfully, "Let me tell you, my mom's pumpkin pies are delicious. You have to stay home with Mom and Dad tomorrow night. You can go home the day after tomorrow morning." Yang Yi smiled, "But it's okay. Not to mention pumpkin pies, I'll leave you a portion of other delicious food. I'll bring it back the day after tomorrow to eat with Ding Xiang." In his previous life, Yang Yi didn't know the importance of the winter solstice to the Chinese people. Many people living in the city didn't know about this festival and only treated it as a solar term. But in fact, this festival had a long history. It wasn't as simple as a solar term. During the Zhou and Qin dynasties, the winter solstice was still the spring festival. Important activities such as ancestral worship or family gatherings were often held on the winter solstice. Even after the winter solstice and the first lunar month were separated, people still celebrated the winter solstice as a small new year. During the Tang and Song dynasties, or similar dynasties in this world, this festival was also a day of worship to the heavens and ancestors. For the emperor, it was a day of worship to the heavens and ancestors. For ordinary people, it was a day of worship to their parents and elders, not to mention the similar history of the two worlds. Yang Chonggue and Dong Yue attached great importance to this festival. Early in the morning, Dong Yue brought Jing Shui and Yang Yi and asked Yang Yi to lead the way and send her to the market to buy various ingredients, including flour, glutinous rice flour, and sticky rice flour for making noodles, pumpkin pies, and dumplings. According to the customs of Yang Yi's hometown, the winter solstice was to eat noodles and pumpkin pies. But Murphy said she wanted to eat dumplings, so the small wish naturally had to be fulfilled. Yang Yi also asked Yang Chonggue to prepare incense and candles early in the morning and wait for them to come back from shopping. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the three men went south to worship their ancestors. Yang Chonggue even muttered that he wanted to tell the ancestors about Yang Yi's birth and name, hoping that the ancestors would bless the child to grow up healthily and happily. It was a little superstitious, but the meaning was good, wasn't it? The busiest time was near noon. Everyone sat around the dining table in the dining room, making pumpkin pies and making dumplings together. In order to let Shishi experience the atmosphere of a traditional Chinese festival, Yang Yi even asked for leave for her. So, when everyone gathered around the dining table, the little girl also came over curiously. Her big eyes looked at her father for a while, then looked at her grandmother for a while. "Shishi, where's Mommy? Why aren't you with Mommy? Isn't it boring for Mom to be alone?" Yang Yi asked Sisi with a smile. The little girl was watching her grandmother crush the steamed pumpkin into pumpkin puree with a spoon. She answered her father absent-mindedly, "Mom, where's Mom?" "Mama is here." Mo Fei walked out of the living room with little Momo in her arms and a smile on her face. At this moment, Shishi came to her senses. Inexplicably, she felt that it was interesting. She giggled and pointed to her mother. "Yes, Mom is here." "Why are you here?" "It's a mess here." Xianxia was worried that Murphy would feel uncomfortable after standing for a long time, so he quickly wiped off the flour on his hands and moved a chair for her. He also brought a warm cushion from the living room for her to sit on. You also said that I was bored, so I came here to sit with everyone. Although I can't help much, Mommy and I can show our support for you. Murphy sat down with a smile. She gently held Tong Tong's soft hands and said in a fake whisper, "Come on, come on." Dong Yue saw this scene and smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed into slits. If Tong Tong knew how to say it himself, Grandma might be happier. Of course, Tong Tong still didn't know how to say Lulu, cough, baby. So, he could only respond to some of his mother's sounds. For example, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Nobody knew if it meant that he was happy. Xianxia looked at the interaction between mother and son enviously. She was probably thinking that she and Yangqing would have a baby soon, but she wasn't pregnant yet. The adults talked and laughed, but she was more concerned about what they were doing. After walking around, the little girl finally returned to her father's side and watched him knead the dough. Do you want to knead the dough with Daddy? When the time comes, we'll eat dumplings made with this dough, Xianxia said softly when he saw that she was very interested. Okay. She nodded happily and answered crisply. The dough was almost done with Xianxia's kneading. It was no longer sticky and soft like before. Instead, it was very smooth. She pressed her little finger on it and felt cool and soft. In order to let the little girl reach it, Xianxia made her stand on a small chair. She turned her head and looked up slightly. She said to her father in amazement, "It's like plasticine." Xianxia smiled and said, "There's still a little difference. The plasticine is softer and this dough is harder. Come, you and Daddy do this. Use your palms to press it." Xianxia taught her how to knead the dough. Of course, with the little girl's current strength, she still couldn't handle such a large piece of dough. She used all her strength and could only press the dough down a little. However, she left her palm print on it. She didn't feel particularly frustrated. Instead, she was overjoyed as if she had discovered a new continent. She pointed at her palm print and said to her father, "Papa, look. Not bad, continue." Xianxia encouraged the little girl. He took over and finished kneading the dough. Then, he put down the dough and continued to let Shi play. After a while, the little girl who was never tired of playing didn't even know when her face was stained with flour. Of course, the little girl's face was stained with flour as if it was a blood-stained style. It also announced that she was working hard to help and didn't slack off. "Mommy, look at sister. She's so awesome." Murphy saw it and happily picked up Tong Tong. She supported his butt with one hand and held his body with the other hand and said. Of course, Mommy didn't understand anything and probably couldn't see her sister who was so far away. She still looked confused. However, she reacted positively. She turned around excitedly, grabbed her father's clothes, and waved to Mommy. "Brother, do you want to help too?" Xianxia looked down at his clothes, which were stained with flour by Shi's little hands. He felt a little helpless. However, Murphy and Shi were very happy. Murphy imitated the tone of a child and said in a fake voice, "I'm sorry, sister. I'm still very young and can't help." He. Not only Shi, but also the adults were amused. "Wait a minute. I'll get a camera and take some pictures," Xianxia couldn't help but say. He hurriedly ran to the study and took a camera and a tripod. He first took a few photos of Cici kneading the dough, as well as a smiling face of the little girl with flour on her face. Then, Xianxia set up the tripod, arranged the position, chose the angle, set the camera, and set the delay time. He said, "Let's take a picture together." With the click of the camera, the whole family sat together with smiles on their faces and prepared the food for the winter solstice together. Murphy and Tong Tong were also in the picture. However, in the last picture, Tong Tong was frightened by everyone's shouting eggplant and opened his mouth to cry. These pictures were quite interesting and heartwarming. However, after the picture was taken, they suddenly remembered. There was also Yang Huan. "When will Huan come back?" Xianxia asked with a smile. Before her voice died away, Yang Yi's phone rang. It was Yang Huan. "Brother, I'm at the door. Call the security guard and ask him to let me in, Yang Huan said, not knowing what was going on. Huan, come quickly. We're all waiting for you. Xianxia smiled and shouted at Yang Huan from a few meters away. Little auntie, hurry up and come. Cici also giggled and shouted along with her aunt. After the dough was made, Yang Yi began to make dumplings. With the previous experience of kneading dough, Xixi was now very active. She watched her father knead the dough and roll out dumpling wrappers, and then fill the dumpling fillings with her little aunt. The little girl finally couldn't help but make dumplings. Papa, I want to make dumplings too. Xixi propped herself on the table and eagerly looked at her father. Yang Yi was also happy to let his daughter participate in the festival work. He washed his hands, helped Xixi roll up her sleeves, and then gave her a dumpling wrapper. You do it yourself. Yang Yi wanted to see how his daughter's observation and comprehension skills were. He wanted to see how much she could learn just by watching from the side. However, this request didn't work at first. The little girl was a little dependent on her father. She pouted her little mouth and said unhappily, Papa, but I don't know how to do it. You have to teach me. Grandma will teach you. Dong Yue, who was making pumpkin pancakes, couldn't sit still. She smiled and reached out to take a dumpling wrapper and demonstrated to Xixi, look at Grandma, put the wrapper in the palm of your hand, put a little filling in the middle, pinch the wrapper like this, and wrap it up, do you understand? Dong Yue put the wrapped dumplings on the plate and said to Xixi. The little girl nodded as if she understood, but her expression was actually a little confused. Yang Yi looked at her in amusement, but his hands didn't stop moving. He said softly, it's okay, you try it first. If you don't know how to do it, then Dad will teach you. Xixi finally began to make dumplings by herself. She followed suit and put the dumpling wrapper in the palm of her left hand. However, the little girl's hand was a little slender, and the big dumpling wrapper covered her small hand. Then she made the dumpling filling. Yang Yi had already pushed a large plate of dumpling filling in front of her. The little girl easily picked up a small spoon and dug a piece of meat filling. It seemed a little too little, was this a delicate girl? She only used a little bit of filling to make dumplings, and it was not even enough to fill a fingernail. Yang Yi didn't say anything. He just smiled as he watched his daughter personally make her first dumpling. It seemed that Xixi had some talent in this aspect. It was her first time making a dumpling, and she actually knew how to pinch the skin of the dumpling. Although there were no creases and the dumpling was pinched into the shape of a football, Xixi still succeeded in making a dumpling. Great! Dad thinks you've done a good job making dumplings for the first time. Yang Yi applauded Cici with a smile, and the others followed suit. Xixi beamed with joy. Under her father's instructions, she placed her first dumpling on the big plate of the steamer with a sense of accomplishment. Keep up the good work. Try putting more filling in the dumpling. Yang Yi gave the little girl a piece of dumpling skin and gently instructed her. This time, Yang Yi really wanted to teach Xixi how to make a good dumpling. Xixi followed her father's instructions and put in more dumpling filling. But it was still too little. A little more, Yang Yi said to Xixi helplessly. It's too little. The dumplings don't taste good. This time, it was too much again. Yang Yi could only help her put in a little bit with a small spoon. Okay, now you can pinch the skin of the dumpling. Like before, fold it in half. Then, look at me. Pinch along one side and make the dumpling wrinkles. See, doesn't it look better this way? Yang Yi slowly demonstrated to his daughter. Yang Huan was also watching Xixi learn, but she didn't have much patience. After watching for a while, she looked away and started to make the dumpling. There were no more skin, so she took the rolling pin and rolled it out herself. Xixi didn't do well at first. The wrinkles were crooked, and there was even a small hole. Maybe it was because there was too much filling, and she couldn't handle it. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and taught her how to pinch back the remaining hole. Great. This time it looks much better than the first time, right? Yang Yi asked her to put the dumpling back and praised her with a smile. Hee hee. The little girl's face lit up with joy. However, Xixi was a little complacent when it came to the third dumpling. The little girl made the dumpling skin herself when her father was rolling it out. But when she was filling the dumpling, she dug out a big spoonful of filling, which almost covered the skin. So much? Xianxia was a little surprised when he saw that. She pouted and said awkwardly, "Papa, I can't make it." "What should I do?" "That's called not being greedy," Xianxia said with a smile. In fact, he could dig out some dumplings like before, but the skin of the dumpling was stained with the juice of the filling, so it probably wouldn't be sticky enough. But Xianxia still had a way to fix it. He smiled and took out another dumpling skin and taught Xianxia, "Come, Papa will teach you how to make Big Mac dumplings." The two dumpling skins were put together and he began to pinch the edges. Xianxia also helped her father pinch a little. After success, Xianxia was overjoyed to see the big dumpling and said, "Papa, this looks like the sun. Let's call it Little Sun, okay?" "Of course." Xianxia laughed. Perhaps because he was in the mood to play, Xianxia even made a few fancy steamed dumplings for his daughter on the spot, such as butterfly-shaped dumplings, five-petal-shaped dumplings, yuanbao-shaped dumplings. Every new dumpling caused Xianxia to exclaim and praise. The little girl also happily said to her father, "Papa, put it here, put it here." She put these strange dumplings next to her own dumplings. "Xianxia, you have to make a few more dumplings. Mommy and Grandpa and Grandma want to try your cooking." Murphy, who was at the side, smiled slightly. Yang Chonggue, however, was undermining her. He waved his hand and said cheerfully, "Grandpa, you don't have to eat. Don't tire little Xianxia out." However, at noon, Xianxia steamed the dumplings and asked Xianxia to give Yang Chonggue one of the dumplings she made herself. The old man ate it with great satisfaction. He smiled so much that his wrinkles seemed to be melting. Of course, Xianxia also liked her own dumplings. Although her father told her that she couldn't eat too much, she asked her father to give her the first 3 dumplings, including the big little sun. She also asked her father to give her the butterfly-shaped dumplings. "These are thin dumplings, these are fat dumplings, this is little sun, this is little butterfly." Xianxia looked at the dumplings and introduced them to her father excitedly. It was as if she wasn't here to eat, but to admire the works of art. "The pumpkin pancakes are here. Xianxia, try the pumpkin pancakes that Grandma made." Dong Yue was not to be outdone. She couldn't wait to bring out the pumpkin pancakes that she had fried and said with a smile. The golden pumpkin pancakes emitted a tempting fragrance. It was irresistible at first glance. When Xianxia saw it, she exclaimed. She didn't expect the pumpkin pancakes with bread crumbs to look so good. The little girl couldn't wait to grab it. But soon, she cried out and retracted her hand. It was a little hot. "It's not hot. Eat it while it's hot." Yang Huan was already holding one in her hands. She was blowing hot air and her mouth was trembling. She seemed to be flipping the pumpkin pancake so that it wouldn't burn her tongue. The little girl looked at her auntie enviously. She also looked at her grandparents, uncle, and auntie. Seeing how they were enjoying the pumpkin pancakes, her mouth was watering. Xianxia picked up 2 pieces of steamed dumpling paper and folded them. He wrapped a pumpkin pie and handed it to Murphy. Then, he wrapped another pumpkin pie and handed it to Xianxia. "It's not hot anymore, right?" Xianxia asked his daughter with a smile. "It's not hot anymore." Xianxia held the pumpkin pie happily. She smelled the tempting fragrance and said with a hint of intoxication. "But you still have to eat it slowly. Otherwise, it will burn your mouth. Take a small bite first." Xianxia patiently took care of his daughter. Xianxia followed her father's instructions and took a small bite. It was a little hot, but because it was a small bite, it cooled down a lot. "It's delicious." Even though it was only a small bite, the crispness on the outside, the sweetness on the inside, and the mellow fragrance immediately made Xianxia's obsidian-like beautiful eyes light up. It's a pity that Tong Tong can't eat Grandma's pumpkin pancakes. Otherwise, he would love it very much. Dong Yue couldn't stop smiling when she saw that Xianxia liked it. However, when she saw Tong Tong sleeping soundly in Murphy's arms, she couldn't help but sigh with regret. "Mom, you can still make it for him when he grows up," Murphy said with a smile. At this moment, Yang Huan poked Xianxia and whispered, "Brother, did you leave some pumpkin pie for me?" She was still thinking about her best friend, Ding Xiang. However, Yang Huan didn't know that Ding Xiang wasn't alone today. After her morning class, she went to Yang Yi's villa. In the afternoon, Ding Xiang stayed in the coffee shop alone. In the middle of winter, the cold wind outside was like a knife, cutting one's face painfully. Unless the students had classes or activities, they would basically stay in the dormitory to surf the net, watch dramas, and play games. Sometimes, the coffee shop would not even have customers for half a day. Although it was fine for Ding Xiang not to open the shop, what else could she do? Reading a book in a coffee shop alone was also a form of pleasure. Ding Xiang was now sitting at the bar with a book in her hands, reading it with great interest. Ring, ring, ring. The wind chime at the door rang, and the cold wind blew in, making Ding Xiang shiver. She quickly stood up and looked up with a smile. Hello, how may I help you? Her voice came to an abrupt halt, because the serious her met a naughty smiling face. It was Guozi. This guy was really too much. He did not greet her in advance or say anything. He was waiting for Ding Xiang to mistake him for a customer and express his enthusiasm in the wrong place. Why are you here? Ding Xiang asked, annoyed and amused. Didn't you go home a few days ago? Don't mention it. There were people at home a few days ago, but today, there's no one at home. Guozi said gloomily. My mom went back to visit my grandma yesterday, and my brother received a notice from the leader to go back to work. You know that it's inconvenient for him to travel back and forth in the countryside, so he definitely won't be back tonight. My sister didn't come back from her high school dormitory, and even my dad said that he has an event tonight and won't be home for dinner. I'm the only one left at home. Why didn't you go visit your grandma? Ding Xiang asked, puzzled. My grandma's home is in Min province, far away. I don't know how long it'll take. Guozi waved his hand and said with a smile, anyway, I thought about it and decided to come back to school. At least I have you and Sister Huan here. Ding Xiang smiled and said, Huan isn't here. She went to Brother Yang's place. They're celebrating the winter solstice festival today, so she won't be back tonight. Guozi's eyes darted around and asked, then why didn't you go with her? With Sister Huan's personality, it's impossible for her not to bring you along, right? Leaving you all alone in the house. It's me who doesn't want to go. Big Brother Yang's family is having a family banquet. It's not appropriate for me to go, Ding Xiang explained. Hey, Sister Ding Xiang, you are too honest. Guozi said cheerfully, however, what a coincidence. You and I were both left alone. Should we hug each other and cry together? Ding Xiang had long been accustomed to this fellow's flowery personality and did not respond. She just sat there and looked at him with a smile. In the end, Guozi didn't have the guts to be lustful. Being stared at by Ding Xiang's pure eyes that seemed to be able to see through one's soul, he smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Sister Ding Xiang, do you have any plans tonight? Guozi scratched his head and asked, not knowing if he wanted to change the topic or if he had other ideas. No. Ding Xiang shook her head. Then let's go eat together. It just so happens that it's the winter solstice and everyone is celebrating. The two of us can go out and play together on the pedestrian street in Tingshan district. After dinner, we can go out and play. Usually, we're either in school or in a coffee shop. How boring. Guozi urged, I think we should go out and see the world more often. Ding Xiang wanted to refuse at first, but what Guozi said later did move her heart. Ever since the Yang Yi helped her solve the problems at home in the summer, Ding Xiang's thoughts had changed. She didn't need to put too much energy into the children in the stockade anymore. Instead, she began to think about her own future. For example, she had begun to adjust her mentality and accept Mo Xiaochuan's arrangements to learn how to be an agent. This was a good improvement. Now, Guozi's invitation also made Ding Xiang want to experience more of her life as a university student with only a year and a half left. Outside the campus, she should not only work in part-time. Occasionally, she should also go shopping with her classmates and understand the city, so that she could have more beautiful memories of her youth. Therefore, Ding Xiang hesitated for a while before finally nodding her head. Guozi knew that Ding Xiang didn't like to be extravagant, so the two of them had dinner at a northeastern dumpling restaurant on the pedestrian street that was similar to a food stall. They didn't order too many dishes. The two of them ate a plate of Xianxia dumplings, a plate of Chinese cabbage and meat dumplings, as well as Guozi's favorite dishes, dongbei double-cooked pork slices, and a plate of candied sweet potatoes that Ding Xiang had never eaten before. It had to be said that Guozi had a big appetite, and Ding Xiang's small body could actually eat a lot. The two of them finished the 5 big plates of dishes and a few bowls of rice. Ugh. After eating, Ding Xiang and Guozi looked at each other, who was so full that they couldn't stand up. They couldn't help but laugh. Ding Xiang even burped as she laughed. Then, the two of them laughed even louder. "Let's go, Sister Ding Xiang, let's go out for a walk." After paying the bill, Guozi extended his hand to Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang hesitated for a while, but still accepted his kindness and let him help her up. However, at the entrance of the restaurant, either Guozi didn't have the guts, or Ding Xiang was embarrassed. Anyway, no one could see who let go of his hand first. The two of them separated and walked out one after another. It was still very cold outside, but the pedestrian street was bustling with people, so the cold air wasn't too strong. Moreover, they had just finished eating, so the heat in their bodies made their faces red. The two of them walked side by side on the pedestrian street slowly, so they didn't feel cold. "Sister Ding Xiang, after graduation, what are your plans?" Guozi took the initiative to start a conversation and asked. Their stroll was more like digestion, because they were walking in crowded places, looking left and right, but didn't have any intention of picking out some goods from the shops on both sides. "What do you mean?" Ding Xiang looked at Guozi, puzzled. "Don't tell me you still want to go back to Xianxia, don't tell me you still want to go back to the mountains?" Guozi hesitated for a moment, then added, "I don't mean anything else. It's not that your hometown isn't good, but I feel that if you go back, it would be a pity." Ding Xiang smiled and said, "I understand what you mean, I don't want to go back. Brother Yang is right, even if I go back to teach, the strength I can contribute is limited. It wasn't easy to get out, so I should work hard, live a good life, and set an example for my brothers and sisters, encouraging them to study hard and work hard to get out of the mountains. Of course, if you want to ask me what my plans are, aren't you watching right now?" Ding Xiang stretched out her left fist and gently hammered Guozi's shoulder, smiled and said, "I'm not learning to be an agent. In the future, if there's a chance, or if you think highly of me, I'll be your agent. If you don't think highly of me, then it's okay, Sister Shaowan will find you an experienced agent. I'll continue to learn and be the agent for the company's newcomers, or start as an assistant." "Hey, Sister Ding Xiang, look at what you're saying, how could I look down on you?" Guozi's face was full of joy, he couldn't stop smiling and said, "I thought you were just playing around, but if you really want to be my agent, I can't ask for anything more." In fact, Guozi still had a lot to say to Ding Xiang. "Actually, my family has always wanted me to lead a down-to-earth life, either in politics like my father, or in business like my mother." Guozi sighed and said to Ding Xiang, "When I went back this time, I also heard their nagging." Ding Xiang looked at Guozi in surprise. Usually, he would never talk about his family's situation with her and Yang Huan, so why did he suddenly complain to her? "Do they give you a lot of pressure?" Ding Xiang asked softly. Guozi scratched his head and said, "Not really." "What pressure?" "My brother is there to take care of it. Anyway, they have my brother to rely on, so they don't care about me. Sometimes, when I think about it, I will say a few words." Knowing that Guozi always had his own opinions, Ding Xiang did not say too much and just listened quietly. "At the beginning of this year, didn't I film Fairy Tale?" Guozi was in high spirits and said happily. "Yeah." Ding Xiang nodded her head. "Although Fairy Tale is a short film, I was the main lead. So, I took this film back to my family and got their first positive reaction since I said that I wanted to be an actor. My mother said that I acted well, and then my sister cried. She even ran to her classmates and told them that her brother sang the song." Guozi said as the pride in his heart showed on his face. "But then, I didn't have any works in the past year." Guozi scratched his head and said, "I was too embarrassed to show my family some TV series that I played as walk-ons. The Fugitive will only be released in March next year. I really need some good works to prove myself and let them see that I still have a future in this path." "Are you afraid that you will lose confidence?" Ding Xiang asked softly. She could see that something was wrong. Guozi was stunned. He stopped and turned his head to look at Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang also stopped and looked at him. For someone like Guozi who had his own pride, why would he want to prove himself? Obviously, it was because he was not as determined as before. You know me best. Guozi smiled bitterly as he scratched his head and said, that's true. I've been thinking recently that I want to be the best actor. Isn't this dream a little naive? Out of so many best actors, none of them were fatties. I don't have any special abilities, unlike Huan Huan who knows Kung Fu. There are very few roles to choose from. Being able to play the lead role this time is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If there aren't many opportunities for good roles and good scripts, no matter how good my acting is it possible for me to become the best? Actor? Guozi asked Ding Xiang. Actually, he was also asking himself. Do you act because you like acting, or do you just want to be a movie king? Ding Xiang didn't let him get to the bottom of the matter, but asked him directly. The conversation between two highly intelligent people was indeed fast-paced. Both? Guozi hesitated and said, I like acting very much, but being the best actor is also one of my big goals. If you like acting, then persevere and play every role well. Even if it's a supporting role, if you portray it perfectly, then it will be the lead role. Ding Xiang directly gave Guozi the answer he wanted. As for you wanting to be the best actor, it's not difficult. It's not that you can't be the best actor because you're fat, but why do you define yourself as a fat person? Guozi was stunned for a moment. Why do you want to be the best actor and are willing to work hard to hone your acting skills? Why can't you work hard to lose weight in order to be the best actor? Ding Xiang wasn't helping Guozi find the path he wanted to take. Instead, she was guiding Guozi out of the wrong way of thinking. Guozi was at a dead end. In fact, he would understand it himself, but if Ding Xiang didn't say it, he might have taken a lot of detours. That's right. Guozi was such a smart person, so he figured it out immediately. It was as if he was walking on the road to the peach blossom spring. Narrow at first, only then do you understand. Dozens of steps later, he suddenly saw the light. Even if you can't become thin, after you lose weight, you don't have to look fat. You just have to look strong. In this way, you can adapt to many roles. Ding Xiang saw the change in Guozi's expression and continued, but I don't know if you have this belief, and if you're willing to lose weight. Yes. Of course I'm willing. Guozi clenched his fist and said excitedly, isn't it just losing weight? Is there anything I can't do? This guy was still excited about finding a direction for himself. He didn't realize how difficult it was for him to lose weight. Ding Xiang pursed her lips and smiled. She asked, really? Can you really do it? If you want to lose weight, you can't eat a lot of things before you lose weight. For example, cake. This, thinking that he couldn't eat the cupcakes made by Ding Xiang, Guozi's face twitched. It seemed that he had a toothache, a heartache, and a heartache. After a while, he said hesitantly, I have to prepare to shoot Fat Agent now. Can I not lose weight first? No, in your current situation, you don't have to reduce the amount of food you eat during the 2 months of shooting, but you have to stop eating cupcakes from now on. Since you want to lose weight, why are you greedy for food? Ding Xiang said. Next year's Spring Festival would come early, at the end of January. Fat Agent would start shooting in Shanghai after the Spring Festival, and it was expected to take 2 months. Guozi wailed and said, but, without the cupcakes made by Sister Ding Xiang, what fun is there in life? Fortunately, the two of them were sitting on a bench in the middle of the pedestrian street and chatting in the park. Guozi's shouting did not attract the attention of passers-by. Ding Xiang couldn't help laughing and said, you're exaggerating, aren't you? It's not that you can't eat it at all. Well, let's set a goal. For example, for every kilogram you lose, I can allow you to eat a cake. Of course, you have to exercise after eating. Do you want to lose weight with me? Guozi looked at Ding Xiang pitifully. Ding Xiang hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said in a different way, as your agent, I need to urge you to improve. Then come back after the Spring Festival and accompany me to shoot in Shanghai. If you're not there and I accidentally eat a lot of cupcakes, what if the effect of losing weight is gone? Guozi looked at Ding Xiang pitifully and said, moreover, in Shanghai, you can urge me to lose weight and help me choose some nutritious food with less calories, so that I won't eat junk food all day. Guozi seemed to be joking with Ding Xiang, but he was actually serious. Ding Xiang had helped him to explain the reason so thoroughly. How could Guozi not understand? Since he wanted to be the best actor, he had to make himself more well-rounded and not just act as a fatty. If he knew Shaoli or Amir Khan from Yang Yi's previous life, he would definitely use them as an example. Being able to lose weight and be able to control any role, this was the real best actor. Guozi made up his mind to lose weight properly, so he really needed Ding Xiang to help supervise him. Guozi didn't have a strong willpower when it came to eating. Of course, in addition to this, he also had his own selfish reasons. Ding Xiang heard Guozi's words, but she hesitated. But if I go to Shanghai, what about the coffee shop? What's the matter? Just go. You're going to be an agent in the future. Are you going to stay in the coffee shop forever? Later, when Yang Yi heard this, he smiled and waved his hand, saying, "You can't handle the coffee shop alone. We'll hire 1 or 2 students from Jiangchuan to be waiters. You'll be the manager and help me manage the coffee shop." Yang Yi easily solved this problem and promoted Ding Xiang. It just so happened that Ding Xiang had been working in the coffee shop for more than a year. She also worked as an agent for Yang Huan and Guozi for free. She said that she was still learning and refused to accept a second salary. Yang Yi had long wanted to raise Ding Xiang's salary. "Hello, this is your Sahara Express delivery, please sign for it." At noon that day, Yang Yi went to the villa area's guard and signed for his package. Seeing the Sahara Express courier whose nose was red from the cold and the strong wind, Yang Yi held the package in his left hand and reached out his right hand to shake hands with him. He even praised him, "Thank you for your hard work. The package was delivered in time. I need it." The delivery man withdrew his hand and scratched his head in embarrassment. "It has always been our Sahara Express's goal to deliver your package faster, better, and more convenient." What an official statement. It seemed that after Li Long came to power, these delivery men had indeed undergone strict training. Well said, but you have to pay attention to your rest. Your body is the capital of your work and life. Yang Yi patted the other party's shoulder and encouraged him. After Yang Yi finished speaking, he went back with his package, leaving the delivery man dumbfounded. Who is this? Why is he so arrogant? Is he a government official? The delivery man did not know that the person he was delivering the package to was one of his bosses. He thought that Yang Yi was speaking out of habit. After all, the people living in this villa area were either rich or powerful. The delivery man also did not know that the person who sent the package was his boss. "This is the spiced vinegar sent by Fu Jun after Yang Yi returned home," he explained to Mo Fei while opening the package. "He told me about a famous dish in Guangdong province that is very nourishing for women who are in confinement. It's called pig trotters with ginger vinegar. But to make this dish, you need to use the sweet vinegar produced in Guangdong province, so I have been waiting for him to buy it and send it to me." Pig trotters and ginger vinegar was not only suitable for women in confinement, but it was also very nutritious. Therefore, Yang Yi naturally wanted Fu Jun to send him the most authentic spiced vinegar, which was made by the old vinegar workshop and not the assembly line product on the market. There were 20 bottles of spiced vinegar in the box, which weighed dozens of pounds. It was enough for Yang Yi to use for a month or 2. Why have I never heard of this dish? I've never seen it in a Cantonese restaurant before. Murphy asked curiously as she hugged Tong Tong. I don't know why not, but maybe it's not worth it. Yang Yi shrugged and said with a smile, "This dish is very troublesome to cook. It has to be cooked several times, and there are a lot of ingredients added. It's not worth it if it's cheap, but if it's expensive, people won't be willing to eat it." The traditional method of making pig's trotters with ginger vinegar was really troublesome. They had to start preparing it half a month in advance and boil it for a few hours every day for half a month. When the child was born, they could give it to the pregnant woman. However, Yang Yi, who only knew about this dish now, could not wait that long. By that time, Murphy would have already passed her confinement period. What's more, after cutting the ginger, you don't need to soak it for a month to have the basic flavor. After cooking, the ginger vinegar pork trotters was still very delicious. Without further ado, Xianxia started to get busy at noon in order to let his family taste the pig's trotters with ginger vinegar at night. In order to make this dish, Xianxia prepared the ingredients a few days in advance, including buying a potbelly pot that was enough to cook more than 10 pounds of food. The pig's trotters were bought in the morning and were very fresh. They were blanched with boiling water to remove the foam, and then the water was filtered. The meat and ginger were peeled, cut into thick slices, and stir-fried in a wok. The eggs were also boiled and peeled, so that all the ingredients were ready. All the ingredients, including the sweet vinegar, were put in the potbelly pot to cook. Xianxia was afraid that it would be too sour, so he added a piece of rock sugar in it. After boiling it on high heat, he turned the heat down and slowly stewed it. After stewing for a few hours, Xianxia turned off the heat and let it cool for a while. When he was ready to pick up Xianxia in the afternoon, he turned the heat on and stewed it a second time. "Mom, brother, I'm back." Xianxia was picked up by her father from kindergarten. After getting out of the car, she shouted happily, not caring whether her mother in the house could hear her or not. Under the gray sky that was about to fall, a little girl wearing a bright yellow down jacket ran cheerfully to the villa. The little girl's nose was very sensitive. As soon as she entered the house, she smelled her favorite sour and sweet fragrance. "Wow! It smells so good." Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. She didn't have time to look for her mother and Tong Tong to play. She turned her little head and began to search for the source. Xianxia was carrying his daughter's school bag. Seeing the little girl sniffing left and right like a steamed bun, he found it funny and followed her all the way. Of course, where else could such an appetizing aroma come from other than the kitchen? Xianxia was like a treasure hunter. Finally, she found the source of the smell in the kitchen, a huge potbelly pot. "Papa, what's this?" The little girl swallowed her saliva, looked back at her father, and asked expectantly. "This? It's a delicious dish that Uncle Fu Jun recommended to us. It's called pork trotters with vinegar." Xianxia smiled and said, "Smells good, right?" The little girl nodded her little head vigorously. Looking at her happy little eyes, it was obvious that she couldn't wait. "Then let's eat dinner together later." Xianxia smiled and rubbed Xianxia's little head. During this time, Xianxia didn't have to worry about dinner. After Xianxia came back, Dong Yue and Jing Shui started to prepare dinner. Unless Xianxia wanted to cook something for Xianxia or Murphy, he didn't need to cook. At dinner time, except for Yang Huan, who lived in the school, the whole family gathered together to prepare for dinner. When you go back, you mainly need to check the account books. You can let Uncle Dong Chi handle the other chores. Since it's a project in the village, it's not suitable for us to get involved too much. Xianxia gave Xianxia some food while giving instructions to Yangqing face to face. After playing in Jiang City for more than a month, Yangqing and Jing Shui had to go back early tomorrow. Because the road from the village to the county had been under construction, Yangqing, as Yang Yi's representative, had to be present to sign the contract when the workers were paid at the end of the year. On top of that, it would be the Spring Festival at the end of next month. Before the Spring Festival, there would be many customs to be done, and they couldn't be left alone at home. Yang Chonggue and Dong Yue were prepared to accompany their grandchildren until the Spring Festival before going back together. Thus, Yangqing could only trouble himself to go back and take care of things. When Yangqing went back, Jing Shui naturally had to go back with him. It was impolite to interrupt the adults' conversation. Xianxia anxiously waited for her father and uncle to finish talking. Then she pouted and said to her father, "Papa, where's the pork trotters with vinegar? I want to eat the delicious pork trotters with vinegar." "Yes. Didn't they say that they could eat the delicious pork trotters with vinegar at dinner time? Why didn't they see it on the dining table?" Xianxia's mind was filled with the tantalizing sweet and sour smell, but looking at plum blossoms couldn't quench her thirst. She felt that other dishes were tasteless when she looked at them. "That's sour. You have to eat something first before you can eat that. Otherwise, your stomach will hurt," Murphy said softly to her daughter. Although Yang Yi and her parents-in-law were taking care of her, Murphy still couldn't relax. This was because Tong Tong would stick to his mother as long as he was awake. Perhaps it was because he could only feel at ease when he smelled his mother's milk. If he was hugged by someone else, he would immediately cry. Even if it was Yang Yi, no matter how much he wanted to hug his son, he could only do so after the little guy fell asleep. Unfortunately, Yang Yi still had to share his time with Tong Tong and Dong Yue. Especially during the day, if Tong Tong fell asleep, Dong Yue would rush to carry her grandson to the French windows in the living room to bathe in the warm winter sun. At this time, Yang Yi definitely didn't have the chance to snatch his son away from his mother. It wasn't that Murphy didn't care about Tong Tong. She was also tired. She had to seize the time and rest while Tong Tong was asleep. She still had to wake up at night to breastfeed and change Tong Tong's diaper. Fortunately, other than sticking to his mother, Tong Tong was quite obedient. Now, he had gradually formed some habits. Other than crying when he felt insecure when being hugged by someone else, he would only cry when he wanted to drink milk. If he needed to urinate or defecate, he would either not make a sound or only make a few sounds. Now that Murphy was talking to him, the little guy would look at his mother with his mouth slightly open. He was so cute. She was really tired and happy. She knew that her mother was working hard, so even though she was a little unhappy, she obediently lowered her head and ate her rice. Yang Yi gave Shi some fish and her favorite mushrooms. He encouraged her, "Come on, after you finish eating this, I can give you pig trotters to eat." But can I eat more?" She raised her head and asked with her mouth full. "Yes, if you like, you can eat today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow." Yang Yi opened his hands and laughed exaggeratedly. "Really?" The little girl was attracted by the pie her father drew. Her sullen mood suddenly disappeared. She grabbed her chopsticks and asked with a joyful expression. "The pig's trotters, ginger vinegar that the little foodie had been longing for finally came out." Under her eager gaze, her father brought the big pot directly to the middle of the table, and then scooped pig's trotters and eggs into the bowls that were handed to everyone one by one. The steaming pig's trotters, ginger vinegar, exuded a strong fragrance. This sweet and sour smell, not to mention Shi, even Murphy, who was coaxing Tong Tong to wake up next to her, couldn't help but turn her head to look over. "Mom, Dad, you should eat some too. This thing has the effect of dispelling cold and moisture, replenishing qi, and promoting blood circulation. It's also good for your body, although you can't eat too much." Yang Yi scooped a bowl for the two elders first. Each bowl was filled with a pig's trotters, an egg, and some black soup. She saw that her father didn't give it to her for a long time, and an anxious expression appeared between the little girl's delicate eyebrows. Grandpa doted on his granddaughter. When Yang Chonggue saw Shi's pitiful appearance, he smiled and called out to Yang Yi, "Give it to little Yang Yi first. She can't wait any longer. Seniority is in order. Let's take care of Grandpa and Grandma first." Yang Yi turned his head to look at his daughter and said gently, "It's okay to wait a little." There were already bowls in front of Grandpa and Grandma. Yang Yi then scooped a bowl for his daughter. She watched her father scoop a large piece of pig's trotters into the bowl. There was a thick layer of fat, and only a large piece of meat was at the bottom. She didn't know that her father was worried that she didn't know how to chew bones, so he gave this boneless pig's trotters to her. When the little girl saw the white fat, she quickly waved her hand and said to her father, "Aya, Papa, don't eat fat, don't eat fat." She didn't like to eat fat, because it was a little greasy. She followed her father, and her mouth became more picky. "This fat is not greasy, and it's better than the lean part. Trust me." Yang Yi said happily, "If you don't eat it, I'm afraid you'll miss the most delicious part." "Fat is the best?" Murphy couldn't help but question Yang Yi's words. "Well, the fat part has actually been boiled into a gelatinous substance in the vinegar. It's not fat at all, and it tastes very good." "And wasn't collagen supposed to make the skin smooth and delicate?" Although it is a pseudoscientific proposition to replenish collagen by eating collagen, it is indeed rich in collagen, Yang Yi said with a smile. Although Yang Yi had already told Murphy that it was a rumor, women were easily deceived for the sake of beauty. Murphy did not care about the science Yang Yi was talking about. When she heard that pork trotters were rich in collagen, her eyes lit up. Even Xianxia, who did not know much about this, could not help but take a few more glances at the pork trotters in her bowl. "Can I really become prettier by eating this?" the women thought stupidly, but it was good to have some hope. She did not care about collagen. She also forgot that the fat did not taste good because her father brought the bowl in front of her. The little girl was attracted by the refreshing fragrance at the tip of her nose. She picked up her small chopsticks. However, with the little girl's strength and dexterity, there was no way she could use these two short, thin chopsticks to pick up such a big piece of meat. Not only the meat, but the round egg also slid down again and again. This repeated failure made Xianxia, who was drooling, extremely anxious. The girl frowned and subconsciously cried out, "Hey, hey." However, she inadvertently put the chopsticks that she had used to pick up the pig trotters, eggs, and ginger vinegar into her mouth and sucked on them. Immediately, the sour and sweet taste made the girl's furrowed brows relax in surprise. Delicious. After Xianxia finished his work, he finally had time to take care of his daughter. He saw that she could not pick up the food and could only lick the chopsticks pitifully. He could not help but smile. "Come, Daddy will help you," Xianxia said gently. He helped Xianxia pick up the thick pork trotters, put it in the bowl, and brought it to her mouth. Xianxia opened her mouth and took a bite. Sure enough, just like what her father said, even the fatty part was like gelatin. It was fat but not greasy, and there was a slight stickiness. The texture was excellent. What was more wonderful was that the tantalizing sourness permeated every cell of the fatty meat. The acidity and sweetness were just right, stimulating the little girl's taste buds and sensory nerves. The signal of deliciousness filled her little head. Delicious. 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 Xianxia was so excited that she could not control herself. Her two little hands waved around, and her eyebrows were filled with joy. She looked at her father as if she wanted to convey her happiness to him. The others also felt that it was delicious, but not as exaggerated as Xianxia. Now that they saw the little girl's expression, they could not help but laugh. Murphy, who had not had time to eat, saw her daughter so excited. She could not help but free her right hand to pick up the pork trotters in her bowl and take a bite. The pork trotters that Xianxia gave Murphy were also boneless. Although it lacked the fun of chewing bones, it was convenient for Murphy to eat. She took a bite and praised it. "It's really delicious," Murphy said to Xianxia with a smile. "No wonder my mother said that people in Guangdong province know how to live. It's very good that pork trotters can think of this." Zhou Mingyu was from Harbor City, but like other people in Harbor City, her ancestral home was also in Guangdong province, so what she said was reasonable. "It's good that it's delicious. It's the most nourishing for you," Xianxia said. "Tai Zi, teach me this recipe." Dong Yue said, "When Shuyi gives birth, I have to prepare well." Xianxia blushed with shame. She was happy and embarrassed and said to her mother-in-law, "Mom, I'm not pregnant yet." "It doesn't matter. I'll ask someone to send some vinegar from Guangdong province during the new year. When I take it back, it will definitely be useful," Xianxia said with a smile. "Papa, I want to eat more." She could not help but remind her father. She had already finished the pork trotters in her mouth, but she was still looking at the pork trotters in her bowl. "Here it comes." Xianxia quickly picked up the pork trotters for his daughter. He did not even have time to taste his own. What did it mean to eat so much that you could fly? Xianxia was like this. As the little girl ate, she couldn't sit still anymore. She jumped down from her high chair and walked around her father. Her little face was brimming with joy, as if she was announcing to everyone how happy she was. "Are you full?" Xianxia asked with a smile when he saw his daughter eat a large piece of pork trotters and an egg. "I'm full." The little girl leaned on her father and touched her belly with satisfaction. She giggled and twisted in her father's arms. "Drink up the rest of the vinegar." Xianxia held Xianxia's small bowl and said, "Can I drink this?" After eating her fill, the little girl actually didn't have much of an appetite. After all, she wasn't a complete foodie like Lan Xian. Looking at the black soup, she asked her father in puzzlement, "What's this?" "Of course you can drink it. And it's delicious," Xianxia said with a smile. "It's sweet and vinegar, very appetizing." Xianxia leaned over suspiciously and drank it in one gulp. However, as if a new door was opened, the little girl's eyes lit up, a sour and sweet energy attacked her heart and spleen. The vigorous energy and endless aftertaste made Xianxia carefully savor it for a while. "Is it delicious?" Xianxia asked with a smile. The little girl finally came back to her senses. Her big bright eyes were smiling as she looked at her father with joy. This was not enough. She also excitedly clenched her small fist and twisted it in front of her body as if she was going to run. Delicious, delicious. It's so delicious. She shouted excitedly. Haha. Everyone was infected by her and could not help but laugh. Not sure if it was the effect of the pork trotters, but after eating, everyone's face was rosy and their qi and blood were much better. 24. Xiaohan made a mistake again. Yang Yi and Murphy haven't appeared in the entertainment industry for a while. After releasing a song in October, they never appeared in the public eye again except for the announcement of Tong Tong's birth. The auction of China Star Production was a big event in the industry. Mo Xiaojuan's appearance at the auction inevitably attracted the attention of some people. Mo Xiaojuan used a shell company to buy China Star Production in order to cover up the truth, but some people still guessed that it had something to do with Yang Yi. But after all, the final ownership of China Star Production was only news that the practitioners would pay attention to. The practitioners who guessed the truth wouldn't reveal it to the reporters. The media was too lazy to ask about it. They just casually reported that a certain company had won China Star Production. This was like the audience who liked to watch strange talk. They liked to talk about the stars standing on the stage, but they never knew and didn't care about which company produced the strange talk. This news was also ignored. However, the news that Xianxia Productions finally won the copyright of 2 variety shows, Last Laugh, still attracted some fans' attention, and also shared most of the media's attention for Yang Yi. Then again, although Yang Yi and Murphy didn't appear in front of everyone, there were still legends about them in the entertainment industry. The reason was that everyone always liked to compare Yang Yi and Mo Fei with Li Manman and Do Zun, the couple. In order to make her new album hit the platinum level and become a recognized song empress, Li Manman used all kinds of methods to hype herself up. Today, she and Do Zun were photographed at the airport. Tomorrow, the media said that Do Zun lost his temper because of Li Manman's previous scandal with a male star. The day after tomorrow, Li Manman jumped out to refute the rumors and appeared in front of the camera hand in hand with Do Zun, showing a sweet posture. It had to be said that Li Manman's acting skills were good. She and Do Zun acted like their love was real. The media shouted every day that these two guys were showing off their love again. The happy event was approaching, so they should quickly get married. However, even if they got married in early December, the sales of Li Manman's new album were still lukewarm, and there was no sign of breaking through the platinum album sales. Because of this, Li Manman was ruthless. She let Do Zun slap her outside the TV station and let the paparazzi take a picture of it. The news of this new model couple falling out once again dominated the media's headlines. This hot news made the sales of Li Manman's new album a little better, but it was not enough. There was still a big gap in the 20 million platinum album sales standard, and her new album was close to exceeding the new record protection period. Unless she could continue to maintain her popularity, many music stores would take her album off the shelves or move it to an inconspicuous position. The price to pay to maintain popularity was very high. Li Manman repeatedly hyped up her and Do Zun's love, which made many fans of this couple tired of chasing after them. They felt that worrying about whether they would break up all day long was simply a kind of torture. You're married, so why don't you live your life well? Like Yang Yi and Murphy, the love is simple and pure, isn't it good? Darling, I miss you sounds very good, but why do I always feel that it's a little bit worse than just met you? Today you will marry me, and want to sing me to you. The media also often compared Li Manman and Do Zun with Yang Yi and Murphy. Not only did they compare the degree of love between the two sides, but they also compared the popularity and strength of the woman and the man. Unless it was the media bought by the management company behind Li Manman, otherwise, the media could tell who was better and who was worse. The gap was not a little bit. To be honest, Li Manman was also annoyed that others said that she was worse than Murphy, worse in all aspects. Even the man she chose was worse. These reports would make her so angry that she would smash a lot of things in private. On this day, Li Manman's agent, Yi Qi, found Li Manman in the company. She saw Li Manman watching micro-broadcasting. Without asking, she knew what Li Manman was watching. Wasn't it that Zhuozai who started to dig up Li Manman's details again? This time, he also listed a lot of Li Manman and Do Zun are not on good terms on the surface, which had already caused a lot of disturbance. Man, we don't need to care about him. Ichi poured a cup of hot water for Li Man and said softly, the company's public relations department will come forward. As long as we insist on denying this matter, he can't do anything to us. However, Li Man raised her head. She didn't need to pretend, but her charming eyes burst with a strange light. After looking at Ichi for a while, she said, Sister E, why don't we find that Shuazai, cooperate with him, give him more evidence, continue to expose, and finally expose the fact that Dozun and I are in a fake marriage? What do you think of this hype? Will the media and fans continue to pay attention to me? Are you crazy? Ichi was shocked and looked at Li Man in surprise. But these words were said in her heart. She didn't dare to ridicule Li Man in front of her face. She could always be Li Man's agent by her side because she was smooth and slick and could hold back her words. But this was a self-deprecating way to hype. If she couldn't control it well, she would lose herself. Man, this isn't good, right? Ichi asked cautiously. Why is it not good? Anyway, I'm tired of pretending to be a couple with Dozun all day long. Old Su is a bit annoyed. Li Man said hypocritically. Old Su was Li Man's backer, godfather, and also the big boss behind this agency. The reason why Li Man could call the wind and summon the rain in this company was because she had Old Su as her backer. But Ichi knew that Old Su wouldn't mind at all, because this was fake. Dozun was gay. Otherwise, why would he let Li Man pretend to be a couple with him in the beginning? As for Li Man, she was just a high-level plaything for the other party. A big boss like Old Su, Li Man wasn't the only lover. Although Li Man's kung fu was good and she was more favored, Ichi didn't think that Old Su would have true feelings for Li Man. If he had true feelings, Old Su would have divorced his wife at home and married Li Man when the young Li Man was making trouble. Li Man probably also knew this, so she gave up on this idea and changed her direction. She only wanted to make a name for herself in the music industry. But Ichi still cautiously persuaded Li Man, who was already a bit obsessed, and said, Man, you should think twice about this self-exposure thing. Because in this way, your profile may collapse, and the fans' reaction will be very big. Even if the album sells platinum, they will think that your sales are hyped up, and they may not recognize your results. Li Man frowned and thought for a long time. Gradually, Li Man's mind became sober. She wasn't a stupid person and knew that this matter couldn't be done. She shook her head and asked, then, Sister E, do you have any better ideas? Li Man's tone became humble, which showed that her reason was back. Just now, it was just her obsession causing trouble. She was about to break the broken jar. Man, if you really want to divorce Dozun, this matter can be handled slowly and in a low-key manner. The two of you can gradually reduce the exposure and then make it public after 1 or 2 years. Ichi said. Let's talk about this later. Li Man waved her hand with some annoyance. As for what you said about maintaining popularity, I have a good idea. Ichi made use of the opportunity to suggest. What good idea? Ichi took out a newspaper from her bag and smiled. Didn't Xianxia Productions get the copyright of the 2 programs produced by China Star? Among them, this High Energy Challenge was the outdoor variety show that won the ratings. High Energy Challenge was an outdoor challenge reality show. It was a little like a parkour challenge. The contestants needed to pass through obstacles and checkpoints. If they successfully broke through the checkpoint, they would be able to collect the prizes and money to go home. Its attraction was not only these obstacles, but also the amount of prizes or money at different checkpoints. It was a bit like a millionaire quiz show. The further you go, the higher the rewards can be stacked, but the higher the possibility of failure. The loser will lose all the previous prizes. The contestants needed to have a psychological struggle. Should they challenge themselves to win more prizes, or should they quit while they were ahead? Xianxia Productions has announced the return of High Energy Challenge. They will broadcast it on Xiaonan TV in early January. They will revise the program and change the way to hire a star as a long-term host. They will invite masters from all over the country to challenge the high prize. Ichi said seriously to Li Man, you also know why Zhu Jia can maintain his popularity for a long time. It's because he often participates in and even stays in some variety shows, so fans can often see him and like his performance on variety shows. That's why they buy his album. And man, you are also very artistic. If you want, the company can help you squeeze out the people invited by Xianxia Productions and let you become the star host of next year's most popular variety show. If you want to maintain your popularity, it shouldn't be a problem. Ichi said. She wanted her to follow Jujia? It's Tianmei Company's people who defeated her people again, but Li Man didn't have any thoughts of shame. Her charming eyes flickered for a while, then she smiled sweetly at Ichi and said, why not? For this variety show, I'm just a host. I don't need to be a challenger. Sister E, help me fight for it. Yang Yi didn't care how Xianxia Productions wanted to operate the two variety shows. However, because he was busy taking care of Mo Fei, who was in her postnatal confinement period, he didn't have time to write the proposal for the variety show that he said he wanted to do before. The production team of Xianxia Productions, which was acquired by him, couldn't sit still anymore. Yang Yi had come to the studio today because he had promised to bring Xixi and her classmates to record the song for the New Year's Eve performance. However, Mo Shaowan had appeared before Yang Yi with someone in tow. Yang Yi, this is Yun Yangfeng. Teacher Yun is the operations manager of Xianxia Productions. Previously, High Potential Challenge and Life of Transfiguration were both promoted by Teacher Yun and his department's operations team, Mo Shaowan introduced. The original operations manager, Yun Yangfeng, said humbly. The company is still in the restructuring stage now. Boss Yang hasn't spoken yet, so I don't know what position I'll be taking up in the future. You're too kind. What brings Teacher Yun here today? Yang Yi guessed that Teacher Mu was about to bring the children to the studio. He was anxious to welcome his daughter and the other children, so he did not waste time on small talk. He asked directly with a smile, could it be that the salary hasn't been paid? No. Manager Mo had paid us in the middle of the month. Boss, you're willing to pay us back the 2-month salary that Xianxia Productions owed us and even gave each of us a 20% pay raise. Everyone is deeply grateful and glad to have a boss like you, Yun Yangfeng said with a smile. I'm doing this to express my sincerity. After all of you are talents in program production and operations that we want to keep. I've done my research. Although Xianxia Productions is a private company, your team is indeed the best in the industry. Yang Yi said, I hope that all of you can help me make the variety show that I've come up with the best. That's the problem. Yun Yangfeng said with a bitter smile, Boss Yang, you're also part of the entertainment industry. I won't keep you in suspense and tell you the truth. Actually, everyone has been very uneasy for the past half a month. On the one hand, the show that we worked so hard on in the past was taken away by Starlight Productions, and they didn't have any innovation at all. They just changed a few hosts and announced that they would start broadcasting next month. Although we don't know what you think, boss, we feel very unhappy. On the other hand, we still don't know what kind of variety show you're talking about. Is it just a vague concept, or do you already have a mature idea? But no matter which one it is, everything has to start from scratch. No one is competent. Yun Yangfeng had come as a representative of the entire team. The frustration that had accumulated in everyone's hearts during this period of time had all been vented out tactfully. Yang Yi could not leave Yun Yangfeng alone. He had Mo Shaowan wait for the children at the door while he brought Yun Yangfeng to the meeting room for a detailed discussion. Teacher Yun, let me ask you a question. How do you rate the show High Ability Challenge? Tell me about its previous performance, Yang Yi asked with a smile. Thrilling, never tiring of watching it, Yun Yangfeng said without hesitation. Really? Never tiring of watching it? It's just a single set with unchanging obstacles and challenges. Does the audience feel the same when they watch one episode as they have watched dozens of episodes? Yang Yi asked meaningfully, what's the difference between its subsequent performance and its initial performance? Yun Yangfeng was at a loss for words, but it was one of his great achievements after all. He could not help but say, although the ratings dropped a little in the end, we could still maintain a decent standard after we changed the obstacles and levels and increased the difficulty. But it's unavoidable that the audience still developed aesthetic fatigue, right? Yang Yi said. Yun Yangfeng hesitated and nodded, but he still said, it's undeniable that this show is still very popular. It's just not as popular as it was in the beginning. I don't deny it. Now that they've changed to using a celebrity as the host, it might still be popular for a while, but I believe that the audience's aesthetic fatigue will still appear. Xianxia smiled and said, but I want to tell you that I have an outdoor variety show that's more interesting and more varied. It's even better than High Ability Challenge. Will all of you still be obsessed with High Ability Challenge? Will the audience continue to watch High Ability Challenge? Yun Yangfeng was not so easily incited by Xianxia. He was a manager after all. He hesitated and said, but boss, you haven't told us what kind of show it is until now. It's my fault. You should know that my youngest son has just been born and Murphy is in confinement, so I don't have much energy to write out the proposal. Xianxia said with a smile, but please believe me. Once the proposal is written and the copyright is registered, I'll definitely let all of you produce it. I need the team of High Ability Challenge, your on-site director, your editing team, and special effects team. I also need the team of Life's Metamorphosis, especially their scriptwriter team and a large number of cameramen. Xianxia waved his hand and said, I need everyone's cooperation to produce this outdoor variety show that has many variations and can give the audience new expectations every episode. Then, I'll let all of the audience forget about High Ability Challenge. Xianxia stared at Xianxia intently. He was already very satisfied with Xiangyi's answer. In addition, Xianxia, who had composed so many excellent songs and novels, obviously did not lack imagination. Xiangyi's creativity was worthy of his expectations, but he was representing the entire team after all. Boss, approximately when can we start working? Yun Yangfeng hesitated and asked. It's not that I'm anxious, but everyone is anxious now. If we don't give them some confidence, I'm worried that many of them will want to leave. Around the end of the month. We'll fight for the new show to air in March next year. Xianxia said. So soon? High Ability Challenge was fast because he already had a template. How could Xianxia be so confident as well? Perhaps he did not know anything about variety shows. Yun Yangfeng could only choose to believe Xianxia. He bade farewell to Xianxia and brought the news from Xianxia to pacify the restless team. After sending Yun Yangfeng off, Xianxia could not wait to find the children. Xiaoai had just come over to inform him that the children had arrived and that Mo Xiaowan was showing them around the small building. Just as Xianxia turned the corner, he heard chatter and surprised shouts. Wow, Xixi, is this your house? Why are there so many televisions? The one who spoke was Ding Ling, the girl whose nickname was Little Belle. Ha ha ha. It's not Xixi's house. Chen Shiyun tugged at Little Belle and said loudly. She was always enthusiastic. Let me tell you, this is where Xixi's father works. I want to be like Xixi's father too. The place where my father works doesn't even have televisions, another girl said enviously. Not only the girl, the other boys were also excited, looking around like Granny Lu, who had just entered the Grandview Garden. Wang Shijuan had even forgotten the unhappiness with Xixi in the past. He went to Xixi's side and pointed at a strange instrument. Xixi, do you know what this is? I know, it's called the Yangqin. My papa said so, but my papa doesn't know how to play it. Uncle Jean knows how to play it. It's so nice. Xixi answered her classmates' questions happily. How do you know so much? At this moment, Wang Shijuan looked at Xixi with some surprise. There was a little respect in the little boy's eyes. He just realized that this girl, who he didn't like, was actually so powerful. Hee, my papa told me. Xixi smiled sweetly. However, the 27 children were not like Xixi and Yang Luoqi, who obediently followed the teacher and Aunt Emo hand in hand. Their curiosity drove them to run around and touch things everywhere. XXX, don't open other people's door. It's impolite. XXX, don't touch other people's things. It will break. XXX, don't take other people's candy. Oh, Aunt Xiaowei, I gave it to you? Then take it. It was also thanks to the hard work of Teacher Mu and Teacher Shen, who were leading the team, that they barely managed to control the situation. Otherwise, if these 27 little devils were to spread out, they would have overturned Xianxi's company building. Can today's recording go smoothly? The group of children was already lively enough, but Xianxi's appearance pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Xixi's daddy. Uncle Yang Yi. Uncle Yang. The uncle who can cook. Cece's papa was covered by all kinds of strange names. More than 20 children surrounded Yang Yi one after another. Their black eyes were full of curiosity and expectation. They jumped up and down in joy, showing the liveliness and energy that their age should have. Of course, it was also a little frightening. After sending Yin Yang Feng off, Yang Yi rushed over to find Xixi. He was a little anxious and did not bring the snacks and desserts that he had prepared for the children. Now that he was surrounded, his hands were empty and he looked awkward. However, this was not what the children were concerned about. Uncle Yang, I want to eat pig trotters too. Little Belle Ding Ling's voice was soft and a little shy, but it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. The children nodded their heads, even Lu Weisha was looking forward to it eagerly. Yesterday, which was Monday, Yang Yi had specially bought an insulated lunchbox and filled it with some pig trotters and ginger vinegar for Xixi to share with her friends at the kindergarten. Because there was a lot of it, not only did the children who often played with Xixi taste it, but 3 boys also came over to get a piece. Everything else aside, the sweet and sour taste was definitely a child's favorite. The news of how delicious the pig trotters were spread among the children in Springfield Kindergarten's upper class, but most of the children could only listen to other children's descriptions while drooling. Ding Ling, who did not have anything to eat at that time, could only remember this important thing as she smelled the aroma and watched Lan Xian eat heartily. Among them, the one who was least anxious was Lan Xian. The chubby girl giggled and whispered into Xixi's ear, Xixi, let's not tell them that I ate at your house, okay? After Lan Xian found out that Xixi's house had such delicious pig trotters, she left her father last night and ran over to Xixi's house to eat and drink. Of course, this was also a daily occurrence. After that, Boss Lan called Yang Yi to ask for the recipe, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She complained that Fu Jun didn't tell her the recipe, but that didn't need to be explained in detail. Xixi felt that this was a little secret between her and Lan Xian. The little girl smiled and nodded. Facing this scene, Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he take care of all these little fellows? I'm not running a restaurant. Besides, Yang Yi didn't think of this. Ahem, I can't bring the pig trotters over, but this afternoon, Uncle will treat you all to a delicious hot pot, okay? Yang Yi's mind turned and he said, then, if you still want to eat pig trotters, Uncle can tell your parents how to make this dish. Then, if you want to eat it in the future, you can ask your parents to make it. It had to be said that the children were quite easy to satisfy. When they heard that there was hot pot for lunch and that they were going to eat a big meal, they all forgot about the pig trotters and let go of Yang Yi in satisfaction. They giggled and looked for their next target of interest. On the other hand, Ding Ling, perhaps because she grew up in a single-parent family with only one father at home and her father was very busy with work, the little girl was more insecure. She felt that Yang Yi was very close and reached out her hand to ask Yang Yi to hold her hand. Yang Yi didn't mind. He held Ding Ling's little hand and said to Teacher Mu, how are the children's studies? Have you arranged who will sing each part? This scene was inadvertently seen by Xixi, who was showing her friends in front of him. The little girl suddenly felt a little jealous. If it were Lan Xian or Yang Luoqi, she wouldn't have such a big reaction, but Ding Ling and Xixi were not close. They were just ordinary friends. The little girl pursed her lips and thought with some grievances, Papa doesn't even hold my hand, how can he hold another girl's hand? You can't hold another girl's hand. Well, except for Mom and Brother. Brother doesn't seem to be a girl, I don't care. Xixi let go of Yang Luoqi's hand and ran to her father's side. She pouted and reached out to her father, saying, Papa, I want you to hold my hand. Yang Yi looked down at his daughter. He didn't think too much. He smiled slightly, took Xixi's little hand with his empty right hand, and continued to talk with Teacher Mu. Xixi didn't care much about what the adults said. She was held by her father, so she took the opportunity to grab one of her father's fingers. Only then did she feel a little relieved. It seemed that if her father was going to be taken away, she would hold her father's hand and her father would not disappear. The little girl looked at Ding Ling with some hostility, but Ding Ling did not notice this. She was curiously looking around the recording studio that they had just been led to with the rest of the group. There were so many instruments and equipment that the children were dazzled by them. Of course, Xixi's little thought came and went quickly. After Yang Yi let go of their hands at the same time, she didn't deliberately stick to her father. Instead, she looked at her father with some admiration. Like a leader or a teacher, she walked to all the children and talked to them. Children, just now Teacher Mu told Uncle Yang that you all learned to sing the Song of the Pig, right? Yang Yi clapped his hands and asked with a smile. We know how to sing it. As if they were fighting to answer, the children all rushed to answer. It wasn't just the little boys who were so enthusiastic. The little girls hadn't reached the age of being reserved yet. At this time, they excitedly shouted even harder than the little boys. They didn't just answer. For example, Chen Shiryun, an absolute activist, even sang loudly in order to show off. Pig, your nose has 2 holes. It was as if a fire had been lit in oil. The children all rushed to sing. Even Ding Ling, who was a little shy before, followed. When you had a cold, you still had snot and cow cow. Although the lyrics of this song were different, because it was catchy and very interesting, the children all remembered the first few verses and could sing it casually. The last few verses weren't a problem. As long as someone led them, they could also vaguely follow along. Yang Luoqi and Xi, the 2 little girls who loved to dance, even twisted their little buttocks and performed the simple pig dance that the choreographer and teacher Shen had taught them. They couldn't stop giggling. Mo Xiaowan and Xiaoai, who were accompanying the children at the back, couldn't help but shake their heads with a smile when they saw the lively children and their interesting appearances when they sang. After they finished singing, Yang Yi asked everyone to applaud the children and said with a smile, you all sang very well. In a while, Teacher Mu will divide you into groups. Each of you will sing the designated verses with the children in your group, okay? This is Teacher Jean. Teacher Jean will teach you how to sing better. Yang Yi even pulled Ji Ningming out. Ji Ningming looked at the group of children and felt a little headache. He had been a music producer for so many years, but he had never served so many children. However, the boss had ordered him to participate in the recording of such an interesting song. Ji Ningming braced himself and waved to the children with a smile. Hello, Teacher Jean. The children were very polite and shouted one after another. However, it was not easy to deal with so many children. Before the recording started, they were excited and curious to explore the recording studio. Although they had just met, Chen Shiryun dared to point to the console and ask Ji Ningming, Teacher Jean, what is this? Is this microphone used to record songs? There was also Wang Shijuan. He remembered his question outside and Xi's answer, so he ran to Ji Ningming, pulled Ji Ningming's sleeve, and asked, Teacher Jean, are you the Uncle Jean that Xi mentioned? Do you know how to play the strange zither outside? How could Wang Shijuan remember the name of that zither? The group of children chattered, and Ji Ningming, who liked to listen to songs quietly, almost collapsed. Would the recording go smoothly? The children were grouped according to their voices. The difference in their voices would not be too big. They would be in the same group, but it had nothing to do with their gender. At this age, the boys were far from changing their voices. It was difficult to distinguish the gender of their tender voices. Therefore, Xi, Yang Luoqi, Nan Zhaoyu, Ding Ling, and a few other children were in the same group. Chen Shiryun, Lan Xian, and a few other boys with louder voices were in the same group. There were several other groups, and each group was responsible for singing a section. Xi, you are the group leader of your group. You have to take the lead. Yang Yi smiled and touched his daughter's little head after Mr. Mu finished speaking. Papa, what am I going to do? Xi asked with some confusion. I know, you have to sing. Chen Shiryun shouted with a smile. That's right. Just sing. Although the recording may be boring, you have to persevere and sing well. Yang Yi said softly, children, can you? Yes. Yes. They agreed very actively, but he did not know if they listened. Xi's group was going to sing the first section. Yang Yi accompanied them into the recording room and asked them to stand in an arc around the professional microphone. He also helped them put on the monitoring headphones. They were going to listen to the accompaniment through the monitoring headphones. After the children entered the recording room, their curiosity was ignited again. The things inside were different from those outside, especially the microphone. Why was there a cobweb-like thing around the butt? Why did they have to wear headphones? What was this bored? She was not the most well-behaved girl. She asked the most questions, although she had come to the studio with her mother and father, and there was a small recording studio at home, she stayed outside the recording room at most. Basically, she had never entered the recording room. Therefore, she looked around curiously, pointed to the soundproof wall and said to her father, "Papa, look, that wall is strange. Is it sick?" Xianxia finally answered these questions for them, and the little ones became very interested in the monitoring headphones on their ears. Hey! Can you hear me? Outside, Ji Ningming had no choice but to turn on the microphone to Qin Shiyun and the others. The little girls couldn't wait to talk to their friends inside. "I can hear it, Qin Shiyun is calling us." She heard the voice from the monitoring headset and looked around in surprise. Finally, they saw Qin Shiyun and the others on the control panel outside the window. All of a sudden, Yang Luoqi, and the others waved at Qin Shiyun excitedly. However, Qin Shiyun did not respond. It was not until Ji Ningming turned on the microphone that Qin Shiyun spoke to Shi and the others. It was just like in the era when telephones were not popular yet. The children used cylindrical paper boxes, cotton threads, and small wooden sticks to make primitive telephones. This magical way of making calls made them very interesting. However, it still wasted a lot of time. Xianxia and the other teachers coaxed them for a long time before they calmed down a little. Finally, they could start recording songs. However, it was not easy to get the children to record a good song. Singing a cappella was one thing, but following the accompaniment and singing the right beat was another. Shi and the others were wearing headphones and standing in front of the microphone. As soon as the prelude began to sound in their headphones, the little ones couldn't wait to sing. "Pig, you have 2 holes in your nose." She remembered her father's words. She had to take the lead, so she was the first to sing as soon as she heard the voice in her ears. The other children were not willing to fall behind. They scrambled to sing, and it suddenly became chaotic. Xianxia, who was accompanying them in the recording room, stopped them with a wry smile. She still didn't know that she didn't sing well. The little girl sang a song and was very excited. She looked at her father with a smile, as if she was waiting for her father to praise her. If it were someone else, Xianxia's tone would probably be reproach and doubt. However, looking at Shishi's innocent big eyes and the other children looking at him eagerly, Xianxia opened his mouth and his voice couldn't help but soften. "Actually, your singing is not bad. It's just that you sang a little too early. It's okay." Xianxia gave them a thumbs up and smiled. "Look at me. I'll give you a hand signal later. When you see it, you can start singing." "Okay." "Okay." The little ones happily gave Xianxia an okay hand signal. After trying twice, under Xianxia's direction, they could finally start singing at the right time. However, a new problem arose: they couldn't sing in unison. Some children reacted quickly, while others reacted slowly. This caused the voices to be uneven. It couldn't be called a chorus, but a group of demons dancing. However, neither Xianxia nor Ji Ningming had a good solution to this problem. They could only appease the little ones and ask them to sing a little slower. They could only try to catch up. They could only record it over and over again to hone their tacit understanding and strive to record a song in unison. However, this was a test of the children's patience. Even if the song's lyrics were very interesting and the children loved to sing it, they couldn't stand singing a few lines over and over again. After more than 20 minutes, Ding Ling was a little impatient. "Uncle, is it still not enough?" "Uncle, I don't want to sing anymore." The little girl's grumbling increased a lot. This mood also affected the other children. She had filmed movies and seen scenes of NGs over and over again. She had good patience, but she didn't know how to persuade her friends, especially at this time. She was the group leader. The little girl remembered that her father had told her to take care of the other children, so she mustered up her courage and said to Ding Ling, "Little Belle, let's sing a little more." "Just sing a little more." "No, I don't want to." Ding Ling pouted and said unhappily. After being rejected, she stood helplessly in front of her friends. She didn't know what to do and looked helplessly at her father. Xianxia raised his hand to look at the time. He pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? You must be tired after recording a few times. Take a break first." I'll ask Mr. Mu to take you to the side to drink some drinks and eat some snacks, okay? We'll continue recording later, okay? This suggestion made the somewhat listless little ones rejuvenated. Even Ding Ling jumped up happily and said, okay. Cece looked at the smiles on her friends' faces. She also forgot about her failure just now and laughed happily. Yang Yi had no choice but to open the door with a wry smile and walk out. He asked Mr. Mu to change the children to come in and record first. For some reason, Yang Yi felt very tired when he accompanied the children to record songs. The feeling of mental exhaustion was more serious than the physical exhaustion. And this torment was far from over. The recording process was very difficult. Not only did it torment Yang Yi and Ji Ningming, but it was also not easy for the children in the kindergarten. They had to sing a small section of lyrics dozens of times before they could sing it to the satisfaction of the adults. However, when the final result of the recording came out, the children were so happy that they seemed to have forgotten the hardships of the process when they listened to the songs they sang with their companions. With this sense of accomplishment, they delightedly immersed themselves in the rehearsal of the program and the dance practice. Time always passed quickly. Unknowingly, it was the end of the year, the end of December. Nothing special happened. The only thing that caused a slight sensation in the entertainment circle was Li Manman's announcement that she had joined the High Energy Challenge program produced by Xianxia and became a star host. Also, in Harbor City, Xianxia announced that his long-delayed new album would be released in January next year. These were not considered breaking news. It could only be said that it was the new news of the big stars. As for the small stars, such as Lin Mu An's debut in Harbor City in the middle of this month, or the cast of Fat Agent announcing that the lead actor was Guozi, these small news could not attract people's attention at all. Yang Yi did not pay too much attention to it. He had no time to care about other things because the house was decorated with lanterns and colored banners today. It was very lively. Some of his relatives and friends were invited over, including Shishi's friends and their parents. It was not a holiday, but Tong Tong's 1-month birthday. After the excitement, the guests each took 4 boiled red eggs home and left many toys, flowers, and other gifts for Tong Tong. During this process, the one who had the most fun was Shishi. Yang Chonggue and Dong Yue also laughed constantly. After all, it was their grandson's 1-month birthday party, which meant that Tong Tong had grown up a little. Every time a child grew up, his grandparents would be happy. Of course, Yang Yi and Murphy did not like this kind of complicated social interaction. After sending the guests away, they tiredly went upstairs and just wanted to have a moment of peace. Murphy was considered to have completed her confinement period. As her body was recovering well, she had taken off her heavy confinement clothes and changed into a more fashionable outfit. She still couldn't bear to change out of it. Seeing Murphy put the sleeping Tong Tong in his crib, then sit back on the sofa in her stiff woolen coat and snuggle in his arms, Yang Yi smiled and asked her, "Why didn't you change? Change into more comfortable home clothes? There are no outsiders at home now. I'm tired of wearing home clothes." Mo Fei stretched, then hugged Yang Yi's arm and said with a smile, "In the past few months, I haven't been able to dress properly. If I don't dress up, I'm going to become an old woman." "How can you be an old hag?" Yang Yi smiled, pinched Murphy's nose, and said intimately, "Even if you become an old hag, you will still be my old hag." Hee hee. You really don't know how to talk. Listening to Yang Yi's mushy words, Murphy felt sweet in her heart, but she smiled and said, "You should say that I won't become an old hag. No matter what, I will always be a great beauty." This was a woman, however, Murphy did not intend to force Yang Yi to say this. She continued, "Hubby, you said that I don't have to stay at home all the time. If I go out, what should I do?" When Murphy said this, her tone was quite excited. However, anyone who had been cooped up at home for a month would be eager to go out and breathe fresh air. "You can do whatever you like." Yang Yi smiled, "Didn't you say that you want to go shopping, buy clothes, travel, and see the world?" These were the grand wishes that Mo Fei made when she was in confinement after giving birth to a child. However, when Yang Yi repeated them for her, Murphy shook her head, sighed, and said, "I can't go shopping. I haven't lost my weight yet. I'm too ugly. Moreover, if I go shopping, what will happen to Bien? He doesn't want to leave me. Don't think about traveling now." Bien is so small. If I take him out, what if he gets sick outside? Thinking of her responsibility as a mother, Murphy's excitement disappeared. You can go to the company. There won't be many people in the company, and it's not cold. I can take Bien to see the place where I work. Then I can start dancing and regain my figure. Bien will be very happy to see his mother dancing, Murphy said while counting her fingers. Let's not talk about that. I think you should be willing to let Bien cry sometimes. Even if I hold him and he cries for a while, and then coax him to agree to let me hold him, it's worth it. Xianxia felt that he should change some of Murphy's mentality. He wants you to hold him every day, and other relatives can't even hold him. It's not good for Bien to stick to you like this. You said yourself that you can't leave him. You can't do anything even if you want to. Murphy hesitated for a moment. She knew that Xianxia was right. Finally, she nodded obediently and said, okay, but you can't be fierce to Bien. He may be in a difficult situation at first. You have to talk to him more and let him calm down. Don't worry. I have to be by his side. He will be very panicked if he can't see me. Try it slowly, Xianxia said with a smile. This Wednesday night is Xixi's New Year's Eve party performance. She has been talking about it for a long time. Why don't you go and have a look? Xianxia remembered and said to Murphy, Dad and Mom will go with you. If you don't go, I will be worried about you at home alone. Last year, Xianxia and Murphy participated in Xixi's performance. If Murphy didn't go this year, Xiexi might feel very disappointed. I can't go. Murphy shook her head and said regretfully, there are many people at the scene, and the auditorium is dark during the performance. This kind of environment will make Bien feel uncomfortable. I'm afraid that it will leave a psychological shadow on him. Moreover, if Bien cries in the middle of the performance, it will disturb Xixi's performance. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, then let's do it like last year. I will ask Brother Lon to help me book a private room. We will have dinner together in there. You can take Bien to play in the private room. After Xixi's performance is over, we will come out and meet you. This way, at least you can go there and cheer for Xiexi. She won't be sad. As the two of them were discussing, Xixi's cheerful footsteps sounded. After a while, the little girl appeared at the door of the bedroom with an excited smile. Mom, is my brother awake? I want to play with him. The little girl threw herself into her mother's arms and giggled. Today, she was with so many friends and played to her heart's content. Her happiness hadn't subsided yet. You haven't woken up yet. Why don't you play with your grandparents? Murphy asked. I don't want to play with my grandparents. Grandpa said that he wanted to watch TV. Then he said that I want to take an early shower, so he told me not to play. Xiexi described to her parents with great effort. Mom, what were you talking about? We were talking about your performance on New Year's Day. Murphy said with a smile. Mom, do you want me to sing for you? I also know how to dance. I learned it from teacher Shen. The little girl said enthusiastically. She was so excited that she twisted in her mother's arms. She had a strong desire to perform. Today, during Bien's full moon celebration, she and her friends performed Pig's song in advance for everyone. You can sing for your brother. Murphy touched Xixi's little face and smiled. Sing for little brother. Xiexi was stunned for a moment after hearing her mother's words. After a while, she giggled and said, Mom, you lied to me. Little brother won't. He can't understand my singing. Papa said that there are many things that he doesn't understand. Murphy shook her head and said, Mom didn't lie to you. Although little brother can't understand your singing, he can understand the melody. It's like sometimes when Mom sings, you can't understand the lyrics, but you still think it's good, right? Xianxia said with a smile, you sing for little brother. He likes it very much now. Maybe when he grows up, he will also like to learn to sing and sing for you. This was the so-called early childhood education. Murphy actually believed in prenatal education and early childhood education. As early as when she was pregnant, she read stories to the baby in her belly and listened to pure classical music. When she was in confinement, she was not idle. When she interacted with Tong Tong, she often hummed to him. Xianxia didn't understand at first, but Murphy used Xianxia as an example and said that Xianxia was so smart because she had been influenced by music since she was a child. Therefore, Yang Yi also joined the ranks of early childhood education for Tong Tong. Xianxia looked at her parents suspiciously. Tong Tong didn't sleep for too long. When Xianxia came out of the shower, Tong Tong had been woken up by Murphy. She asked him to drink milk and played with him. As the little guy gradually grew up, Yang Yi and Murphy couldn't let him sleep after eating. If he slept too much at night, Tong Tong, who was full of energy after a good night's sleep, would make Murphy unable to sleep most of the night. Moreover, it was not good for him to sleep day and night. Hee. Seeing that Tong Tong had woken up, she couldn't wait to climb onto the bed. She looked at her brother's silly little face and wondered what he was laughing about. Sister, you're back after your bath. Hey, sister smells good, right? Murphy smiled and hugged Tong Tong so that he could see his sister. Hee, I smell good, and so does little brother. She moved her head closer. It was unknown whether she was sniffing Momo or deliberately teasing Momo. Then, she rolled around on the bed happily and said. Of course, Tong Tong was fragrant. At this time, the baby's body still carried a rich milky fragrance. Big sister is also very beautiful. Our son must be handsome in the future, as good-looking as sister. Mofei gently shook little rascal's hand. After a while, Murphy asked Xianxia, who had rolled onto the quilt and was playing with her brother like a dumb worm, are you going to sing for little brother? Okay. Xianxia rolled over and sat up. She said excitedly. The little girl really wanted to perform for her brother. She was sitting cross-legged. Although there was a sweet smile on her little face, her big bright eyes revealed a serious expression. Since it was a performance, she had to give it her all. Murphy gently placed Tong Tong on the bed. She intimately tapped the tip of the little guy's nose and said, Big sister is going to sing for you. Momo, you have to listen carefully. Tong Tong of course didn't understand. He stared fixedly at his mother who was talking to him. His little mouth opened slightly and his chubby little legs curled up. Xianxia's performance had already begun. Pig, your nose has 2 holes. After singing the first line, Xianxia suddenly realized a problem. She couldn't help but giggle. Mom. Little brother also has 2 holes in his nose. Xianxia stuck out her little tongue. She raised her eyebrows and smiled at her mother. But little brother isn't a pig. Of course not. What are you thinking? Who has 2 holes in their nose? Steamed bun also has 2 holes. Little Guai also has 2 holes. Murphy said in amusement. But I'm going to sing with little brother. It's like Nanjiaoyu and the others. We're going to act as little piggy. Xianxia gestured as if she was afraid that her little brother would suddenly become little piggy. Although little piggy was very cute, her little brother was still as cute as he was. Now. It's okay. Little brother doesn't understand. Just don't think too much. Murphy coaxed helplessly. Alright, let's continue singing. Tong Tong, who was lying down, had been left out for a while. The little guy raised his hand and put his tender little finger into his mouth to eat. He seemed to be a little impatient from waiting. After a while, Xianxia sang the chorus of the song. Pig head, pig brain, pig body, piggy ba. A good baby who was never picky about food. The little girl couldn't help but twist her body along with the song. When they were recording the song, Yang Yi specially remade the accompaniment in order to let the children in kindergarten sing to the right beat. He increased the volume of the drum beat and used an obvious rhythm to make the children sing more orderly and with more energy. Influenced by the cheerful drum beat, Xianxia, who had a strong sense of rhythm, began to sway as she sang. Tong Tong indeed didn't understand the meaning of the lyrics, and perhaps he couldn't feel the charm of his sister's voice. However, his eyesight was still developing, so he could see his sister sway and smile. The little guy seemed to be influenced by her. The little guy didn't even care about eating his hand. His little hand slipped out of his mouth and moved rhythmically with his other little hand. This reaction wasn't obvious enough. When Xianxia sang the second time, when she sang, you still have snot on your nose when you have a cold, Xianxia's cute pronunciation at the end was like a feather falling on one end of a scale. Tong Tong's lips curled up slightly and he grinned. Mom. Little brother is smiling. She, who had been watching her little brother sing, was overjoyed. She didn't even wait until he finished singing and turned to look at her mother excitedly. Tong Tong knew how to smile. It was different from the unintentional expressions he used to have. Recently, he had gradually developed the ability to smile, especially when he was in his mother's arms. After drinking milk to his heart's content, and then feeling a strong sense of love from his mother's coaxing, the little guy would grin and express his emotions with a smile. Yes. Little brother really likes your singing. Did you see that? Murphy was also very happy because other people couldn't make Tong Tong smile so easily. Xianxia had once tried his best to make Tong Tong smile, but he still couldn't make Tong Tong smile. He just blinked his eyes and watched him jump around, which made him feel very frustrated as a father. Xianxia, who had just come out of the bathroom, heard the commotion. He ran over in surprise and asked, "What? What?" "I sang for little brother," and then he smiled. She said happily to her father. "Continue singing." "Let me see." Xianxia urged his daughter. After a while, Xi's solo turned into a duet with her father. Xianxia basically didn't know how to sing this song. He even let Ji Ningming teach him in the recording studio because he felt that this song was too childish and difficult to sing. This was also why he wrote it for children to sing. But at this time, how could Xianxia think so much? He followed Xi and hummed softly to Tong Tong, who was lying on the bed. "Pig, your tail is curly and curly. It turns out that you can't leave it even when you run and jump." Tong Tong seemed to really like it. His eyes were curved, and he had a cute smile on his face. He was so happy that he couldn't stop. E. He even made a few simple syllables. "I think he's calling my name." Xianxia laughed shamelessly. E. Murphy, who was next to him, was amused by his shamelessness. She hugged Xi and laughed until she was convulsing. Xianxia was not someone who liked to go back on his words. He had promised Yun Yangfeng that he would come up with his program proposal before the end of the month. He had indeed taken the time to write the proposal amidst his busy schedule of taking care of his wife and children. On the 29th of December, Xianxia, Yun Yangfeng, and two more experienced program directors from China Star Productions met in the small building of the Hua Brothers Management Company and Phoebe Studio. This is Director Yen Tao, the former main director of High Energy Challenge. This is Director Ren Min, the assistant director of Life Transformations. They actually do the same thing as Director Hu. They used to have a division of labor and many episodes were directed by Director Ren alone. Yun Yangfeng introduced to Xianxia. Yen Tao was a tall middle-aged man with a clean-shaven crew cut. He looked calm and composed. Ren Min was a female director who should be around 40 years old. She was not tall and did not look outstanding, but she looked gentler, like a big sister next door. Actually, when Yun Yangfeng introduced Ren Min, he looked a little awkward because the director who he mentioned, who was the main director of Life Transformations, had resigned more than a week ago. Glorious Star Productions was not to be trifled with. They had poached Hu Xing with a high salary to direct the more important High Energy Challenge. Of course, Glorious Star Productions had wanted to poach Yen Tao in the beginning, but Yen Tao did not accept their olive branch because Glorious Star Productions would not accept anyone else from China Star Productions. Yen Tao could not let go of the team he had worked with for so long. However, it was obvious that Hu Xing being poached was a huge loss to China Star Productions despite the compensation for the breach of contract. Yun Yangfeng felt that he had not done well and had embarrassed Xianxia. "Director Yen, Director Ren, hello." Xianxia did not dwell on these issues but asked everyone to sit down and talk. "Actually, I've watched all of your programs. Whether it's High Energy Challenge or Life Transformations, I've watched them all. I've even watched the few episodes of Life Transformations that Director Ren filmed. They're really good." Xianxia said with a smile, "Let's not talk about the past. Today, we're mainly talking about our new China Star Productions, the first program we're going to produce." Getting to the point so quickly? Yen Tao and Ren Min were a little surprised, but they also liked this kind of swift and decisive boss. They put down some contempt in their eyes and seriously looked at Xianxia. Ren Lian even took out a notebook and prepared to record it. "This program requires the two of you to work together. This is not to let you compete for the position of executive director, but to see the two of you complement each other in your respective areas of expertise and make our program a success. Yang Yi said with a smile. Yang Yi's words confused Yan Tao and Ren Min. However, Yang Yi had already signaled Mo Xiaowan to distribute the printed program plans. They didn't have time to question him and looked at Yang Yi's program proposal first. Yun Yangfeng received one as well. When he saw it, he could not help exclaiming, "Limit challenge?" Although Yang Yi was aware of his impoliteness and had already lowered his voice, he still looked at Yang Yi in surprise. Limit challenge? What did that mean? Was he trying to compete with Starlight Productions? Since he wanted to create a limit challenge, why did he sell high ability challenge? Yang Yi knew that they would have such a reaction, so he raised his head slightly and said, "Look carefully, this is a different program from high energy challenge." Why was it called limit challenge? Actually, Yang Yi was still a little conflicted. He didn't know that this program should be called limit challenge. It was better to call it Run, Brother. The structure of the program was similar to limit challenge, but it incorporated some attractive elements of Run, Brother. After all, there were no running men in this world. There was no reason for him to not add games or routines like shiatsu, brand tearing, spy, double spy, and so on into limit challenge. Of course, Yang Yi did not want to change the specialty of chicken strips. Games like shiatsu or brand tearing that were repeatedly played in Running Men might only be played once in chicken strips. Every episode had different game content, different scripts, and plots. Only then could this variety show continue to flourish. It was also because the overall structure came from The Limit Challenge that Yang Yi decided to name the show The Limit Challenge. Obviously, this would cause misunderstandings. For example, Yun Yangfeng's reaction now would also cause some disputes, such as the dissatisfaction of Starlight Productions. However, Yang Yi did not care about these. If they were dissatisfied, so be it. Come and bite me. Yan Tao and Ren Min, who were watching Yang Yi's plan seriously, were deeply attracted by Yang Yi's description. Especially towards the end, Yang Yi had even written down the process of the program in words. With Yang Yi's writing skills of adapting so many books, this program was naturally written by him beautifully. As Yan Tao and Ren Min watched, they felt as if they were there, vivid scenes appearing before their eyes. For example, in a hotel room, a male artist who was sleeping shirtless was woken up. He faced the camera with sleepy eyes and began to choose the room number of the next artist he wanted to wake up. It felt like the program had not been filmed yet, but they felt like they were already participating in it. Yang Yi saw that they had finished watching one after another and smiled, asking, "How is it?" "My plan is good, isn't it?" Yan Tao's expression was a little colorful. One moment he was emotional, the next he shook his head with a bitter smile. In the end, it was still him who was the judge. He said with a bitter smile, "Boss Yang. Call me Yang Yi. And Teacher Yun, you can call me Yang Yi too. Calling me boss is too distant." Yang Yi waved his hand. Yang Yi. Yan Tao also felt that it was awkward to call him Boss Yang. After all, he was much older than Yang Yi. He then said, "To be honest, your planning format is terrible. If it was someone else, I might not even want to look at it." Was this a criticism? Yang Yi was a little embarrassed. He had never learned how to write a program, so he was completely free to express himself. "However, it's fortunate that I watched it. Otherwise, I would have really missed out on a good program. I'm also very glad that I didn't leave China Star Productions and had the chance to participate in such an interesting program production." Yan Tao's tone changed. It sounded like he was trying to flatter Yun Yang, but in reality, he was really excited as he said, "I think your program is tens of times, no, 10,000 times more interesting than High Ability Challenge. Besides, you've written it in great detail. I believe that as long as we execute it seriously, we'll definitely be able to produce such an interesting program." Director Yan is a little excited, but I think Director Yan is right. From the perspective of an ordinary audience, if this program is filmed, I'll definitely watch it. I won't miss a single episode. Yun Yang said emotionally. He was a little ashamed of his doubts just now. Ran Lian nodded lightly. She was still thinking about what she wanted to say. She had to say something different to gain the attention of the leader. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I'm relieved to be able to gain your recognition." Whether it was Yan Tao, the director of the variety show, or Yun Yangfeng, who was in charge of operations and knew the audience's needs the most, they were all professionals. They were so excited just from looking at a program proposal, or was it because the program was originally good and its creativity was invincible? Yang Yi had also tried his best to describe the first episode of the Limit Challenge as well as many backup game ideas for them to see. This was obviously enough for them to see the potential of the program. Ren Jing finally understood. She raised her head and said seriously, Yang Yi, I think the future selling point of this program isn't just the creativity of these games. It's also the choice of the 6 celebrity hosts. We must choose celebrities with distinct personalities, smart and quick-witted, and can handle the situation. It doesn't matter if they're big shots or not, they must meet the needs of our program. Besides, there are 6 of them, 5 men and 1 woman. They must all have different personalities. Hearing Renmin say that the show needed 6 hosts, 5 men and 1 woman, Mo Xiaochuan's expression was a little strange. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. However, she felt that this was not the right occasion, so she held back for the time being. Yang Yi nodded approvingly at Renmin and said, You're right. In addition to what you said, I also hope to add an important condition to the selection of these 6 hosts. They have to be grounded. Grounded? Yan Tao and the others could not help but repeat. They were not unfamiliar with this term, but they were a little surprised that Yang Yi would use it. That's right. Our show has to pursue extreme realism. It has to be a true reality show. This requires everyone to show their true side without any scruples. They don't care if they make a fool of themselves, make mistakes, or even fall and get injured. Yang Yi said solemnly. Of course, we have to give everyone the greatest protection behind the scenes. We have to do our best to not let them get hurt or have any situations that no one wants to see happen. Yang Yi smiled, but his tone did not relax. However, all the hosts, including the guests, need to throw away the burden of being an idol and do their best to win instead of putting on a show of challenge for the audience. Believe me, the audience will not be fooled by you. Renmin nodded. Clearly, she agreed with Yang Yi's statement. This was because the viewership ratings of Life's Metamorphosis had once experienced a period of decline. It was because they were too focused on the effects of the program and fabricated some dramatic plots that were seen through by the audience. Even if it's a female host, do we have to do the same? Yan Tao asked. That's right. She's not allowed to be shy. If it doesn't work, we might as well not use a female host. All 6 hosts are men. Yang Yi said. The female host we choose also has to be grounded. The reason why Yang Yi changed the men gang of chicken strips to a running man model was that he wanted to add some variables to the show. After all, women were different from men. No matter how manly she was still a woman. How she handled the relationship with the other hosts and how she faced high-intensity challenges would give the show a lot of interesting points to watch. Of course, the premise was that the female host had to be as daring as Song Jixiao, not like, that's right. The audience wants to see the real side of celebrities. Besides, to be honest, the audience who watch variety shows would prefer the down-to-earth celebrities like Elder Yang. Yang Yi, you said, Yun Yangfeng said with a smile. Yun Yangfeng was in charge of the operations department. He was familiar with the audience's preferences, so his words had a certain degree of credibility. Yan Tao had no objections. Yang Yi continued, the reason why I need Director Yan and Director Ren to work together is because our program isn't as simple as a challenge. It also has a competitive aspect to it. I believe that this is something Director Yan is good at. In addition, it also includes a lot of human nature and emotional interactions. For example, the simplest brotherhood, the camaraderie during an alliance, or some interesting intrigue. Yang Yi turned to look at Renmin and said, I've watched a lot of Director Ren's programs, especially the few episodes that you've directed independently. To be honest, I'm surprised by Director Ren's meticulousness in how he captured expressions, shot the details, and edited them together to make some of the plots more emotional. Therefore, our Limit Challenge needs Director Yan's overall control, rhythm, and Director Ren's handling of the details and emotions. Both of you are very important. Yang Yi emphasized these because he did not want there to be any gap between the 2 main directors of a program due to fighting. Yan Tao and Ren Min exchanged a look and said to Yang Yi, you can rest assured about this. We have our own professional ethics, we won't be careless in our work. Back to the program itself, Yan Tao and Ren Min asked Yang Yi about some details of the program. Yang Yi answered everything he knew. However, there was a limit to what he could do. After all, Yang Yi didn't watch every episode of those variety shows in his previous life. These weren't his favorites, he only watched a few episodes occasionally. Therefore, Yang Yi could only provide them with a direction. As for the rest, whether it was the theme of each episode, the plot, or the gameplay of each game, it all needed to be conceived by them and the scriptwriters behind them. Of course, if Yang Yi thought of everything by himself, then why would he spend so much money to buy them back? To raise them, of course they had to create value for Yang Yi. Yang Yi felt that this meeting was about to end, so he asked, "Do you have any other questions?" Ren Min hesitated and said, "About the 6 permanent hosts, Yang Yi, I don't know if you have any ideas? These 6 people can't be professional hosts because, to be honest, a professional host would destroy the fairness of the game to a certain extent. He might be too smooth in controlling the situation and leave a lot of traces, but we'll try our best to pursue authenticity," Yang Yi said. "I'll propose 2 candidates first. You guys can see if they're suitable. If there are any questions, we can discuss them together. Don't worry about anything. The first candidate I think is suitable is Zhu Jia," Yang Yi said. When Yang Yi said this, he was not sure about Yan Tao and the others' reaction. But to Yang Yi's surprise, whether it was Yan Tao or Ren Min, they all nodded in agreement. Zhu Jia is not bad. He is not a professional host, but he has the potential to be a host, Yan Tao said. Ren Min also said, "Zhu Jia's overall performance is not bad. I have seen some of his programs. He knows how to help the guests fight for the screen time. This is a very good trait." Because of the accident of the original boss of China Star Production, although the 2 of them had not directed a program for half a year, they still paid attention to domestic and foreign variety shows. They even knew Zhu Jia so well. Having obtained their approval, Yang Yi also felt much more at ease. The other candidate is Guozi. Maybe you are not familiar with him. He is the male lead of the popular fairy tale micro-movie at the beginning of this year. He has another movie coming out next year, Yang Yi said. I have seen that micro-movie, but the Guang you mentioned, isn't he a very introverted person? Ren Min asked, puzzled. Of course not. He is just acting. In real life, he is actually a very talkative person. His personality is also very funny. He is the joker among his friends. Yang Yi laughed. He chose Guozi, of course, because he wanted to keep the goodies within the family. But most importantly, it was because Guozi's personality was indeed suitable for variety shows. Recently, Ding Xiang said that Guozi was going to lose weight. It was a good opportunity for him to give it a try and let him realize the importance and urgency of losing weight. However, Yan Tao and Ren Min looked at each other and did not say anything. This was obviously a backdoor entry. They did not know Yang Yi's personality. Even if Yang Yi said that they should not have any concerns about their opinions, they did not dare to go against Yang Yi and not let Guozi come. Yang Yi saw Yan Tao and Ren Min's silent look and guessed their thoughts. He said, "It is normal that you don't know him well. How about this, I will let Guozi come over tomorrow. You can test him personally. Then, after the Spring Festival, he will go to Shanghai. You can try with him in Shanghai. If it is really not suitable, we will change people." Yan Tao and Ren Lian both breathed a sigh of relief and agreed to Yang Yi's arrangement. There is one more candidate. Yun Yangfeng observed their expressions and felt that he had to speak up for Yang Yi. I think that among the 5 men and 1 woman, can we confirm another person? What about Murphy? If she is the permanent host of the variety show, she will definitely help us pull in a lot of viewership ratings. Mo Xiaozhuan's expression was even more peculiar. Yang Yi had actually spoken her mind. Mo Xiaozhuan was also wondering if Murphy was included in Yang Yi's request for the 5 men and 1 woman. Was this variety show just to pave the way for Murphy's comeback? However, Yang Yi shook his head with a smile. Murphy, who was being discussed by everyone, was actually just next door. She was holding Tong Tong and standing in the middle of the employees with a smile. The cute Tong Tong naturally attracted a lot of female fans. Xiaoai and 5 or 6 other female employees surrounded Tong Tong and Murphy, trying to tease Tong Tong. Is he still drinking breast milk? Did you give him any supplementary food? He's only 1 month old, but he must be full of curiosity about this world. Look at his eyes, they're so cute. Sister Fei, does your mother-in-law help take care of him? You can't be too arrogant. It's normal for children to cry. You have to let him familiarize himself with other family members. Perhaps it was due to their maternal instincts, but all the female employees had no resistance to such a small baby. Although other than Xiaoai, they were not very familiar with the boss, Murphy. At this time, they all acted like they had been friends with Murphy for many years. They enthusiastically talked to Murphy about parenting. Of course, the female employees who had not given birth yet, such as Xiaoai, could not get a word in, but it did not matter. She still enjoyed teasing Tong Tong. However, Tong Tong seemed a little cold. So many beautiful women were teasing him, and they were even holding brightly colored keychains to attract his attention. However, Tong Tong just rolled his eyes curiously, and he did not have any intention of laughing at all. His mouth moved, but the little guy only yawned. After yawning, his eyes became lazy, as if he was saying, "Sisters, I'm going to sleep." But it did not matter. Even if Tong Tong did not cooperate, it could not stop the sisters from liking him. Xiaoai said enviously, "He's so cute. Look at his mouth when he opens it. He's cute even without teeth. Ah. Ah. My heart is about to melt." A few married women next to her took the opportunity to tease her. "Manager AI, your heart is melting. Hurry up and have a baby. What are you waiting for?" Little Momo seemed to have been startled by their voices. Her drooping eyelids opened again, and her round black eyes looked at these big sisters in confusion. However, not long after, sleepiness attacked her once again. Murphy didn't know that she had been mistaken for the hostess of Yang Yi's new program, Chicken Strips. In fact, if Yang Yi insisted on placing Murphy in, Yan Tao and Ren Lian couldn't say anything. This was because Yang Yi was their big boss, and Murphy was their lady boss. Although the big boss was the one who paid them, the lady boss was always the boss. How could they object when the lady boss wanted to appear on their show? They might question it, but they definitely wouldn't dare to go against Yang Yi. Whether it was Yan Tao or Ren Min, they didn't have the qualifications to do so, unless they fought to the same height as Chen Fengchen. Moreover, when they heard that the female host was Murphy, they began to find excuses to comfort themselves. At least, Mo Fei was also a big star with a huge fanbase. Her participation could bring higher ratings to the show, which was a good thing. However, they misunderstood. Yang Yi never wanted Murphy to be the hostess of the new Chicken Strips. In fact, he didn't even want Murphy to appear on the program as a guest. Because 3-year-old Mo was delicate and weak, it was easy to push her down. "Murphy can't do it." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I said that this program must be done well. All the hosts must be down to earth and brave. Murphy can't do that. Even if she has the courage, she doesn't have the ability." "Who said she doesn't have the ability?" Mo Xiaowan said unhappily. "Really, I know her the best. If you ask her to run 100 meters, she'll be so tired that she'll pant. If you ask her to compete with the other 5 hosts and even the future celebrity guests, how can she compete?" Yang Yi didn't mention one thing, which was that Murphy was too naive. If she really had to fight with those old foxes, she wouldn't even know how she lost. "Yang Yi, this way, the requirements for the female host are very high." Ren Min also realized this problem and said, "If there's no support, a female artist generally can't compete with a male artist, right? It's her ability to win the sympathy of other men, but our program group won't give any favoritism to the female host. We also don't want to see a vase that only knows how to act coquettishly. It's best if she can establish the image of a tough woman." Yang Yi said. Tough woman, no one had seen this term before, but when Yang Yi said it, everyone understood and laughed. Ren Min's eyes lit up and he quickly recorded this term. It would definitely be useful in the program in the future. To establish a tough woman, we have to consider the female artist's personality. Yang Yi, you said that she has to be realistic. which means that she has to be more outgoing, forthright, not bothered by trifles, and not afraid of hardships. Ren Min said and looked a little troubled. It's not easy to find a female artist like that. Wasn't that right? Most of the female artists in the entertainment industry, regardless of whether they really looked the same or not, were either as gentle as jade or as delicate as fragile goods. However, it was undeniable that this was the type that most men liked. Before the concept of a tough woman became popular, there were very few female artists who were tough. Yang Yi, you can consider Yang Huan. Mo Xiaowan couldn't stand it anymore. She was different from Yang Yi. She was more selfish. It was such a good program, so she definitely had to use her own artist. Moreover, Yang Huan was so suitable. Don't be shy about recommending Yang Huan just because she's your sister. Yang Huan's personality is just like what Director Ren said. She's forthright and doesn't care about trifles. I also believe that she's not afraid of hardships. Most importantly, if you want a female artist who dares and can compete with male artists, Yang Huan can do it. She's been practicing martial arts since she was a child. She's very skilled and ordinary men can't beat her. Yang Yi knew that Mo Xiaowan was saying this for Yan Tao and Ren Min. Huan isn't suitable, is she? Yang Yi frowned and said, she's not even a celebrity. She's never acted in a movie before. She's never sung either. To be honest, Yang Yi also wanted Yang Huan, but she wasn't qualified. Mo Xiaowan looked at Yang Yi strangely. She hesitated and said, who said that Yang Huan hasn't acted before? She just didn't tell you. Didn't you notice that Yang Huan has been very busy recently? Ding Xiang was the one who answered the phone. She went to the Jiangnan military region and is filming Drawing Sword with director Chen Fengchen. Mo Xiaowan, the head of internal affairs, naturally knew about Yang Huan's filming. She even helped arrange for a driver to pick Ding Xiang up in case she was too busy with classes and final exams. Of course, she also helped to hide it from Yang Yi. However, this was a rare opportunity. Mo Xiaowan didn't care about leaking the secret because she wanted to help Yang Huan. Yang Yi looked at Mo Xiaowan in surprise, but before he could speak, Yan Tao asked, she's filming Drawing Sword? What role is Yang Huan playing? It was hard to tell that Yan Tao was a fan of Drawing Sword. She's playing Xiuqin. Mo Xiaowan laughed. Xiuqin, the image of a strong woman suddenly appeared in Yan Tao's mind. Yang Yi's face darkened and said, nonsense. Why is Director Chen doing the same? Just because she's my sister, he's letting her play Xiuqin? Xiuqin was a very important supporting actress. If she didn't do well, the show would be ruined. Yang Yi, you're underestimating your sister. Mo Xiaowan said proudly. Huan went to the audition because Ding Xiang helped her get the chance. Director Chen didn't recognize Huan until the end of the audition. She got the role with her own efforts. Through their conversation, Yan Tao and Ren Lian had a better understanding of Yang Huan. Although Yang Huan was still inexperienced, Yan Tao and Ren Lian were both very curious about Yang Huan according to Mo Xiaowan's description of a person who was good at fighting and had a compatible personality. If that's the case, why don't we let Yang Huan try it first? Who knows, she might surprise us. Yan Tao, a fan of Drawing Sword, could not help but say. Really? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment. He was actually very tempted. After all, it was a good opportunity for Yang Huan. Let her meet the other hosts and try it out. Or, record the first episode and see how it goes. Ren Lian also said, if the results are good, I think we don't have to care about her popularity. After all, our show doesn't need celebrity effects, but authenticity. Alright, that's settled then. Take a look at who the other hosts are. Yang Yi no longer pretended to refuse and waved his hand. It was as if a painting was unfurled, however, it was also true. From that day onward, the world's new limit challenge would set sail. Putting aside the fact that Yang Huan had snuck into the set behind Yang Yi's back, Yang Yi did not have time to beat this little girl up, because Shi's New Year's Day performance was coming up. On the last night of the year, Yang Yi brought his family to the same hotel as last year. Not only Yang Yi and Murphy, but also Yang Chonggue and Dong Yue were dressed very fashionably. When they arrived at the private room, they took off their thick coats. Grandpa Shen was wearing a Chinese long-sleeved shirt with a standing collar, which was popular in their era. The diagonal buttons were tightly buttoned and looked very spirited. The navy blue color matched with the white scarf around his neck, which was similar to Hada's, made him look like a big boss from the old Shanghai. If he held the felt top hat that was hanging on the hanger together with his coat, he would look even more like one. It was also the first time that Dong Yue was dressed so formally. Of course, she could not dress in bright colors like Zhou Mingyu, who did not want to admit that she was old. Grandpa Shen's dress was similar to that of an ordinary old person, but the workmanship of the dress was more delicate. In the elegant brown texture, there was a deeper red outline of a maple leaf pattern, which made the solemn dress look lively and lively. Of course, it was not just the adults. Even Tong Tong was dressed up. He was wearing a cute baby panda costume and was being held in his mother's swaddling clothes. He looked like a fashionable baby. With such a big lineup, they were, of course, cheering for Xishi's family and friends. However, Xishi was wearing a prop costume today. It was a slightly round pink dress with a small curly tail. Later, I'll wear a pig's nose and big ears. Then I'll look like a pig. But Mr. Mu said that we can only wear them after dinner. The little girl gestured with her hands beside her ears and happily explained her costume to her grandparents. Why do you have to act as a pig? Yang Chonggui was a little unhappy. Can't you act as a horse? Or a human? Because a pig is super cute. Cough cough. Xishi pressed her little nose up and snorted like a pig, but she was amused by herself. She giggled and twisted around. In the end, she fell into her father's arms. She didn't know how fun it was. Pigs don't cry like that. Dong Yue was amused. Her grandmother, who was very experienced in feeding pigs, showed her granddaughter how to make a pig sound. Squeak squeak, squeak squeak. He had to admit that his imitation was quite good. It was true that there were experts among the people. She was attracted by her grandmother's voice. The little girl looked at her grandmother with admiration and said, "Grandma, you're really amazing." Yang Yi comforted Yang Chonggui and said with a smile, "Dad, don't worry about these things." In the eyes of Xishi and the other children, pigs are cute. Moreover, there are many people in the city who treat pigs as pets. They are clean and don't look bad at all. Yang Chonggui shook his head. He didn't understand what these young people were thinking. However, Xishi remembered what she hadn't finished speaking. She jumped out of her father's arms and ran to the sofa where her grandfather was sitting. She shook her grandfather's arm and pestered him. "Grandpa, do you know why I'm not wearing a pig's nose now?" Yang Chonggui was pestered by his granddaughter. He didn't have the time to complain about those young people. His eyes were full of kindness and he asked, "Why?" "Hee, Grandpa, I already told you." Xishi was overjoyed. She hugged her grandfather's arm and laughed. "Because I can't eat if I'm wearing a pig's nose." "That's not a big deal." Yang Chonggui thought that Xishi was talking about something important. He couldn't help but shake his head gently. However, he was comforted by Xishi's innocent look and smiled. Just like last year, Lan Caokai and Wu Jingjing also came to find Yang Yi. They were going to watch the children's performance together later. "Old master, you're dressed so well." When Lan Caokai saw Yang Chonggui, he couldn't help but praise him. One word, handsome. How could Yang Chonggui be complacent with the praise of the big fatty? In any case, the old man was someone who had seen big scenes. He stroked his white beard and nodded lightly at the other party. However, he had a carefree and unperturbed look on his face. Lan Caokai felt that the old man was very charming. Wasn't an otherworldly master supposed to be unfathomable? Lan Caokai sighed in admiration. "Old master, look at your aura. You're definitely a master of a generation. I don't feel like any master in those movies. Only our old man is imposing enough. Just sitting here makes people feel that you're unfathomable." "That's enough, Brother Lan. If we continue to flatter each other like this, the food will get cold." Yang Yi smiled and picked up food for Xishi and Lan Xian, who were already sitting together and chatting about little girls. Lan Kai sat down and said, "I'm not bragging, and I'm not flattering the old man. I just think that the old man's clothes are not bad." "Where did you buy it for him?" "That's right." Lan Caokai was moved. He felt that he should also get a set of clothes like this to show off. You want it too? It's the same place. I'll get the old tailor to make it. You can go to him. Yang Yi shook his head helplessly. Today's private room was livelier than last year. Not only were there more Yang Chonggue and Dong Yue, but in the middle of the meal, Lu Weisha and her parents also came to visit after finding out that Xi and Yang Yi were in the private room. Yang Yi and David were closer. David often went to Yang Yi's coffee shop. It didn't matter if Yang Yi wasn't there because he went there for coffee. However, if Yang Yi was there, the two of them would have the chance to chat about anything. David said that Yang Yi was one of the few knowledgeable people in China. Therefore, he felt that Yang Yi was very congenial. Lu Weisha's mother, Maria, met Murphy for the first time. The two of them communicated in English. They mainly talked about their children, especially Tong Tong. Maria was very interested in the cute Tong Tong in Murphy's arms. She reached out and made a hugging motion. She asked Murphy, "Can I hug him? This is really a cute little boy." Murphy regretfully told her that Tong Tong was a little shy. Other than his mother's embrace, he would cry in other people's embrace. Yang Chonggue actually knew a little English, but he had stayed in the countryside for decades and had forgotten most of it. Especially since Murphy and Maria spoke faster, the old man couldn't understand them at all. It didn't matter if he didn't understand. However, when the foreign woman made a gesture of wanting to hug his grandson, the old man couldn't help but be vigilant. Other people didn't have much of a problem, but foreigners? The old man was on guard. What are they talking about? Yang Chonggue couldn't help but mutter. Cici was sitting beside Grandpa and talking to Lu Weisha and Lan Xian. Grandpa's words drifted into the little girl's ears. Cici glanced at Grandpa and followed his gaze to look at her mother and Lu Weisha's mother. This little girl was so warm-hearted, how could she leave her grandfather to the side and let him face the problem alone? After listening for a while, she translated for her grandfather. "Grandpa, Lu Weisha's mom told my mom that Tong Tong cries and that everyone doesn't like hugging him because something is wrong with him." "Oh, I don't know. Lu Weisha, do you know what your mom said?" She tried her best to translate for her grandfather, but her vocabulary was limited. She didn't know how to translate and she didn't understand some of the words. Lu Weisha saw that her friend was in a difficult position and enthusiastically helped her. "I'll go and ask." Lu Weisha used Chinese. After asking for a while, she ran back happily. She stood beside Xi and said to Xi's grandfather, "My mother said that Tong Tong cries because he's scared and needs to use soother." "What is soother?" Xi asked in confusion. "Yes, what is soother?" Lu Weisha didn't know how to explain it in Chinese. She looked a little anxious and explained with gestures, It's this, in the mouth," but her description made everyone even more confused. Yang Chonggue had a good impression of Lu Weisha when he heard her speak Chinese. Besides, she was a child, so he didn't mind too much. Now that he saw Lu Weisha's enthusiastic and embarrassed look, he waved his hand and said, "Good girl, don't say any more. It's okay." But the old man underestimated the children's thirst for knowledge. She jumped down from the chair and ran to her father. She tugged at her father's clothes and asked, "Papa, what is soother?" Yang Yi was also paying attention to the conversation between Murphy and the others. When he heard his daughter's question, he smiled and touched Xi's little head. "It's a pacifier. Your Auntie Maria introduced it to your mother. She said that if Tong Tong bites it, he won't be too scared and Papa can hug him." The performance of the older children was arranged to be in the middle. As Yang Yi was worried about Murphy and Tong Tong, he went out before Xi's performance. He accompanied Murphy for a few minutes before returning. Of course, since it was on the way, Yang Yi went backstage to cheer Xi and the other children on. Although he was only Xi's father, he was also very popular with the other children. He was like an idol to the other children. One sentence from him was more effective than several sentences from Teacher Mu. Daddy, did you bring your camera?" Xi finally had a chance to talk to her father. She asked in a muffled voice with a pig's nose. Xi was talking about her own camera. Yang Yi had given it to her to take pictures of the little fish for her homework. By the way, Yang Yi was worried that Xi would be worried about those little fish after they died. Therefore, he persuaded Xianxia to send them to Lan Xian's big fish tank to be raised together. As for how many of them were still alive, Yang Yi did not know. He only knew that poor Xianxia had sent people to buy fish to replenish the aquarium tank. Last night, the little girl mysteriously came to look for her father with her camera. She asked her father to take her camera to watch her performance and take pictures of her. I want to show it to my brother. He doesn't understand it yet. He'll be able to see it when he grows up. Yang Yi did not forget how serious Xianxia was when she said these words to him. He was shocked by his daughter's intelligence that sometimes surpassed that of other children her age. It was not a big deal to know how to take pictures. However, it was not easy for a 5.5-year-old girl to be able to think about things so far in the future. Yang Yi smiled and patted his daughter's head as he said, "Yes, I brought it. I'll let your grandpa hold it for you. Don't worry. I also brought a big camera that can record videos. Your mother can also watch your performance when the time comes." Xianxia was relieved and smiled. Her big eyes were full of ripples when she smiled. Under the light, it was as beautiful as the reflection of small stars in a rippling lake. After a while, Yang Yi welcomed Xianxia's performance in the audience. After the host, Teacher Shen, announced the performance, a tall foreign girl with blonde hair and blue eyes rushed onto the stage after a round of applause. She was wearing a princess dress. The weather was so cold, and she had a thick fur coat on her shoulders. Of course, it was Lu Weixia. Her performance was very simple. She looked around in confusion, as if she had lost her way. A long, long time ago, there was a princess who went to the forest to play, but she got lost. Behind the scenes, a loud and clear voice was reading the background of the story. At this time, Lan Zhou, who was sitting next to Yang Yi, excitedly introduced the voice to the people next to him. He even bypassed Yang Yi and introduced the voice to Yang Yi, who was sitting next to Yang Yi. "This is my daughter." That's right. People who were familiar with the voice could tell that the voice behind the scenes was the loud voice of Lan Xian. Lan Xin was not a good dancer, and she would be very nervous after going on stage. However, she was very comfortable with this dubbing job. All she had to do was to repeat Teacher Mu's words aloud and she would be fine. At this time an explorer appeared. Wang Shijuan, who was dressed like a soldier, appeared on the stage. Then, it was the story of the explorer inviting the curious princess to explore the legendary piglet kingdom in the forest. On the way, they met a big-tailed squirrel, a simple and honest bear, and a wild duck that could talk. The story passed quickly. These animals all joined their team. Everyone went to the piglet kingdom together and saw many cute piglets. There was a little piglet like Xianxia, who wore a pink dress over her piglet costume. There was also a little piglet brother who wore a suit over his piglet costume. "You are all so cute." Lu Weixia, who was the princess, picked up the microphone and said in her still shaky Chinese, "So this is what a piglet looks like." Then, the music started. First, there was a light and pleasant prelude accompanied by a soft waist drum sound. All the children began to dance. Xianxia and Yang Luoqi, the two best dancers, of course, wore piglet costumes and led the dance. The dance was not complicated. In fact, it could even be said to be simple. At the beginning of the prelude, the children just followed the rhythm and ran to their positions. During this time, Qin Shiyan even ran to the wrong position because she was nervous. However, this was normal. The children's performance could not be perfect. The teachers did not come up to spoil the fun and let them jump off the stage. "Pig, you have 2 holes in your nose." A young child's voice came from the sound system. This song really lifted the spirits of the parents who were still a little confused. The children on the stage raised their small hands and made an okay gesture. 2 small hands clasped around their noses and gestured. "When you have a cold, you still have snot and yo-yo." These interesting lyrics, accompanied by the children's gestures, added a lot of fun. Without this song, Xianxia and the others' performance would be ordinary. However, with this song that had never appeared before and was full of childlike interest, made the program fun. It was as if the princess was singing and describing the piglets. "Pig, you have dark eyes." The children gestured around their eyes with their fingers. Yang Chonggue, who was beside him, was beaming with joy. The old man stared at his granddaughter with a smile. The little girl's cute dance made the old man forget that he did not like Xianxia acting as a pig. Now, his mind was full of the idea that this little pig was his granddaughter and that she danced beautifully. The little girl and her friends danced with all their might. Although it was simple, there were many movements and they had to be memorized. Fortunately, Xianxia had a good memory and the dance matched the lyrics very well. Even so, the little girl was still a little nervous. Her little face was tense. Although she had a pig's nose, Xianxia could still see that. His heart ached, of course. Although Xianxia and Ji Ningming helped the children make the recording of this song very pleasant, there were still some flaws. For example, the following line, "Looking and looking, I can't see the end of it," none of the children could sing well. Xianxia and the others could not sing the high notes at this point. Now, in the recording, they forcefully raised their voices but quickly lost their energy. Even if Xianxia and the others tried their best, they could not do it. From the sound system, anyone could tell that the children could not sing the high notes. However, the adults did not care at all. Instead, there was some kind laughter and applause for the children's hard work. Sometimes, flaws were also a kind of beauty. Xianxia felt uncomfortable listening to it, but when he saw the parents' reaction, he was slightly relieved. At that time, Ji Ningming had advised him to keep this question. It would be more realistic. Weren't all children like this when they sang? It wasn't just the line just now. The little ones couldn't continue singing that part of the high note, so running and jumping can't be separated from it. The persistence in their singing made people unable to help but think of their hard work. The flaws couldn't obscure the beauty of the song. The interesting nature of the song made the program very enjoyable for the parents. Pig's head, pig's brain, pig's body, pig's tail. Good children who are never picky about food, there was a strong rhythm to the song. Coupled with the cute way the children turned their backs and shook their buttocks, it really made people want to go up and shake their buttocks. In the middle of the performance, the brisk rhythm had already made the audience happy. The children in the audience could not sit still and were twisting in their seats. It seemed that they liked this program more than the adults. Legend has it that your ancestor had a rake with 8 nails. The fortune teller said that he was destined to fall in love. When he saw a beautiful girl, he would laugh and laugh. He would not blush or be afraid. You are very much like him. In the end, the new little pig, Nanjiaoyu, who wore Zhu Beiji's monk robes and carried a rake weapon, ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Many parents who had read the story of Journey to the West to their children smiled knowingly. The children in the audience also shouted excitedly, "Zhu Beiji, this is Zhu Beiji." After Xianxia and her friends finished performing Song of a Pig, the parents present applauded the group of children. Although they were not stingy with their applause for every performance, everyone's approval made the children's nervous expressions relax a little, and they burst into bright smiles one after another. Xianxia went backstage to pick up his daughter. Xianxia was still excited. She was not afraid of the cold after taking off the prop costume, and she pestered her father to talk. If Xianxia had not stopped her and asked her to put on the down jacket, the little girl might have caught a cold unknowingly. After putting on the clothes, Xianxia touched Xixi's back to see if there was sweat on it. She was indeed sweating a little. However, Xianxia forgot to warm his hand, so it was cold. He reached in and the little girl was so cold that she screamed, "Ah, ah. It's Dad's fault, Dad's fault." Xianxia apologized to his daughter in embarrassment. He quickly rubbed Xixi's back for a while, and then he picked up her small towel and wiped her sweat. Otherwise, she might catch a cold. The temperature in the room was neither high nor low, but the little girl was still sweating. It could be seen how serious she was. However, Cici didn't feel tired at all. She was still enthusiastic. Although she cried out for a while because of the cold, it couldn't stop her desire to talk at all. "Papa, let me tell you, I jumped wrong in one place." When Xixi was talking to her father, she was still holding the plastic flower that the teacher gave her. "It doesn't matter if you made a mistake. Your performance today has been very good. Who will notice that you made a mistake?" Xianxia realized that what he said was a little inappropriate. He could not teach his daughter to ignore her own problems, so he added, "You just need to remember where you made a mistake, and you can change it in the future." "Yes, yes." "No, no." The little girl promised sweetly at first, but soon she found the loophole in her father's words. She giggled and said, "No, I have finished the performance. I won't dance anymore." "Who said that? You haven't performed for Auntie before. Maybe when we go home during the spring festival, you will perform for Auntie again?" Xianxia laughed. "Then I'll look better, then I'll dance for Auntie." The little girl got excited again and said seriously to her father. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he realized that his daughter had unintentionally made a mistake in her wording. However, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. He looked at the energetic little girl and the corners of his mouth curved up. The performance of A Song of a Pig was very successful. At the very least, many parents who did not have time to rehearse with their children and watched the performance for the first time were full of praise after watching it. After the gala ended, they even went to look for Xianxia, hoping to get a copy of the audio. It would be even better if there was a video of the show. They also wanted to give their children a memory of growing up. Of course, he could have explained it more thoroughly. After all, Xianxia was also a big star. If his child could sing Xianxia's music together with his child, he could boast about it to his family and friends in the future. This was human nature, and there was nothing wrong with it. Xianxia simply agreed to their request. He used the name of Phoebe Studio to upload the audio and video of the show to several music websites, and set it to be free to download and browse. In other words, Xianxia directly made this song public for these children and their parents to use for free. Of course, this was except for commercial purposes. However, Xianxia seemed to have underestimated his influence. It was a holiday on New Year's Day, so she did not need to go to kindergarten. Taking advantage of the good weather today, the sun was shining brightly, and the temperature during the day was much warmer. Xianxia took Mo Fei and the children back to the small building of the coffee shop to take a stroll. It was also a change of environment and air. When she saw Xianxia suddenly appear, Ding Xiang, who was walking back to the bar with a plastic tray, panicked. "Where's Huan Huan?" Xianxia opened the door for Murphy, who was pushing a horizontal stroller, and looked around, pretending to ask casually. Ding Xiang, who was not good at lying, realized that something was wrong. In a panic, she almost accidentally dropped the plastic tray on the ground. In a fluster, she bent down to catch the tray, held it in her arms, and stammered, "Brother Yang, Huan Huan, she's upstairs." In fact, when these words came out, Ding Xiang's face was full of annoyance. What kind of lie was this? How could she lie so poorly? If Xianxia went upstairs to take a look, wouldn't she be exposed? Is she really upstairs? Xianxia asked meaningfully. Ding Xiang did not know how to lie, but she was not stupid. When Xianxia said this, she immediately understood. She looked at Xianxia carefully and asked in a low voice, "Brother Yang, you know everything?" Xianxia proudly raised his eyebrows, pointed his finger at Ding Xiang, and did not answer directly, but said, "You're not allowed to leak the information." How could Ding Xiang not understand Xianxia's meaning? She smiled bitterly. It was very difficult to help keep a secret, but she had to be a double agent? This was too difficult for the honest sister Xiang. At this moment, she was listening to them talking in riddles. She was very confused and could not help but ask, "Papa, what are you talking about? Where is little auntie?" Murphy, who was next to her, smiled. She gently patted her daughter's shoulder and said, "Your little aunt went to shoot a movie." "Little aunt went to shoot a movie? Mom, I want to see it." She said happily. "Not this time, because the place where your little aunt is shooting is very messy and dangerous. Next time, if it's not dangerous, Dad will take you there." Xianxia took over the conversation and coaxed Shi, who was very interested in these things, for a while, so that she dispelled the idea of going to the smoky battlefield to watch the shooting. Xianxia did not embarrass Ding Xiang anymore. Instead, he took out an album and handed it to Ding Xiang, asking her to put it on the shelf. "Happiness?" Ding Xiang read the words on the cover of the unopened album, and then said with some surprise, "Xianxia's happiness album? Isn't this album released today?" Ding Xiang knew about this because Guozi had mentioned it to her when they were chatting. Of course, Ding Xiang quickly realized how stupid her question was. She still knew the relationship between Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia explained to her, "Well, there are 2 songs in this album. I wrote them for him, so he sent me a few sample discs. I took one of them and put it in the shop. You can also play it." Xianxia's songs are worth slowly appreciating. Xianxia got this album half a month ago. He just waited for the album to be released before giving it to Xiang. This was also a manifestation of respect for the copyright. Xiang nodded and opened the album to play it. However, Xianxia did not stay in the shop to listen to the songs. He had to accompany Murphy to do some restorative exercises today. Therefore, after Xianxia put down their things in the coffee shop, he took Murphy, Xixi, pushed the baby stroller, and carried Tong Tong out again. They went for a walk on the sunny and green path by the dam. Murphy could not do strenuous exercises now. Even running would take some time for her body to adapt to a certain intensity of exercise. At this stage, for Murphy, walking was the best, safest, and most effective postpartum recovery exercise. What's more, bathed in the warm winter afternoon sun, breathed in the fresh outdoor air, looked at her lively and lovely daughter in front of her, and looked at Xianxia, who was helping to push the baby stroller beside her. Murphy felt that she was in a very good mood. She did not have the feeling of depression that she had when she took care of the newborn Xixi by herself except for her parents. As they walked, Xixi suddenly started humming a song. La la la, where is spring? Where is spring? Over there. Da 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 da. In my eyes, perhaps it was because she saw the slightly yellowish greenery in the bushes in front of her and the green needles of the evergreen pine trees in front of her. The little girl suddenly remembered this song that she had not sung for a long time. Of course, she did not remember all the lyrics. She even mixed up the words. Listening to Xixi's pleasant singing, Murphy's mood became even better. She could not help but hum along. When Xixi heard it, she immediately turned around and ran happily to her mother's side. She held her mother's hand and sang with her. This way, Xixi could remember the lyrics. It was a pity that Tong Tong did not know how to sing. However, when Xixi sang, she did not forget about her little brother. From time to time, she would bend down and look into Tong Tong's eyes. Tong Tong, who was lying comfortably in the baby stroller and covered in a small blanket, was curiously looking at the bright world with his big black eyes. From time to time, his sister's head would pop out. When Tong Tong looked into his sister's eyes, he could not help but open his toothless mouth and reveal a little bit of his little tongue. He smiled happily. Xixi also let out a bell-like laughter. She did not get tired of teasing her little brother over and over again. It was as if they were playing hide-and-seek. She was having a lot of fun. In addition to taking a walk, Xianxia would also accompany Murphy to do some simple joint exercises. For ordinary people, these exercises could only be regarded as a warm-up before exercise, but for Murphy at this stage, it could be regarded as a low-frequency exercise that she could do slowly. Xianxia and Murphy stood like Titanic. He was behind Murphy, his hand holding Murphy's waist, and said softly, "Straighten your arms on both sides and lay them flat." Murphy looked at the sparkling river under the sun, listened to Xianxia's instructions, and raised her arms. Well, now only the background music of My Heart Will Go On was left. Every night in my dream, I see you, I feel you. Of course, now was not the time to sing. Taking advantage of the sunshine and the wind, Xianxia continued to guide Murphy. Okay, next, slowly raise your arms up until you reach the highest point and touch your hands together. Xianxia said as he helped Murphy slightly raise her arms. After Murphy finished raising her hands high, he asked her to put them down, return to the position where her arms were flat, and raise them forward to clap. Okay, put them down. Let's take a breather, then continue, Xianxia said with a smile. How many times do we have to do this? Murphy followed him a few times, and finally couldn't help but ask. A total of 10 sets. After you're done, you can move on to the next exercise, Xianxia said. So many? Mo-Fei let out a cry. Of course, Murphy was only being coaxed by Xianxia, so she let herself be. In fact, she couldn't wait to get her figure back as soon as possible. She couldn't let Xianxia see her fat. Naturally, after giving birth, she wasn't very fat. Those flirtatious women outside had such good figures, and she was about to lose, while Xianxia and Murphy were exercising like standing on the bow of a boat. Xixi, who was taking care of her little brother in the stroller, curiously looked at their parents for a while, but soon lost interest. She turned her head and continued to play with her little brother. Little brother, let's shake hands, okay? Xixi reached her hand in and waved it in front of Tong Tong's eyes. Tong Tong's pair of confused eyes turned, and his mouth slightly opened as if he was asking, "Big sister, what are you doing?" The little girl excitedly made up a story. A long time ago. Little brother, you were disobedient and was taken away by a big wolf. Big sister wanted to save you. Then big sister saw you. Little brother, and big sister wanted to save you. The little girl muttered her story endlessly. Finally, Tong Tong used his little left hand to grab his sister's finger when his sister's hand came over again. He seemed to understand her story and smiled happily. Hee hee, little brother, you're holding big sister's hand. The little girl also smiled happily. After Murphy finished her hand exercises, she still had to do leg exercises. She had to slim down her arms, calves, and thighs. Come, support me. Xianxia moved in front of Murphy and stood face to face with her. He let Murphy put her left hand on his shoulder for support. Slowly lift your right calf, but don't move your thigh. Then use your right hand to grab the bend of your ankle and gently pull it up. It had to be said that during the year of pregnancy and childbirth, Murphy had suffered a lot. In the past, when she was pregnant, she couldn't do any exercise because her legs had to support her big belly. Now that she wanted to do leg exercises, Murphy had just tiptoed when she felt the other supporting leg go limp and weak, and it started to tremble. I'm going to fall. Murphy hurriedly put her right leg down. It's okay, don't be nervous. I'll support you. You won't fall. Look. Xianxia smiled. He pressed his hands on Murphy's waist and used his strong arms to lift Murphy up easily. That's right, Xianxia's strength was abnormal. After giving birth, Murphy weighed almost 60 kilograms, but Xianxia lifted Murphy up as if he was carrying Xi. Although Xianxia only gently picked her up a little, less than 5 centimeters off the ground, and then put her down, Mofei was still startled by him and screamed in pain. After landing, Murphy naturally hit Xianxia's chest angrily and said, "What are you doing? Are you showing off your strength?" Hee hee, I'm just showing you. I'll support you. You don't have to worry about falling. Xianxia smiled at his wife shamelessly. Just when Xianxia was helping Mofei lift her legs, Yang Huan finally came back. She had changed out of her big cotton-padded jacket and back into her normal clothes, but her 2 braids were still tied up. But it didn't matter. Yang Huan looked more pure and beautiful with her braids. However, the male students she met on the way didn't expect that this pretty girl was actually very strong. Sister Ding Xiang. Yang Huan called out impatiently when she returned to the coffee shop. Then, she saw Guozi and said, "Hey, Xiaogua, you're here?" Guozi, who had already learned about the situation from Ding Xiang, looked at Yang Huan and smiled strangely. Yang Huan didn't notice Guozi's mysterious smile. She said excitedly, "Xiaogua, what are you doing here again? Are you here to eat the cake made by Sister Ding Xiang?" She was a little naughty. After saying that, she giggled. "Why do you have to mention that?" Guozi said gloomily. He could only look at the cake that he couldn't eat. Yang Huan smiled proudly and said, "Who told you to lose weight?" In my brother's words, it's like a group of good friends suddenly wanting to lose weight. The boat of friendship capsizes. The phrase "the boat of friendship capsizes" was used by Xianxia to promote the game Friendship Farm last year. What Yang Huan said was made up by the netizens, but Yang Huan was a little confused. The 3 of them chatted. Ding Xiang didn't dare to say anything, fearing that she would leak the secret. Guozi knew that Ding Xiang was not good at lying, so he helped her by asking Yang Huan how the shooting went. Finally, Xianxia came back from a walk with Murphy, Xi, and Tong Tong. "Hey!" Yang Huan panicked when she saw her brother. "Don't say anything. Why is my brother here?" "Huan, when is the school holiday?" Xianxia asked, pretending not to care. Yang Huan looked at Ding Xiang with a reproachful look, as if she was saying, "Why didn't you tell me that my brother was here?" Then, she replied in confusion, "It's the holidays next week." Xianxia nodded and said, "Then go home first after the holiday. It's hard for Qing to be alone at home. Go home and help him." "What?" Yang Huan was dumbfounded. She still had to work. She said quickly, "Brother, my brother has my sister-in-law to help him. You don't need me." Let me go home with you. Why don't you go home earlier? Why are you staying here? Yang Yi asked deliberately. Mo Fei, who was next to them, was amused to watch the siblings play the game of Mission Impossible, but she did not say anything. I. Yang Huan rolled her eyes and tried to find an excuse. Go to the military division? Yang Yi raised his eyebrows. Yang Huan was startled. He first glanced at Ding Xiang, who had her head lowered. Then, he looked at Yang Yi eagerly and asked, Big brother, you know everything? Yang Yi didn't keep her in suspense. He pointed at Yang Huan's braids with a smile and said, What do you think? Yang Huan stuck out her tongue and lowered her head shyly, not daring to say anything. Huan, why don't you tell everyone about your good news? Murphy asked with a smile. You're going to play Xiaoqin. It's a great role. It's just a small supporting role. Yang Huan smiled shyly. And I'm afraid that you won't let me try. I'm afraid that people will say that you're partial to me. However, let me tell you, I really used my own strength to move teacher Chen Fengchen. At first, he didn't recognize me. Mr. Xianxia said that I acted well. Yang Huan said hurriedly. Yang Yi didn't say much to her. He had something to tell Yang Huan today. If you're really afraid that people will say that I'm partial to you, I won't give you this chance. Yang Yi took out the proposal of the ultimate challenge, which had been modified by the production professionals of China Star over the past few days. He handed it to Yang Huan and said, I'm the one who created this show. There are 6 permanent hosts, and you and Xiaogua are 2 of them. It was the first time that Yang Huan knew about this show. Yang Yi had asked Mo Xiaowan to keep it a secret from Yang Huan to tease his sister. Guozi, who was sitting next to them, had already contacted the big program group of China Star. This show will be popular. You should take advantage of it and prepare well. Although you're not famous now, if you do this show well, you'll be as famous as Murphy and me in the future. In this way, you'll definitely be invited to act in a show. Ding Xiang won't have to work so hard to submit her resume to you, Yang Yi said with a smile. Ding Xiang lowered her head shyly. Brother Yang, I have a question. Guozi had thought of a key point before, and now he seized the opportunity to ask, why don't you and Murphy go on the show? I can understand Sister Murphy. She just gave birth, and it's not convenient for her. Haha, don't say. Murphy and I are used to being free, and we don't want to be bound by this fixed show. Besides, do you think Murphy and I are the kind of people who can play this show? Yang Yi was amused and said, if we join, we won't be able to make the audience laugh. But you're different. You have a good talent for comedy. However, you have to work hard to lose weight. Guozi held his head gloomily and said, I have to lose weight again. Don't worry. Once you're on this show, you'll want to win and lose weight. Yang Yi said happily. Prepare well. Our show is very important. The sooner it airs, the sooner we can promote our movie. Yang Yi finally revealed a secret. Yang Yi was a hands-off boss, but his subordinates did not just eat and not work. For the sake of this exciting show and to perform well in front of their new boss, the people from China Star Productions worked hard like machines that had been filled with oil after receiving Yang Yi's proposal. They were highly efficient. Not only did Yang Yi receive the rearranged proposal, but the scriptwriters who were motivated to fight had also put in their best effort and began to design a few episodes' plots according to the patterns that Yang Yi had drawn for them. Yun Yangfeng was unwilling to drag the team down, so he brought a few people and stormed to the capital. The capital television station was the place that Yun Yangfeng was most familiar with. Back then, High Ability Challenge and Life of Transfiguration, as well as a variety show produced by China Star that was later eliminated, were all collaborations with the capital television station. Yun Yangfeng quickly found the director of the variety department, Meng Fanxing, whom he had a good relationship with, and passed the proposal of the limit challenge to him. Losing the 2 variety shows, High Energy Challenge and Life of Transfiguration, was a huge loss to the capital television station half a year ago. Of course, Meng Fanxing did not vent his anger on the innocent Yun Yangfeng. Old Yun, Zhongxing isn't being honest. As he complained about Yun Yangfeng's new boss, who had sold the 2 programs and allowed Xiongnan TV station to take advantage of the situation, he flipped through the proposal in his hands. As he read, the nagging in Meng Fanqing's mouth disappeared. What was left was only surprise. He was even engrossed in reading, his eyes never leaving the proposal. Heh, CEO Meng, Old Yun, have never cheated you, have I? Look, the high energy challenge is gone, but I've sent you the limit challenge. Looking at Meng Fanqing's expression, Yun Yangfeng knew that he had a chance, so he smiled and acted as if he was asking for credit. At this moment, Meng Fanqing's secretary knocked on the door and came in, pouring tea for Yun Yangfeng and Meng Fanqing. Since they had signed the confidentiality agreement, Meng Fanqing did not discuss the details of the show with Yun Yangfeng in front of his secretary. Instead, he talked about something else with Yun Yangfeng. Old Yun, I heard someone gossiping about your company last year. They said that it might have been Murphy or Yang Yi who bought it. Is it true? This was not a big secret, and he was telling it to Meng Fanqing. Yang Yi said honestly, it's true. Let me tell you, Old Meng, the proposal in your hand, the idea for the limit challenge, was personally thought of by our boss, Yang Yi. Isn't it amazing? Yang Yi can write songs, write books, and even do variety shows. His brain is not simple. Meng Fanqing clicked his tongue and said, however, starting from scratch and earning enough money to buy your company in just a few years, this person is not simple at all. It was inappropriate for Yun Yang to talk about his boss in front of others, so he only smiled. After the secretary left, Meng Fanqing started talking to Yun Yangfeng. He had asked about the many details of the limit challenge, including the lineup of the hosts. Meng Fanqing was leaning towards having Yang Yi and Murphy on the show. If both of them could stay on the show, Meng Fanqing was not worried about the show's ratings at all. Obviously, this was just a thought. He was not the only one who thought about it. Guozi thought about it. Had Yun Yangfeng, Yan Tao, Ren Lian, and the rest not thought about it? After listening to Yun Yangfeng's explanation, Meng Fanqing shook his head regretfully. Alright, let's talk. Your show is indeed more exciting than the High Ability Challenge. I won't deny that I also want Capital TV station to participate in the production and broadcasting of this show. What are your conditions? Meng Fanqing closed the proposal book and said to Yun Yangfeng directly, let me tell you, Old Yun, don't ask for too much. If we talk about it this time, we will add a few conditions in the contract. Capital TV station will have the broadcasting rights for 5 years and the priority to renew the contract in the future. Meng Fanqing and Capital TV station had stumbled on this issue in the High Ability Challenge. Meng Fanqing was very alert this time. When it came to the crucial moment, Yun Yangfeng looked at Meng Fanqing calmly and said, Old Meng, we will talk about other conditions later. Besides, our new boss is not harsh. He is willing to advance and retreat together with his partners and earn money together. However, there is a condition. You have to promise me first before we can talk about it. What condition? Meng Fanqing frowned and asked. We have to start the production of the show as soon as possible. We want the first episode to be broadcasted in the first week of March. Of course, the best time slot would be the primetime slot of the variety show from Friday to Sunday night. Yun Yangfeng's words were flawless. However, these were already 2 or 3 conditions. Meng Fanqing could not be bothered to think about the conditions contained in this paragraph. After he heard it, he could not help but jump up from his chair. Old Yun, are you crazy? You are also someone who knows the industry. How can an insider speak like a layman? How can I fulfill this condition of yours? Broadcast in March. It's already January now. When did I give you the time to change the program? Impossible, impossible. These programs of the TV station are all different. Once they are planned, it will be a season. I have arranged for you to be broadcasted in March. How can I change the program that is being broadcasted at this time? Meng Fanqing said in exasperation. CEO Meng, think of a way. It can be done. Yun Yangfeng smiled bitterly in his heart. Actually, he also felt that Yang Yi's idea was not easy to achieve, but he had to fight for the benefit of Yang Yi. Starting from nothing was a skill. Therefore, he tried his best to persuade Meng Fanqing. Move the original program to the back, move the later ones to the back as well. Can't you just cut off the remaining late-night programs that no one watches? Meng Fanqing was so angry that he laughed. Do you think this is a game of cards? Throw away the cards you don't want? There are many aspects involved in this. Yun Yangfeng continued, but this program of ours is very exciting. You said it yourself just now. Think about it, The Limit Challenge is 100 times better than the original High Ability Challenge. If you introduce it to the capital TV station and everyone likes the Limit Challenge and not High Ability Challenge after it is broadcasted, aren't you humiliating Xianxia TV station? Who asked them to steal your program? Honestly, Meng Fanqing was a little tempted. However, the Limit Challenge was a new thing after all. Meng Fanqing could not predict the future. He felt that it was good, but he could not guarantee that it would be as well written as it was filmed. Therefore, Meng Fanqing was still rationally unwilling to take the risk. Old Yun, I can promise you that it will be broadcasted in May. I will give you prime time. Meng Fanqing insisted. Then we really can't talk about it anymore. Director Meng, I'm sorry. Our boss has given instructions that it must be broadcasted in March. Yun Yangfeng hesitated for a while and could only give up. Of course, his tone was still very polite. Meng Fanqing reluctantly passed the proposal back to Yun Yangfeng. He shook his head and said, I still have the same promise. If your boss changes his mind, we will continue to talk in the future. Meng Fanqing nagged a little more, unwilling to give up. Honestly, old Yun, if you don't believe me, you can try a few more TV stations. No one will give you such extreme time. Director Meng, no matter what, I still have to thank you for taking the time to meet me despite your busy schedule. Yun Yangfeng said courteously. Business is not in the picture, but benevolence is still there. I hope that we will have a chance to work together in the future. It's still the same. If you change your mind, come and talk to me anytime. I like your program very much. If we can work together, I will definitely find a good broadcast time for you. Meng Fanqing shook hands with Yun Yangfeng with a smile. He did not know that not losing his temper this time had left a good impression on their future collaboration. Yun Yangfeng left the capital television station and shook his head with a sigh. Boss, what should we do? His subordinate asked. What else can we do? Let's continue to look for TV stations. Since we're in the capital, let's go to Central TV to take a look. There might be a chance. Yun Yangfeng perked up. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. The news of China Star Productions' actions had still spread to some people who were interested. Among them was Shining Star Productions, who had been curious about why Mo Shaowan had bought the shell from China Star Productions. Hu Xing, who had gotten what he wanted and had started directing and recording High Ability Challenge, was a little wary. He asked some of his old connections for information, but it seemed like his betrayal of China Star Productions was a little disgraceful. China Star Productions was now united and wanted to do a good job in the new program. His old connections were all hesitant and could not say anything useful. However, the higher-ups of Xianxia Productions had an idea. They started from Meng Fanqing's secretary. Although the information they got was limited, the name of the new show, The Limit Challenge, as well as the boss and producer behind it, Yang Yi, were all keywords that surfaced. The Limit Challenge? It must be the same program as ours. Different soup but not the same medicine. Hu Xing sneered and attacked his old boss without any regard for his feelings. He said, what can that Yang Yi do? I didn't even see him come up with any plan in December. If there was really a new program, he would have brought it out long ago. So, it's definitely not a new program. He probably couldn't think of any good ideas, so he let the original group of people modify it and change the name to continue with High Ability Challenge. Are you sure? Shining Star Productions operations manager, Luo Jinting, said to Hu Xing, I don't think it's that simple. The copyright of High Ability Challenge is in our hands. Unless they modify the original model beyond recognition, it's impossible to bypass the copyright restrictions. If they want to do the Limit Challenge and it's exactly the same as High Ability Challenge, aren't they waiting for us to sue them to death? I know Yun Yangfeng well. He's not simple and won't be stupid enough to do anything illegal. Luo Jinting and Hu Xing were not on good terms. Luo Jinting wanted to get one of his own people to be the director and control the project of High Ability Challenge, making it a copy of his achievement. However, Hu Xing was considered a parachute and was poached by the higher-ups. How could Luo Jingting be happy when the cake was divided? However, Luo Jingting was right. Hu Sheng frowned and said, maybe they really did as you said and changed the high-energy challenge beyond recognition? Even if it's a little similar, we might lose our audience. Then what do you want? You want me to send people to the major TV stations to stop Yun Yangfeng and his people from talking? Luo Jingting sneered and said, what I mean is, anyway, China Star's production won't be able to set off any waves. How many viewers can a program that's been modified to the point that even their mother can't recognize it take away from us? Let's just wait and see what kind of program they have. Hu Sheng glared at Luo Jingting. The atmosphere between the two was tense, as if they were about to quarrel. However, the people who had a meeting to discuss this matter were not only the people from Xingyao but also the hosting team of High Energy Challenge. Of course, Li Manman was the biggest star. Coincidentally, Li Manman and Hu Sheng were the same. When they heard this news, they both had the urge to fight back. Hu Sheng left because he didn't want to see how well his old boss was doing. He was worried that his departure would become a joke. Previously, his old colleagues had avoided him, which made him feel uneasy. Li Manman was the same, especially when she heard Yang Yi's name. Why is it him again? Li Manman gritted her teeth in her heart. She felt that her fate had always been entangled with Yang Yi, but it wasn't a good thing, whether it was when she encountered Murphy who appeared out of nowhere when she had the most hope to achieve a platinum album, or when she was overshadowed by Yang Yi, who was also Murphy at that time, or when Li Manman tried to follow Yang Yi's trend by singing military songs and pretending to be a couple. She failed every time. Now, when she finally put in so much passion and connections to do this program, Yang Yi appeared again. Why is this person so annoying? Why is he always making things difficult for me? Manager Luo, Director Hu, don't be anxious. Li Manman covered her mouth and laughed, saying, I think this matter is quite easy to handle. We don't have to fall out with China Star Production now. As long as we let some irrelevant people help us pass on some of our own guesses to the reporters, we can find trouble with China Star Production. Moreover, we can also hype up our program. When it is broadcast in the middle of the month, the ratings will definitely be higher. Luo Jingting looked at Li Manman's smiling face and unparalleled beauty. His head was a little congested. Although he was still rational, the contradiction with Hu Sheng was thrown to the back of his mind. Let me think about it carefully. This is also feasible. Completely unaware that someone had begun to plot against him behind his back, Yang Yi was still comfortably acting as his boss. However, Yang Yi didn't arrange any activities today. When he came back from a walk in the evening, he turned on the TV and waited. However, Yang Yi wasn't interested in the news program that was being broadcasted on CCTV. He was playing with Tong Tong, who was adapting to his embrace. At the beginning, when he left his mother's embrace for a while, the little guy seemed to be unhappy in his father's arms. He opened his mouth and seemed to want to cry. Yang Yi decisively took out the magic tool that Lu Weisha's mother, Maria, taught them to use. It was the pacifier. The pacifier was stuffed into Tong Tong's mouth. The little guy habitually used his toothless gums to bite it and sucked. The mood of crying that had just sprouted seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Isn't it fun? Isn't it fun? Yang Yi sat on the sofa, holding Tong Tong. He laughed and shook his head. Sometimes he pulled away, sometimes he got close, and sometimes he talked to him and teased him. Hey! Little brother really stopped crying. He didn't cry even when he didn't sleep. She, who was lying on the sofa, said in surprise. The little girl looked as if she had discovered a new continent. She looked at her grandparents as if she wanted to tell them about this new discovery. Right. Yang Yi reached out and teased Tong Tong's chubby little face. He couldn't stop smiling. When Tong Tong didn't cry or make a fuss, he was as cute as a panda cub. Anyone would want to hold him and play with him for a while. Yang Chonggue looked at them with envy. His grandfather didn't care about being reserved. He came over and said with a wrinkled smile, "Let me hug you." "Let me hug you too." Yang Yi hadn't even warmed up yet. How could he be willing to? Dad, wait a minute. I'm still communicating with Tong Tong. If you interrupt, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Yang Yi said a little seriously, but it was just to scare his father. Don't get involved. What if our grandson cries? Dong Yue couldn't stand it anymore. She pulled her husband and complained. In fact, she also wanted to hug Tong Tong. She had been watching for a long time. Yang Yi even performed a magic trick with his son. Look, there's a small ball in Dad's hand. Yang Yi grabbed a fluffy yellowish-green ball and showed it to Lil Bian. The bright colors immediately attracted Lil Bian's eyes. Tong Tong sucked on the pacifier while looking at the fluffy ball. His clear black eyes didn't show any curiosity. Yang Yi thought that his son was interested. He said, "Watch carefully. The ball is going to disappear soon." In fact, the most excited and nervous one was Xixi. The little girl's eyes were wide open, and her little face showed a nervous expression. It was as if she was worried that she would miss a wonderful moment. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yi's hand suddenly shook, and the ball disappeared from his palm. Isn't it magical? Yang Yi didn't see Tong Tong's reaction at all. He winked at the little guy proudly and said with a smile, "It disappeared in a flash, and then, you see, it appeared again in a flash." Yang Yi shook his hand, and the ball appeared in his palm again. Tong Tong looked at the brightly colored ball and focused on it again. Of course, Tong Tong didn't care about the so-called magic trick. He didn't know what his dad was doing. He might be curious about something new, but he definitely didn't want to find out the secret. On the other hand, Xixi was watching with great interest. She watched the whole process from above and saw the secret behind the magic trick. The little girl laughed and exposed him. "Papa, I saw it. You hid the small ball behind you. Behind your hand, I saw it." "You really saw it?" Yang Yi didn't get angry. He raised his eyebrows at his daughter and asked mysteriously. "Yes, I saw you put the ball behind your hand." Xixi excitedly grabbed the ball and put it on the back of her father's hand. She held it between her fingers and described her discovery. "What about now?" Yang Yi's hand shook again, and the small ball magically disappeared from his hand again. Then, Yang Yi looked at Xixi with an unfathomable smile and asked. Xixi seemed to like watching her father perform magic. The sudden disappearance of the ball made the little girl cry out, "Aya!" However, the cry seemed to contain more surprise than surprise. "Haha. I know, Papa put the ball behind his hand again." Xixi sat on the sofa with her hands propped up, laughing like a cute little frog. "Who said that? He didn't put it behind his hand. It's really gone." Yang Yi seemed to want to prove his innocence, and he even stretched out his left hand for Xixi to verify. Xixi saw that the back of her father's left hand was empty, and her confident smile disappeared, leaving only confusion in her eyes. The little girl grabbed her father's left hand and looked at it over and over again. She even touched the texture of her father's hand, as if she wanted to confirm whether it was her father's hand or not. "I know." The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. She pointed to her father's other hand, which was beside Tong Tong's swaddling clothes, and said, "Papa, you have it in that hand." It seemed that the little girl was very smart. However, her father was destined to perform magic to the end today, so how could she find out his flaw so easily? Therefore, Yang Yi turned around with Tong Tong in his arms with a smile, and then he gave his right hand to Xixi and said, "Look, is Papa holding it in this hand?" Xixi was surprised to find that her father's right hand was also empty. "Papa, why is it gone?" The little girl finally couldn't help but ask in confusion. "Guess." Xixi pouted her small mouth and said to her father, "I don't know." "Papa, tell me." "Hey, wait, Xixi, there seems to be something in your ear." Yang Yi's surprise made Xixi stunned. At this time, Yang Yi stretched out his left hand again and pretended to touch Xixi's ear. Then he opened his hand in front of the little girl and said with a smile, "Look." The yellowish-green ball suddenly appeared in his father's hand. Xixi was both surprised and happy. She grabbed the ball with one hand, as if she was afraid that it would disappear again. She also grabbed her father's big hand with her other hand. However, she frowned and thought for a long time, but she still couldn't think of a reason. Why would little ball appear next to his ear? Amazing, right? This is called magic. Yang Yi smiled and asked. The little girl was not stingy with her praise. She looked at her father with admiration and said, "That's amazing. Papa, how did you bring the ball here?" Actually, when Yang Chonggue was watching Yang Yi deceive the naive Xixi with a trick, the corners of his mouth twitched in disdain. The old man felt that if he wanted to coax his granddaughter, he would have to put in some real effort, for example, the stone-throwing lock and the stone-catching lock, which he had played with Cece during the New Year last year. However, to the old man's surprise, the trick worked. Xishi's happy and worshipful expression made Yang Chonggui envious. What's so strange about this? Little Xianxia, come here. Yang Chonggui waved his hand and said casually, Grandpa will also show you. Xishi's attention was attracted. She happily ran to her grandfather with the ball. Yang Chonggui also played Yang Yi's trick, but he played a little more tricks. For example, he asked Xishi to guess which hand he hid the ball in. However, Yang Yi was next to him. He smiled and pointed at Xishi. Left hand, left hand. Left hand. Xishi trusted her father very much. She happily jumped up, grabbed her grandfather's hand, and opened it. Sure enough, little ball was there. Yeah. I guessed right. The little girl was very happy. Taizi, you unfilial son, don't tell anyone. Yang Chonggui scolded. Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh. Tong Tong seemed to be affected by the adult atmosphere. He looked at his father. Although he still had a pacifier in his mouth, his eyes were curved and he smiled. In order not to be beaten, Yang Yi rationally didn't disturb the old man's magic trick for his granddaughter. Instead, he turned around with a smile and prepared to continue to communicate with his youngest son. Just then, Yang Yi saw Tong Tong's smiling eyes. Wow, you smiled. Wow, you actually looked at Daddy and smiled. Yang Yi was overjoyed. He smiled and said to Tong Tong, come on, Hua Hua, smile for Daddy again? The little boy's smile grew wider and wider. He seemed to be having a lot of fun. Murphy took the opportunity to go upstairs to take a shower. She was afraid that Tong Tong would feel dependent on her and refuse to play with his father. When Murphy came downstairs, Yang Yi was having a lot of fun with his son. Yang Chonggui also told Xishi how Yang Yi, the bad father, had tricked Xishi. The little girl wasn't angry with her father. She was holding a small ball and studying it with great interest. Of course, those magic tricks had to be done quickly. Although Xishi knew how to do it now, she couldn't do it. She could only amuse herself. How is it? Is Hua Hua getting along well with you? Murphy sat down on Yang Yi's arm and asked with a smile. Yeah, it's pretty good. Look, he didn't ask you to carry him when you came over. Yang Yi teased Tong Tong and said to Murphy with a smile, he even smiled when I was teasing him. This pacifier is pretty good. Murphy laughed. If I knew it was so good, I would have asked you to buy it earlier. Why didn't I think of it? Xishi used a pacifier before, but I don't remember it being as sticky as Hua Hua's after she was born. The two of them even experimented with the pacifier enthusiastically. For example, they let Murphy hold the pacifier for a while before passing it to Yang Yi. Looking at Tong Tong's reaction, the little boy didn't seem to want to cry. Of course, Yang Yi turned on the TV today to watch the premiere of Soldier's Assault. Today, Soldier's Assault would take over the primetime slot of the previous TV series and officially meet the national audience, although Yang Yi told others that he didn't care about it, as it was his first work to be shown on the big screen. He was actually a little nervous. The main reason was that he didn't know how Chen Fengchen's work would turn out. Therefore, he turned on the TV early in the morning and waited for the finale of the previous TV series to finish airing before watching the first episode of Soldier's Assault. Just as Yang Yi and Murphy were having fun teasing Tong Tong, the powerful opening theme song came from the TV and finally attracted Yang Yi and Murphy's attention. They didn't know when, but the previous TV series had finished airing, and the opening theme of Soldier's Assault came into their view. Conquer Heaven. Murphy really liked the music composed by Yang Yi. She felt that the pure music was majestic and heart-wrenching, which made her admire Yang Yi's talent even more. Although Murphy didn't really resonate with men's passion, it didn't affect her appreciation of the music. Dad, Mom, look. This is a TV series based on the story written by Yang Yi. The background music is also written by Yang Yi. Do you like it? Murphy proudly stuck her head out from Yang Yi's side and introduced it to Yang Yi and Dong Yue. It was as if she was proud of Yang Yi's brilliance. Yang Chonggui looked at the hot-blooded military training scenes that flashed across the screen. He didn't say anything and just watched. Perhaps some of the scenes reminded him of the past. However, Dong Yue wasn't in the mood for leisure. She saw the opportunity and sat between Xixi and Yang Yi with a smile. She reached out her hand and said, "Let me carry Huawei. You guys must be tired. Watch the TV, I'll take care of the kids." Just like Yang Yi and his wife, there were many people who were waiting to watch Soldiers Assault. Many fans of Yang Yi's books, many loyal viewers of the CCTV TV series, and even some viewers who were attracted by the discussions of their relatives and friends were sitting in front of the TV. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Chu Qin. He was an ordinary bus driver. After a busy day, when he returned home, the only thought in his mind was to make a cup of hot tea, soak his feet, and then watch a football game comfortably. His 8-year-old son was trained by him, and he also had a strong interest in football. When Chu Qin was watching TV, his son also ran over excitedly and squeezed next to his father to watch the game together. "Have you finished your homework?" Chu Qin asked. "I'm done." The kid replied without hesitation, not taking his eyes off the book. However, today's AFC Champions League game started early. When Chu Qin turned on the TV, it was already halfway through the second half. After a while, the game ended. "That's it. Go and read." Chu Qin patted his son's head and smiled. "Look again." The little boy didn't give up. He didn't know if it was because he didn't have enough fun or he wanted to avoid studying. Chu Qin drank tea leisurely and looked at his son pressing the remote control. He knew that there were no other games. All the leagues today had to make way for the game of the AFC Champions League, and the games in Europe and China that were broadcasted live would only start 2 hours later. However, the little boy pressed the remote control and unknowingly came to the central station. A piece of music that seemed to be chanting attracted his attention, and his finger that was pressing the next station couldn't help but stop. "What is this?" Chu Qin couldn't help but take a few glances, and he couldn't move his eyes away. The music of Conquering Heaven, together with the opening of Soldiers Assault, had a different kind of magic. It made people feel the kind of uncontrollable excitement in the dull atmosphere, and it made people experience the tragedy of life and death in the surging emotions. Note 1, especially in the opening scene of a group of soldiers in the rain, holding steel spears and shouting as they charged forward. The music also had a low humming sound, as if it made people want to stand up and salute them. As the background music became louder and louder, strange human voices began to sing. Coupled with the strong and powerful drumming, the sound of horns became louder and louder. The soldiers crawled forward in the mud pits, ran in the dense jungle, and ran with logs. Their desperate expressions were awe-inspiring. "What kind of film is this?" Chu Qin was the same as many passers-by in the country who accidentally pressed on this channel and became curious. The little boy was afraid that his father would scold him. After watching for a while, he came to his senses and hurriedly continued to look for the football game. "Don't press it back to the stage just now." Chu Qin was watching it with great interest, but in the end, it disappeared in a flash. He hurriedly asked his son to switch it back. "There's no more football match. Let's watch this." The little guy sneaked a peek at his father's expression. Seeing that he didn't have any intention of asking him to read, he leaned back in relief. Just like his father, he crossed his legs and watched TV. "Soldiers Assault? What kind of film is this?" After the opening scene, Chu Qin finally realized what kind of TV series he was watching. It was actually the first episode. When his son heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, "Dad, I know. This is a book written by Yang Yi. My desk mate told me that I like the storybooks written by Yang Yi." "You're reading storybooks in school?" Chu Qin looked over with a dangerous look in his eyes. Only then did the little boy realize that he had accidentally let it slip. He was dumbfounded and didn't know how to respond. The father and son were bickering while watching the TV series. They were also watching it with great interest. However, it was different from them. Many viewers watched Soldiers Assault because they wanted to see if Chen Fengchen's story was the same as the original work they had read. Was it as exciting as the original work, for example, Mu Yuqing, who was far away in Yangqing? As a hardcore fan of the Pigeon King, Yang Yi, how could Mu Yuqing miss the fact that Yang Yi's work was being shown on TV? After Yang Yi gave birth to his son, he didn't release any new books for half a year. He could only watch his old works to relieve his boredom. Mu Yuqing sighed as he watched TV. The plot of Soldier's Assault was similar to the original work in Mu Yuqing's memory. What Mu Yuqing cared more about was the acting skills of the actors. For example, the actor who played Su Sanduo, Geng Sha. It's said that Su Sanduo is played by a new actor. This Geng Sha was just an extra in the past. It can be considered a comeback. Mu Yuqing looked at the opening scene and muttered to himself, I wonder how his acting is. Oh right, who made this opening scene? It's so awesome. It makes my blood boil in the middle of the night. However, when the TV series started and the camera panned to Geng Sha, Mu Yuqing saw Geng Sha's short stature and honest face. He faintly felt that this kid wasn't bad. The plot progressed quickly. In just 6 minutes, Mu Yuqing saw the camouflaged Su Sanduo setting up a wooden plank on a broken viaduct. F***ck, idiot, don't take the risk. This is a drill. You'll fall. Mu Yuqing couldn't help but shout. Even though he knew that Su Sanduo didn't die in the end, Mu Yuqing couldn't help but worry for Geng Sha. Unknowingly, Mu Yuqing had already immersed himself in the story. It was as if Su Sanduo was Geng Sha, and Geng Sha wasn't acting as Su Sanduo. He was Su Sanduo. It was hard to say whether it was Geng Sha's acting or Chen Fengchen's acting that was good. Every scene and every editing was just right for the emotional effect. F***ck. When Mu Yuqing saw Geng Sha's bleeding face drooping to the side, he couldn't help but tear up. He wiped his tears and scolded, Do you think I don't know that you can't die? You're just like a cockroach. He scolded because he was touched. The scene returned to when Su Sanduo was young. The story progressed very quickly. In just a few scenes, it transitioned from Su Sanduo's childhood when he was bullied to Su Sanduo after he grew up. Of course, the story of the two older brothers applying for the job was presented to the audience in a humorous way. These scenes were still very funny. It was just that amidst the humor, the poor, helpless, and boorish father, and the 3 useless sons, it made people feel an inexplicable sense of sadness. It's really well filmed. If I had to think about it myself, I wouldn't have thought that it would be so tough. Mu Yuqing watched silently, his heart filled with emotions. Originally, he just wanted to see how Su Sanduo's acting was, so he turned off the TV and went to play games. However, after watching it, Mu Yuqing couldn't stop. Back at the house of Chu Qin, the bus driver, Chu Qin looked at the scene of squad leader Shi visiting the village. He looked at the simple and cunning farmers, looked at the gray and yellow environment, and looked at the old-fashioned clothes of the people. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He was also a farmer's child. These scenes reminded him of his past. Chu Qin was just a small person at the bottom of the city. However, compared to the hardships he had when he was young, at least his environment was clean, and he had good clothes to wear and good food to eat. If his naughty son was born in the countryside like Su Sanduo and didn't know anything, would he let him join the army, let alone play football? Dad. The naughty son in his mind was calling him. What? Chu Qin came back to his senses. Why does Su Sanduo's father want to kick Su Sanduo? Dad, you don't even use your feet when you hit me, the little boy asked. Chu Qin was amused and asked, Do you want me to kick you? No, I'm not a ball, the little boy cried. People watched TV dramas for the plot, but this guy watched TV dramas for fun. Chu Qin smiled and continued watching. He was already attracted by the plot. At the beginning, it was Su Sanduo who tragically covered his teammates in danger during the war. Now, it was the story of Su Sanduo before he became a soldier. Chu Qin really wanted to know how this short, stupid kid with no merits became a soldier. However, at this moment, his son asked again, Dad. What? What does son of a turtle mean? There were many types of excitement in movies and TV dramas. The ups and downs of the plot, the grand and exciting scenes, the clashes between tough guys, or the humorous dialogue between the characters could all make for an exciting scene that made people want to linger on. However, the thing that could make people reminisce and yearn for the most was the true feelings that moved people. Soldier's Assault was a show for men, so it should be a hot-blooded TV series. However, after the first episode, the audience who had never watched the original novel and already had an initial impression of the show from the name of the show came back to their senses. That wasn't right, this show didn't seem to have the hearty battle scenes that they had imagined. Instead, it presented more of the psychological activities of the characters. What moved them and made them forget the time was the entanglement of fate and the revelation of true feelings between Su Sanduo, his father, the village chief, Chun Kai, squad leader Shi, and so on. Of course, most of the audience didn't think that much. They even forgot about the opening scene of Su Sanduo participating in the military exercise. After the first episode, all they could think about was whether Su Sanduo could become a soldier or not. However, after the first episode, the show was over. Since the previous show took up an episode, the premiere of Soldier's Assault was only one episode. The next day, they would have to watch 2 episodes in a row. However, the ending of the plot was driving them crazy. If squad leader Shi persuaded Su Sanduo's father to agree to Su Sanduo not becoming a soldier, would Su Sanduo still have a chance? With this thought in mind, the audience turned off the TV gloomily. Motherf *Ker, after watching Soldier's Assault, they couldn't watch any other shows. All they could think about was Su Sanduo's fate. The next day, when the audience returned to their respective workstations, a colleague who had watched Soldier's Assault casually talked about the show, which immediately led to a heated discussion. Someone even picked up the morning newspaper and pointed at the reporter who broke the news. He couldn't wait to tell his colleagues, "You guys don't know this, but the super nice opening song you were talking about just now was written by Yang Yi, the author of the original novel. He's also the composer of the songs Listen to the Sea and Coming Across the Ocean to See You. He's also Murphy's husband. He's that good? That song made my blood boil. I'm already 36 years old, but I feel like I'm only 20. I still want to become a soldier and experience the feeling of fighting alongside my comrades." Someone bragged. "Forget it. It's a peaceful time now. What war is there for you to fight?" As they chatted excitedly, more and more people learned about the drama and were curious to keep up with the trend. Yang Yi's impression of Soldier's Assault was quite good. The plot wasn't too different from what he had imagined. Deng Xia's acting also seemed to give this character the soul it deserved. Chen Fengchen's ability as a director did not disappoint Yang Yi. The old man was as impressive as ever. The use of close-up and close-up shots, the expression of the character's emotions, and the tight, gripping rhythm were all things that Yang Yi admired. Let's not talk about Yang Yi himself. He didn't know how to act yet. But compared to Du Yuanlei's fairy tale and The Fugitive, Yang Yi felt that Du Yuanlei, who he used to think was very good at acting, was still a distance away from Chen Fengchen, the older, the wiser. Yang Yi wondered if he should tell Du Yuanlei the next time he met her and ask her to learn from Chen Fengchen. The next day, Yang Yi sent Shishi to kindergarten. He started to feel the influence of Soldier's Assault. A few parents saw him and praised him. They told Yang Yi that his novel was a good drama. One of the parents even asked Yang Yi innocently, "Dad Yang Yi, when you were writing this book, was there really such a person as Su Sanduo? Was Geng Sha, who played Su Sanduo, based on Su Sanduo?" Of course, there was no point in discussing this question. It was obvious that Soldier's Assault was liked by many people. At noon, because director Chen Fengchen went back to Beijing to attend the celebration party for Soldier's Assault, Yang Huan, who didn't have to go to filming, called Yang Yi. She said excitedly to Yang Yi, "Big brother, let me tell you. In our class group, a teacher in the acting class suddenly recommended your Soldier's Assault." The girl smiled mischievously, "Hee, but he didn't praise you. He said that the drama was good and asked us to try to figure out Su Sanduo and class monitor Shi's acting skills. We can try to write a short biography of these two people with this drama." Soldier's Assault looked like it was going to be popular. Of course, this could only be verified when the data was released later. At noon, in the big bedroom of the children in Springfield Kindergarten, Mr. Mu was telling the children to go to bed and take a nap. Every child had a small bed about 1.3 meters long, which was just enough for them to sleep in. It wasn't wide, but it was enough for all the girls to line up in a row and the boys to line up in another row. But as usual, the little guys would not obediently climb onto the bed. The naughtiest ones, Wang Shijuan and a few other little boys, were screaming and running around, cooperating with the other children's loud voices. The whole bedroom was as lively as a vegetable market. Cece wasn't idle either. She was laughing so hard with her friends that she was convulsing with laughter. No one knew why they were chatting so happily. Perhaps it wasn't something fun. Children were easily influenced, so it was common for them to be happy about something small. Okay, listen to me and go to bed. If anyone doesn't go to bed, Mr. Kai will find out. He'll lock the naughty children in an empty room so that everyone can sleep comfortably. You'll be scared alone in the room. Mr. Kai had to use his trump card. Amidst the screams and laughter, the children finally obediently climbed onto their beds. Even the naughtiest boy had no choice but to take off his little shoes under Mr. Kai's stare. However, whether they could sleep peacefully on their beds was another problem. On Cece's side, she burrowed under the blanket and stuck her head out with Xian, who was on her left. They looked at each other with sparkling eyes and smiled. She. Lu Weisha was calling. She turned around and looked at Lu Weisha. Lu Weisha was also sleeping next to She. You're on vacation to celebrate Chinese Spring Festival, right? Lu Weisha chatted with She in Swedish, which was mixed with Chinese. Lu Weisha could actually communicate in Chinese now, but she was still not proficient. If she chatted with She alone, she was more inclined to use Swedish. She's Swedish was quite fluent. After many rounds of practice, her vocabulary had become much richer. Perhaps this little girl really did have some talent for languages? Yes. She said excitedly, I'm going to go back to the countryside with Papa. Grandpa and Grandma's house is so fun. There are so many cute animals and piglets. But I'm not celebrating Chinese Spring Festival. My father is on vacation, but we can't go back to Sweden to play. Lu Weisha felt that she would be very lonely during this holiday, so she said disappointedly. Then what should we do? She was worried about her little friend. I don't know. My father said that we can travel. My mother also said that we can play. I don't know. Lu Weisha pouted and said, but I don't like to play with adults. I want to play with you. I want to play with you too. I don't want to play with adults either. She said. She paused, hesitated, and added, but I also want to play with my brother and Papa. Papa knows a lot of things. She said excitedly, Lu Weisha, my Papa knows magic. I'm learning from him. When I'm very good, I'll show you magic, okay? Okay. The world of children was very simple. Lu Weisha's mood inexplicably improved again. Suddenly, a big hand pressed down and Teacher Kai appeared in front of them. Teacher Kai helped the two girls tuck in the corners of the quilt and whispered, you two, don't whisper in bed. Hurry up and go to sleep. He. She hid in the quilt and laughed. She looked at her little friend with her big eyes, as if she had done something bad. Assault of the Soldiers was really a hit. This TV series that had no big-name stars, no eye-catching beauties, and no lingering love, had a viewership rating of 3.7% on the first day, and by the second day, it had climbed to 6.2%, boosted by good reviews. Soldiers Assault's ratings peaked at 9.7% within a week of its broadcast. The average ratings also broke through 7%, of course, that was not the limit of the series. Chen Fengchen, who was filming Drawing Sword, had also sent several actors from Soldiers Assault to participate in some variety shows to tell their stories during the filming. This allowed more viewers to understand Soldiers Assault and let many of the older viewers realize how difficult it was to film the show. In fact, the old master had even produced an interview episode with a central TV interview program. Although it was recorded in advance, the scenes of some of the main actors going to the military camp for military training before filming began still touched many of the old viewers. If I don't act well, I'll be letting down my comrades. Gung Sha said those words with tears in his eyes when he left the army. That scene reminded many of the older viewers of Su Sanduo, who went from being a coward to a fighter in the TV series. They were so touched that they decided to persevere and continue to follow him. Let's not talk about Soldiers Assault. On the internet, a video went viral. At the same time, a childish song went viral. Pig, you have 2 holes in your nose. You still have snot when you have a cold. Cow cow. The children's tender singing and the childlike innocence in the song moved many viewers. Although it was just a performance by kindergarten children and there wasn't much to see, this song was unexpectedly pleasant to listen to. In the beginning, before the song became popular, people who accidentally heard it from their friends could not help but laugh and ask their friends, who wrote this song? It's so funny. Isn't the songwriter too talented? Of course, those who wanted to find out could still find the answer. After all, public information could be found on the Copyright Association's website, such as the names of the children who sang the song, as well as the name of the person who wrote the song. Xianxia. Later, when the song became popular and many people could not help but hum along to the song, the reporters also wanted to report on this phenomenal children's song. They followed the clues and found the familiar name. Was it really written by Xianxia? Was this Xianxia really that Xianxia? The answer was obvious. After all, it was Xianxia and Murphy's private studio that released this song. Some impatient reporters began to tell everyone this news. Xianxia, who had written so many affectionate love songs, had actually written a children's song. Of course, there were also reporters who were a step slower but had done their research. Their reports were more detailed and even included interviews with some parents to confirm a fact. Xianxia wrote the nursery rhyme for his daughter's kindergarten performance. As we all know, Xianxia is a famous slave to his daughter. His personal Weibo name is also Xianxia Chef. For his daughter, he has written many best-selling fairy tales. Now, it's not strange for him to write an interesting children's song for his daughter. These reports also made many fans of Xianxia or Murphy have a strong interest in the video that did not become popular before. One had to know that because Xianxia was very protective of the child, although there were a lot of daily life and photos of Cici in those Weibo posts, the little girl's face was either pixelated or a photo with her back facing the camera, so that the front of her face could hardly be seen. Needless to say, no one knew what the little girl looked like. She still had a photo of her face secretly taken by the paparazzi, LVU, to let everyone know that the love product of Xianxia and Murphy was a very cute and beautiful little girl. However, a year had passed. The fans were eager to know if Xianxia, who had grown up a year, had become beautiful again. Therefore, the fans began to play the game of Find Xianxia in this video. The video was still clear, but after zooming in, the children's faces were a little blurry. They were all pink piggies. Which one was the Xianxia they were looking for? Of course, it was always right to find the most beautiful one. Under the careful investigation of the active netizens, Yang Luoqi and Cici stood out from the rest. Both of the little girls had delicate features, but it was difficult to tell which of the two little girls was the real Cici based on the blurry images. Many netizens ran to Xianxia's microbroadcast to ask Xianxia. Unexpectedly, when Xianxia saw their enthusiasm, he actually gave a rare response. The one with big eyes is Xianxia. Everyone likes the Song of the Pig sung by the children very much. I have passed on these praises to them. The children are very happy. Thank you for your support. I also wish that every child in the world can grow up carefree, happy, and healthy, just like in the song. Song of the Pig was indeed popular. Not only did many children like this song, but even adults could not avoid it. This simple melody made many people involuntarily hum. It was worth mentioning that this song did not enter the sales charts because it was free. However, some nosy reporters named the two songs written by Xianxia, Song of the Pig and Xianxia's Steady Happiness, which did not chart in the mainland, as the uncrowned kings of the Chinese music industry in January. Of course, this statement was very controversial. Song of the Pig was not worth mentioning. Many people liked such a childish song, but they were not willing to acknowledge its status. Steady Happiness was also very controversial. Some people felt that the standard of Xianxia's song was very poor. The melody was too plain, like plain water. It was sweet to drink when you were thirsty, but it was tasteless when you drank too much. It could only be given a score of 60. However, Xianxia's singing skills were excellent. His gentle voice and mature mannerisms made the song sound a little interesting. There were also people who gave a very high evaluation of the song. The complicated musical skills were reduced to a simple one. The lyrics were plain but full of life philosophy. The melody was smooth while maintaining a beautiful charm. For the older people, who had experienced the ups and downs of life and had climbed up from failure, listening to this song would have a very deep feeling. Therefore, people who liked this song would like it very much. Those who did not like this song or felt that it was just average would question the praise given to it by others. In any case, Yang Yi's fans were pleasantly surprised to find that although Yang Yi did not make any big moves, he was still active in the music industry. Everyone was looking forward to the day when Yang Yi and Murphy made a comeback. Actually, it was not that Yang Yi did not make any big moves. The Limit Challenge was one of his recent big moves. Although Yang Yi had already handed over the preparation of the show to his subordinates, he was not completely a hands-off boss. After knowing that Yang Yi had hit a wall in almost 10 TV stations, Yang Yi still decided to help. Yoon Yang did not come out empty-handed. He had gone to so many TV stations and finally found a possibility of cooperation in Magic City TV station, Shanghai TV. Station happened to be at the end of February, and there was a non-primetime slot that was empty. It was Wednesday at 10 p.m. Yang Yi wanted to make it to March, or even start broadcasting at the end of February. Shanghai TV station was the best opportunity. However, Magic City TV station did not lack good shows. During this time slot, there were a few daytime variety shows eyeing it. There were also a few production companies who wanted to collaborate with Magic City TV station with their proposal. To get Magic City TV station's people to choose the Limit Challenge among so many other options, it was not as simple as a competition of the show's brilliance. There was also a lot of connections and a lot of money behind it. Yang Yi did not have any connections in Magic City TV station, so he could only do it himself. Fortunately, Murphy and Luo Xian, the host of Magic City TV station's Jixin interview, had a good relationship. After Luo Xian found out, she was also willing to introduce Yang Yi to her best friend, a higher-up in Magic City TV station. Therefore, Yang Yi wanted to make a trip to Magic City. Here came the problem. It was inconvenient for Murphy to bring Tong Tong and Yang Yi on a business trip. It was not good to be outside in the middle of winter. After the holidays, she pestered her father to go to Magic City to play. What should they do? Yang Yi was going to the Shanghai TV station to discuss something, so he couldn't bring Xixi with him. However, since he didn't bring Xixi, the little girl put on an aggrieved look, which made Yang Yi's heart ache. In addition, if Xixi didn't go, Murphy would have to take care of the two children at home. Even if her grandparents were there, Xixi's bathing and sleeping would still be taken care of by her parents. Now that Tong Tong was too young, Murphy definitely couldn't take care of her all by herself, therefore, Yang Yi had to think of another way. Xixi finally got what she wanted, and she happily went out with her father. Jiangqing wasn't far from Shanghai. Yang Yi used to drive directly to and fro, but Yang Yi thought that since he brought Xixi out today, why not let her experience ordinary transportation with her? If she always took a car, Xixi wouldn't know the lifestyle of ordinary people. Yang Yi didn't want a spoiled daughter, Xixi didn't have any objections. On the way to the train station, the little girl chattered a lot with her father. After getting out of the car, she said, "Papa, I know how to say English on the train. Teacher Shin taught us how to say it." Yang Yi patiently responded to his daughter while paying the taxi driver. "The bus is the bus, Papa's car is the car, and the train is the train," she said as she reached out to let her father hold her. There were many people outside the station, and the environment was noisy. Although she was still smiling happily with her father, she was inexplicably flustered in her heart. Only when her little hand was wrapped in the warmth of her father's big hand did the little girl feel at ease. Yang Yi pressed down on his cap, and then he pushed the big suitcase while holding Xixi's little hand and walked to the ticket window. Now that it was the spring festival season, many farmers who came to Jiangqing to work took the train home to celebrate the new year. Although Jiangqing wasn't as prosperous as Beijing, Shanghai, Yangqing, and other big cities, it was still the provincial capital of Jiangnan. There were a lot of migrant workers, and there were more than 10 long queues at the train station's ticket window. The entrance to the station was also jammed. However, there was an advantage to taking the train, especially at this time, because no one could recognize Yang Yi. The migrant workers didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, and Yang Yi didn't deliberately dress up. He looked like an ordinary person driving a car with a child. Who would think that a big star didn't take a plane or a train? And a child. Looking at the anxious faces around him, Yang Yi decided not to lower his head and calmly led Xixi to line up. "Papa, what are we doing?" The little girl looked around curiously, but as Xianxia went deeper into the line, she could only see a few legs. Finally, she was a little impatient. She pulled her father's hand and asked in confusion. "Papa just told you that we have to line up to buy tickets." Xianxia knew that his daughter was bored, so he picked her up and smiled. "We have to line up. There are so many people." The little girl looked in front, hugged her father's neck, and pouted. "No matter how many people there are, no matter how long the line is, we have to follow the rules. Lining up is respecting others, and others lining up is respecting ourselves, don't you think so?" Xianxia said gently to Xi. Although Xianxia spoke in a sanctimonious manner, in fact, he was the person who was most unwilling to follow the rules, especially in his previous life. Rules existed in name only in front of him. But it was the same reason that adults who liked to play games didn't want their children to play games when they were educating them. They hoped that they would put more effort into learning. Xianxia hoped that his daughter could live like a normal person, and be liked and respected by others. The little girl blinked her eyes, seeming to understand the meaning of her father's words. Then, she nodded her little head, opened her little mouth, and smiled brightly. "I know. Lu Weisha also said that we have to line up for lunch." However, there were still many people who didn't follow the rules in life. For example, there was some commotion in the crowd at the back of the line. A shifty-looking guy was sneaking around, and it didn't seem like he was going to line up. Xianxia saw it, frowned slightly, and became vigilant. He thought that this person was a thief. But now that he had his daughter, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xianxia just looked at that person, and didn't move. It was best to stay out of each other's business, but that guy had his eyes on Xianxia. He saw Xianxia in the crowd, and it was mainly because of Xiangyi's height. He looked at Xiangyi's bright clothes, and his face lit up with joy as he walked over. Xiangyi's face became serious, and his left hand, which was holding the suitcase, was ready to go. Who knew that after the guy came over, he would laugh and say, "Boss, do you want a ticket? There are tickets everywhere, so you don't have to line up so long." Xianxia was speechless. It turned out that this guy was a scalper. It was such a waste of his shifty-looking eyes, no need. Xianxia waved his hand, indicating that the scalper should go away. Confused by Xiangyi's disappointed expression, the scalper didn't give up. He pestered him with a few questions, but fortunately, he left before Xiangyi became impatient. She curiously looked at the man's back as he left. After a while, she turned around and asked, "Papa, who is he?" "He sells train tickets, but he doesn't sell them normally." Anyway, there was nothing to do, so Xiangyi explained to his daughter, "This kind of person either sells fake tickets to passengers, cheats everyone of their money, but can't get on the train. Or he sells them at a very expensive price. If we buy tickets from them, the interests of those who follow the rules will be damaged, because these people may take more tickets and sell them at a more expensive price. Then, people who line up to buy tickets at a normal price will not be able to buy them." She was confused by her father's words. The little girl couldn't understand these complicated things, but she still understood one thing. She looked in the direction of the man and said, "Papa, so is he a bad guy?" Xiangyi thought for a moment and said, "He can't be called a bad guy, but he's definitely not a good person." "Then we can't be good friends with him?" The little girl looked at her father with bright eyes and said affirmatively. "Yes, she is so smart." Xiangyi smiled. Xiangyi talked with his daughter while waiting in line. He felt that waiting was quite meaningful. At least, she could see many things that she couldn't see at home or in kindergarten. Xiangyi and the staff bought 2 ordinary seats side by side, and then he took Xi into the station. Of course, the station was still very crowded. From the entrance to the waiting hall, and then to boarding the train, Xiangyi and Xi squeezed through the surging crowd. Especially when they got on the train, many people rushed up and squeezed Xiangyi and the luggage. Fortunately, Xiangyi held Xi in his arms. The little girl put her arms around her father's neck and nervously looked at the people who were like hungry tigers rushing past them. Her big eyes were overflowing with worry. "Papa, I'm scared," the little girl whispered. It was the first time she saw such a terrible scene. However, such a small voice was suddenly drowned out by the noise of the surrounding trains and noises. She finally whispered in her father's ear for the second time, and Xianxia heard it. "Papa, I'm scared. I want to go home." "Don't be afraid, Papa will protect you." Xianxia carried the suitcase in one hand and held Xixi in the other. He didn't have free hands, so he could only move his fingers and pat the little girls but to comfort her. It was not easy to squeeze onto the train. The aisles, the junction of the carriages, and the door of the bathroom were all crowded with people. Some people were waiting for the people in front of them to pass so that they could find their own seats. There were also people who bought standing tickets and scrambled to find a place to put the folding stools they brought with them. Those who brought their own foldable stools were experienced passengers. Many of them had to stand or even use their own luggage to cushion their buttocks. Xixi leaned on her father's shoulder and looked at these people curiously with her big eyes. She must have a lot of questions in her heart to ask her father, but now was not the time to talk. They had to find their own seats. "Brother, move forward, don't stay still." Xianxia had to shout and move forward with difficulty. Finally, they arrived. Xianxia flipped through the ticket in his hand and glanced at it. Then, he looked at the two people in his seat. Sixth carriage, 1703, 1704. "Brother, you found the wrong seat, right?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at the two people sitting in his seat and said. There was indeed some chaos in the world where darkness and grey intertwined, such as pickpockets in train stations and various disputes caused by occupying seats on trains. When Xianxia saw two people sitting in his and Xixi's seats, he couldn't help but think of those rascals. Therefore, when Xianxia took out his ticket and identified it with the other party, he was already prepared to use force to solve the problem. However, although there were indeed some rascals in the world, Xianxia didn't encounter any today. Just like the scalper whom he mistook for a pickpocket, Xianxia was destined not to have a chance to show his power today. "Ah? Yes, your seat." The two young men stood up awkwardly. Please sit, please sit." When they passed by Xianxia, they whispered and complained to each other, "It's all your fault. You chose this seat. Everyone else bought a ticket." "How would I know? Why don't you choose?" "Really?" It turned out that these two young men weren't rascals, but passengers who wanted to take advantage of the standing ticket. The price of a standing ticket was the same as the price of a hard seat. If one could buy a hard seat, most people wouldn't buy a standing ticket. However, Xianxi's ticket was different. When he arrived at the station, the ordinary hard seats had already been sold out, leaving only some tickets for soft seats. Of course, the tickets for soft seats were much more expensive than the hard seats. Many people couldn't bear to spend the money, so they went to buy standing tickets. These two young men were among the smarter ones who bought standing tickets. They probably ran over to the soft seats to try their luck. If they were lucky enough to sit on the soft seats that no one bought, they could save themselves the pain of standing in the narrow aisles for a few hours with others. However, they were unlucky. They sat in Xianxi's seat. When they got up, the rest of the soft seats were all occupied. There must be other people who came to try their luck. They could only helplessly carry their luggage and stay in the aisle. Xianxia looked at their backs, shook his head gently, and ignored them. He let Xixi sit in the car first, and then he stuffed the suitcase into the luggage rack before sitting next to his daughter. After the little girl sat down by the window, she excitedly twisted her little butt and leaned against the window to look out. There was another train parked opposite the train, but there were still passengers waiting to get off. People poured out of the long train and then gathered into a long black line. This scene was quite spectacular, and Xixi couldn't take her eyes off it. "Xixi, come, drink some water." Xianxia took out Xixi's small kettle from his backpack and poured some hot water for the little girl with the lid. He asked her to turn her head around and handed it to her. Xixi turned her head and took the lid of the pot. "Drink slowly. Try the temperature first. It might be very hot," Xianxia warned. "Papa, there are so many people on that train." The little girl looked at the hot water and didn't dare to drink it. She first told her father about her discovery. "Well, yes, it arrived at the station. These people are coming back to Jiang City. However, there are also many people on our train." "Didn't you see when you got on the train?" Xianxia said with a smile. "I saw it. There are so many people that Papa is going to be squashed." Fortunately, Papa is strong. She was so happy that her eyes were curved. Let me teach you a sentence to describe many people. You can say that there are too many people, just like dumplings, they are all crowded together. Xianxia said to Xixi with a smile, do you remember the dumplings we ate during the festival last time? A lot of dumplings are crowded together. Think about it, isn't it very similar? Hee, dumplings. The little girl thought this word was very funny. The train slowly started. The current train was not as clanking as the green train more than 10 years ago. It didn't make so much noise, only a little fluctuation. Xixi looked out of the window at the buildings that were moving backwards. This novel scene made the little girl unable to move her eyes away. Well, look at it after you drink the water. Your water will be completely cold soon. Xianxia had to urge her. Xixi was still very obedient. The little girl's two small hands held the lid of the pot, and her small red mouth was placed on top of it. She took small sips, and the warm water was finished in a short while. Do you want more? Xianxia asked with a smile when he saw her unsatisfied look. Yes. The little girl nodded. She was really a little girl made of water. She usually drank a lot of water, but there was also an advantage. Her skin was very tender and smooth like her brother's. Even in winter, it still looked like water could be squeezed out of her skin. After Xianxia let Xixi drink the water, he twisted the lid of the pot and turned his head to see two aunties on the opposite seat looking at his daughter with a smile. Xianxia still wanted to look away, but it was too late. One of the aunties said, your daughter? How old is she? She's so pretty. She heard someone praise her and also looked away from the window. She was a little embarrassed as she squeezed next to her father and looked across with a blushing face. Auntie is asking how old you are. Xianxia touched his daughter's little head lovingly and said with a smile. Auntie. I'm 5 years old. She said shyly. Ah, this girl is so pretty and has such a sweet mouth. The auntie said happily, you haven't started school yet, right? 5.5 years old. I'll start primary school in the second half of this year. Just like this, Xianxia had no choice but to chat with the talkative aunties. Xix's experience on the train was a lot of new things. Even when the train attendant pushed a cart of drinks and snacks over, although it wasn't anything rare, the little girl curiously propped herself on her father's body and looked at it for a long time. In the end, Xianxia bought 2 packs of plums and asked her to share them with the 2 aunties. However, Xixi drank a little too much water before, so after half an hour on the train, she wanted to go to the toilet. In less than 2 hours, she actually needed to go to the toilet. But children couldn't hold it in, so Xianxia had to take Xixi to the toilet at the junction of the train carriages. There were also many people standing there, and Xianxia even saw the 2 young people from the beginning. When he brought Xixi over, the others stood up reluctantly and made way for them. Xixi looked at these people curiously. Although her father had explained to her why these people were standing and squatting, Xixi still felt it was strange. Papa, it's so dirty. After entering the toilet, Xixi looked at the dirty pit and pouted, looking very disgusted. It was indeed dirty. Xianxia couldn't stand it. It seemed that this train experience had happened once, and he probably didn't want to do it again. Even if he did, he would try to pick a high-speed train or a train with fewer people in the future, so as not to squeeze in during the spring festival, but the problem still had to be solved. In an urgent situation, no matter how difficult the environment was, they had to face it, right? In the end, Xixi went to the toilet under her father's protection, and then escaped from this dirty and smelly place. Fortunately, Jiangqing and Shanghai were very close, and the train finally arrived at Shanghai after more than an hour. When they arrived at the station, Xixi, who had been a little depressed before, had already recovered. She sat on the suitcase and let her father push her. Then, she giggled and said, Papa, let's hurry up. A lot of people are going to catch up with us. In fact, Xianxia didn't know how Xixi connected the dots. She actually thought that this little trip out of the station was a racing game. However, infected by his daughter's happy mood, Xianxia also protected the little girl with one hand and pushed the suitcase with the other. He smiled and quickened his pace. Of course, Xiangyi's main purpose in coming to Magic City this time was to discuss the limit challenge with the people from Magic City TV station. Therefore, after meeting up with Yun Yangfeng at the TV station, Yang Yi asked Yun Yangfeng's female assistant to take care of Shi. Then, he and Yun Yangfeng met her best friend under Luo Xian's lead. Luo Xian's best friend was Magic City TV station's deputy director, Lady Cui Jilin. Deputy Director Cui was about 50 years old, but she maintained herself well. Although she did not look like she was in her 30s like Luo Xian, there were no wrinkles around her eyebrows. Her face was rosy, and she looked graceful when she smiled. Obviously, she and Luo Xian had the same hobbies and topics when it came to fashion and skincare. However, public and private matters were private. If Yang Yi's The Limit Challenge wanted to grab the vacant prime time slot in an environment surrounded by wolves, they had to prove the value of their show to the other party. Only then would Cui Jilin fully support The Limit Challenge's promotion in Magic City TV station. Just like before, Yun Yangfeng was eloquent. He came to talk about The Limit Challenge's model and selling points to Cui Jilin. This fellow had a glib tongue, describing The Limit Challenge as interesting. Cui Jilin sat there and listened, all her attention drawn by the proposal. Manager Yun, I admit that the show you're talking about is interesting and has a certain possibility of success, but I still have a question. Cui Jilin put down the proposal in her hand and asked, how can you ensure that Magic City TV station and China Star Productions can both obtain good benefits for this show? After all, it's a brand new show. Saying that it's exciting is just empty words. I need to convince others, so why don't we give this opportunity to other shows? For example, Celebrity Kitchen Challenge during the daytime. Cui Jilin wasn't joking. She said seriously, I'm not afraid to tell you that the station values this show very much because it's the best daytime show. The ratings are stable and it's well received by the audience. That's because our show is more interesting and exciting. Celebrity Kitchen has a lot of limitations. Its studio is set in a fixed kitchen, so it can't bring more fresh things to the audience. However, our show is different. Every episode, even when we switch missions in the middle, the location is different. We use a lot of props, such as boats, cars, mobile phones, etc. These can bring us a lot of high-quality advertisers. Yang Yi said. It wasn't rare to see advertisements on variety shows. Even soft advertisements and product placements were common. However, Yang Yi believed that the overwhelming product placements of his show would give the variety shows in this world a brand new concept that hadn't been invented yet. Seeing that Cui Jilin was vaguely moved, Yang Yi took out the trump card he had brought today from his bag. It was the photocopies of the 2 sponsorship contracts. This is the sponsorship contract for Sahara Online Mall. It's 30 million yuan, and it's only the title sponsorship for the first season. There's also the product placement contract for Micro-Broadcasting's mobile app. It's 10 million yuan, Yang Yi said as he handed it to Cui Jilin and looked at Luo Xian gratefully. Luo Xian had instructed Yang Yi to do all these preparations. Luo Xian clearly knew what was needed to convince the people at the station. Nowadays, the advertising fees for variety shows had not soared to the point of hundreds of millions. However, Yang Yi didn't give any discounts to his own people. This was the standard advertising fee in the industry. Moreover, it was for primetime variety shows. Luo Xian smiled enviously and said, that's a big deal. Yang Yi, the 2 sponsors you found are very generous. My show only receives 60 million yuan a year. One had to know that Jixin's interview was one of the top variety shows. Its popularity and viewership ratings were high. It was only limited by interview shows. Her advertising sponsorship was still some distance away from comprehensive variety shows. However, the revenue she earned was also at the top of the pyramid. Yang Yi was willing to let his company invest such a large sum of money in his own show. On one hand, he was confident that as long as the Limit Challenge was successful, the impact it would bring to Sahara and micro-broadcasting would definitely be much greater than the 40 million yuan spent on advertising in newspapers or other places. Thinking back to the sponsors in his previous life who were willing to spend hundreds of millions or even hundreds of millions on the title sponsorship of The Voice, weren't they doing so because they could earn more from it? On the other hand, Yang Yi wanted to use these 2 sponsorships to set a benchmark for the first season of The Limit Challenge. He couldn't let other people's advertising fees be higher than the title sponsorship fee, right? It's not just 40 million yuan. I'm confident that after Our show is produced, there will be more companies who want us to help them with their advertising. Yang Yi said confidently to Deputy Director Cui, when that time comes, we'll only lament why we have so few advertising slots and why we can't earn money even though we have it. Of course, he wouldn't crazily place advertisements and ignore the content of the show. He would definitely prioritize the content of the show. Under the premise of ensuring that the show was exciting, he would use subtitles to advertise for the sponsors. Director Cui, think about it. We still have high-quality sponsors like cars, clothing, and mobile phones that haven't been confirmed yet. The benefits these can bring to us and Magic City TV station, can they be worse than Celebrity Kitchen? Yun Yang said to Cui Jilin, seizing the opportunity. Cui Jilin flipped through the photocopied document in her hand. The 40 million yuan was enough to move her, what was more, there was an even bigger pie in it. She smiled gently and said calmly, of course it's not worse than Celebrity Kitchen. I believe that after seeing this, the people in the TV station will make the right choice. Don't worry, for Luo Xian's sake, I'll fully support you. I hope to see the Limit Challenge shine in Magic City TV station. There was no need to elaborate on the pleasantries that followed. Cui Jilin still had to discuss with Yang Yi the details of the profit distribution between Magic City TV station and China Star Productions, so it wasn't convenient for Luo Xian to stay and listen. Coincidentally, Yang Yi had also handed over the full authority to Yun Yang Feng and the other professionals. He walked out with Luo Xian. Where's your daughter? I heard from Murphy that little she came along too. I haven't seen her in person yet. Luo Xian said to Yang Yi with a smile. She's visiting Magic City TV station. I want to see where she is now. Yang Yi was also worried about his daughter. He quickly took out his phone and called the female assistant who took care of Xi. After a while, Yang Yi and Luo Xian saw the little girl outside the recording studio of a program. Xi, who hadn't seen her father for 2 hours, couldn't wait to see him. When she saw her father, she immediately ran over excitedly and jumped into her father's arms. Papa! The little girl's clear voice attracted many people's attention. How did you play with Auntie? Yang Yi asked with a smile. We went to watch someone else shoot a TV show. Xi smiled brightly. She classified filming a variety show as shooting a TV show. A lot of people sit together and then everyone claps. Papa, don't their hands hurt when they clap? Xi knew that if they clapped too hard, their hands would hurt and even turn red. Yang Yi was happy and said, no, it's their job. They're used to it. Come, Xi. Let me introduce you. This is Mom's good friend, Auntie Luo Xian. Yang Yi didn't neglect and quickly introduced her to Xi and Luo Xian. Little Xi, hello. Your mom often talks about you. Luo Xian smiled and waved at Xi. Luo Xian didn't know if it was to flatter her singlehood or something else. But when she saw Xi, her maternal instinct was aroused and her eyes were full of love. Hello, Auntie. Xi greeted Luo Xian obediently. Suddenly, the little girl who was looking at Luo Xian seemed to think of something. She turned her head and whispered in her father's ear. Haha, Sister Luo Xian, just now Xi said that she remembered watching your program and asked me if you were the auntie on TV. Yang Yi was happy and turned to Luo Xian. Oh. Xi blushed embarrassedly and buried her face in her father's chest. How did her father say her secret? The little girl was worried that she recognized the wrong person. If she did, wouldn't she be embarrassed? Yes. Oh, what a cute little Xi. Come, let Auntie hug you. The more Luo Xian looked at Xi, the more she liked her. However, Luo Xian was still a little too thin. Yang Yi asked her to hug Xi for a while, but Luo Xian couldn't hold it for a while and held Xi's little hand instead. The two stood together and Luo Xian talked to Xi intimately. She even smiled and took Xi shopping. Yang Yi and Cici took the high-speed train home the next morning because they had to treat Luo Xian and Deputy Director Cui to dinner that night. Things went quite smoothly, and Cui Jilin would help to persuade them. They believed that with benefits and favors, it wouldn't be a big problem for the Limit Challenge to get this time slot. The rest would be left to Yun Yang Feng to follow up. Yang Yi was rushing home to take care of his wife and child, however, there were still some twists and turns. On the night when Yang Yi returned home, he was sitting in the living room watching soldiers assault with Yang Chongguei. The old man was very interested in this TV series. Suddenly, Mo Xiaowan sent him a few reports and an interview video. It was not convenient for Yang Yi to disturb Yang Chongguei regarding work matters, so he took his phone to the side hall to watch. Xianxia Productions had suddenly launched an attack. They had complained to the media that Zhongxing Productions was under the control of the law and had made a show similar to their High Ability Challenge. The name of the show had even been exposed. It was called the Limit Challenge. The similarity of the names was a strong support for their argument. Meanwhile, some other tabloid media had also found out that Yang Yi was the one behind the production of China Star. This program was created after Yang Yi sold High Energy Challenge. Obviously, Xianxia Productions had used the gossip media to smear Yang Yi's name. They could not directly accuse Yang Yi because they would be sued for slander and defamation by Yang Yi. However, these revelations and catfights had become the hot topic of discussion on the news media and social networks. Yang Yi was not doing original works but plagiarizing, although the media outlets that broke the news did not directly say so. Their words expressed the same concept. The Limit Challenge and High Ability Challenge had such similar names. Moreover, High Ability Challenge was very famous. It was obvious who was plagiarizing who. The interview video was recorded when Li Manman attended the event. It was a clip of her interview with the media. The production company will handle the copyright of the show. I don't know much about it. In the video, Li Manman was gracious and generous. Her mouth was also speaking diplomatic words, as if she wanted to put herself in a position where she wouldn't offend either side. But High Energy Challenge is indeed a very outstanding program. This Saturday night at 8 p.m., we will be meeting everyone at Xiangnan TV station. I will also appear in front of everyone as a celebrity host. I hope everyone will come and watch. Li Manman smiled like a flower and said, "It's normal for a good program to be easily imitated by others. It's just that I feel a bit regretful. After all, people aren't omnipotent. Yang Yi is a very good songwriter. I admire his achievements in music. In the past, I even asked him for a song. It's a pity that he doesn't want to develop his career in music and produce more classic works. He's half-hearted. One moment he's busy writing a book, the next he's busy doing this and that. He's even distracted by trying to produce results on variety shows. That's obviously impossible." Although Li Manman's voice was very gentle and her tone was very peaceful when she answered the reporter's questions, Yang Yi felt that it was very harsh. "Who's this person?" Yang Yi frowned. Hearing the woman's voice, he asked Murphy, who came over to investigate. "She said that she asked me for a song? Why don't I have any impression of it?" This was also because Yang Yi was somewhat indifferent to the entertainment industry. Li Manman was also an outstanding A-list celebrity. Yang Yi actually treated her as a nobody and had long forgotten about her. Murphy couldn't help but laugh and said, "Have you forgotten? At that time I said that someone asked me for your contact information and wanted to ask you for a song. I was pestered and had no choice but to give her your email." "Oh, I remember now. She went on the program Fast Music with you, right?" When Murphy said this, Yang Yi found the corresponding memory and said with a smile, "At that time, I asked her to send her song to me, but her singing was really bad. Her voice was very sweet, but there was no matching singing skill." When Murphy heard Yang Yi say that Li Manman's voice was very sweet, her mouth twitched slightly. She said with some jealousy, "Well, but don't provoke her. This woman's scandal is everywhere. I think there's a problem. She's not a good woman." In the past, she didn't feel anything because Mu Xiang was still Mu Xiang. Now, Mu Xiang was Yang Yi, her husband. Of course, Murphy had to be wary of those flirtatious sluts. When Yang Yi heard Murphy say this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and pinched Murphy's face intimately and said, "Little vinegar jar, I don't even know her. How can I provoke her? What's more, this heart of mine is already attached to you and the child. No one can take it away from me." Murphy's heart was filled with sweetness, but she still said stubbornly, "Who said that I'm jealous? I'm just afraid that you'll be taken advantage of." Starlight Productions' attack seemed to have been timed well. It was suddenly exposed during the crucial moment of Yun Yang's discussion with Magic City television station, as if someone had tipped them off. However, it was really a coincidence this time. Starlight Productions had chosen this time to hype up this news, of course, to promote the upcoming broadcast of High Ability Challenge. It would be best if they could have a war of words with the people from Xianxia Productions. The livelier it was, the more advantageous it would be for them. However, out of everyone's expectations, the people from Xianxia Productions did not give any response. Even when the reporters went to Imo Xiaowan and Phoebe's studio, no one commented on this matter. This was very strange. Starlight Productions made a fuss for a while, feeling extremely awkward. It was as if they had completely fabricated an imaginary enemy and were singing a one-man show by themselves. They criticized Xianxia Productions verbally and in writing, humming "I'll turn a blind eye to your performance" and calmly doing what they were supposed to do. This mysterious attitude made Hu Xing, Li Manman, Luo Jinting, and the rest feel slightly uneasy. It was as if a storm was coming. The world was covered by dark clouds. The oppressive atmosphere was brewing an explosion that could split heaven and earth. They did not guess wrongly. Xianxia Productions was waiting for the opportunity to explode. Other than Yang Yi, who was dealing with the people from Magic City television station, Yan Tao and Ren Min were not idle either. They discussed with their subordinates for a long time and finally came up with a list of celebrity host candidates for Yang Yi. Jia Yuchen, Ma Jianwei, Sun Jinyue, Dan Hongkue, Yuan Yan. Who are these people? Asked Yang Yi. Yan Tao and Ren Min looked at Yang Yi strangely. They were also very depressed. These were all celebrities in the entertainment industry. Those who watched TV and movies often knew, yet Yang Yi still asked who they were. Of course, they could not expose their boss's scars, so they explained to Yang Yi helplessly. Jia Yuchen is an actor, a very famous TV drama actor. He acted in director Chen Fengchen's The Capital City and last year's Great Chu's Palace, as well as other popular TV dramas. Ma Jianwei and Jia Yuchen are the same. They have acted in many TV dramas. Relatively speaking, Ma Jianwei has acted in more TV dramas because he doesn't pick the main or supporting roles. Jia Yuchen only acts as the main lead. Sun Jinyue is a movie actor. He has won the Best Actor award and has acted in. Dan Hongkue is also an actor. However, compared to Teacher Sun, his roles are more down-to-earth. Because of his ordinary looks, he can't act in those roles that require more of an image. However, under Teacher Sun's performance, many small roles at the bottom of society have left a deep impression on the audience. Yuan Yan is a teacher at Shanghai Drama Academy. However, he also acts in some TV dramas and some variety shows. His EQ and IQ are very high. This is the unanimous evaluation of the industry. When talking about Yuan Yan, Ren Min couldn't help but add, he is a little similar to you, Yang Yi. They are both very good at cooking and are famous for being good men who love their wives and children. Why were these people a little similar to the hosts of the Limit Challenge in Yang Yi's previous life? It was because Yan Tao and Ren Min had followed Yang Yi's template and filled in the gaps by themselves. In the end, they had been selected from so many celebrities. Yang Yi pondered for a long time before saying, "We definitely want Yuan Yan. As for the others, I'm not familiar with them, so I can't choose. Let's do it this way. You guys make an order based on their EQ. If we want to film our show well, we have to invite people who are eloquent, good at handling complicated interpersonal relationships, and emergency situations to control the scene. Therefore, we can start from those with high EQ and invite them one by one." In the end, Yang Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Our show isn't very famous now. These are all big-name celebrities. Even if we give them money, they might not be willing to come. Therefore, go ahead and try. As the Spring Festival approached, the coffee shop at the corner of the street was closed for the holidays. Ding Xiang and the two new part-time students went home for the Spring Festival. Yang Yi had planned to bring his family back to his hometown a week or two earlier. However, since Yang Huan was still filming in the Jiangnan military region, he couldn't leave her alone in Jiangqing. Hence, the plan was scrapped. Shouqin didn't have many scenes, but the crew wouldn't adjust the schedule for Yang Huan, so the scenes would be shot one by one. She would probably have to shoot until the 28th or 29th of the lunar calendar. Of course, Yang Yi had other considerations when he decided to wait for Yang Huan to go home later. Little Momo was infected with rotavirus a few days ago and had diarrhea and fever. Although according to the doctor's instructions, the little guy drank some oral rehydration fluids and Mo Fei continued to feed him. His condition gradually improved, but the little guy was still very weak. Yang Yi wanted to wait until little Momo recovered a little before taking him back to his hometown. Tong Tong needed a healthy body to cope with the long journey and the rural environment. Early in the morning, Yang Yi got up and ran to the market to buy groceries. At the gate, the guard stopped him. "Mr. Yang, there's a letter for your family." Yang Yi took it and saw the English address on the envelope. Yang Yi had already guessed that it was from David's family. However, when he looked at the signature, he saw that it was from Lu Weisha. He looked at the recipient again. It wasn't him, but Shishi. Lu Weisha had gone to Australia for a trip. Yang Yi had heard about it from Shishi. However, he didn't expect that the two girls would contact each other in such an ancient way. It was quite interesting. Yang Yi didn't open his daughter's letter. Instead, he put it in his pocket and continued running to the market. "Little Yang, you're here?" The aunties, uncles, brothers, and sisters who sold groceries were very familiar with Yang Yi. It was strange for a man like Yang Yi to get up early to buy groceries. Later, they found out that he was a celebrity. Naturally, Yang Yi became a celebrity in the market. When they saw him arrive, they all greeted him with a smile. "Little Yang, do you want a pigtail? Today, I killed more than 10 pigs and brought back their tails. You came early, so quickly pick a few and cook them for your children." Brother Wan, who was selling pork, also greeted Yang Yi enthusiastically. "Little kids love to eat pig's tail the most. You won't get sick of it no matter how much you eat it." This pork stall sold local pigs from the countryside. The pork was very fresh, the meat was tight and elastic. It was fat and white, and the meat was red and shiny. It was much more delicious than other stalls. Of course, it was also more expensive than other stalls. Yang Yi picked up a pig's tail and looked at it with interest. It was a short length, but the skin was delicate and there was a hint of red in the white. Obviously, it tasted good when cooked. This can be used to make soup. Yang Yi thought of a dish that tasted good. "Big brother Wan, help me cut off this fat part." Yang Yi gestured at the fat behind the pig's tail and said. "Hey, little Yang, how can you do business like this?" Brother Wan chuckled. Yang Yi ignored him and picked up 3 pigs' tails and threw them on his scale. He smiled and said, "Same old rules. After you weigh it, you calculate the money. Then cut off what needs to be cut off. As for the cut off, you can do whatever you want with it, okay?" Yang Yi didn't care about that little bit of money, he just wanted the valuable part. "Okay. Little Yang, you are generous enough." Brother Wan gave him a big thumbs up and threw the pig's tail on the chopping board. He started cutting it for Yang Yi. The bed in winter was warm and the best for sleeping in. This was not only for adults, but also for children. During the holidays, there was no need to wake up early to go to kindergarten. Shishi was even harder to wake up in the morning. Yang Yi started a new round of battle. "Shishi, wake up." Yang Yi called out softly from the bedside, but it did not have any effect. The little girl's eyes were still closed and she was sleeping soundly. "Little lazy pig, quickly wake up. Mommy and brother are already up." Mommy woke up early to practice singing. "How can you still sleep in?" Yang Yi changed his strategy. He sat on the edge of the bed and shook Shishi's shoulder through the quilt. This shaking made the half-asleep Shishi unable to sleep. The little girl squinted her sleepy eyes and looked at her father. Her nose made a long sound like a little pig. Don't think that this was the prelude to her waking up. The little girl closed her eyes for a while, then her eyelids drooped again. If her father did not wake her up, Shishi would definitely go back to sleep. "Get up. Otherwise, Daddy will carry you up and wash your face with very, very cold water." Yang Yi pinched the little girl's nose at the right time, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. "I don't want to." Cece was actually already somewhat awake, but she was still lazing around in bed, so she unwillingly pouted her little mouth, turned her head, and turned to the other side. She also pulled the blanket away, revealing some of her back. She curled up like a worm, still wrapped in the quilt to cover her head. It looked as though she was unwilling to get up no matter what her father did. Luckily, Xianxia had a trump card today. Daddy told you that I received a letter from Lu Weisha today. Xianxia pressed down on the little girl's quilt and body. His mouth was blocked by the quilt as he spoke to the little girl who was wrapped in it. Ah? What did Lu Weisha send me? She finally could not stay in bed. Her little head popped out of the quilt, revealing a pair of big eyes that were not fully opened but were already full of energy. She sent you a letter. Xianxia smiled as he waved the letter in his hand at his daughter. What's a letter? She was a little confused. This old thing was too unfamiliar to the little girl. A letter is the same as a phone call. But it's what you want to say to someone. Write it on a piece of paper and send it through the post office. When you reach the other party's city, they will be able to see the contents and know what you want to say to them. Xianxia smiled. Do you want to know what Lu Weisha said to you in the letter? Yes, yes. The little girl nodded vigorously, her big eyes filled with anticipation. Then hurry up and get up, wash your face and brush your teeth. Then you can open it with your own hands and see what Lu Weisha wrote in it, Xianxia said gently. After several months of reading before bed, she had already understood the meaning of some Chinese characters. She could even understand some English words. Of course, she could not read by herself. Xianxia would read the letter with her and help her read the words that she did not understand. She was no longer sleepy. The little girl, full of anticipation, struggled to get up, but her father was still lying on top of her through the quilt. Papa, you're so heavy. I can't get up. She's giggles sounded in the bedroom. When there were no telephones, everyone wrote letters. Your father used to write letters when he first joined the army, but he didn't write much. Besides, the postman only came to the village once every half a month. Our place is far from the county. During breakfast, Dong Yue smiled and talked about the past. I can't read, so I asked Huan to read. Grandma's story was very interesting. However, she, who was eating breakfast, did not pay attention to her grandma. From time to time, the little girl's eyes drifted to the letter that her father put aside. She was expectant, curious, happy, and even a little impatient. Finally, after breakfast, she could read Lu Weisha's letter. She wanted to open the letter herself, and so did Xianxia. Therefore, he sat next to his daughter and taught her how to open the letter. However, it was not an easy task. After she tore a small hole in the envelope with her little hand, she panicked and felt as if she had destroyed the letter. She quickly stuffed it back into her father's hand. What's wrong? You did well. Continue. Xianxia smiled. The little girl pouted her little mouth and shrank her little hand behind her back. She was unwilling to take the letter and said anxiously, Papa, help me. Help me. Xianxia gently tore the envelope and helped his daughter open it. Taking out the contents, to Xianxia's surprise, Lu Weisha's letter was not a letter full of words, but a few hard cards. Among them, 3 were photos and 1 was a postcard. There were a few lines of English on the postcard. The handwriting was beautiful and smooth, and it did not look like it was written by a child. It should be written by Lu Weisha's mother. Looking at the photos first, Xianxia handed them to Shi, who had been waiting eagerly. Murphy also curiously poked her head over. Now that Tong Tong was in her grandfather's arms, she did not need to accompany her son 24/7. 2 of the 3 photos were taken with the sea as the background, and 1 was a close-up. Lu Weisha was swimming in the sea with her mother. She was wearing diving goggles, a breathing tube, and a swimming ring. Lu Weisha was fully equipped and looked very interesting. The other photo was a distant view. Lu Weisha and a few white boys were building a crooked castle on the beach. Behind them, the white beach and the beautiful blue sea intersected. It was beautiful like a dream. The photos should be taken by David. This guy was actually quite good at taking photos. Xianxia, who had learned a lot of photography skills for his daughter, could see that the composition and light adjustment of the photos were extraordinary. These photos were taken with a Polaroid without any post-editing. It could directly reflect the photographer's ability. Of course, this was only Xianxia's feeling. She paid more attention to the content. Wow, Lu Weisha went swimming. the little girl said enviously. However, she soon felt that something was wrong. She raised her head and asked, Papa, the weather is so cold. Isn't Lu Weisha cold? She looked at Lu Weisha's one-piece swimsuit. It was thin, revealing her arms and long legs. Thinking about the whistling cold wind outside, the little girl couldn't help but shiver. Before Xianxia could speak, Murphy, who was also watching with interest, smiled and said, No, Lu Weisha is now in Australia. The climate there is the opposite of ours. When we are in winter, they are in summer. When we are in summer, they are in winter. So now we feel that the weather is very cold. But over at Lu Weisha's place, the weather is very hot. So that's how it is. The little girl looked at her mother as if she understood, and her eyes gradually became admiring. Mom, you are so amazing. You know so much. Xianxia wanted to tell his daughter that this was all common sense. However, when he thought about it, how could she know so much common sense? But he could consider letting the little girl start to slowly learn some scientific knowledge. Now that Xianxia had been dealing with a lot of things, his mind had become more active. After pondering over the idea of letting Cici understand science, Xianxia thought of the children's book author support fund that he had already prepared and was only waiting to announce to everyone after the new year. In addition to fairy tales, he could increase the scope of support for popular science books. There were always some parents who were science students. They understood the principles of science and also knew how to explain it to their children. Only then could they explain it in simple terms and make it fascinating. If he let them create interesting popular science books for their children, it would be easier for the children to accept them. Thinking a little too far, Xianxia came back to his senses. She was looking at the third photo. The third photo was interesting. Lu Weisha was in a zoo in Australia. Separated by a cage, she was taking a photo with a big kangaroo with a big chest. Mom, I know what this is. This is a kangaroo. She said happily to Murphy. Xianxia and she had read the animal picture book that the little girl wanted to buy. There were cartoon pictures of kangaroos in it. The little girl had a deep impression of this animal because her father told her that kangaroos had pockets on their stomachs where they could carry their babies. This was the same as how Murphy sometimes used a baby carrier to carry Tong Tong. Young babies could also use a baby carrier, but it was in a reclining position. But this kangaroo doesn't have a pocket on its stomach. She hesitated again and wondered if her judgment was wrong. Only the mother kangaroo has a pocket. This should be the father kangaroo. The father kangaroo doesn't have a pocket. Xianxia explained to Shi. Is that so? The little girl said with some regret. She wanted to see what the baby kangaroo looked like in the mother kangaroo's pocket. However, when she saw the kangaroo, she was still very happy. The little girl happily ran to find her grandfather and grandmother to let them see the kangaroo. Why does this animal look so scary? It looks like a human. Dong Yue had never seen or heard of it before. She said with some surprise and disdain. Let me see? What's so scary about it? In the past, when the tigers in the mountains saw this guy who only knows how to put on airs, they would definitely bite him. Yang Chonggue said indifferently after seeing it. The little girl suddenly lost interest. She pouted her little mouth and said unhappily, Don't eat kangaroos. Kangaroos are very cute. Lu Weisha also sent a postcard. Come and take a look. Xianxia held the postcard with the background of the Great Barrier Reef and said to Shi. Okay. The little girl was happy again when she saw her father. She excitedly jumped into her father's arms. Fortunately, Xianxia's strength was great and he caught the heavy little guy. She knew a few words, but when they were strung together, the little girl couldn't understand. Lu Weisha said, Shi, I had a lot of fun in Australia. We ate lobsters. The seaside is very interesting. I really hope you can come to Australia to play. Xianxia helped his daughter read it and then translated. She had eaten lobsters before. When Xianxia and Murphy were together on their first anniversary, he took her to eat lobsters in a big hotel. The little girl didn't have any special reaction to this. Papa, I also want to go to Australia to play. I want to play with Lu Weisha, and then I can see mother kangaroo and baby kangaroo. The little girl looked at several photos and postcards over and over again, and said somewhat gloomily. Then let's wait until April and then go, okay? Xianxia said softly to his daughter, in April, Papa and Mama will be free. Our family will go to Australia to play for a few days and then come back. When you are on vacation, we will go to Grandpa and Grandma's house together. Well, okay. The little girl got her father's promise and immediately became happy. Originally, Xianxia wanted Xishi to write a reply to Lu Weisha. However, thinking that Lu Weisha was traveling with her parents outside and had no fixed residence, it was useless to write a reply, so he could only give up. What are you going to do with the rest of the letter? Xianxia looked at his daughter and carefully put the photo and postcard into the album that he had bought for her. It was a girl's little collection. He smiled and asked, do you want to cut the stamps? Daddy will buy you another stamp album to keep? However, Xishi turned her little head and said seriously, no, you can't cut it. You have to keep it. It seemed that the little girl was not interested in collecting stamps and those colorful little pieces of paper. After all, there were abundant living materials now, and Xishi had more fun and beautiful toys. However, Xishi could not bear to throw away the envelope, so she stuffed the whole envelope into a new page of the album. Of course, it seemed that the envelope was a little long and could not be stuffed directly. The little girl deftly took out the envelope, folded it, and put it back. She then smiled with satisfaction. In Xianxia's opinion, Shishi's organizing ability was not good enough. After stuffing the envelope, it was bulging. After closing the album, it was like sticking out her butt. Part of it was bulging, and it was not beautiful. However, he did not want to interfere with Xishi doing things that she could do by herself. Sometimes, it might be more effective to let her do it herself and think of a way than to do it best under the guidance of an adult. In the afternoon, Xianxia started to cook the pigtail stew with peanut soup. Dong Yue frowned at first and said, Tizi, you can give this to adults. Don't give it to little Xianxia. Children will shake their heads and become stupid if they eat the pigtail. Mom, don't believe in something that has no scientific basis. Xianxia said with a smile, in all these years, have you ever seen a child shake their head and become stupid? Who said no? In the west of the village, the silly child of the second Lu family, isn't he stupid? That child is 1 year older than you, Dong Yue said. Yes, but he was born stupid. How could he become stupid from eating a pig's tail? Besides, Grandpa Lu's family is so poor that they can't even fill their stomachs. You even asked me to send some sweet potatoes to their family in the past. How could they have the money to eat pig's tails? You can't even afford pork. Xianxia said. Coincidentally, Xianxia was strolling into the side hall with his hands behind his back. He heard Xianxia and Dong Yue talking about the pig's tail in the kitchen, so he came over to take a look. You're not stupid after eating a pig's tail. Pig tails, pig ears, and pig tongues are the most delicious parts of a pig. Yang Chonggui stared at him and said, when I was young, I went to Guangdong province to make a living. Their peanut braised pig's tail, tsk. I can eat 7 bowls of rice in a row with that taste. But you can't give it to children. Dong Yue was a little shaken, but some words that had been passed down by word of mouth were still rooted in her heart. Where did this nonsense come from? Those children in Guangdong province eat pig's tail since they were young. No, only the young masters of rich families have the fortune to eat pig's tail. If they can't eat it, then why would these noble young masters like to eat it so much? Yang Chonggui snorted and argued with his wife. Dong Yue trusted Yang Chonggui's knowledge more. After a while, she didn't insist on her old opinion. Moreover, Dong Yue was convinced by her husband and son. However, Yang Chonggui might be disappointed. Xianxia didn't plan to make peanut braised pig's tail today. Instead, he used these 2 things to make soup. Peanut braised pig's tail needed to be fried in oil in advance. At the end, it also needed to be cooked with strong seasoning until the pig's tail was soft and tender. Then, the sauce could be removed from the pot. This kind of dish was quite tasty, but of course, it was also slightly oily. In contrast, the pig's tail and peanut braised soup were equally soft and tasty, but the taste was much lighter, which was suitable for Murphy's current taste. During lunch, Xianxia first scooped a bowl of soup for Xishi. There were some peanuts and a section of pig's tail in it. Xishi liked to eat peanuts very much, but this was the first time she had seen pig's tail at the dining table. The little girl happily scooped up a peanut with a small spoon and stuffed it into her mouth. As she ate the soft peanuts, she curiously fiddled with a small section of pig's tail and asked, "Papa, what is this?" "Pig's tail, it's delicious." Yang Chonggui answered for Yang Yi, who was still busy. "Little Yangshi, look at Grandpa eating like this." The old man finished the soup in the bowl first, and then he moved his hands very roughly. He pinched the bone of the pig's tail from front to back, grabbed it, and dipped it in the soy sauce. Before the soy sauce slid down, he moved his big mouth forward and took a big bite. "Oh! Delicious! It's very delicious." Yang Chonggui smiled and gave a thumbs up. Was it really that delicious? The pig's tail was delicious, but it wasn't necessarily so exaggerated. Yang Chonggui was just teasing his granddaughter. She also reached into her bowl and fished out the pig's tail. She didn't mind that her fingers were stuck in the soup. The little girl dipped it in the soy sauce and took a bite, just like her grandfather. The cooked pig's tail couldn't even withstand the bite, and she directly bit off a large piece of the skin and the tender meat on the back. The taste was the taste of soy sauce, mixed with the pig's tail and peanuts, and the strong fragrance of the stew. But more importantly, it was the taste. It was just like the pig's trotters that she used to eat. The skin was like gelatinous, and the pork was originally very fresh and tender. When she chewed carefully, she found that it was a little sticky to her teeth. This feeling was simply the best enjoyment. "Is it delicious?" Yang Yi helped his mother carry the dishes to the dining table and asked Shi, who was eating heartily with a smile. The little girl was like a puppy, gnawing on the meat near the bone in the middle. She loved it so much that she couldn't put it down. Her big eyes were smiling as she looked at her father. She nodded happily and said, "Delicious, super delicious." In contrast, Murphy preferred soup. This beautiful, rich, and light soup was very tasty. Murphy felt that it was more delicious than the slightly plump pig's tail. High Energy Challenge was broadcast in the middle of January. This originally very attractive outdoor reality show with competitive attributes still showed great potential after it was broadcast on Xianxia TV station. The original audience came because of its reputation, and Xianxia TV station itself was a very good platform. Its variety shows had always done well. High Energy Challenge also made use of this platform to earn a lot of viewership ratings. We are honored to announce to everyone that the premier viewership ratings of High Energy Challenge is as high as 1.7%. Luo Jinting said in high spirits at the press conference the next day. This has already broken through the previous best results of High Energy Challenge. Later on, when the reporter asked Hu Sheng, who had his limelight stolen, was a little unhappy. He could only force a smile and said to the reporter, "We will continue to work hard in the future and strive to make another breakthrough." It had to be said that Li Manman was indeed a good attraction in High Energy Challenge. This woman knew how to make use of her advantages. She was beautiful and sexy in front of the camera. Not only could she arouse the passion of the challengers, but she could also capture the attention of the audience. What's the point of watching the challenge? Just watch the competition. When High Energy Challenge stood out in the field of variety shows, in fact, the mainstream media didn't pay attention to its so-called breakthrough in history. Instead, they were fighting to report that the viewership ratings of Soldier's Assault had broken the viewership ratings record of Central TV's TV series. Soldier's Assault was no longer just a TV series. The audience treated it as a kind of emotion and treated it as their own child. They wanted to see how that silly child, Susan Duo, would break through himself step by step and grow into a good soldier step by step. Not only did they watch it themselves, but they also pulled their relatives and friends to watch it together. Naturally, the viewership ratings of this TV series also rose. This time, the record was broken because of the 13th episode. Chen Kai left Gang Qilian and Quan Lian was shocked. Even the most gentle and tolerant Shijin couldn't help but splash wine on Chen Kai's face. Then, Shijin was reinstated. Susan was wailing, Gao Cheng's words, and Quan Lian's cheers pushed the plot to a climax. The next day, there were still reporters interviewing passers-by on the streets. A few of them said that they cried after watching this episode. There were even hot-blooded youngsters who said that after watching this episode, they really wanted to join the army. They wanted to be a soldier like Su Sanduo and be a good squad leader like Shi Jin. Yang Yi didn't know if High Energy Challenge could still break through itself, but he felt that Soldier's Assault could possibly produce better results in this life. After all, the premiere of Soldier's Assault was on Central TV and not a local channel that few people watched. Everyone was busy celebrating the Lunar New Year, but the production team of the Limit Challenge was destined not to leave their posts this Lunar New Year. Yun Yangfeng had already reached an agreement with Magic City TV station that the first episode of the Limit Challenge would be broadcasted on the 26th of February. Before that, the first episode of the show had to be broadcasted internally in the station and shown to the invited sponsors at the same time to strive for more sponsorship fees. Therefore, they had to start filming and producing the first episode of the show at least after they returned from the Lunar New Year, which was the beginning of February. The time left for the production team was already very tight. Even during such an important holiday like the Lunar New Year, they could only apologize to their families. Yan Tao and Ren Lian went their separate ways. Yan Tao continued to recruit talents for the production team according to Yang Yi's request, recruiting talents for subtitles and music that were not available before. At the same time, he was preparing the shooting location, personnel, and resources for the first episode of the show. Ren Lian went to invite the remaining 3 celebrity actors. The first to be invited was Yuan Yin. Coincidentally, he lived in Magic City. Through the introduction of people in the industry, Ren Lian and Yun Yangfeng rushed to Yuan Yan's house. Unexpectedly, Yuan Yan, who was addressed as Teacher Yuan by many young actors, did not put on any airs. He chatted with Yun Yangfeng happily, but his eyes that were squinted into slits when he smiled were shining with the light of wisdom. The wisdom here did not refer to how knowledgeable Yuan Yan was or how many profound phrases and allusions he used in his conversation. It was referring to the wisdom of life, as if he could see through people's hearts. Yuan Yan did not have the habit of speaking in a gentle manner. Of course, his voice was soothing. Sitting opposite him, Ren Lian and Yun Yangfeng still felt that they were on equal footing despite the significant difference in status. However, Yuan Yan was able to hit the nail on the head with every word he spoke. His words were sharp and incisive, raising the spirits of others and not daring to underestimate him. It was no wonder that he was a teacher, an actor, and a director. Yuan Yan had directed his own movie before. Although this was not rare, many actors had been directors before. I remember that some time ago, on the 10th Xiangnan TV station's High Ability Challenge even said that the Limit Challenge is suspected of plagiarizing their show. Yuan Yan said with a smile after listening to Yun Yangfeng and Ren Ming's intentions. However, before Yun Yang could explain himself, Yuan Yan waved his hand and said with a smile, "I didn't really believe this report back then. With the copyright organization keeping an eye on it, you shouldn't have copied the High Ability Challenge's model and thought that this might be a publicity stunt from Starlight. And today, with your arrival, I can basically confirm that your Limit Challenge is different from the High Energy Challenge." Why did he say that? Because the Limit Challenge had invited Yuan Yan to be their celebrity host. If it was something like the High Energy Challenge, would there be a need to invite Yuan Yan? Wasn't this like using a butcher's knife to kill a pig? When Yuan Yan spoke, he also showed a kind of pride that came from his bones. However, it was not arrogance, but a confidence that was easier to accept. It is indeed different. Our boss, Mr. Yang Yi, has provided a very good idea for the program. Teacher Yuan, you can take a look at our proposal. Yun Yangfeng passed the proposal over. Yang Yi is also a genius in the entertainment industry. However, he's also a maverick who doesn't appear in front of the media's cameras. If it were someone else, they would have been drowned in the endless stream of newcomers. However, Yang Yi has really done it. He's a role model for our generation. Yuan Yan said to Yun Yangfeng with a smile that sounded like he was teasing and envious. It could be heard that Yuan Yan appreciated Yang Yi. After all, they were both representatives of good men. He also often sent photos of himself cooking to his family on his micro-broadcasting. Yuan Yan flipped through the proposal roughly. The model and gameplay of the Limit Challenge formed a rough idea in his mind. However, the compliment that Yun Yangfeng was expecting did not appear. Yuan Yan had a friendly smile on his face, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. Closing the proposal, his first sentence was, "I'm guessing that even though Yang Yi suggested this show, he wouldn't take on the role of a celebrity host, right? Teacher Yuan, you're right. Yun Yangfeng hesitated. He did not know what Yuan Yan meant, so he could only add, however, according to our plan, Yang Yi will appear as a guest in the second or third episode as well because he has a movie to promote. Then we'll have to invite Su Sanduo as well. Yuan Yan said with a smile. He actually remembered Yang Yi's movie that had been briefly introduced in the newspaper. The other main character in the movie was Geng Xia, who was also the actor of Su Sanduo, who was currently popular all over the country. Yun Yangfeng's eyes shone. He was not stupid, of course, he could hear the intention in Yuan Yan's words. Teacher Yuan, do you mean that you agree? Yun Yangfeng asked. I think that the creativity of your program is very good. It's very interesting. However, I still have some questions for Director Ren. Do you think that the most important thing in this program is the script's plot, dialogue, or the hosts and guests' free play? Yuan Yan asked straightforwardly. Ren Min shook his head without hesitation and said, we won't design lines for all the hosts and guests. This is a reality show. What we can do is to set up a general framework and design the rules of the game. As for who wins and who loses, it's up to all of you to fight for it. Besides, how the hosts and guests usually speak should be how they communicate under the camera. We're going for the greatest sense of realism. Of course, the proposal in Yuan Yan's hands did not have a specific plot. After all, the program still had to be recorded in the future. If he knew what they were going to play, it would not be fun during the recording. Yuan Yan was satisfied with Ren Min's answer. He continued to ask a few more questions and finally asked, there's one last question that you don't have to answer if it's not convenient for you. I'd like to know, other than me, who else are the 6 celebrity hosts? Yuan Yan wanted to know the answer to this question because he knew that the success of a show was not only a matter of creativity, but also a matter of people. If he had to work with someone who was not suitable, he could endure his own feelings. However, the quality of the show would be greatly reduced, and that was not something he wanted to see. Ren Min and Yun Yangfeng looked at each other and hesitated. In the end, Yun Yangfeng chose his words carefully and said, we've decided on 3 hosts in the beginning. They're all relatively young and energetic young artists. You should know one of them, the young singer Zhu Jia who sang Impulsive Punishment. Zhu Jia's not bad. Yuan Yan smiled as usual and said, he's driven to do variety shows. He's also a hot topic. There's another one called Guazi. You might not be familiar with him, but he's now acting as the main character in Badaling Film Company's Fat Secret Agent, said Yun Yangfeng. Guazi. Guazi. The name sounds familiar. I remember now. Didn't he act in Fairy Tale last year, the micro-movie? Yuan Yan was struck with realization. As an epic-making film, Fairy Tale was the first micro-movie in history. Naturally, it became a case study for Yuan Yan and his students in class. Guazi. I'm not familiar with this person, but his acting skills are solid. He's quite a talented child. Yuan Yan nodded in the end, but there was a hint of hesitation in his voice. The other one is Yang Huan, one of the female leads of Drawing Sword, which is still being filmed. She's the actress who plays Shou Qin. Yun Yangfeng's introduction to Yang Huan was a little brief. How is she related to Yang Yi? Yuan Yan asked sharply. She's his biological sister, but there's another consideration for choosing her. Yun Yangfeng quickly said, this girl is more honest and has been practicing martial arts since she was young. Her skills are extraordinary. Although she's a girl, she doesn't need the care of a male host at all. Guazi could be considered as Yang Yi's own man. Now, there was another biological sister, Yang Huan? Could they play well with such a lineup of partners? Yuan Yan frowned. In Yang Yi's previous life, there was a public service advertisement on the internet called Using Wisdom to See the Invisible Things. It was about a vegetable market's lady boss who was collecting rent when it was uploaded onto the internet. Netizens grabbed onto the video clip to show the lady boss's inhumane side and criticized it. They tried to use language to scold the lady boss to death and tried to persuade the people nearby not to go to the market to buy vegetables. However, these netizens did not know that the lady boss's harsh words were just her habitual mouth. In fact, she was kind on the surface and had helped many people. The camera captured her collecting rent fiercely, but it did not capture her collecting rent. If she collected too much money, she would not be greedy, but return it to the stall owner who was running a small business. The camera captured her smashing someone else's scale, but it did not capture her smashing the scale that was short. It did not capture her asking the stall owner to buy a good scale in exasperation, nor did it capture her persuading others to run their business with integrity. There were many things that the camera could not capture, such as her asking the deaf and mute to sell vegetables at her own market instead of drifting aimlessly outside. In spite of this, the netizens dared not come to the market due to the online violence. Although the video ended abruptly, it was expected that the situation would only worsen. In this world, most people like to judge people and things on the surface, or they like to take things out of context and go with the flow. However, Yuan Yan was not such a person. Among the 3 people chosen by the program, Yuan Yan was only satisfied with Zhu Jia. He did not know enough about Guozi and Yang Huan, especially Yang Huan. After knowing that Yang Huan was Yang Yi's younger sister, Yuan Yan was vaguely displeased. How could a show with potential involve so much nepotism? Was this not self-destruction? However, Yuan Yan did not make a conclusion immediately. Instead, he asked Jin Yangfeng and Renmin to wait while he went to another room and searched for Shenwani's phone number. Shenwani was slightly older than Yuan Yan. However, Yuan Yan and Shenwani both graduated from the Shanghai Drama Academy. Shenwani could be considered as Yuan Yan's senior, so the two of them had a close relationship. Yuan Yan called Shenwani. Coincidentally, although Shenwani was filming, he was filming someone else's scene. He sat by the side and waited. The assistant passed the phone to Shenwani. Through the conversation with Shenwani, Yuan Yan roughly knew what kind of person Yang Huan, who played Li Yunlong's wife, was. Capable, hardworking, efficient, emotional. Yuan Yan looked at the paper and noted down some of the key words that Shenwani mentioned about Yang Huan. He muttered, "Of course, the most important thing is that she has real kung fu. The martial artists in the crew can't beat Yang Huan." When Shenwani was talking about Yang Huan, his tone was full of admiration. He admired Yang Huan's fighting skills. In the entertainment industry, there were not many actresses who could fight. In that case, even if Yang Huan was a backdoor entrant, he seemed to have a pretty good persona. Yuan Yan did not let Yun Yangfeng and the rest wait for too long. He came back with a plate of cut fruits and asked Yun Yangfeng and Renming to eat while smiling. "Where are the other 2? Who do you have in mind?" "We haven't had the time to contact the other 2 teachers. Our initial choice is teacher Dan Hongkue and teacher Ma Jianwei." Yun Yangfeng was relieved to see that Yuan Yan was still chatting casually when he came back. Old Dan and old Ma are not bad, especially old Dan. He's been through hard times. Let me tell you, he has a rich life experience, so he can act like whatever he wants to act in. He can tell you a thing or 2 about anything when you talk to him. With him around, there's no need to be afraid of awkward silence during the recording. Yuan Yan pushed his glasses and nodded slightly. Yuan Yan had a rough idea of the selection criteria of the program team. He was more satisfied that after the 3 youngsters were chosen, they did not pick any more youngsters. Instead, they picked some middle-aged artists to add to the background of the program. Indeed, in a program, there should be a reasonable combination. The youth's drive and passion, the middle-aged steadiness and maturity, complemented each other well. It would be inappropriate if they were biased towards either. "I'll help you call old Dan and old Ma to ask for their opinions. I'm familiar with them." Yuan Yan had decided to accept the invitation. Although he had not officially agreed, he felt that since he was going to do it, he should do his best and pull a few suitable friends to play the limit challenge. "That's great. Thank you," Yun Yangfeng said in surprise. Both of them added together could not even compare to a word from Yuan Yan. Soon, Dan Hongkue's phone was dialed by Yuan Yan. Yuan Yan told Dan Hongkue that he was going to participate in the program and wanted to drag him along. "The program isn't bad. We can innovate and create new tricks. Why not give it a try?" Yuan Yan easily convinced Dan Hongkue. Dan Hongkue had reached a preliminary agreement. Of course, the specifics still needed Yun Yangfeng and Renmin to visit and discuss in person. However, with this phone call, Dan Hongkue could basically confirm it. However, things did not go so smoothly. Ma Jianwei did not agree. He was really busy. Ma Jianwei, who was not picky about roles, had accepted many film contracts. His schedule was arranged from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. He could be called the entertainment industry's model worker. Do you have any other candidates? Yuan Yan asked after putting down the phone. In the end, we're considering teacher Jia Yuchen and teacher Sun Jinyue, Yun Yangfeng said. Sun Jinyue. He's a little younger and has a straightforward personality. Let me think, old Xia might be better. Let me tell you, old Xia is a little arrogant, but it's not arrogance in the sense of pride. Using the popular saying now, he's just a little arrogant. Maybe it's because he's filmed too many important roles and can't let go of the burden of being an idol. Yuan Yan said with a smile, but it doesn't matter. Old Xia has a good personality. You can criticize him or scold him. As long as it's reasonable, he won't hold a grudge. Since Yuan Yan said that Jia Yuchen was suitable, he would first test Jia Yuchen's opinion. Variety show? I don't go on variety shows. Don't look for me. As expected, Jia Yuchen rejected her right away. There's nothing absolute in this world. It's not like you're allergic to variety shows. Let me tell you how fun this show is. Just listen. Yuan Yan told Jia Yuchen everything. Eventually, Jia Yuchen was tempted. Perhaps he was tired from filming and wanted to change things to adjust his mentality, so he became the last celebrity host of the Limit Challenge. With Yuan Yan's help, the Limit Challenge went unexpectedly smoothly. However, due to the arrival of the Spring Festival, Yun Yangfeng did not announce it immediately. Instead, he held it back and continued his preparations. Everything was ready. Except for the final push, the Spring Festival was here. Yang Huan brought Yang Chonggue and Dong Yue back to their hometown to celebrate the new year while Yang Yi, Murphy, and the two children stayed in River City. There was nothing they could do about it. Plans could never keep up with changes. Yang Yi thought that Tong Tong would recover quickly, but Tong Tong did not have diarrhea anymore and his face was slowly turning rosy. However, perhaps it was because he caught a cold from taking a stroll outside, or some other reason, the little guy caught a cold on the 27th day of the lunar calendar. The little guy started sneezing at night and coughed the next day. His nose was running, his eyes were red, and he had a slight fever of more than 38 degrees Celsius. Yang Yi and Murphy quickly brought him to the hospital to see a doctor. It was a viral cold. The fever was not high, so he did not need to take medicine, but he had to be taken good care of at home. To let the little guy sleep comfortably, reduce outdoor activities, and increase the humidity in the house, Yang Yi even bought an air humidifier on his way back. According to the doctor's advice, they had spent a long time at home. It was obvious that they could not bring Tong Tong back to the countryside under such circumstances. Murphy had privately protested to Yang Yi. After all, if Tong Tong's condition worsened after they returned to their hometown, it would be a huge problem to seek medical treatment. Murphy was right, and Yang Yi understood that. In fact, Tong Tong was only 2 months old. No matter what, he should not have to travel such a long distance to such a remote environment in his hometown. However, Yang Yi and Murphy were inexperienced. Murphy used to live on her father's farm, which was not considered a rural area. It was a short drive to the town, and the medical facilities there were not bad at all. Yang Yi had never experienced such a thing before. When he brought Xixi home, Xixi was already 4 years old. She did not have to worry about such things at all. Luckily, there was still time to deal with the problem. In order to take care of Tong Tong, Yang Yi had to stay in Jiangqing with Murphy and Xixi. Yang Huan was the only one who could bring the old folks home to celebrate the new year. This was another problem. Without any preparation, how could Yang Yi bring Cece to celebrate the new year with the 4 of them in such a lively manner? Xixi was sad for a long time yesterday because she couldn't go back to her hometown with her grandparents. However, after a good night's sleep, the little girl's mood returned to being optimistic and cheerful. With her parents by her side, what was there to be unhappy about? There's always a rainbow-colored river winding through fairy tale town, tainted with the perverse aura of magic, yet twisted and turned in love. The day before New Year's Eve, in the morning when the atmosphere of the new year wasn't too strong, Murphy's gentle singing kicked off the curtains. Yang went out. He took advantage of the fact that it wasn't New Year's Eve and that some shops were still open to buy some supplies for the new year. Speaking of which, this was the first New Year that he personally organized as the head of the family, so Yang had to make this New Year more exquisite. Murphy had nothing to do, so she took Yang's guitar and sang a few songs for Xianxia and Tong Tong. Although she didn't play the guitar often, she was still a musician, so she still had some basic skills. As a matter of fact, Murphy easily strummed the songs from Fairy Tale Town. She listened happily at the side, beaming with joy. She also stepped on the sofa and jumped around. When it came to parts that she was familiar with, the little girl would even sing along with her mother. I heard that Peter Pan is still young. Murphy shook her head lightly, her beautiful eyes smiling as she looked at her daughter. She pounced forward to her mother's side, her long hair fluttering to her temples. The little girl found it very amusing and giggled. This laughter made her unable to catch her breath when she was fighting to sing, so her voice sounded a little breathless. She could only be heard singing, "Jack has a harp and magic. I heard that there's a candy house in Fairy Tale Town, and Cinderella lost her beloved glass slipper." There were also parts where she forgot the lyrics, but what was more mischievous was her singing. It perfectly illustrated the word cynical. "No, you're singing off-key." Murphy couldn't help but laugh as she said. Yeah. Perhaps it was because it was happy listening to its mother's singing. Xiao Tianyu, who was lying in the small cradle next to it, was also dancing with joy. It even grinned and used its tender vowels to express its emotions. She couldn't carry the little guy all the time, so there was a four-legged blue cradle in the living room. It looked like a boat suspended in the air, and could be gently rocked. Tong was lying in the cradle. He was beside his mother, so he could look at her and listen to her and his sister sing. Hee. Mom, my brother is laughing. Cece excitedly slipped down from the sofa and sat on the carpet, looking at her brother in the cradle. Although singing was fun, her little brother was much more. The little girl was holding a balloon hammer with a yellow handle and a red cartoon pattern. She was gesturing in front of her younger brother. However, Tong Tong still didn't know how to reach out his hand to grab it. He could only watch as his chubby little arms moved gently. He grinned with his toothless mouth and laughed happily. "Little brother, do you want to play? But you don't know how to play." This naughty sister was still giggling as she teased Tong Tong. Murphy watched from the side and couldn't help but feel happy for the warm interaction between the siblings. However, she also saw that Tong Tong's nose was still running. It wasn't much, but when she thought about how she looked when she had a cold, she knew that Tong Tong was suffering from a cold. It had to be said that although little Momo had caught a cold, his mental state was not bad. The little guy seemed to have a very optimistic attitude. Previously, when he had diarrhea, his body was weak, but the little guy would still tease in his father's and mother's arms. He would open his big eyes and laugh. If he could learn how to speak, would he be happier to use new words to express his emotions? Of course, she still had to help Tong Tong blow his nose. Murphy used a small towel to wipe off the snot outside his nose. Then, she tore some medical cotton balls from the side table and twisted them into the shape of a small stick. She gently stuck the stick into Tong Tong's nose and wiped the snot out of his nasal cavity. Murphy was very serious as she did it. She watched from the side with interest. Tong Tong, who was lying in the cradle, didn't know what was going on. He opened his big eyes and looked at his mother's face, which made him feel comfortable. After a while, he was inexplicably happy. He started to dance and laugh. "Don't move. Here's your nose." Murphy was amused as she gently pressed Tong Tong's little hand. She couldn't help but feel happy when she looked at this smiling baby. Yang came back from his shopping spree around noon. However, he was busy preparing lunch. Although Murphy could help wash the rice and cook, Yang still had to do the cooking. Therefore, all the things he bought could only be sorted out in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Yang prepared a pen and ink on the table in the side hall. He cut out a large piece of red paper inlaid with gold and spread it on the table. It looked like he was going to sell Spring Festival couplets. "Papa, what are you doing?" She was very interested. She followed behind her father and watched him prepare. Steamed bun also followed behind Shishi. This guy was now Xishi's follower. Of course, he was also very interested in Tong Tong. However, his big master didn't allow him to play with Tong Tong yet. Your papa is going to write Spring Festival couplets. Let's watch Papa write, okay? Murphy came from the living room with Tong Tong in her arms. She sat down on a chair and said with a smile. Okay. Actually, there was no need for her mother to say anything. The little girl had already climbed onto the chair in high spirits. She stood on the chair and supported herself on the table. She curiously watched her father dip the brush into the ink on the inkstone. Xianxia's expression was a little serious. He knew calligraphy and had learned it in his previous life. However, in comparison, his calligraphy could only be said to be passable. Zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, chess, and calligraphy couldn't compare to his zither and painting. Moreover, he hadn't written in a long time. Xianxia pondered for a while before he lowered his wrist and started writing. Everything goes smoothly, and a lucky star arrives. Everything goes well. Good fortune comes. Looking at Xianxia's writing, Mo also read it out word by word. Xianxia used a square European regular script. It looked neat and stable. Between the strokes, there was a dangerous and rugged feeling. Of course, compared to semi-cursive and large seal script, this regular script was much easier to recognize. After writing a Spring Festival couplet, Xianxia paused. Looking at the words he had written, he regretfully shook his head. It had been too long since he had written with a brush, so it seemed a little rusty. Originally, Mo was reading the couplets with great interest, and her heart was full of pride. She felt that Xianxia was really versatile and knew everything. But when she saw Xianxia shaking his head, crumpling the couplets into a ball and throwing them away, she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Why did you throw it away? Wasn't it written very well? Murphy asked. She was also very confused. However, she still couldn't understand what her father was doing. Hence, she could only look at him in confusion. It's not up to standard. The brushwork is stiff. When I put the brush away, the tip of the brush was too sticky. Let me write another one. Xianxia smiled. All right then. Murphy said regretfully. Then, Murphy looked at Xianxia writing again. She read, Heaven increases the years and people live longer. Spring fills the universe with blessings. Everything is renewed. This time, Xianxia's writing satisfied him a little, so he didn't throw it away. You can even recognize this word? Xianxia pointed at the word sui in the Spring Festival couplet in surprise. This was the traditional Chinese word for sui. Xianxia wrote such a traditional Chinese Spring Festival couplet. Compared to door and other words, the traditional Chinese word for sui was much more complicated. I used to live in Harbor City, okay? Murphy giggled. Moreover, do you think I'm so stupid? Even if I don't recognize it, I can tell from the context. Xianxia had forgotten about this. He smiled and shook his head, then continued to write. He had prepared a lot of red paper for the Spring Festival couplets. He just wanted to throw away some of the bad ones. She was watching her father's writing attentively. She didn't know if her father's serious attitude could plant a seed of seriousness in the little girl's heart. To write Spring Festival couplets, one had to stick them up. Xianxia kept the stack of Spring Festival couplets for the whole night. The next morning, taking advantage of the warmth of the sun outside, he prepared to take the curious baby Xishi to the gate of the villa to start pasting the Spring Festival couplets. Of course, before that, he had to apply paste. Look, Dad. Dip it in paste and brush it around this area. Xianxia instructed his daughter, and then handed the small brush to Xishi. You can brush the remaining couplets and the horizontal couplets with paste. Be careful not to brush too much, and not too little. Xishi had long wanted to help her father work, although in her mind, this work was not tiring, but to try new things and help her father. The little girl stood on the small stool, her left hand on the table, and her right hand holding the small brush. Fortunately, Xianxia noticed his negligence and quickly came over to pull the paste closer to Xishi. It's so strange. Xishi saw paste for the first time. The sticky feeling made Xishi feel a little uncomfortable. It's okay. After this paste is applied, the couplets will be firmly stuck to the wall after it dries. Yang Yi said. She brushed for a while. After all, she was small and weak. After brushing the whole couplet, she had to turn around, but accidentally, her left hand pressed on the paste that she had just brushed. Aya. She saw that her little hand was sticky as if she had touched the porridge soup. She clenched and loosened her hand, feeling very uncomfortable. She could only look at her father pitifully and ask for help. Papa, what should I do? There's so much paste. In fact, it was okay to get a little paste on it, and it would be fine after washing it. However, Shishi's reaction was a little big, so Yang Yi had to take her to wash her hands. After being washed by the warm water, the little girl's little hand became red and tender again. It was more comfortable to be clean, although she didn't like paste. Shishi's work attitude was not ambiguous. She continued to help her father with the Spring Festival couplets. Finally, she finished. Yang Yi brought Xianxia to the entrance of the villa to put up the Spring Festival couplets. Put the first couplet on the right side and the second couplet on the left side. Daddy told you yesterday which is the first couplet. Do you still remember? Hee, I know that there are steamed buns, woof, 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 which is the first line of the couplet. Xianxia followed behind her father and said while jumping up and down. She remembered that when her father said this, he even made a small joke. Because of this, Xianxia remembered it especially clearly. Steamed bun wagged his tail and ran to the side of everyone. He was the happiest one to come out for some fresh air. However, when he heard his little master call his name and bark, the smart yellow dog slowed down and turned his head to look over in confusion. However, no one gave him an explanation. Yang Yi carefully placed the other Spring Festival couplets on the low wall with the paste on them. Then, he picked up the couplet that read, "Happy to live in a treasured land that thrives for 1,000 years," and stuck it on the top, which was the direction of the right side. Help Daddy hold the bottom of the couplet. Let's aim at the four corners so that it can be stuck vertically. Yang Yi instructed Xianxia to help. Okay. The little girl happily ran over and helped her father hold the bottom two corners. This way, even if she wasn't tall, she could make the best use of her body. Xianxia still didn't like paste, so she used her fingers to carefully press on the red paper. She didn't dare to press her whole hand on it, for fear that the paste would get on her hand again. After pasting the couplet on the courtyard entrance, Yang Yi and Xianxia went to the entrance of the villa. At this time, Murphy left Tong Tong on the small cradle that she could see and walked to the entrance with her camera. Xianxia, Daddy, look at the camera and smile. Murphy wanted to take a photo of Yang Yi and his daughter. Hee. The little girl helped to press the couplet and turned her head back with her bright eyes. Although she was wearing winter clothes, the little girl was full of vitality and in high spirits. Her cheeks were slightly rosy under the bright sunlight and the red paper of the Spring Festival couplet. It was as if the spring breeze was blowing and the flowers were blooming 10 miles away. Gotcha. Murphy captured this scene and froze it. After Mofe took a few photos and came back with satisfaction, little Momo, who was lying in the cradle, began to babble. Mofe didn't know if it felt that it was a little bored. You also want to play with your sister, right? You also want to help Daddy work and take photos with Mommy, right? Murphy smiled. She held Tong Tong's armpits with both hands and carried him out of the cradle. She held him upright in front of her and talked to him intimately. As if this was a fair conversation, Tong Tong looked at his mother in confusion for a while. Finally, he opened his mouth and laughed. He didn't know why he was so happy. The eve of the Spring Festival was busy and fulfilling. After all the preparations were done, Yang Yi took out a string of red firecrackers and hung them on a tree in the courtyard in the evening. Daddy, let's not set off firecrackers, okay? I'm scared. When she saw the firecrackers, she remembered that when her father set off firecrackers at her grandfather's house last year, she was worried that her father would be blown up. Moreover, the firecrackers this time were so big that she was even more scared. She grabbed her father's clothes and begged him bitterly. Yang Yi looked back in surprise and saw his daughter's tearful face. It seemed that she would cry if he didn't give up the idea of setting off firecrackers. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel happy. He smiled and touched Xianxia's little head and said, "Little fool, look at what Daddy is holding. Are these real firecrackers?" Yang Yi pulled Xishi's little hand over and let her touch the red firecrackers. The little girl immediately felt the hard plastic texture of the firecrackers. This is fake. It's just a model. After we plug it in and turn on the switch, it will crackle like firecrackers, but it's not real firecrackers, Yang Yi explained to Xishi. Won't it explode? The little girl asked doubtfully. Of course not. It's just the sound of firecrackers. We are celebrating the Spring Festival with such an atmosphere. Only then can it be called the Spring Festival, right? Yang Yi said with a smile. It was not that Jiang City prohibited firecrackers and fireworks. The main reason why Yang Yi didn't buy real firecrackers was that after the firecrackers were set off, there would be a strong smell of gunpowder. He was worried that the smell would choke his tong, so he used fake firecrackers. Only then did Cece feel relieved. After getting down from her father's arms, she not only smiled through her tears, but also circled around the fake firecrackers curiously, asking her father to show her how the firecrackers sounded. Yang Yi pulled out a socket and plugged it in. The big red firecrackers hanging on the tree flickered with red light and made crackling sounds of firecrackers exploding. At first, the sudden appearance of the red light and the sound gave Cece a fright. The little girl hurriedly hid behind her father, looking for her most trusted shield. But soon, she found that there was only movement and no threat at all. The little girl gathered her courage and stuck out her little head. It turns out that it really doesn't explode, however, under the gradually falling curtain of night, the flickering fake firecrackers were quite beautiful. She blinked her big eyes and pulled her father's hand, letting him come closer to take a closer look. At this time, a dark figure ran into the yard. Only when he got closer could he see Steamed Bun's yellow fur under the light of the yard. Woof, woof. Steamed Bun seemed to be frightened by the sound of the firecrackers. He bared his teeth and barked at the firecrackers. Steamed Bun, don't bark. Yang Yi scolded. He was worried that Steamed Bun would scare the child. Hee, Steamed Bun thought they were real firecrackers. She smiled and bent down. She hugged Steamed Bun's neck and comforted him. Steamed Bun, don't be afraid. These are fake firecrackers that Papa bought. They're not real. It turned out that Steamed Bun was just a fox pretending to be a tiger. Just now, when he was beside Yang Yi, he barked at the firecrackers, but in his heart, he was very scared. When Xishi hugged him, the little guy turned his head and drilled into Shishi's arms. He whimpered in a low voice, as if he was wronged. Yang Yi inexplicably thought of a sentence, who isn't a baby? On the contrary, Tong was a lot bolder in the house. Although the sound of the firecrackers was blocked by the door, the little guy didn't seem to be afraid at all. It must be known that other children were afraid of firecrackers, however, Tong was still calmly drinking milk in his mother's arms and enjoying his New Year's Eve dinner. After the firecrackers went off for a while, Yang Yi pulled out the lights so that they wouldn't disturb the people. Of course, the big red firecrackers were still on the tree. They could be used in the early morning and tomorrow. Happy New Year! Although it was just a family dinner for the four of them, there were Dad, Mom, little brother who was nibbling on his fingers, and Cece, who had helped out for the whole day, so the New Year's atmosphere was very good. Cece couldn't stop smiling happily. She raised the small glass of soda with her parents and gave each other their blessings. On New Year's Eve, it was natural for friends and family to call each other to greet each other. In this regard, Yang Yi and Murphy were not very proactive. They only called their parents, and the rest were just friends calling to greet each other. Even so, the phone rang all night, and there was an endless stream of calls. Last year, because there was no signal in the countryside, Yang Yi escaped. This year, he was not so lucky. Not only were there close friends, but there were also many work partners. Especially last year, when Yang Yi's various businesses opened, the executives of various companies also called their boss to congratulate him, such as Xiao Ai, Lu Benji, and even Li Long, the person in charge of Sahara Express in Yangqing. Yang Yi saw that the phone calls were endless, and he did not have time to spend New Year's Eve with his family. As Murphy covered her mouth and snickered, Yang Yi simply turned off his phone and threw it aside. However, there were two phone calls worth mentioning. One was from Guozi. The little fatty knew that Yang Yi did not go back to his hometown for New Year's Eve, so he called excitedly and told Yang Yi that tomorrow, which was the first day of the new year, there would be a New Year's Eve event at the municipal square in front of Xianxia City's City Hall. There would be lantern riddles, lion and dragon dances, and all kinds of fun activities. He wanted to invite Yang Yi and his family to play together. The other phone call was from Xianxia. After he greeted Yang Yi, he asked Yang Yi if he watched the New Year's Eve gala. Then, he mysteriously asked Yang Yi not to change the channel at 10:20 p.m. This guy must have been invited to the New Year's Eve gala. Yang Yi said to Murphy with a smile. I just don't know which song he's going to sing. I think it should be Steady Happiness. Murphy guessed. Eason specifically called to say that he's going to sing your song. Among the songs you wrote for him, there are only 2 Mandarin songs. Long Time No See is a bit too sad. Only this song is the most suitable for the theme of the New Year's Eve. But didn't he just release the album at the beginning of the month? Yang Yi asked in confusion, shouldn't the Spring Festival Gala have already been confirmed a few months ago? Not only did Yang Yi not know much about this world's Spring Festival Gala, but he also did not know much about the entertainment industry in this world. Of course, the media had also exposed the Spring Festival Gala's program list before, but Yang Yi and Murphy did not pay attention to it. Murphy was still quite knowledgeable. She explained to Yang Yi, it's true that all the programs have to be confirmed before the middle of December, but not only the old songs will be performed on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. Every year, the program team will receive a batch of new songs for the New Year's celebration, and a few of them will be selected to be performed on the Spring Festival Gala. So when we watch the Spring Festival Gala, we will realize that there are some songs that we haven't heard before. By the same logic, although Eason's song hasn't been released yet, his song might have been submitted to the program by Tianxiang Records during the selection process. Of course, as for what song it was, Yang Yi and Murphy had to wait until 10 o'clock to find out. It had to be said that this World Spring Festival Gala was still very exciting. Due to the perfect copyright protection, this world's entertainment industry was even more competitive. The Spring Festival Gala, which had the highest viewership ratings, naturally became the best opportunity to become famous. Other than Yang Yi and Murphy, perhaps every artist would try their best to get on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. Therefore, whether it was singing and dancing, drama, or skits, every program was carefully choreographed. There were endless highlights and laughs to be had. With such a meticulous program, it was naturally amazing, although it had not developed to the point of using dazzling technical special effects to create a more magnificent program. Every program contained a lot of memorable details. Of course, it was not only the program that was interesting, but also the little highlights in the middle of the program. This year's Spring Festival Gala, the host had an additional segment to read the audience's wonderful responses. The host's witty responses were also very interesting. These wonderful responses were, of course, intercepted by the netizens' comments on the program under the micro-broadcasting section of the Spring Festival Gala. Isn't this micro-broadcasting from your company? Did you advertise on the Spring Festival Gala? Murphy asked Yang Yi in surprise. Yes, product placement. Yang Yi had almost forgotten about this. 3 months ago, the CEO of Backwave Technology Company had asked him to approve this large advertising budget. Yang Yi had even praised their idea. Although this Spring Festival Gala was only celebrated by the 4 of them, Yang Yi and the others still had a very warm time. Under the bright lights in the living room, Murphy was nestled in Yang Yi's arms. The 2 of them were chatting while watching the Spring Festival Gala. Tong Tong, who had already fallen asleep, was lying in the cradle next to them. The breathable mosquito net blocked the changing lights and the voices of the adults. The little guy was sleeping soundly. There was also Shishi. The little girl was originally sitting between her parents, but she couldn't sit still. Sometimes, she would get up to sing and dance with the song and dance. Sometimes, she would run over to play with little Guai and steamed bun. She wasn't as engrossed in the Spring Festival Gala as her parents. Other than the song and dance programs, which were relatively interesting, and the children's dance attracted Shishi's attention. As for the other programs, Shishi couldn't understand them at all. After all, Shishi couldn't understand the ancient Chinese singing of the drama and the humorous language of the skits and crosstalk. Therefore, when her parents were convulsing with laughter, Shishi felt a little bored. Instead, she felt that throwing small balls for steamed bun and little guai to chase after was more interesting. The cats meowing, the dogs barking, and Shishi's cheerful laughter echoed in the house. The most important happiness of the spring festival spread through the laughter. Late at night, Shishi, who was tired from playing, fell asleep. Xianxia carried the little girl upstairs to the master bedroom to sleep. Then, he came down to watch the spring festival gala with Murphy. After God knows how many programs had passed, the host finally announced the program and the subtitles of Xianxia's program appeared on the screen. Steady happiness lyrics and melody, Xianxia. It was indeed steady happiness. Murphy turned her head and looked at Xianxia. There was a hint of pride in her eyes. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she smiled sweetly as if saying, "See, I guessed right, right?" Xianxia was a big star after all. He was one of the few artists who could sing solo. Although the whole song could only be sung once, there was no time to repeat it a second time. One day, I began to feel happiness from the ordinary days. I saw the clear distance, the happiness that I want. The charm of Xianxia's voice was that he could turn the music that was as plain as boiled water into a confession that he had been planning for a long time. The lyrics contained an intoxicating rhythm and mellow, rich emotions. It was not the first time she had heard this song. Murphy snuggled in Xianxia's arms, but she felt that the lyrics of Xianxia's song had touched her heart. Happiness didn't need to be magnificent or romantic. Just this kind of simplicity was enough to make people satisfied. How could he be so good? How could he write such a beautiful melody and delicate lyrics? As if their hearts were connected, Murphy turned her head and looked at the excellent man who fascinated her. Xianxia was also feeling that happiness did not come easily. He lowered his head and looked at Murphy. Their eyes met. Love was as deep as water, and success came naturally. Xianxia did not rehearse. He lowered his head and gently kissed Murphy's soft red lips. Murphy let out a lazy snort. She could not help but stretch out her hands and gently grab Xianxia's head. Her fingers were inserted into Xianxia's hair, as if she was worried that she would lose her strength and fall. How long had it been since the two of them were so intimate? A few months. Nearly half a year. In order not to provoke Xianxia, who had been holding back for a long time, Xianxia did not want to hurt Murphy, who was pregnant with Tong Tong. The two of them really had not been so intimate for a long time. Even if they occasionally kissed, it was just a touch on the forehead or a light touch on the lips. At this moment, the two of them, who had been holding back for a long time, had a long and deep French kiss. In the end, Murphy was a little out of breath. They looked at each other and smiled, their lips parting. "Sorry, I almost wanted to snatch the food from Tao Wu." Xianxia smiled softly and withdrew his left hand from Murphy's open front. "It doesn't matter if you snatch it or not. Anyway, Momo won't be able to finish it." Mo-Fei pursed her lips that were a little red because of the kiss and smiled. "I'd better not. I'm afraid that I can't control myself." Xianxia deliberately used a strange Cantonese accent and teased her. Murphy chuckled. However, she did not know why, but her face was flushed and her eyes moved with a trace of seductive electricity. She bit her lower lip and said softly, "I know that you love me, but people say that after giving birth, it can be done after 6 weeks. We are now 2 months pregnant." "You mean?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. He grabbed Murphy's hands and asked with a smile. "What? What did I say? What are you thinking? Don't you want to watch the New Year's gala?" Murphy was stubborn, but her eyes were full of smiles. "How can the New Year's gala be better than you?" Xianxia turned off the TV with a snap. He grabbed his collar and stretched out his arm to twist it. His shirt was also taken off, revealing his strong chest and abdominal muscles. Murphy blushed at the sight. She could not help but say, "Do you want to do it in the living room? Then let's go upstairs." Xianxia carried Murphy in his arms and rushed upstairs. "Tao Wu. I know. I'll settle you down first, then I'll carry him." On New Year's Eve, the whole country was waiting for the countdown. However, in the bedroom of these two guys, it was a red wave, a pair of mandarin ducks' crossed necks, and a poem said, "The apes on both sides of the river can't stop crying, the heavy artillery has passed the 10,000 mountains." On the first day of Chinese New Year, Xianxia woke up feeling refreshed. Murphy's face was also rosy, as if it was coated with a layer of luster. Of course, Xianxia was the happiest. When she woke up early in the morning, she received a red packet from her father, which awakened her beautiful memories of Chinese New Year. The little girl did not even bother to wash her face. She giggled and ran to her mother's room in her slippers. She said to her mother, who was changing Tong Tong's diaper, "Congratulations." Obviously, she was also asking her mother for a red packet. She happily held the 2 red packets. She could not bear to put them in her pocket. She kicked off her slippers, climbed onto the bed, and waved the red packets in front of Tong Tong's eyes. "Hee hee, little brother, I have a red packet. Do you want one?" Rather than saying that she wanted to share her red packet with her little brother, it was more accurate to say that she was showing off to her little brother that she had received a red packet. This red piece of paper was still a little attractive to Little Rascal. The little rascal didn't even blink as it stared at it closely. However, Little Rascal was busy eating its own fingers and didn't bother to make a sound to ask for it from its sister. Murphy looked at the siblings in amusement. After she finished showing off, she said, "Little brother also has a red packet. Look, it's all in his clothes." Today, Tong Tong was wearing new clothes like his father, mother, and sister. There was a cheeky zebra cartoon on it, and the teeth in the zebra's smile were actually big pockets. They could be stuffed into the pockets by unzipping them in the middle. Murphy opened Tong Tong's pockets and showed the 2 red packets to Xianxia. Obviously, Xianxia and Murphy would not favor one over the other. Moreover, the red packets were actually just a symbol. They represented the parents' wishes for their children for the new year. Xianxia was a little surprised to see Tong Tong's red packet. After a while, Xianxia, who had just finished washing up, could not help but look at the big red packet on her brother's stomach. Tong Tong did not notice his sister peeping at him. He bit his pacifier and waved his hand happily. Perhaps he wanted to play with his sister. "Mom, I can help little brother get his red packet." Xianxia jumped down from the bed and moved step by step to her mother, who was arranging the milk powder and diapers in her small school bag. Murphy had already discovered Xiaxia's little action. She knew that this little girl was envious of her brother's red packet. At this moment, when she heard Xiaxia's words, she couldn't help but laugh. "Well, let your brother take his red packet. If you still want a red packet, ask Dad for it." After finally dispelling Xiaxia's idea of helping her brother keep his red packet, Murphy picked up Tong Tong and affectionately kissed him on the forehead. "Little guy, you don't even know what almost happened just now." When Cici went downstairs, she saw her father talking to Xiao Guai and the others. The 3 British Shorthairs and the dog were standing in a row, as if they were being inspected. It was very interesting. The little girl forgot her purpose of coming again and joined in happily. Xianxia felt that today was the new year. No matter what, he should give these 4 little family members red packets so that they could have a rich and happy new year. "Steamed bun, bring your rice bowl over." Xianxia patted Steamed Bun, who had already smelled the scent and was eagerly wagging his tail, and pointed at the rice bowl next to his nest. Steamed Bun was really smart. When the 3 British Shorthairs needed his master to personally deal with them, he immediately turned around and ran over after receiving the order. With his head in his mouth, he ran over with his personal rice bowl in his mouth. After putting it down, Steamed Bun raised a paw and put it on Xianxia's foot. He wagged his tail fawningly, as if he was asking for praise. "Big master, look, I've done it obediently." "Well done." Xianxia rubbed Steamed Bun's head and smiled as he put a few pieces of dried duck meat in Steamed Bun's bowl. Not only that, Xianxia also opened the box and took out a piece of beef bone that was slightly longer than a palm. It was a big dried bone with some meat hanging on it. This was the reason why Steamed Bun was so excited. Seeing the big master take it out, Steamed Bun couldn't help but grab onto his trousers. He stood up, put his 2 front paws together, and shook his head up and down as if he was bowing. "Hee hee, Papa, Steamed Bun is also telling you to be happy and get rich." Xianxia thought it was very funny. Of course, this was something that Xianxia had taught Steamed Bun before. He wasn't so smart that he could learn it on his own. The well-behaved Steamed Bun got what he wanted. He received the most sumptuous snack meal since he was born. Usually, Xianxia was worried that he would be picky about food, so he didn't give him snacks often, let alone so many today. It was the three naughty cats' turn. They weren't interested in steamed Bun's meat and bones at all. Even though steamed Bun was holding the bones and chewing happily, they didn't even bother to look at him. However, they knew that there was going to be something delicious because they saw the bag of dried fish in their master's hand. Meow. Little Gray was the first one who couldn't sit still. He got up from the ground and walked around his rice bowl. From time to time, he raised his head to look at the big master. He couldn't help but meow. Come, Xianxia, you give each of them a handful of dried fish and a handful of these biscuits. Xianxia smiled and let the excited little girl distribute the New Year's gifts to the three kittens. Guozi invited Xianxia and the others to play in the city square where the spring festival event was held. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Xianxia held Xixi's hand and took Murphy to the city square of Wuhu district. Sure enough, it was very lively. The spacious municipal square was now filled with colorful flags and people. Not only were there many people at the lantern riddles, but there were also many people in front of the game and food stalls that had been planned beforehand. Xianxia and Murphy didn't deliberately dress up. Murphy only wore a cap, and together with her long hair, it covered her beautiful face. But even so, they walked in the middle of the crowd and weren't recognized. At this time, the people playing in the city square were either families or couples. Everyone was glowing, talking, and laughing with their families and friends. They were going for the fun. How could they have the time to look at the passers-by? Besides, who would have thought that there would be celebrities coming to play in such a place? Normally, Xianxia wouldn't feel at ease bringing Murphy and the children to a place with so many people. But it was the spring festival. Wasn't it supposed to enjoy a lively atmosphere during the spring festival? Guozi and Xianxia met in front of the beverage shop. He handed Xianxia the milk tea enthusiastically and said with a smile, "The lion and dragon dance will wait until 10:30. Let's go guess the lantern riddles first. At 10:15, I'll take you to find a good place to watch." However, after Xianxia took the milk tea, she didn't rush to drink it. Instead, she hugged the milk tea and looked at Guozi with her bright eyes. She said, "Uncle Gua, congratulations." Guozi didn't seem to understand. He smiled and replied, "Congratulations." That's it. After waiting for a while, Xianxia couldn't help but pout. She couldn't help but say something. Guozi smiled and took out a red packet from his pocket. He handed it to Xianxia and said, "Little ancestor, of course, Uncle Gua has already prepared this for you. Do you think I'll forget?" The little girl who took the red packet was beaming with joy. However, it wasn't over yet. She giggled and said, "But, what about my brother?" "Haha, all right. Don't make things difficult for Uncle Gua." Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He was amused by his daughter's brain circuit. "That's a must," Guozi said exaggeratedly. He took out another red packet from his pocket like a magic trick. "But, this red packet, is it for my brother? Or should I let you hold it for him?" "Give it to me. I'll hold it for my brother." Xianxia was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She shook her little butt and said as if it was a matter of course. Unfortunately, her mother snatched her love away. Murphy stopped the little money grubber's hand and smiled. "That won't do. What belongs to my brother should belong to him." After fooling around for a while, they went to guess the lantern riddles. The lantern riddles were bustling, but the riddles that were easy to guess had already been guessed by others. Murphy held on to Tong Tong and looked at a few with interest. However, even after pondering for a long time, she still couldn't guess the riddle. "Xianxia, come and take a look." This is a knowing smile. "What's the word E?" Murphy called Xianxia over. A knowing smile. Xianxia pondered for a moment before he smiled. "It's the word DUI. Why is it DUI? Murphy couldn't figure it out. Because the combination of the word DUI and you is the word you. It's a joyful smile, so it's called a knowing smile. Xianxia explained. Is that even possible? You're so good at guessing riddles? Murphy looked at Xianxia in shock. She refused to believe it and asked Xianxia to guess another one. What's the word have to show? That's simple. Xianxia said confidently. How is it simple? I've been thinking about it for a long time. Murphy said unhappily. Have to show your head. If you take it apart, you'll get the word no. However, there's another no that shows its head. It's the word cup in the word cup. Xianxia explained to Murphy. On the other side, Guozi also showed off his clever brain to Xixi. He guessed a few riddles one after another. For example, you have to use all your strength to scratch an itch. The answer to this riddle was to grasp the main point. Why is it to grasp the main point? Xixi still didn't understand. Of course, it was also her first time hearing the phrase grasp the main point. Because it says that you have to use all your strength to scratch an itch. Using all your strength means using all your strength. If you use all your strength, won't you scratch it hard? Guozi explained. Yes, yes. Xixi nodded. Scratching an itch is also scratching, so you have to scratch harder. Grasp the main point. Guozi spread out his hands and said casually. Hee, all right. The little girl was still in a daze, but she felt that the way Uncle Xiaogua spoke was very funny. After a while, Xianxia and Guozi actually managed to guess a thick stack of riddles. In the end, Guozi brought Xixi to the reception desk to exchange for the prize. This stack of riddles was enough for them to exchange for the grand prize, a 3-piece set on the bed. However, Xixi didn't want the grand prize. Instead, she wanted the third prize, a little rabbit that could walk on its own once it was wound up. Whatever the child wants, just give it to her. Guozi shrugged and said to the staff, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing how wasteful this fellow was, the onlookers felt sorry for him. However, who asked Xixi to like it so much? Xixi really liked this wind-up rabbit. Even when Uncle Xiaogua brought them to a nearby shopping mall to find a place where they didn't have to squeeze with others to watch the lion and dragon dance, and that spectacular performance overwhelmed the little girl, she was still unwilling to let go of the rabbit. The spring festival is the most fun. After returning home, the little girl still couldn't forget about it. When she called her grandparents, she happily told them this. Yang Huan came back before the spring festival. Together with Guozi and Zhu Jia, she went to the airport to pick up the other 3 celebrity hosts under Imo Xiaochuan's arrangement. The first episode of the Limit Challenge would be recorded in Rivertown, but before that, they would have 2 days to prepare. They would record the theme song that Xianxia had written for the Limit Challenge in the Huai Brothers and Phoebe Studios' small building. It was also a good opportunity for them to get to know each other. It had to be said that the 3 of them did not get along well at first. Yang Huan and Guozi were best friends, but Zhu Jia was somewhat ostracized by the 2 of them. After all, Xianxia and Murphy were at loggerheads with Zhu Jia, as well as Tianmei Management Agency. Yang Huan and Guozi knew about it. It was inevitable that they would be hostile to Zhu Jia. Xianxia thought about it, so he took the initiative to talk to Zhu Jia in the minivan. Zhu Jia, you're the most famous one among the 3 of you. Mr. Yuan and the others can recognize you, so you have to help Yang Huan and Xiaogua to get to know each other as soon as possible, Xianxia said. Hee, that's a must. Brother Yang, don't worry. Yang Huan and Xiaogua are my younger brothers and sisters. If I don't take care of them, who will? Zhu Jia said with a smile. Zhu Jia was thrilled to be able to follow in the footsteps of his idol, Xianxia. He was worried that Xianxia would look down on him and cast him aside. Then, his fame would fade bit by bit, and he would eventually become a nobody. Zhu Jia had read the proposal for the Limit Challenge. With his experience in variety shows, Zhu Jia had no doubts about Xianxia's words. The show would really be a hit, therefore, he had to work hard and not be abandoned by his peers. However, young Master Jia was young Master Jia after all. He still thought highly of himself when he spoke in private. Guozi did not mind his tone, but Yang Huan was more straightforward, so he was annoyed. Who needs his care? I don't believe that the 3 teachers will look down on us just because we're not famous. Xiaogua and I will do our best to make them accept us, said Yang Huan. Zhu Jia also felt Yang Huan's hostility towards him. He was a little confused, but he had encountered this kind of situation many times when he was working on variety shows. At this moment, he chuckled and said, that's right, that's right. Director Ren said that as the only female among the 6 hosts, Yang Huan's ability is not inferior to the other men's. She doesn't need the other men's care at all. Perhaps, with my skinny arms and legs, I'll need your care. As he spoke, Xianxia really pulled up his sleeves, revealing a section of his arm. His skin was soft and tender, and even his biceps were limp. It made people wonder if this guy had the strength to truss a chicken. Guozi was deeply touched by Xianxia's words. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "Xianxia, you're right. I usually call her Master Huan. Do you think I call her that for nothing?" Yang Huan rolled her eyes at Guozi. She felt that this guy was also mocking her. "Alright, Yang Huan. You need to control your temper." Yang Yi felt that he had to correct Yang Huan's attitude. She was already an adult, yet she was still so impulsive. She would be at a disadvantage in the future when she entered society. Seeing Yang Yi's stern face, Yang Huan immediately kept quiet. An elder brother was like a father. When she was growing up, apart from playing the role of an elder brother who sheltered her from the wind and rain, he would also educate her like a father sometimes. Apart from not punishing her physically, Yang Yi often scolded Yang Huan, who was a troublemaker. Especially now that Yang Yi was becoming more and more imposing, Yang Huan was frightened when he put on a stern face. She didn't dare to talk back to him anymore. Let's not talk about how this show requires the six of you to work together and support each other like real brothers. Let's talk about how you're an artist now, so you need to have a good attitude. Who do you think you are? You're just a newbie who doesn't even have your own work. What right do you have to talk to Xianxia so casually? Yang Yi scolded. Brother Yang, it's not Master Huan's fault. She was just joking. Xianxia unknowingly changed his tone along with Guozi. Xianxia's heart was pounding when he saw Yang Yi's anger. He had been dominated by Yang Yi in the past. How could he not be scared? I'm scolding her for her own good. Don't get involved. Yang Yi glared at Xianxia. Xianxia immediately shut his mouth. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because I'm your elder brother? Yang Yi looked at Yang Huan and said faintly, this industry isn't as simple as you think. I can help you take fewer detours, but I can't help you soar. If you want to succeed and be Yang Huan instead of Yang Yi's sister, you need to have your own network, make friends, and make your own achievements. I'm not being unreasonable. I know how to respect others. Yang Huan was still a little unconvinced and muttered softly. She was not usually bossy and domineering. She would only throw her temper around with people she knew and trusted. For example, in the crew of Drawing Sword, Yang Huan took the initiative to bring things and buy drinks for the actors, taking the initiative to learn from them. Xianxia and the others were full of praise for Yang Huan because of Yang Huan's humble and studious attitude. How could he say that she was a bully and did whatever she wanted? She was only standing up for her elder brother and sister-in-law and was hostile to Xianxia. Her elder brother's scolding made Yang Huan feel a little wronged. You're still talking back? Yang Yi glared. Yang Huan lowered her head in fear. Big brother Yang, I don't care at all. Really? Xianxia could not help but say. Big brother Yang, Master Huan knows about it too. Don't be angry. Calm down. Guozi handed him a bottle of water. Yang Yi's tone softened and said, Xianxia isn't angry with you because he's one of us. I personally invited him to participate in the show. However, Yuan Yan, Dan Hongkue, and Jia Yuchen are different. They're all celebrities who have been famous for a long time and have students all over the world. I don't know how many graduates of Shanghai Drama Academy have to greet Yuan Yan as a disciple. There's also the best actor and best actor. If you don't respect them, others will even if they don't hold it against you. In fact, whether it's Teacher Yuan, Teacher Dan, or others, including Manager Yun, the two directors, the cameraman, and the crew, you should show respect for their hard work. You must always remember to be grateful because your success can't be separated from the support of these people behind the scenes. Yang Yi said a lot in one breath. Yang Huan was no longer angry and said softly, I understand. I'll definitely respect everyone. Alright then. Speak less and listen more today. Listen to everyone's arrangement and don't be careless. Learn more from Xianxia and Xiaogua. Yang Yi patted Yang Huan's shoulder and said in a gentle voice, figure out what you should do in the future. Yang Huan nodded softly. After alighting from the car, Xianxia, Guozi, and Yang Huan stood together while Yang Yi stood on the other side. He was surrounded by Yan Tao, Ren Min, Yun Yangfeng, and the rest. They were talking about something. Your brother is really strict. Zhu Jia turned around and glanced at Yang Yi. Then he lowered his voice and muttered to Yang Huan, Director Yan said that we mustn't rely on luck when recording the show. We must give it our all. Otherwise, we'll have to go back to where we came from. He was very strict. I thought Director Yan was fierce enough. I didn't expect him to be worse than your brother. That's... Yang Huan showed a hint of grievance. She pouted and said, but it's good enough for me. You haven't seen how he beat up my second brother. He was so ruthless. My second brother was beaten into obedience by him. Zhu Jia shuddered, recalling the terrifying experience when Yang Yi had dragged him to the abandoned factory. Actually, I've seen it too. I was ignorant back then and listened to my manager's nonsense. I kept pestering my aunt, saying that I wanted to create a scandal with Sister Murphy because it was easier to become famous that way. Zhu Jia chuckled bitterly and revealed his shameful past. I regretted it later and stopped before it was too late. Fortunately, Brother Yang forgave me. Zhu Jia was actually trying to get closer to Yang Huan and Guozi so that they could exchange secrets with each other. Guozi and Yang Huan looked at Zhu Jia in surprise. They did not know about these details as Yang Yi had never told anyone about it. What about your manager? Guozi asked. He ran away. The police couldn't find him. Zhu Jia did not want to talk about it in detail. He smiled and said, actually, I think that we don't need to worry too much. We just need to pay attention to what we say. I don't think Master Huan is like what your brother said. He just wants you to be good. When you see the three teachers later, your attitude will naturally become respectful. Yeah. That's what I mean. Yang Huan said indignantly. But let me tell you. Maybe you haven't done variety shows before and don't know that some actions and words that are out of line during the show are allowed. Sometimes, it's for the show's effect. Didn't Director Yan say that? We have to compete with all our strength. If we're timid in front of the seniors, the show will be boring. Zhu Jia said. What if they get angry? Guozi asked, confused. That won't happen. Before we record the program, we have to inform them in advance. There might be some offensive actions during the program. After the program, we have to sincerely explain and apologize. These teachers are all veterans in the entertainment industry. They will understand. Zhu Jia smiled. Understood. Guozi nodded. We're about the same age. You can speak more casually. Zhu Jia smiled and said, how tiring would it be if you talk like a junior? Just pay attention when you talk to the three teachers. Hearing Zhu Jia's words, Yang Huan relaxed and revealed a faint smile. How old are you, Jia? Guozi asked curiously. I'm 18 this year. Master Huan is 20. Zhu Jia had told Yang Huan and Guozi to call him Ajai when he introduced himself to them. Yang Huan glared at Guozi. How could he talk about a girl's age? I'm 25. But don't treat me like an old man. I'm still very young. Haha. Zhu Jia laughed. 25? Guozi said in surprise. Then you have to call him Brother Jia. I don't mind. After all, Master Huan is the oldest. Zhu Jia laughed. I'll kick the two of you to death. Yang Huan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that the three of them were getting closer because they shared the same hatred for Yang Yi. After a while, Yang Yi and the rest received Dan Hongkue, Yuan Yan, and Jia Yuchen. Actually, they were all familiar faces. Yuan Yan was a frequent guest on TV, Dan Hongkue had appeared in many movies, and Jia Yuchen was a professional. However, this was the first time Yang Huan, Guozi, Zhu Jia, and the others had come into contact with them. To their surprise, these old seniors with high statuses didn't put on airs. Dan Hongkue, who was the first to arrive, had a big smile on his face from beginning to end. Although his appearance was average, or rather, slightly ugly, and his body was thin, which was a bit contrary to his name, he had a kind of confidence that made people not dare to underestimate him. I was called here by Yuan Yan. He said that this show is fun, so he dragged me here. But he's not here yet. Don't be so formal, you're making me feel embarrassed. Pfft. Dan Hongkui was amused. No wonder he had acted in so many comedies, and his actions were humorous. When chatting with Dan Hongkui, although Yang Huan and the other two treated him very respectfully, they were unconsciously drawn closer by Dan Hongkui's friendliness and didn't feel estranged. Compared to Yuan Yen, Dan Hongkui was truly a good friend. When Yuan Yen arrived, he was naturally chatting and laughing. However, his gentleness made him unfathomable. When Yang Huan saw Yuan Yen, he felt like he was looking at his acting teacher. He was trembling with fear, as if he was afraid that he would be caught by the teacher if he was distracted. Yuan Yen was very interested in Guozi. After chatting with Guozi for a while, he smiled and said to Dan Hongkui, "Old Dan, do you know? When I watched Fairy Tale, I felt that little Guo's acting was pretty good, but he's a little introverted and dull." Later on, Director Ren told me that little Guo wasn't introverted at all, but I didn't believe him. Although Yuan Yen called Dan Hongkui Old Dan, Dan Hongkui was actually a few years younger than Yuan Yen. It was just that Dan Hongkui, who was slightly uglier, looked older. "Do you believe me now?" "Haha, little Guo is the talkative one." "Did you make a mistake?" Dan Hongkui joked. Guozi rubbed his nose awkwardly. Yang Huan was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. He couldn't help but blabber a lot under Yuan Yan's questions. Naturally, he was the one who spoke the most. "It's good that you made a mistake. This means that little Guo's acting skills are pretty good. She even fooled me by pretending to be an introvert." Yuan Yan smiled. "I heard that little Guo isn't a professional? Although she's also studying at Jiangqing Media University, she's not majoring in performing arts." No, I majored in electronic media." Guozi quickly replied. In front of Yuan Yan, he also felt a lot of pressure. After all, Yuan Yan was a teacher. Yang Yi added, "Mr. Yuan, Xiao Guo also wanted to take the acting major, but he was rejected by Jiang Chuan. Maybe it's because of his size." In the end, he didn't give up on his dream of becoming an actor. He passed the college entrance examination and returned to Jiangqing Media University to continue working hard. That requires a lot of perseverance and courage. Yuan Yan looked at Guozi in surprise and encouraged, "That's not bad. I feel that you have the potential. Continue to work hard. Where there's a will, there's a way. Mr. Yuan, please give him some pointers when you're free." Yang Yi smiled. Yuan Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at Yang Yi in surprise. He didn't expect that Yang Yi didn't mention his sister. Instead, he focused on helping Guozi. It seemed that this little fatty had a good relationship with Yang Yi. "It's better to learn from old Dan than from me." Yuan Yan smiled and said, "I'm also a professional. What I teach isn't suitable for little Guo's path. Little Guo's path is similar to old Dan's. He has to play every role well and perform the extraordinary in the ordinary. That's the key. TSK. Yuan Yan, you're setting a trap for me." Dan Hongkui smiled and pointed at Yuan Yan. However, he didn't agree or disagree. Instead, he changed the topic with a few words. Although these old foxes were chatting happily, they didn't like talking too much. If they wanted to gain their recognition, Guozi, Yang Huan, and the rest would have to continue working hard. Jia Yuchen, who was the same age as Yuan Yan, was the last to arrive. This man, who often acted as emperors and masters of big families, had a square face. He couldn't be considered handsome. If it was in the 60s or 70s, he would be more in line with the public's aesthetic standards. But if it was in the modern era, he might be a little tough and not handsome enough. But when he walked over from afar, he had a majestic aura. However, Yuan Yan and Dan Hongkui, who were more familiar with Jia Yuchen, looked at each other and smiled. Dan Hongkui even chuckled and said, "Old Jia is pretending again. There's something wrong with this person. He cares a lot about his image. If you can make him reveal his true colors in the show, The Limit Challenge will definitely be popular." Yuan Yan smiled and said to Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled. "Our show pursues authenticity. We won't artificially arrange the roles that each of you has to play. In fact, in the continuous challenges, you can only use your true colors to deal with them. Otherwise, you might be exposed at any time. And we won't not film those scenes. Why did Dan Hongkue and the rest say that Jia Yuchen was pretending? Soon, Yang Yi and the rest saw that Jia Yuchen's cold expression was nowhere to be seen. He said with a smile, "Ju Jia, I know your songs are very interesting." "Teacher Jia, just call me Jia," Ju Jia said quickly. "Then don't call me teacher. Yuan Yan is the only teacher here." "Brother Yuchen." Ju Jia changed the way he addressed him. "That's right," Jia Yuchen said with a smile. "Among your songs, I think Impulsive Punishment is the most interesting. However, you have to be careful. If you keep singing these songs, you'll have a bad reputation among the girls." "Brother Yuchen, that's just what the lyrics say. I actually respect women very much," Ju Jia said with a bitter smile. "I'm just kidding. Haha. You're as handsome as me. Don't worry." Jia Yuchen patted Ju Jia's shoulder and said narcissistically. "That's enough, old Jia. Don't teach others bad things. These three are all children." Yuan Yan smiled. "Hey, don't underestimate children. Yuan Yan, you'll be at a disadvantage during the recording." Jia Yuchen turned his head and looked at the only female in the crowd other than Ren Lian, Yang Huan. "Sister, I heard from the director that you're very good at fighting. Is that true? Why don't you show us your skills?" Yang Yi didn't interfere with the conversation between the six of them. He just watched calmly from the side. Jia Yuchen was a natural socializer. He chatted with the three young people as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for years. Now, he called Yang Huan's sister in a more cordial tone. "Here?" Yang Huan pointed at the parking lot of the airport in astonishment. They were about to get into the nanny van. "There's no one here and no reporters are following us. We're just having a few moves." Jia Yuchen turned into a joker and said with a smile. Yuan Yan and Dan Hongkue also looked over with interest. "Xiaogua, come over here." Yang Huan had to call Guozi and ask him to stand in front of her. "How old are me?" Guozi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He only wanted to say in his heart, "Why me again?" Yang Huan pressed on Guozi's shoulder and asked him to stand still. Then, she turned her back to Guozi. "What is she doing?" Jia Yuchen elbowed Dan Hongkue and asked curiously. How did Dan Hongkue know? However, in the blink of an eye, Yang Huan stomped her left foot on the ground, turned around, and pulled out her right leg. She raised it high and lashed it at Guozi like a whip. Her posture was graceful and fierce. It was like a martial arts move in the movies. She was going to hit Guozi's cheek, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Guozi was stunned. Was he touched? He didn't dare to move. At that time, her foot was only 1 centimeter away from my throat. Guozi was scared out of his wits. He thought that Yang Huan was going to put him down like she did when they first met. Of course, Yang Huan did not have such good kung fu. Her foot slowed down when it was far away from Guozi, and finally stopped on Guozi's shoulder. However, the wind from her foot still made Guozi's hair stand on end. Wow! Dan Hongkue and Jia Yuchen could not help but exclaim. Ju Jia was also dumbfounded by Yang Huan's vigorous figure and long legs. Although Yang Huan had a unique charm, Ju Jia could only think of luck at this moment. Luckily, he did not provoke Yang Huan. Previously, he was only in awe of Yang Yi. He didn't want to flirt with Yang Huan just because she was tall and beautiful. However, now that he saw Yang Huan's valiant appearance, he couldn't bring himself to do so. Roses were beautiful, but they had thorns. Jia Yuchen waited until Yang Huan withdrew her foot, blushing. Then he clapped his hands and praised, "Amazing! Amazing! Sister, you can beat 3 of us by yourself. Don't drag me into this. Who wants to be old with you?" Dan Hongkue laughed. "Mr. Jia, of course, I will not use these skills in the recording," Yang Huan said embarrassedly. "No, you still need to show your skills occasionally. Yang Huan, the audience does not have a good impression of you. If you want to do well in the show, you have to be sure of your position." Yuan Yan hit the nail on the head. The more you are different from other women, the more you dare to challenge the male hosts and try your best to win. Only in this way will you leave a deep impression on the audience. Yang Huan was stunned. She understood and said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Yuan, for your guidance." After gathering, everyone discussed for a while and decided to let their assistants go to the hotel to pack up first. Yuan Yan and the others followed the nanny van sent by Yang Yi and went to Yang Yi's studio to visit and record songs. On the way, they did not stop talking. Jia Yuchen was humorous when he was not acting cool. Dan Hongkue could talk about anything. Yuan Yan was a man of few words, but he could always say the right thing. In this atmosphere, Guozi and the others were not so reserved and started to talk. They soon arrived at the Phoebe studio. Of course, there were two signs hanging at the door, Huai Brothers Management Agency and Phoebe Studio. It was not hard to tell that Yang Yi's company. When they entered, they saw the hostess in casual clothes. Mofe was also playing in the studio today. She was a person who couldn't stay idle. Now that she was almost fully recovered, she gradually began to resume some of her work, such as recording songs. She wanted to record Fairy Town that she didn't record before, and Song of Pigs that she didn't know how to record, but she wanted to study the childlike singing style. There was also a recording studio at home, but Murphy still wanted to come to the studio with Yang Yi once in a while. Only by changing the environment could she maintain a happy mood. Of course, Murphy brought her children to the studio. How could there be so many rules in her own studio? She didn't have to avoid the media. She wasn't as secretive as Cece was back then. Everyone knew that she and Yang Yi had two children. Who could say anything when she openly brought her children to the studio to play? Even when recording songs, she sang with headphones while Tong Tong was lying in the cradle next to her. Wasn't this also a kind of music influence? Look at how happy the little guy was when he was listening to his mother sing. Maybe he was also very talented in music. Of course, when welcoming the guests, Murphy did not bring Tong Tong out. Instead, she asked Mo Shaowan to take care of him and left him in her studio. "Hello, Teacher Yuan, Teacher Shan, Teacher Jia, I've actually met Teacher Jia before." Murphy followed Yang Yi and greeted Yuan Yan and the others. However, when it came to Jia Yuchen, she turned around and smiled at Yang Yi. "Yes, the title song of Capital City that I acted in was sung by Murphy. We met in the crew at that time." Jia Yuchen remembered and was amused. He said, "This circle is not big, but it is not small either." At this moment, Yang Yi's ears twitched. He heard movement and turned his head to look. At the corner of the stairs in the hall, a small head and a big head peeked out. It was Shishi and Xiaoai. The little girl was peeking. Murphy did not allow her to disturb her father's work, but how could Shishi stay in the recording studio? Shishi, who was curious about what her father and mother were doing, bypassed Mo Shaowan, who was playing with Tong Tong, and sneaked out. She met Auntie Xiaoai in the corridor. Xiaoai was a good-tempered person. After being pestered by Shishi for a while, Xiaoai had no choice but to bring her down to take a peek. Cece's and her father's eyes met. The little girl cried out, "Aya," and hurriedly retracted her little head. However, she was not sure if her father had noticed her little movements. Just like at noon, when she did not want to sleep, she would pretend to half-close her eyes. After a while, she poked her little head out again and her black eyes rolled around. "Come here." Yang Yi smiled and waved at his daughter. Only then did Cece reveal a joyful smile and run to her father's side. "Hey, this little girl." Dan Hongkue was the first to notice and asked in surprise. "This is my daughter. I was worried about her being alone at home today, so I brought her along." Yang Yi smiled and explained to Dan Hongkue. Facing so many strangers, she was a little embarrassed and squeezed into her father's arms. However, her big eyes were still looking at these uncles. "This is Shishi, right? I have read this Shishi's bedtime story that your father wrote for you." Yuan Yan also smiled kindly at Shishi and then said to Yang Yi, "My daughter also likes the storybook you wrote." "Really? Teacher Yuan, you can bring her along next time. She can play with Shishi." Yang Yi patted Shishi's little head and smiled at Yuan Yan. "Uncle Yuan's daughter is older than you. You have to call her sister in the future." Yang Yi saw his daughter looking at him curiously and smiled. After a while of small talk, they still had to get to the point. They came to Yang Yi's studio. In addition to the studio shared by Yang Yi and Murphy, it was the second studio with top equipment. However, it was a pity that none of the 6 people knew how to appreciate the equipment. Even Zhu Jia, who was a singer, could not tell the quality of the equipment. Yang Yi, you don't often write songs for others. I saw that you have written songs for Xianxia, Murphy, and Guazi. It's rare to see a high-quality song. Those music companies outside must have racked their brains to invite you to write a song. Yuan Yan said to Yang Yi. Before Yang Yi responded, he turned to Dan Hongkue and the others and smiled, "We have made a big profit this time. Other people can't ask Yang Yi to write a song for them. Yang Yi wrote a song for us to sing." The few of them laughed out loud. Only Zhu Jia's expression was a little strange. There were some words that could not be said. Dan Hongkue smiled and said, "Teacher Yuan's words made my heart itch. I really want to hear the song immediately. It's not difficult. I will play the demo I recorded before and show it to you." Yang Yi sat in front of the console and turned on the equipment. The audio output was also switched from the monitoring headphones to the external sound system. Soon, the prelude of an electric guitar reverberated in everyone's eardrums. How many times have I fallen on the road? How many times have I broken my wings? As soon as Yang Yi's deep voice rang out, everyone present shuddered. It was also Yang Huan's first time listening to the song. She did not know why, but when she heard the first few lines, she felt hot blood fill her chest, as if there was a surge of energy gathering. That's right. The song that Yang Yi used for the Extreme Challenge was a representative song of half of the Chinese music industry in his previous life, Life in Bloom. This song was very popular in Yang Yi's previous life. Many people had sung it in high school, many had sung it during military training, and many had sung it when they were being brainwashed. Although it was about the same as Little Apple, it was the first time it appeared in this world. When Yuan Yan, Dan Hongkue, and the others heard it, it was a good song that made their blood boil. Zhu Jia was even more in awe of it. "I want life in bloom, like flying in the vast sky, like walking in the boundless wilderness, with the power to conquer the world. I want life in bloom, like standing at the top of the rainbow, like walking in the bright galaxy, with the power to challenge the limit." Of course, to match the theme, Yang Yi changed the lyrics. He changed "break free of everything" to "conquer the world," and "transcend the ordinary" to "challenge the limit." These changes did not affect the beauty of the song. Yang Yi's high pitch, like the majestic context of the lyrics, made the theme of the Extreme Challenge sublime, just like when Luffy said that he wanted to be a pirate. His dream was not to be a pirate, but to conquer the universe. Needless to say, this song was like a war song. Just by listening to it, everyone was filled with energy. They could not help but want to challenge the limit with the show. This is so good. Old Dan, Yuan Yan, I think this song is going to be a hit. Jia Yuchen exclaimed exaggeratedly after listening to the song. Yang Huan asked curiously, "Is this song called Extreme Challenge?" "No, it's called Life in Bloom." Yang Yi smiled. He did not plan to change the name of the other songs. That's good. Do you want your life to be liberated? Do you want your life to reach the top of the rainbow? Come and challenge the limit. Yuan Yan grabbed the air and looked into the void with his bright eyes, as if there was a camera filming him. This caused everyone to laugh one after another. They didn't expect that Yuan Yan, who was usually so serious, could play such a trick. The problem now is, who's going to sing this high pitch? I like to sing the first part, but I think I will break my voice at the end. Jia Yuchen said. It's simple. Xiao Jia can sing it. He can sing such a high-pitched song like Impulsive Punishment. Dan Hongkue smiled. Yeah. Jia Yuchen slapped his thigh. I don't think that's good. It's too domineering for me to sing so many parts alone, Zhu Jia said quickly. And Old Dan, don't forget that although Old Dan is an award-winning actor, he has also practiced singing. When he was down and out, he even sang in a bar. Yuan Yan said. Then let's add more people. Yang Huan, come and sing. Dan Hongkue looked at Yang Huan. Ah? I don't know how to sing, Yang Huan said embarrassedly. You can't say no. How do you know if you don't try? Xiaogua, come and give it a try. Dan Hongkue laughed and dragged the others into the water. It was better to have fun together than to have fun alone. Yuan Yan, Dan Hongkue, and Jia Yuchen appeared in Rivertown. It was impossible for such obvious movements not to be discovered by the reporters. Even when they were picking them up at the airport, a large group of people appeared at the airport. The paparazzi who were waiting for them took photos. Zhu Jia and Guozi aside, Yuan Yan and the rest were A-list stars in the film industry, especially Dan Hongkue and Jia Yuchen. With their titles of Best Actor and Best Actor and Best Actor, it was rare for them to be in the same frame. It was hard not to guess that there was a big show that had invited these two famous actors at the same time. Of course, this was only the speculation of the first piece of news. When the news was released that night and spread on the internet, LVU, who was already a famous paparazzi, circled some of the key people in the photos on his Zhuozai 888 account. Yang Yi in a cap, Yun Yangfeng beside him, and the two directors, Ren Lian and Yan Tao. Other than Yang Yi, who was a familiar face, Yun Yangfeng and the rest were only known by the industry insiders. However, they were all exposed by LVU. There's no big show. There's only one explanation for Yuan Yan, Dan Hongkue, and Jia Yuchen coming to River City. They're filming the Limit Challenge that has been circulating for a month. LVU revealed this secret that was about to become a secret, causing a commotion in the entertainment industry. No way, was the Limit Challenge so amazing? It could invite so many famous stars. Many people who did not know the truth were interested, wanting to know what kind of show it was. Luo Jingting and Hu Sheng only found out about the news the next afternoon. Because so many famous stars were gathered, the news had already become today's headlines. In the meeting room of Starlight Productions, the assistant helped them play a video of the press conference. As it turned out, Yun Yang no longer kept it a secret. Since the news had been exposed by the media, he decided to hold a press conference to announce that the Limit Challenge was currently being recorded and would premiere on Magic City TV station on the 26th of February. Hearing this confirmed news, Hu Sheng's face darkened. Manager Yun, did the Ultimate Challenge invite Yuan Yan, Dan Hongkue, Jia Yuchen, Yang Yi, Zhu Jia, and other celebrities to host? A reporter asked excitedly. Yes, the Limit Challenge will be hosted by 6 celebrities, excluding Mr. Yang Yi. Indeed, there will be teacher Yuan Yan, teacher Dan Hongkue, and teacher Jia Yuchen. Zhu Jia is one of them as well. Please allow me to keep the other 2 in suspense. When the program is broadcasted, I will announce it to everyone, Yun Yang said with a glowing face in the video. Yun Yangfeng had also responded to some of the disputes instigated by Starlight Productions. The Limit Challenge and High Ability Challenge are 2 completely different programs. If they were the same, we wouldn't have been able to invite these teachers. Don't you think so? The reporters present chuckled. They knew that after a few episodes of High Ability Challenge had been broadcasted, it was now at the heart of the storm. Although Li Manman had a glib tongue, her poor hosting skills and her tendency to steal the limelight were gradually revealed. Don't think that editing could cover up everything. Li Manman's behavior had affected the rhythm of the competition. These were all minor details that had triggered the audience's dissatisfaction. The audience had even begun to criticize High Ability Challenge for inviting celebrities as hosts. If the Limit Challenge was the same as High Ability Challenge, then Yuan Yan and the rest who had accepted the invitation must have lost their minds. The reporters did not believe that these wily old foxes had such low intelligence. Director Yan Tao, how do you think the Limit Challenge is better than High Ability Challenge? A reporter slyly approached Yan Tao and asked a question with a hidden trap. Logically speaking, Yan Tao could have avoided this trap. However, Yan Tao wanted to do as he wished today. He said calmly, although they are 2 different programs and there's nothing to compare them, I think the advantage of the Limit Challenge is that it's more entertaining. You're quite arrogant. Luo. Jingting knocked his cup heavily and snorted in a strange tone. Hu Sheng felt a little uneasy. He had been Yan Tao's colleague for so many years and knew that Yan Tao had always been a calm person. Today, he was so arrogant. Perhaps he had something to rely on. He thought that he might be mocked by his old colleagues, mocking him for throwing away his gold and jumping ship, but sometimes, people just didn't want to believe in some bad ideas. He still stubbornly thought that it was the same as what he had thought in the past. The Limit Challenge was plagiarized from High Ability Challenge. Manager Luo, can't the company take some action? Sue them for plagiarism and not let them broadcast it? Husheng gritted his teeth and asked. Luo Jinting scratched his head. He felt that his boss had made a big mistake by inviting Husheng back. This guy only knew how to direct programs and was a complete mess in everything else. He said helplessly, "Director Hu, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence to prove that they plagiarized? If there's no evidence, will the Copyright Association and the court care about you? Then we can only wait for them to broadcast before we sue them?" Husheng asked unwillingly. If they really plagiarized, it's okay to sue them until they go bankrupt. Luo Jinting and Husheng looked at each other, but they could see the worry in each other's eyes. The recording of Life in Full Bloom lasted for 2 days. Although it was still a little rough, it was enough to be used as the theme song of the program and broadcast on the TV station. On the night of the recording, everyone was arranged to stay in the new rooms of the hotel where Yuan Yin and the others were originally staying. Yang Huan, Guozi, and Zhu Jia, the 3 guys who originally had a place to stay in Jiangqing, were brought over by the program crew. Miraculously, Yuan Yin and the others were also called to new rooms by the program crew. During this time, their phones were confiscated, and they weren't allowed to interact with others. Has the recording started? Jia Yuchen walked around the program crew a few times, but he didn't see any cameras. The recording hasn't started yet, but the challenge has already begun. The executive director of the program crew, who was in charge of Jia Yuchen, explained. All right then. Jia Yuchen lay on the bed and smiled. You guys are making me feel like I'm in prison. I'm sorry, Teacher Jia, this is a requirement of the program, the executive director said carefully. It's okay, I'm just saying. Jia Yuchen waved his hand casually. Don't be nervous. By the way, is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Of course, there was. The executive director said to Jia Yuchen, Teacher Jia, you should go to bed early tonight, because you'll be waking up early tomorrow. Then, when you go to bed, it's best to dress neatly. Why did these requirements sound so strange? Jia Yuchen touched his chin and said, all right. I'll listen to your arrangements. Yang Yi didn't send Yang Huan to the hotel, but he was still worried. At night, when Yang Huan and Guozi's manager, Ding Xiang, called to report that they were safe, he was relieved. Why don't you go and take a look tomorrow? Murphy whispered to Yang Yi. Why should I go? I'm not the director, nor am I a guest. Yang Yi shook his head. Mofei smiled and said, okay, stop pretending. I know you are worried. This is Huan's first time recording a show, and this is also the first time the show you designed has started filming. How can you not be there to keep an eye on it? Director Rin said that if you're not there, they won't be confident. Yang Yi glanced at Shi, who was watching cartoons, and Tong Tong, who was in Murphy's arms, and asked, then I'll go to the studio. Can you take care of the 2 kids? Murphy smiled. It's okay. I'll ask Xiaowan to come and chat with me tomorrow. She can help. We can have lunch outside at a hotel. At night, you'll be back at night. Yang Yi was indeed a little worried. He wanted to follow the entire recording process of the first episode. Although he didn't know much about directing, he could give some suggestions if there were any problems. Besides, this was Yang Huan's first time recording a program, and it was a competition with a group of men. As her brother, Yang Yi was still worried even though he said that he wasn't worried. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the night was still hazy. In the hotel, Yan Tao and a group of photographers who were carrying cameras or holding sports mini cameras, as well as many staff members, were ready to go. Filming an outdoor variety show had always required a lot of manpower and material resources, but the requirements for the ultimate challenge were even higher. Not only was there an exclusive cameraman for each host, a backup cameraman, an exclusive executive director, and a bodyguard to take care of them, but there were also a large number of staff members in different scenes to ensure that the recording of the show could be carried out smoothly and without any omissions. Before this, all the cameramen had undergone physical training. China Star had even recruited a group of cameramen who were physically strong and could run fast. Quite a number of them had even been paparazzi. They had already had a meeting and rehearsal, so Yan Tao did not say anything. He waved his hand, and the group started to move. First, they went to Yang Huan's room. Although they had been warned beforehand, Yan Tao still asked a female assistant to go in first to make sure that Yang Huan, who was sleeping on the bed, was not naked. Then, he went in with 2 cameramen. Although Yang Huan had been practicing martial arts since she was a child, she was not as alert as Yang Yi. The 4 of them crowded in her room, and the girl was still sleeping soundly, wrapped in the quilt. 4 o'clock in the morning was the time when people were sleeping soundly. Who would expect that someone would come to their room and play tricks? Yang Huan, Yang Huan. The female assistant bent down to wake Yang Huan up. This time, Yang Huan woke up very quickly. When she opened her eyes, she saw a large group of people and a few men behind the female assistant. In a daze, she forgot that she was supposed to film the show and screamed in fright. However, in the midst of her scream, a pillow was thrown at her. The pillow hit a cameraman's face. Although it was not lethal, it still made him panic. He almost lost his grip on the camera, and the lens kept shaking. Yan Tao explained to Yang Huan, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yang Huan, who came back to her senses, hurriedly apologized to the cameraman she had just abused. 4 o'clock? So early? Yang Huan was dumbfounded, but she had to accept the fact. What you need to do now is to pick the next person you want to wake up. Yan Tao put the lottery box on Yang Huan's bed, and waited for her to pick something. Then he said, the room card. 1502. Yang Huan scratched his head and said in confusion, there's only a room card and a number. I don't know who's staying there. However, Yan Tao did not answer her question. Instead, he did not waste any time and directly entered the lottery segment of the roulette wheel. You use a dart. Whichever one you hit, you have to use that method to wake him up. Using darts? Let me tell you, my throw is very accurate. Yang Huan said happily. She had tied her hair into a ponytail. Although it was just a casual ponytail, she looked much prettier than before. Moreover, Yang Huan's skin was very good. She didn't usually wear makeup. Now that she was barefaced, her face looked very smooth and her skin was very delicate. Is that so? Yan Tao smiled and motioned for the female assistant to spin the roulette. Yang Huan was dumbfounded. No matter how accurate she was, she wouldn't be able to hit anything. Director, there's no one like you. It's not easy for me to come across a project where I have an advantage. Can't you give me an advantage? Yang Huan's complaint inadvertently became a joke. However, Yan Tao was indifferent. Yang Huan had no choice but to shoot the dart. The dart hit the target steadily and was not far from the center of the circle. When the female assistant pressed down on the roulette wheel, Yang Huan's method to wake up the next member came out. Spray water. Fortunately, compared to blowing wind and kissing, Yang Huan was more willing to accept it. All right. Let's do it. Yang Huan did not complain anymore. Instead, he waved his fists energetically, twisted his legs, and jumped from the bed to the ground. His movement was clean and neat, and it was very pleasing to the eye. It showed the vigorous side of Yang Huan. Although Yang Yi did not give Yang Huan too many instructions, he had privately taught her how to show more of her unique side in front of the camera so that the audience would have a clear impression of her position. What? Director, are you still not satisfied? After Yang Huan got off the bed, she stretched her arms and looked at Yan Tao amusedly. Then, she smiled at the camera. Let me tell you, the director must be regretting that I didn't hit the kissing and plucking option. After a few days of interaction, Yang Huan had become familiar with this middle-aged director. Moreover, they were filming a show, so she did not have to be too reserved when talking to him. Yan Tao shook his head helplessly. However, he could not talk too much with the members, as it would ruin the progress of the show. Soon, Yang Huan appeared at the door of room 1502. She opened the door with the room card. Who am I going to wake up? It would be best if it was Guozi, her best friend. However, it was completely random, and the probability of it being Guozi was only 1 in 5, Yang Huan thought to herself as she walked into the bedroom. However, the blanket on the bed was lifted, and there was no one on it. Suddenly, the door of the bathroom beside Yang Huan opened, and a person walked out. Ah! Yang Huan was startled. She jumped far away and saw that it was Dan Hongkue who had walked out. Dan Hongkue was shocked by Yang Huan's scream. However, when he saw Yang Huan and the director behind her, he quickly understood what had happened. "What's wrong with you? Why did you come to my room so early in the morning?" Dan Hongkue said in amusement, "And Xiao Huan, you're so scary. Why are you scared instead?" Yang Huan said embarrassedly, "Mr. Dan, I thought you were sleeping. I didn't expect that you would suddenly appear beside me." It turned out that Dan Hongkue had gone to bed a little early last night. He was not very sleepy, and when he got up to go to the bathroom, he coincidentally missed Yang Huan and the others. "Mr. Dan, I want to spray water to wake you up." Yang Huan rolled her eyes and looked at Yan Tao. "But, Director, Mr. Dan is already awake. You don't need to spray water to wake him up, right?" However, Yan Tao shook his head mercilessly. "What are you doing?" Dan Hongkue was confused. When he saw the staff bring the disc over, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Huan took a bottle of water and said embarrassedly, "Mr. Dan, come on." Dan Hongkue pretended to be ready to die. "Hey, wait." Yang Huan was about to spray water. Dan Hongkue added, "Don't tell me you haven't rinsed your mouth?" "Yes, I rinsed my mouth before I came out," Yang Huan said embarrassedly. After a while, Yang Huan really sprayed water all over Dan Hongkue's face. After that, she hurriedly handed Dan Hongkue a tissue and said, "Mr. Dan, I'm really sorry." "It's okay. It's the unscrupulous director's fault." Dan Hongkue took the tissue and wiped his face with it. Actually, there was nothing to be surprised about. A young and pretty girl sprayed water at him. This sounded a little weird. Anyway, it was not something to be upset about. However, Dan Hongkue soon stopped smiling. His dart hit a kiss. Obviously, the rest of the people who hadn't woken up yet were all grown men. Yang Huan didn't see Dan Hongkue's embarrassment. She followed her executive director and a few cameramen back to her room. She thought she needed to tidy up. However, two men wearing V for Vendetta masks suddenly rushed out and held her down. The masks were specially drawn by Yang Yi and made by the crew of the show. Yang Huan struggled, but she didn't use much strength. The executive director was worried that she would beat up the staff, so he told her in advance not to use force no matter what happened later. Of course, the reality was different from what was shown on the show. After filming the scene where Yang Huan was taken away, she was released. She hurriedly packed her things and left with the executive director. She wanted to have breakfast alone, then change into her combat uniform and equipment for the next segment. Finally, she was blindfolded and taken away. The battle for time was about to begin. Yang Yi, of course, did not go there so early to see them spray water and kiss each other. He prepared breakfast for Murphy and Shishi at home and heated it up in the pot. Finally, he left a note at the bedroom door and kissed Shishi, who was still asleep. Only then did he head to the coastal area leisurely. Today's The Ultimate Challenge was the most important part of the time chase segment. They would be filming in Haihong Square and the surrounding areas. Yang Yi arrived at around 7 o'clock. This segment had already started filming. He contacted Ren Ming and finally found the location of the majority of the team. "Where are we now?" Yang Yi asked curiously. "We haven't contacted any of the members yet." Ren Min and a few staff members in charge of communication were on the footbridge that spanned across Haihong Square. They could see further from the high ground. She handed Yang Yi a pair of binoculars and pointed in the direction of the park, telling Yang Yi where Yang Huan was. Yang Yi picked up the binoculars and found Yang Huan in a short while. It was too far to see her expression, but Yang Yi was relieved when he saw her and a few staff members asking passers-by for directions. "Is there anyone who is dumb enough not to open their suitcases?" Yang Yi asked with a smile. In his previous life, Sun Tzu and Wang Chong carried their suitcases for half a day without knowing what the mission was. That clumsiness was enough to make people laugh. Most of them have opened it. Only Zhu Jie did not open his suitcase, but I think he might have done it on purpose, Ren Min said to Yang Yi after some hesitation. Zhu Jie had indeed done it on purpose. In the car, he had handcuffed a suitcase and had to carry it when he got out of the car. Zhu Jie was not dumb. How could he not know that there was something wrong with the suitcase? But Zhu Jie had done many variety shows, so he knew how to make the show look the best. After the masked man left, he really counted down to 100, of course, Guizi was as obedient as he was. Only Yang Huan, who was bored to death, and the three old foxes did not follow the rules and took off their masks. Did they forget to tell me what I should do? Zhu carried his suitcase and looked at the garbage pile beside him. He was thrown to the entrance of a residential area. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh. This guy really decided to play dumb and not open the suitcase. I think we should find one of our members as soon as possible. The rules of the game should be that we each have a certain amount of information, but only by piecing it together can we form a complete clue. Zhu muttered to the cameraman's camera, but the question is, where are my brothers? Zhu couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He walked out of the neighborhood and asked the passers-by on the road. How could this work? Fortunately, after a while, Jia Yuchen called to ask for his location. The phone in the suitcase rang, and only then did Zhu open the damn suitcase. Sigh, I was wondering why we had to carry a box so early in the morning. Seriously, you kidnapped us all the way here, but you're not even willing to say a simple word. Zhu opened the box and excitedly said, Brother Jia Yuchen is the best. He still cares about me. Although he pulled my hair this morning, that's because the director is too evil. I don't blame Brother Yuchen. The guy confirmed the content of the mission and that his target was Yang Huan while he was mumbling. What? I have to defeat Yang Huan and steal her time. Zhu stared dumbfoundedly at this task card, and then said with a wry smile, Big brother, this is a suicidal proposition. They want me to defeat Yang Huan and steal her time. After a while, Zhu started to leave the neighborhood and go to Haihong Square. As he walked, he muttered to the cameraman, actually, the person I don't want to face the most is Yang Huan. The other three brothers are okay. Although they are more dignified, they are not strong enough to defeat us young people. But Yang Huan is different. Although she is a girl, she is very powerful. I've seen her split Mount Hua and control thunder and lightning. Actually, Zhu didn't want to attack Yang Huan because his time button was on his chest. He subconsciously thought that Yang Huan's time button was on her chest as well. If that was the case, wouldn't he have to attack her chest to defeat Yang Huan? Of course, the crew thought that the male contestants wouldn't be able to do it, so they sewed the button on Yang Huan's clothes onto her arm. Zhu didn't know that Yang Huan's button was changed, so he didn't dare to attack her chest. If Yang Yi found out, he would be beaten to death. Even if he wasn't beaten to death by Yang Yi, he would be kicked to death by Yang Huan. However, Zhu couldn't tell the camera that. He could only describe Yang Huan's ferocious appearance to cover up his cowardice. This guy was getting more and more ridiculous. The cameraman was about to burst out laughing. Luckily, Zhu stopped in time. He took out the map of the charging station and said, so I decided to avoid them. This is Haihong Square in Jiang City. I know it. Although I'm not very familiar with it, it's not a problem to find it according to the map. I can go play games first to prolong my life. In the end, Zhu hugged the cameraman affectionately and said, let's kill them. On the other hand, Yang Huan and Guizi ran into each other in the park. After a round of scheming against each other and confirming that neither of them was the target of the other, the two of them finally settled down and decided to form an alliance. My target is Brother Dan Hongkue, and your target is Mr. Yuan. Yang Huan sighed. It's hard to make a move. Guizi nodded his head emotionally and said, Teacher Yuan is too powerful. His judgment is very sharp. I reckon that before I even get close to him, I will be discovered by him. There's another problem. We don't know who's chasing us, Yang Huan said in annoyance. Wait a minute, my target is Mr. Yuan, and your target is Brother Shan, right? Guizi caught a clue, and he turned to look at Yang Huan. Yes. Didn't I just say that? Yang Huan was confused. It was Brother Dan who woke me up this morning, and then I went to wake Mr. Yuan up. If I'm not wrong, the person you woke up should be Brother Dan. Guizi was indeed a top student. The early morning wake-up mission and the current pursuit mission, two seemingly unrelated matters, were actually connected by him. Yes. How do you know? Yang Huan asked in surprise. When we wake each other up, we can't stay in each other's room, right? Yang Huan didn't like to think too much. Yes. Lord Huan. Guizi said, in this case, it's obvious who's chasing us and who's chasing us. Mr. Yuan was chased by me, and Mr. Dan was chasing me. Then you chased Mr. Dan. So, who's chasing you? I don't know. Yang Huan said. Guizi covered his forehead and said helplessly, haven't you seen it clearly? Whoever we wake up will be our target, and whoever wakes us up will be the one who wakes us up. Yang Huan said angrily, I know. I know what you said just now. But I really don't know who's chasing me, because I wasn't woken up by our members. It was the director who woke me up. Guizi scratched his head and said regretfully, that's a pity. If we knew who woke you up, we could figure out the whole chain, and know who we're chasing. Then we'll know who we can ally with. How do you figure it out? Yang Huan asked confusedly. She hadn't figured it out yet. Guizi continued to explain, let me give you an example. Let's say Zhu Jia is the one chasing you. Then Jia Yuchen is the only one left. We put Brother Yuchen between Mr. Yuan and Zhu Jia. Then we can draw a circle in the chain. You chase Mr. Dan, and he chases me. Then Mr. Yuan, Brother Yuchen, Zhu Jia, and finally you. With such a clear idea and the chain he described, the two executive directors following Guizi and Yang Huan couldn't help but look at each other. Is he that good? He got everything right. Guizi didn't know that he had accidentally hit the nail on the head. In fact, he chose Zhu Jia as an example because he thought it was impolite to mention Jia Yuchen. Yang Huan understood. She smiled and said, then we should pay attention to Zhu Jia, and then form an alliance with Brother Yuchen, right? No, that's just an assumption. We don't know the order of Brother Yuchen and Zhu Jia. Guizi said, so, we have to be careful of them. We can't form an alliance with anyone else. Then let's deal with our target first. Yang Huan clenched her fists. She felt that she had grasped information that others didn't know, so she said confidently. Big sis, wake up. Big sis, don't sleep in. The sun is shining on your butt. I woke up really early. These calls woke Xianxia up from her sweet sleep. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and after a while, her eyelids fluttered open like a peacock spreading its tail, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes that were still a little dazed. Daddy didn't wake her up today. Cici hadn't realized this yet. When she opened her eyes, she saw her smiling mother and Xiaowu, who was being hugged by her mother's waist and buttocks in front of her chest. Murphy hugged Tong Tong and pretended to be a little kid. She imitated her little brother's tone as he woke Xianxia up. Tong Tong also looked curiously at his big sister who was sleeping on the bed. Since his mother was hugging him, he could see his big sister who was sleeping like a beauty. Mom, why is little brother here? When she saw Tong Tong, she didn't want to sleep in anymore. The little girl wanted to play with her little brother, so she rubbed her eyes, propped herself up, and asked with a grumble. At this moment, Tong Tong seemed to have noticed that his big sister had woken up, and he started to babble. From his small mouth and waving hands, it was obvious that he was very happy. Because little brother wants to wake big sister up. Big sis can't sleep in anymore. Murphy said with a smile. Hee, I'm going to get up. I'm not sleeping in. The little girl regained her energy and quickly climbed down from the bed. She looked at her little brother and smiled happily as she put on her clothes. Usually, her father would bring clothes over for Xianxia to put on. He would even help her open her jacket so that she could stuff her arms into it. However, today, Xianxia didn't have time to wonder why her father didn't help her put on her clothes. She impatiently put on the jacket and stuffed it into her arms. She even skillfully zipped it up. Blurururu. After putting on her clothes, Cici came to her mother and tried to get closer to little mommy. She even made a face at her mother. Hee, big sister didn't sleep in. The little girl even started to talk to her little brother, regardless of whether he could understand her or not. Yaya. Tong Tong smiled happily. He stretched his little arms forward as if he wanted to touch his sister's face. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. Your papa has already made breakfast for us, Murphy said with a smile after watching Xianxia play with Tong for a while. Where's papa? She noticed that her father didn't show up. He went to watch your aunt's show. Mo Fei said, he won't be back until tonight. Hearing this, Cece immediately pouted and said sadly, Papa won't take me to play with you? Why won't Papa take me to play with you? Papa has to work, but Mommy is here to accompany you. Later, your Auntie Xiaowan will also come over. Let's see where to go then, okay? Murphy said. But I like to play with Papa. Shishi pursed her lips and said in an aggrieved manner. Yang would take Shishi to many interesting places, such as temple fairs, amusement parks, and so on. Those places had many interesting and new things. However, Murphy rarely took Shishi to fun places. In the past, when Murphy took Shishi alone, they went to the supermarket abroad. However, for the young Shishi at that time, those memories were not as clear and profound as the times when she played with her father. Although the little girl was young, she still had a sense of scale in her heart. Hearing her daughter's words, Murphy actually felt a little jealous in her heart. However, at this time, she had to appease Shishi, who was about to cry. She changed her strategy. But we can't disturb Papa's work. Your Auntie Xiaowan said that she had something to do and would come later. You are also a big sister. Shouldn't you help Mom take care of your brother? Murphy didn't lie to Shishi. Mo Xiaowan really had something to do and couldn't come early. She called before and said that Xianxia and several senior executives of Tianxiang Records would come to visit Phoebe's studio. Although they hadn't come yet and the schedule was the day after tomorrow, Mo Xiaowan still had to make some arrangements for such a big occasion. Shishi was a very responsible girl. In the past, Yang Yi asked her to communicate more with Lu Weisha in kindergarten, and later she became Lu Weisha's best friend. Now that Murphy said so, the little girl was stunned. Although she still felt a little wronged, she finally nodded obediently. She wanted to wash her face and brush her teeth by herself. Murphy held Tong Tong and it was inconvenient for her to do so, so she could only give advice. In fact, Yang Yi usually didn't spoil Shishi and let her wash up by herself. However, Yang Yi would help Shishi squeeze the toothpaste. Shishi, who was squeezing toothpaste for the first time, imitated her father's posture, holding a toothbrush in one hand and toothpaste in the other. Then she squeezed the toothpaste with her small hand and put her mouth on the toothbrush. However, she didn't control her strength well enough and squeezed a large amount of toothpaste on the toothbrush. It's too much. It'll be very spicy. Murphy's eyelids twitched when she saw this. She quickly pointed out, shake it in the basin to get rid of the excess toothpaste. The rest is enough for you. After a while, Shishi and her mother went downstairs for breakfast after washing up. Yang Yi cooked delicious pumpkin and lean meat porridge for them. Murphy put Tong Tong in the cradle, washed the dishes, and served the porridge. Although she said that she needed Shishi to help take care of Tong Tong, in fact, it was just an excuse to appease the little girl. Murphy still had to do everything. The porridge cooked by her father was naturally delicious. Shishi ate happily. Her mouth was full of rice paste, but she didn't know how to wipe it. She turned her head happily and shook her small bowl to show off to her brother. Brother, do you want to eat porridge? It's super delicious. The little girl giggled. Tong Tong didn't know what was going on, but he felt inexplicably happy when his sister turned her head to talk to him and play with him. He began to squeal. Murphy couldn't help but rub Shishi's little head and say, okay, don't play tricks. Be careful not to fall the bowl. The little girl licked her lips that were a little uncomfortable from the paste with her pink tongue, but there was still a rippling smile in her big eyes. After a while, when Murphy was washing the dishes, Shishi circled around her brother's small cradle and turned to the kitchen. She said enthusiastically, Mom, let me help you wash the dishes, okay? Thank you, but Mom doesn't need you to help her wash the dishes now. You help Mom look after your brother. Murphy didn't dare to let Shishi wash the dishes and pots. The little guy was still able to reach the basin, however, Shishi didn't stay quietly by her brother's side. She jumped around and played with her brother. Not long after, the little girl's nose twitched. After a while, Shishi ran to the kitchen and shouted excitedly, Mom, Mom. Little brother pooped. Murphy followed Shishi out. The little girl said excitedly to her mother, I smell it. It's a little stinky. Tong Tong was still lying in the small cradle like before. However, when the little guy saw Murphy, he anxiously made a sound, as if he wanted to be hugged by Murphy. Murphy scooped Lil P up and skillfully stroked Lil P's nappy-covered bottom. Yes, he pooped. Mom is going upstairs to change his diaper, Murphy said. I'll help Mom change little brother's diaper. The little girl excitedly followed behind her mother. It was not easy to take care of two children. Although one of them could not speak and the other was more obedient, Murphy was not a superhuman. She carried Tong Tong upstairs and did not have the time to take care of her daughter, who had nothing to do and wanted to join in the fun. She followed her mother all the way to the bedroom. She saw her mother put Tong Tong on the bed and then turned to take a new diaper from the box next to her. She excitedly climbed onto the bed and sat next to her brother. Hee hee. Tong Tong looked at his sister and unexpectedly did not care about the discomfort of his little butt. He let out an inaccurate laugh. Murphy had already returned. After she took off Tong Tong's pants, she spread out the new diaper and placed a soft towel on top of it. Then, she gently held the little guy's little feet with her left hand and pressed the new diaper with her right hand. At the same time, she used the back of her hand to support Tong Tong's butt and slowly lifted his butt. Changing a diaper was a technical job. Xianxia was clumsy at the beginning, but Murphy was experienced and did every step well. After cupping Lil P's buttocks, Murphy quickly pulled the new diaper and the towel in until the top of the new diaper was pressed against Lil P's waist. She curiously watched from the side. She thought it was very interesting to see her mother holding her brother's feet and lifting him upside down. Tong Tong's chin was pressed against his chest, but his eyes looked ignorant. It was as if he had accepted his fate and was at his mother's disposal. This posture was very interesting. Then, Murphy opened the waistband of Tong Tong's old diaper and folded it to prevent it from sticking to Tong Tong's tender skin. Then, she started to pull the front of the dirty diaper down from the front. Hey, it stinks. She could not help but pinch her nose and say in a muffled voice, it stinks. It's because your little brother pooped. Who allowed you to follow us? Murphy said in amusement. If you think it stinks, you can go downstairs and wait for me. However, she did not say anything. She seemed to have discovered something strange. She covered her mouth and nose and looked in surprise at the place where Tong Tong had just been unwrapped. She had never seen Tong Tong naked. Since it was winter when he was born, Xianxia and Murphy paid attention to keeping Tong Tong warm. Usually, Tong Tong wore thick clothes. Mo-Fei had to quickly change the diaper for Mommy, so she had no time to pay attention to her daughter who was exploring a territory she had never seen before. Of course, he could not directly take out the dirty diaper now. So, Murphy gently folded the dirty diaper together with the filth and temporarily pressed it under little Momo's butt. Then, Murphy took baby wipes and wiped the little guy's butt. After wiping it, Tong Tong became clean again. However, the little guy's butt was not dry yet. The little guy's skin was too soft and could not be repeatedly wiped. If it could be air-dried, it should be air-dried. Therefore, his mother lifted his leg and raised his butt. It was a very shameful posture. She could finally see it clearly this time. It was not Tong Tong. Mom, what is little brother's butt? The curious little girl even wanted to stretch out her little hand to pull it. Murphy quickly stopped she. It was too late for her to regret letting she come over. She did not know whether to laugh or cry and said, do you remember what Papa taught you before? He said that boys and girls look different. The little girl nodded as if she understood. She remembered that her father had told her not to go to the washroom with the boys. Girls had to pee in the girls' washroom. But Xianxia did not say it in detail. Mo-Fei continued, yes, as you can see, the places where boys and girls pee are different. However, because little brother is very young, I can show it to you. Usually, you can't look at the places where boys pee. Do you understand? She was more curious about other questions. She looked at her little brother's butt and asked, Mom, why do boys and girls pee in different places? Murphy was speechless. How did she know how to answer this question? She could not say that these two were like the concave and convex sides of building blocks, and that they grew in this way so that they could complement each other in the future. Because boys pee while standing, and girls pee while squatting. Murphy had to reverse the cause and effect and explain it this way. The little girl reluctantly accepted this explanation. However, this discovery made Xi realize that there were two sides to the world. The little girl started to ask more questions. Murphy, who was taking off the dirty diaper and the towel, was about to put on the new diaper for Tong Tong. She had no idea what kind of curious baby she was about to face today. Back at the recording site of the show at Haihong Square, the competition on the pedestrian bridge had reached its climax. On one side of the bridge, the alliance of Yang Huan and Guozi was fighting against Dan Hongkue. On the other side, Yuan Yan and Jia Yuchen were scheming against each other. Of course, Zhu Jia was stuck in the middle. At the beginning, Jia Yuchen met Zhu Jia first. When he saw that Zhu Jia was playing games to make up time for himself, he gave up on the idea of getting rid of Zhu Jia. Playing games is too troublesome. Jia is good at playing games. He can help me make up time, and then I can steal his time. Jia Yuchen faced the camera and secretly told his plan to raise a pig. He did not forget to put on a cool front. Jia Yuchen, you didn't tell me who your target is on the phone just now. Jia Yuchen walked past Zhu Jia and pretended to be uninterested in him. Jia Yuchen's acting skills had completely fooled Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia didn't even need to act dumb. He thought that Jia Yuchen wasn't a threat and that he was a heartwarming big brother. Hence, he complained to him, "Sigh, I don't have a chance anyway. I have to eliminate Yang Huan." "Brother Yuchen, do you think that's possible?" Jia Yuchen, who was in the middle of acting, couldn't help but laugh at the bad news. "Hee, then you're doomed. I think you'll have to be beaten up by her before you have a chance to ask if it's possible." Zhu Jia was depressed. However, after a while, Jia Yuchen came over again. In order to follow his pig and not make him suspicious, Jia Yuchen said, "How about this, Jia Yuchen, let's form an alliance." "Ah? My target is Yuan Yan. You might not know him well enough. He might look gentle, but he's actually a cunning old fox. I might not be able to deal with him alone." Jia Yuchen whispered. "You help me deal with Yuan Yan, and I will help you deal with Yang Huan later." "Brother Yuchen, can you defeat Yang Huan?" Zhu Jia asked naively. Actually, Zhu Jia was also trying to hold back his laughter. He purposely teased Jia Yuchen for the effect of the show. Jia Yuchen was indeed choked. However, he was still an experienced old fox. He widened his eyes and tried to trick Su Tao. "Can't we outsmart her if we can't defeat her? I will go there and ask Yang Huan to come over. Won't she listen to me?" Zhu Jia was enlightened. "Then, I will go over and pin her down." Only then did Jia Yuchen nod his head in satisfaction. "Then, let's go to the building. Brother Yuchen, I saw Teacher Yuan in the shopping mall earlier," Zhu Jia said excitedly. Zhu Jia wasn't lying. He saw Yuan Yan on the upper floor of Haihong Shopping Mall. However, he didn't shout loudly because he was far away. Jia Yuchen wasn't going to look for Yuan Yan or Yang Huan. What he said earlier was just a trick. He only had eyes for Zhu Jia. "No need. I'm not in a hurry. You can finish this mission first." Jia Yuchen wanted to raise a pig, but he didn't expect to kill it so soon. At this moment, Yuan Yan was on the upper floor of the shopping mall, watching everything that was happening on the bridge. Under the camera, Yuan Yan pushed his glasses up and spoke with confidence. "Jia Yuchen is with Zhu Jia. Look at old Jia's eyes. He's staring straight at Zhu Jia. Based on my understanding of old Jia, he's definitely hiding something. So, it basically proves that old Jia's target is Zhu Jia. Over here, Yang Huan and Guozi are together. These two kids don't have any ulterior motives. Look, they're not guarding against each other. It should be a simple alliance. However, I don't know who their target is. Excluding Jia Yuchen, because old Jia is my target. Basically, excluding Zhu Jia, it can only be me and old Dan." Yuan Yan's guess was flawless. His logical thinking ability was no weaker than Guozi's. "Now, I can't get close to Yang Huan and Guozi. It's too dangerous. I can't let Jia Yuchen steal Zhu Jia's time. Because by then, Zhu Jia will become Jia Yuchen's puppet. If I chase after him, Zhu Jia will stop me. If I'm alone, I'll lose my advantage and be hunted down. It's best to strike first to gain the upper hand." Yuan Yan's glasses were shining like the sunglasses of a clairvoyant. He had already determined his target. Another amazing IQ. Yuan Yan and Guozi. These two men seemed to be able to see through the truth. Would they be the final entanglement of today's competition, an old fox and a young genius? Would there be two clairvoyants in this program, or? Yuan Yan made his move. He walked out of the Haihong shopping mall and stepped onto the pedestrian bridge. At this moment, the old fox Jia Yuchen was still cheering for Zhu Jia as he cleared the charging station game. In the camera, this guy was laughing behind Zhu Jia. Yes, as his plan to raise pigs was nearing success, Jia Yuchen did not care about acting cool in front of the camera. He first pointed at Zhu Jia and gestured with his hand on his neck. Then, he smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed into slits, showing his overjoyed mood. Have you guys formed an alliance? Yuan Yan's voice was suddenly heard. Jia Yuchen and Zhu Jia both shuddered. The two of them looked over and saw the gentle old fox that Jia Yuchen was talking about. Zhu Jia was overjoyed as he winked at Jia Yuchen. Of course, as a variety show star, his actions were slightly exaggerated, as if he was afraid that everyone would not see it. Yuan Yan also saw it. Zhu Jia's expression made him wary, and he could not help but slow down his steps. Could it be that Zhu Jia's target is me? The program team is not playing by the rules? No matter how good he was at it, it was only a speculation. He had not confirmed the truth. Yuan Yan also doubted if he had made a mistake, so it was better to keep a safe distance. While Jia Yuchen was still thinking about how to fool around and find a place with fewer people to eat pigs, Yuan Yan smiled and asked, "Have you two formed an alliance?" Yes, not only did we form an alliance, but we also became sworn brothers. Shao Jia is my younger brother today, Jia Yuchen said as he patted Zhu Jia's shoulder. This guy's hand was only a little away from Zhu Jia's button, but Zhu Jia believed it. He was overjoyed and shouted, "Brother, should we?" His voice stopped abruptly. Zhu Jia was also worried that he would alert the enemy. However, Jia Yuchen did not care at all, because his target was not Yuan Yan at all. Your target is not me, right? Yuan Yan asked. As he spoke, Yuan Yan used his wise eyes to look at the expressions of the two people in front of him. He could tell who was scheming and who was naive at a glance. Zhu Jia was afraid that he had said something wrong and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. No, my target is Yang Huan. Brother Yuchen's target. Brother Yuchen's target is Xiaogua. Now, Yuan Yan understood that Zhu Jia's target was not him. Zhu Jia had spoken so smoothly at the beginning, which meant that his target was really Yang Huan. However, the pause at the end meant that he was hesitating. Hesitation meant that he was lying. However, Yuan Yan was also relieved. If Zhu Jia's target was not him, then Jia Yuchen's target would not be him either. Because his target was Jia Yuchen. Hee, this is interesting. My target is also little Gua, old Xia. Did you lie to little Jia? Yuan Yan deliberately tried to sow discord. Of course, Yuan Yan's attempt to sow discord wasn't a big problem for Zhu Jia. He knew that he was just making things up. But why did Big Brother Yuchen drag it out for so long and still not make a move? How would I know? Maybe the production team set our goals to be the same and let us compete for the same time, Jia Yuchen said. In fact, Jia Yuchen was a little panicked. He was worried that his real goal would be exposed by this old fox. His eyes kept flickering. Since our goals are not each other, then I am relieved. Yuan Yan quietly approached Jia Yuchen. However, at this time, Zhu Jia could not hold back anymore. He pounced on Yuan Yan with a face full of joy and grabbed his arm. Brother Yuchen, come and press down on Teacher Yuan. I caught him. Yuan Yan was shocked at first, but soon, he could not help but laugh out loud. This was because when Zhu Jia made his move, Jia Yuchen also moved nervously. It looked like he was rushing towards Yuan Yan, but his hand turned in midair and pressed on the button in front of Zhu Jia's chest. The red paint splashed out, and some of it even landed on Zhu Jia's chin. Zhu Jia was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Jia Yuchen, this old scoundrel, did not forget to laugh proudly after pressing down on his brother who he had just sworn an oath with. Shao Jia. Ha ha ha. Jia Yuchen was convulsing with laughter. He slapped his thigh and was speechless. No, brother Yuchen, your target is teacher Yuan. Why did you press down on me? Zhu Jia asked with grief and indignation. In fact, how could he not understand the truth now? Even if he had mistakenly believed Jia Yuchen in the beginning. Since he was playing dumb, he had to continue playing dumb. Yuan Yan shook his head and said to Zhu Jia with a smile, don't you understand? He was lying to you. How could my goal be the same as his? At this time, Jia Yuchen also came over and hugged his little brother. He could not help but laugh. Io, this child is too innocent. To be honest, I really could not bear to do it just now. Did you have any hesitation? Yuan Yan exposed him mercilessly and even stretched out his hand to demonstrate. Shao Jia and I were pulling each other here, and your hand directly reached over and pressed on the child's body. After that, you were still secretly happy. Jia Yuchen was still in a state of complacency when Yuan Yan demonstrated seriously again. When his hand reached over, Jia Yuchen was not prepared at all and directly pressed down on Yuan Yan's hand. Poof. Red paint splashed out again. At this time, Jia Yuchen was also dumbfounded. Yuan Yan seemed to have completed a grand performance. With a gorgeous turn, he took off the non-existent hat from his head with his painted hand and bowed to the camera like a gentleman, with a fox-like smile on his face. No, you pressed on me. Io. Yuan Yan, you old fox. Jia Yuchen saw this scene and also reacted. He cried out in grief and indignation. Haha, haha, this is called the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. At this time, Zhu Jia was also hugging the mascot of the Sahara Online Mall, a cartoon dog pillow, and laughing. This guy was back to his old business, working hard to insert advertisements for advertisers. The final winner of this half of the battlefield was born, perfectly demonstrating the old saying that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. On the other side, the battle between Yang Huan and Guozi against Dan Hongkue was still a little intense. No, let's talk. Dan Hongkue panted and waved his hand to stop Yang Huan, who was chasing him relentlessly. Behind him, Guozi, who was panting even harder, had already fallen behind. Yang Huan was only panting slightly. Her cheeks were flushed from running too fast, which made her delicate face even more charming. A woman who exercised had a unique kind of beauty. Talk about what? Yang Huan asked, puzzled. In terms of speed, Dan Hongkue was a man after all. He could guarantee that he would not be caught in a short period of time. However, in terms of endurance, Dan Hongkue could not compare to the young and energetic Yang Huan. Therefore, he could only outsmart her and not fight her head-on. Let's go to Xiaogua and have a talk. The three of us don't have to fight to the death for this little bit of time, right? Dan Hongkue said, rolling his eyes. Yang Huan vigilantly covered the button on her arm with her hand and said, don't you have any bad ideas? Dan Hongkue looked at Yang Huan's actions and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you covering your button? My target is not you. I can't even press your button. That's right, Yang Huan breathed a sigh of relief. However, she still kept a certain distance from Dan Hongkue. Everyone returned to Guozi's side. Comrade Guo was still paralyzed. After chasing for a while, he was almost out of breath. I really need to lose weight. He breathed heavily and mumbled to the camera. Have you finished off Brother Dan? Guozi asked curiously when he saw Yang Huan and Dan Hongkue return. Not yet. Brother Dan said he had something to discuss with us, Yang Huan said. Guozi did not suspect anything. He was so tired that he could not think straight. Dan Hongkue did not have anything to say. He was just looking for an excuse to buy time for himself to turn the tables. He rolled his eyes and said, Xiaogua, I want to know why you formed an alliance with Xiao Huan. Is it because you are afraid of her? She is just a girl. How could he admit that he was afraid of Yang Huan? Guozi stammered, no, Sister Huan and I met first, and then we formed an alliance. That is to say, if I met you first, we would have formed an alliance too, right? Dan Hongkue was very close to Guozi. Guozi did not notice the danger, but his mind was still clear. He said, no, your target is me. If I met you, I would have been caught by you, In the blink of an eye, Dan Hongkue abruptly leaped forward, reaching out to press Guozi down. This was his chance. If he got rid of Guozi, someone would help him stop Yang Huan, and he could take the opportunity to escape. He really was the best actor. Dan Hongkue had stealthily approached Guozi, pretending that almost no one had noticed his intentions. It wasn't until he was within a dangerous distance that Guozi subconsciously felt uneasy. When he lowered his head to glance at Dan Hongkue's hand, Dan Hongkue rushed forward. He was about to succeed, but a chubby hand blocked his way. Wah! Guozi was frightened by Dan Hongkue's sudden attack. He hurriedly covered his chest. His best chance was gone. Dan Hongkue unwillingly tangled with Guozi. At this moment, Yang Huan was still in a daze. How did the two of them end up hugging each other? Xiaogua, please grant me my wish. Sacrifice yourself to achieve the greater good. Dan Hongkue was neither fat nor skinny. He was neither tall nor short, but it was obviously difficult for him to carry a fatty who was already 1.77 meters tall. Guozi also lacked the spirit to fight. Now, he only remembered to protect his buttons. He curled up in Dan Hongkue's arms and even used his chin to press on Dan Hongkue's hand. Brother Dan. Huff. Brother Dan, you're too cunning. Guozi was still panting. His brain couldn't function properly. If you let me press it, we'll both succeed. If you don't let me press it, the result will be the same. Dan Hongkue's mind was clear. He even talked about the pros and cons to Guozi. But at this moment, Guozi didn't have the time to think calmly. After all, the little genius wasn't a real fox. He struggled nervously, bent his legs, and rolled on the ground with Dan Hongkue. He was really going all out. It was just filming a show. The two of them rolled around on the pedestrian bridge that was usually used by many people. They didn't even care if they dirtied their clothes. Some passers-by who were stopped by the security guards not far away saw this scene and burst into laughter. Aya. At first, Dan Hongkue was still half joking about this variety show, but now, he was also infected by Guozi's enthusiasm. He laughed as he also joined in the fun. He continued to pry Guozi's hand open on his chest, looking for the button. Sister Huan, come and help me. Hurry up. Guozi struggled. In fact, he was very tired. He felt that he was running out of energy, so he used his last bit of strength to shout. Yang Huan finally came back to her senses. She quickly bent down and reached out to press the button on Dan Hongkue's chest. Dan Hongkue didn't give up. He pressed his chest tightly against Guozi's back. The two of them seemed to be doing something immoral. They rolled on the ground, and Yang Huan couldn't even reach her hand in. Brother Dan. Yang Huan laughed until she ran out of energy. Why are you so stubborn? Dan Hongkue ignored Yang Huan. He was still trying his best to persuade his target. Xiaogua, you have no chance. Even if I'm pressed down by Yang Huan, you'll still fail. Why don't you come with me, Xiaogua? Don't listen to his nonsense. I will succeed soon. Yang Huan's right hand had already reached in, but it was sandwiched between Dan Hongkue's chest and Guozi's back. Guozi was in a state of hypoxia. He panted and protected his button, unable to think. The battle between the three of them had reached its climax. However, Yuan Yan was a perfect example of the saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A few minutes ago, Yuan Yan, who had finished his own battle, hid behind a charging station with his two puppets and peeked at the battle. Seeing that Yang Huan had joined the battle, Yuan Yan, the old fox, couldn't hide his surprise. He raised his eyebrows and said to the camera cheerfully, "This is my best chance. Look, Yang Huan's button is on her arm. I only need to press her button when they are not paying attention. Then, we will have one more general in our team, a real general. Old Dan and Xiaogua will be ours." When Yuan Yan said that Yang Huan was a general, he couldn't help but look at Jia Yuchen and Zhu Jia. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Jia Yuchen and Zhu Jia, the two idiots who shared the same rotten tastes, had completely become salted fish after their failure. Not only did they not have the consciousness to be puppets, but they were also watching the show with great interest. They even began to explain one sentence after another. Nice. Player Dan's sneak attack has thrown the alliance into chaos. Player Gua is not afraid at all. He fell to the ground perfectly and held Player Dan back. Yes, the situation has changed again. Player Dan is in danger, and Player Yang has joined the battle. But Player Dan hasn't given up. He's still struggling. We have to call for Player Dan's spirit of never giving up. Obviously, Jia Yuchen had watched Soldiers Assault, which was still a popular TV series. Huh? We found that our master, Player Yuan, has also joined the battle. He is using the cameraman to cover himself. What is he going to do? Zhu Jia continued. The old fox is going to sneak attack again. Jia Yuchen shook his head with a smile. He and Zhu Jia were having so much fun that they had no intention of joining the battle. Yuan Yan did not intend to ask for their help either. He was going to launch a sneak attack, and the more people there were, the easier it would be to expose himself. Yuan Yan was approaching. Suddenly, he rushed out from behind the cameraman. His big hand reached for Yang Huan's arm. Unfortunately, Yang Huan was not Jia Yuchen. Her reaction was not as fast as Yang Yi's, but she was slightly faster. When she heard the commotion, she turned around and saw Yuan Yan rushing towards her. Her face turned pale with fright. Ah! Yang Huan instinctively fell to the ground and rolled. However, she was not a pushover. Instead, she used the opportunity to pull out her arm and roll to avoid Yuan Yan's attack. Then, she got up beautifully. Mr. Yuan. Your target is me. Yang Huan understood. Sorry, Xiao Huan. The victory is mine this time. Yuan Yan rushed towards her before she could regain her footing. Yuan Yan had underestimated Yang Huan. When she saw Yuan Yan's hand, she did not dodge. Instead, she went up and grabbed Yuan Yan's right wrist. In the blink of an eye, before Yuan Yan could react, she had already captured him. Moreover, she had locked both of his hands behind his back. At this moment, Yang Huan's explosive strength was shocking. Perhaps the audience would understand why Zhu Jia and the rest had repeatedly said that a girl like Yang Huan was not easy to deal with. After all, Yuan Yan was in his 40s and did not know much martial arts. Although he looked like he was in his 30s or 40s, his reaction and strength were much weaker than when he was in his prime. Although Yuan Yan was caught, he did not struggle. Instead, he said calmly, Xiao Huan, you can't hold me down because I'm not the one you're chasing. Ah? Is that so? Yang Huan was prepared to deal with Yuan Yan first. She turned her head to look at her executive director, who nodded his head in response. Then, Mr. Yuan, I'm sorry. I have no choice but to offend you. Yang Huan looked around and grabbed a spare earpiece from the cameraman beside her. She learned from Wu Debao's method of tying her up with a belt and tied Yuan Yan's hands behind his back so that he could not deal with her for the time being. Although the cord of the earpiece could be broken easily, Yuan Yan would not be able to break free from it if it was tied up a few times. Furthermore, Yang Huan had his hands behind his back, so it would be difficult for him to exert force. It's useless for you to do this. Let me tell you, I have a helper. Yuan Yan smiled calmly. However, when Yuan Yan turned around, he was so angry that he could not help but laugh. His two puppets were still watching the show happily from the charging station far away. Yang Huan left him and rushed towards Dan Hongkue and Guozi, who were still rolling on the ground. Yuan Yan could only shout helplessly, come and help me. You are my people. You have to listen to my orders. Before Jia Yuchen and Zhu Jia came up, Yang Huan quickly knelt beside Dan Hongkue and put her palms together. She said apologetically, sorry, brother Dan. It's been hard on you. She used her most shameless skill, tickling. Yang Huan scratched Dan Hongkue's waist. Ouch. Dan Hongkue could not help but shrink back and laugh. Xiao Huan, you are too mean. While Dan Hongkue was not able to defend himself, Yang Huan reached out and pressed Dan Hongkue's button. I won. Yang Huan wiped the red paint on her hands and jumped up in surprise as if she had won the game. At this time, Dan Hongkue also accepted his fate and shook his head, releasing Guozi. He was also very tired, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Guozi could finally relax. He let go of Dan Hongkue and lay beside him dizzily. He was even more tired and did not even have the strength to speak. He really needed to lose weight. Brother Dan, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Yang Huan came back to herself and helped Dan Hongkui up. She also patted the dust off his clothes and kept apologizing. It's okay. I'm yours now. Hurry up and press Xiaogua down. Dan Hongkui said with a wry smile. He had failed miserably. He, an old fox, had lost to a young man. However, Yang Huan still did not understand. She asked in confusion, why? My target is you, Brother Dan. Because you pressed down on me, my target became your target. Dan Hongkui became Yang Huan's counselor and explained helplessly, if you pressed Guozi down, our target would become Yuan Yin. In this way, we can fight back. Yang Huan understood. Yuan Yin, of course, also thought of this. He did not want to turn from the hunter to the prey. He quickly turned around and ran to his two puppets. He had to untie Yang Huan quickly because he was the only one who could press Yang Huan. In an instant, the alliance between Yang Huan and Guozi collapsed. Guozi, who was lying on the ground, finally had time to think about this problem. No wonder Dan Hongkui said that he should not have helped Yang Huan. Sigh, he was so tired. Why didn't he think of this? It turned out that this was not a simple game of the food chain where the big fish ate the small fish and the small fish ate the small shrimp. This was a gluttonous snake. After eating one, it could eat another. After all, he was still too young. Guozi's intelligence was still on the surface. A fortune teller should not only have intelligence but also rich experience. The young genius still had a long way to go to become a fortune teller. However, Guozi lost the game because he did not have the strength to struggle again. Yang Huan pressed the button on his chest apologetically. 3v3. As if it was a script, the director waved his hand. A mysterious person walked up and stopped the game. Yang Yi was about to leave when he saw that the first phase of the time pursuit had ended. He had been hiding in a place that none of the members could see since the beginning. Even before the first member stepped onto the bridge, he had already shifted his position. Yang Yi was only an outsider in this episode. He could not interfere or affect the members' performance. When Yang Yi saw that Yang Huan could gradually adapt to the recording rhythm and perform well beyond everyone's expectations, he was relieved. However, before he left, Yun Yangfeng called out to Yang Yi. Although the operations department did not have any filming tasks, they were not idle either. They had come up with some publicity plans these days and Yun Yangfeng wanted to report to Yang Yi. The main thing is still the marketing accounts on microbroadcasting. We need an additional sum of funds to get these accounts to help with some marketing campaigns, Yun Yangfeng told Yang Yi in a coffee shop on the first floor of Haihong Building. During the Spring Festival Gala, Weibo repeatedly appeared in front of people. The number of registrations and daily activity of this social media application had reached a new peak. People were also paying more and more attention to the competition in the field of Weibo advertising. Those marketing accounts with a large number of fans were really earning a lot of money this time, and Weibo's homepage advertisements were the hot steamed buns in the eyes of many big brands. It was worth mentioning that after the launch of the VIP service in January, Backwave Technology Company had made its first profit in addition to the income from advertising slots. Of course, there was no need to discuss this in detail. Yun Yangfeng did not know about this at all. He was still thinking that since they could not afford the advertising slots on microbroadcasting's homepage, they could look for cheaper marketing accounts to promote themselves. Yang Yi looked at Yun Yangfeng with a smile and said, "You guys are professionals in terms of publicity operations. Do whatever you think is feasible. I will support you. Microbroadcasting will cooperate with you as well." Yun Yangfeng was stunned. He was still pondering the meaning of Yang Yi's last sentence. Was microbroadcasting referring to Yang Yi's private microbroadcasting? Yang Yi smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't worry. Microbroadcasting is one of us." Yang Yi didn't expect things to go so smoothly. When he got home, he was able to make it in time for Murphy and the others' lunch. Of course, there was no time to cook. Everyone packed up and went to the hotel to eat. When it was time for Murphy and Emo Shawan to tidy up, Shi, who was not yet a delicate girl, did not need to tidy up or dress up. She was sticking to her father. The little girl stood on the sofa and rubbed against her father's arm. She hung on her father's neck like a bag and giggled, "Papa, I thought you wouldn't come back today." For others, a day without seeing each other felt like 3 years, but for her, it was only half a day, and she already missed him. "What did you do at home this morning?" "Mom said you helped her a lot." Xianxia asked with a smile. "No, Mom doesn't want me to help her with many things. She just wants me to look after my brother." The little girl pouted and said to her father, "But I did help Mom get some clothes for my brother. I was the one who got the clothes he's wearing now." When the little girl said this, she became happy again. She slid down from her father's lap and ran to Tong Tong, who was lying in the cradle. She pointed at Tong Tong's one-piece crocodile baby clothes and asked for praise. "It's okay. When you grow up, you'll be able to help Mom even more." Xianxia encouraged the little girl and even gave her a thumbs up. "Dad thinks you're already doing very well." The hotel that Xianxia and the others went to was the clubhouse that he used to frequent with Lan Cao Kai. It was also a project developed by Lan Cao Kai's real estate company. The expenses were higher, so most people wouldn't come, so the privacy was good. During the meal, Mo Xiaowan told Xianxia that the people from Tianxiang would be visiting in 2 days. "Isan is coming? That's a good thing." Xianxia laughed. "Who else is coming? Maoli should be coming too, right? Is Lin Muan coming as well?" "Lin Muan isn't here. He just debuted not long ago, so Tianxiang arranged some programs for him. There's also a radio program. It's an important time for him to accumulate fame, so he didn't come along," Mo Xiaowan said. Now that Lin Muan was part of Tianxiang, Xianxia and Mo Xiaowan couldn't ask too much. However, Xianxia also understood from Lin Muan that Tianxiang valued him a lot and gave him a lot of resources. Compared to the other newcomers, the amount of training they put into him was much greater. This obviously wasn't something that Xianxia's relationship could influence. Lin Muan's unique singing voice was indeed worthy of Tianxiang's training. Other than Director Mao, President who was also on the list. Then, Secretary Yi, who contacted me, said that President whose father will also be coming back. Mo Xiaowan knew some things. She was so serious because she wanted to talk about it. "The old man will also come back?" Xianxia was a little surprised. "But it's also true. He went to Harbor City for almost 2 years. It's normal for him to come back and take a look." "Are you talking about Hu Songnan's grandpa who?" Murphy asked curiously. Xianxia also told her the story of the small building in the coffee shop. Xianxia had also been in contact with Hu Songnan. Not only did they visit during the holidays, but Xianxia would also call to ask about him every once in a while. When he was in trouble, he helped him a lot. To him, Grandpa Hu was as close as his own elder. Now, Xianxia could listen in at Jiangchuan because of Hu Songnan's help. With a deeper understanding of classical music, he and Hu Songnan had more topics to talk about. Xianxia nodded to Murphy and said, "In that case, you can arrange for the others. I'll receive the old man." "No need. Secretary Yi said that they have booked the hotel. We don't have to worry about it," Mo Xiaowan said. Xianxia smiled and said, "I'm not talking about that. I have to clean up the small building in the coffee shop for the old man. Maybe he wants to go back and stay for 2 days. But Huan Huan and Ding Xiang live upstairs, don't they?" Murphy asked, puzzled. "That's not a problem. Huan Huan will go back to the villa first. As for Ding Xiang, she will go to Shanghai with Xiaogua tomorrow. Xiaogua has to rush to film, so it may be a while before she can come back," Xianxia said with a smile. Putting this matter aside for now, Xiangxi's family ate. They didn't talk about work, but they chatted and laughed about some interesting things. During this time, Xianxia got up to go to the toilet. After he came back, Shi, who was sitting next to him, asked curiously, "Papa, did you pee standing up?" Xianxia was drinking water, and the little girl's words almost made Xianxia choke. "Why do you ask this question?" Xianxia asked, puzzled. Because I saw my little brother pee in a different place from me today." She said excitedly to her father, "Then Mom said that my little brother looks different from me because, no, boys pee in different places. It's because boys pee standing up, and girls pee while squatting." Xianxia looked at Murphy. Murphy was embarrassed and amused at the same time. her face was red from holding it in. When she saw Xiangyi's gaze, she lowered her head, covered her mouth, and snickered, as if she had done something bad. Mo Xiaowan also covered her mouth and snickered. Murphy had already told her about this embarrassing matter. Ahem, this matter. Xiangyi shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. How should he respond to his daughter? It was really awkward to talk about this, especially in front of his sister-in-law. Xiangyi looked at Xishi's curious big eyes and said helplessly, of course Dad is like a boy, because Dad is also a boy. But. Xishi still wanted to say something. Okay. Xiangyi rubbed the little girl's head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, if you have any questions, let's talk about it when we're home. It's dinner time now, so don't talk about this. Okay. Xishi said regretfully. She still wanted to continue. It seemed like there was still a chance to talk about this topic. It wasn't easy to appease Xishi, but the faint awkwardness lingered in the hotel room. After lunch, Mo Xiaowan excused herself and left early. Anyway, Xiangyi was back, so she didn't need to accompany Murphy anymore. At noon, after Xishi went to bed, Xiangyi went to the bedroom next door. Murphy was lying on her side on the bed, softly humming a song to coax Tong Tong, who was a little noisy and still wanted to play, to sleep. The little fellow looked quite adorable when he was asleep. He placed one hand on his stomach and the other on his side. Then, he turned his little face in the direction of his mother. His pursed little lips were slightly raised. Perhaps he was very happy when he fell asleep while listening to the music. Seeing that Tong Tong had fallen asleep, Murphy breathed a sigh of relief. She carried the little guy to the crib and then lay down beside Xiangyi with peace of mind. I didn't know that she would be so curious about mommy's nipples. Murphy pulled Xiangyi's hand over so that she could snuggle in his arms. Then, she looked at Xiangyi's side profile and asked, do you think I should find a chance to talk to her about this? Today, Mo Xiaowan came over to accompany her. The two sisters watched TV together, chatted, and of course, took care of the children. She was fine. She was playing house with her dolls, so Murphy didn't have to worry about her. Tong Tong was the same. He hadn't reached the stage where he could crawl and explore the world yet. Murphy held him in her arms or put him in a small cradle. The little guy could stare at the little stars hanging on the cradle for a long time. Ever since Murphy got married, the two sisters didn't have time to sit down and have a good chat. This time, Murphy didn't ask about Mo Xiaojuan's marriage. It was useless to force her, so she could only leave it to fate. The two of them were just like before, watching the people on TV and discussing. They either talked about the dressing of some female stars or studied which male stars were more handsome. These girls' topics were often talked about when they were young. Now that they were talking about it jokingly, it was like reliving the memories of those girls. Mo Xiaojuan's taste was slightly different from Murphy's. She preferred good-looking men. Obviously, good-looking men had some feminine elements on top of handsome. But not only good-looking, but also mature and gentle enough. Those little boys can't do it. I can't stand their silly looks. Mo Xiaowan said. She also commented on Murphy's taste. Sister, your taste is not good. I'm not saying that brother-in-law is not good. He is very good, mature, and gentle enough to you, but he's not good-looking. He's not even handsome enough. Of course, it's meaningless to say this now. You're already his woman. Although Mo Xiaowan was joking, Murphy was very dissatisfied with Mo Xiaojuan's evaluation. In her opinion, Xiangyi was very handsome, in the past, she didn't think so. But ever since Xiangyi's personality changed, he was no longer as slovenly as before. His hair was shaved neatly, his beard was shaved clean, and his taste in clothes improved. Murphy gradually felt that Xiangyi was very handsome. It was not that beauty was in the eye of the beholder, but that Mo Fei really felt that Xiangyi was in line with her aesthetic standards, and the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Now looking at Xiangyi's chiseled side profile and his eyes that were as deep as the starry sky, Missouri Fei felt her heart ripple a little. How could a man like this not be handsome? Of course, Xiangyi didn't know about the whispers between Murphy and Mo Xiaowan. He was thinking about what Murphy said. I don't think there's a need to go through so much trouble to talk to Xishi about these issues, Xiangyi said to Murphy. But those little cards you made in the past for me to talk to Xianxia about sex education were very effective, right? Murphy asked, puzzled. Why don't you continue to talk to Xianxia? She's so curious, so we should satisfy her curiosity and prevent her from exploring on her own. Xianxia gently shook his head and said, the nature of these two is different. Xianxia is at the age where gender awareness is budding, so she's very curious about these things. But as parents, what we should do for a child in such a situation is appropriate education and guidance. In other words, Xianxia needs to know that there are differences between men and women, but she doesn't need to know too much to avoid arousing her curiosity. For example, we can tell her that men and women are different. Men have to go to the men's restroom, and women have to go to the women's restroom. When they go to the restroom, they can't let others see them. But there's no need to tell her that it's not good to be seen by others and what those bad people will do. Or we can tell her that men and women can't kiss, but there's no need to tell her that she's so young and doesn't know anything. If she kisses a man, she'll be taken advantage of. I understand. These adult thoughts don't need to be instilled into a child so early. Murphy suddenly understood. Right, including the differences between men and women, and the specific use of those differences, we don't need to tell her right now. Xianxia smiled. Then what should we do? How should we guide Xianxia's curiosity according to what you said? Murphy asked, puzzled. I'll talk to her about this later. Xianxia pondered and said. In the afternoon, Xianxia found time to take out a few printed pictures and sat in front of Xianxia. Today, Mom told Dad that you're very curious about why your brother looks different from you, right? Xianxia said softly to Xianxia, who was playing with her toys. Yes, yes. The little girl suddenly became spirited and stopped what she was doing with her hands. Her eyes were filled with concentration as she said to her father, Mom said that it's different when you go to the restroom. Well, Mom is right, but not completely right. Xianxia smiled and said, Dad will tell you a fairy tale. Of course, it may be true, but it may also be false. A long time ago, there was an immortal called Nuwa. Xianxia was talking about the story of Nuwa creating humans. However, this story was modified by Xianxia. Men and women looked different when they were kneading the clay. You've played with plasticine before, and the things you knead are somewhat difficult to control. Even if you want to knead two identical little pigs, they still look different, right? Xianxia nodded in confusion. That's right. That's why when Nuwa used the magical clay to mold people, the shape of the people would be different. That's why there's a difference between a boy and a girl. It's very normal, Xianxia said. Look, what are these two pictures? Xianxia took out two pictures and asked Xianxia with a smile. Lion. Hee hee, Papa, I know lions. When the little girl answered the questions that she knew, she smiled widely and gradually forgot her initial curiosity. Yes, what's the difference between these two lions? Xianxia said. The one with big hair is a boy lion, and the one without hair is a girl lion. Xianxia put down her toys and went to her father's side. She looked at her father's hand and said happily. Xianxia used to tell her these things when he looked at the picture album, and the little girl had a good memory. What about this? Xianxia took out the pictures of two kangaroos. What's the difference between these two? The baby sitting in the belly is kangaroo mom, and this is kangaroo papa. Xianxia could tell the difference. Before Lu Weisha sent the pictures, Xianxia told her that the one with a pouch was a female kangaroo, and the one without a pouch was a male kangaroo. Is that right? So, lions and kangaroos have their own differences, and so do humans. It's just that we have wisdom. In addition to these physical differences, we can also tell whether they are boys or girls from their clothes and hair. At least most of them can be clearly distinguished. Xianxia summarized to Xianxia. The differences in organs were led to the differences in general aspects. It was a macro explanation, but it also seemed to be very reasonable. Xianxia understood and said with a smile, boys have short hair, and girls have long hair. This is not certain, but it's basically the same. It doesn't matter, you can observe other people's faces more in the future, and you can also see some differences. Xianxia smiled and rubbed the little girl's head and said, if you have anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask Papa, okay? Yes, yes. The little girl finally nodded with satisfaction. According to the original plan, Guozi would go to Shanghai to shoot Fat Agent right after the Spring Festival holiday. However, Mo Xiaowan had helped him to communicate with the crew and asked the director to allow Guozi to spare 2 or 3 days to shoot the show. After the director knew about the cast of The Limit Challenge, of course, he agreed wholeheartedly. If his actor went to shoot such a show and became popular, having such a popular actor as the protagonist of his movie would definitely be better than tens or millions of dollars of advertising. Although he had the director's permission, Guozi had a strong sense of responsibility. On the night of the show's recording, he took the nanny van arranged by the company and went to Shanghai. The next day, he appeared on the set. The shooting of Fat Agent was not easy. Guozi had a lot of fighting moves, and he needed to learn from Wu Xing. Although the director did not arrange any shooting tasks for him, Guozi was also very tired from practicing with Wu Xing's brother, such as holding a gun and swinging a gun. At noon, several supporting actors, who had already shot several movies, ran over excitedly with their mobile phones. They pointed to some photos exposed by the microbroadcasting client Shuazai 888 and said to Guozi, "Xiaogua, in these photos, are you the one who shot The Limit Challenge?" The extremely selective shooting was done outdoors, especially during the time chase. There were still many people around Haihong Building early in the morning. In addition to the protection of the celebrity host, the program team did not stop the passers-by from watching and taking photos of the celebrities with their mobile phones. Therefore, it was normal for some photos to be leaked. Louis Yu of Shuazai 888 had sorted out the photos of the onlookers and exposed the extremely selective shooting. Yes. Guozi scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Why are you still following the gossip blogger? Hey, let's not talk about this. Xiaogua, when you were shooting the show, did you meet teacher Yuan Yan and teacher Jia Yuchen?" An actress asked with a little excitement. "They are both my idols." Guozi had to nod. He was a little speechless in the face of this crazy fan. "Tell me about them." The actress came over and held Guozi's hand. "Well, how should I put it?" Guozi pulled his hand out and quietly put some distance between them. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "They're all nice people." The news of Guozi's filming gradually spread. Originally, the director wanted to keep it a secret for the time being, but now everyone in the crew knew that Guozi had filmed a show with many famous stars. There was an endless stream of visits to him in the afternoon. "You're here to talk to me, but you're not talking about me. You're beating around the bush to get teacher Yuan and the others' contact details. So annoying." When Guozi returned home that night, he saw Ding Xiang in the house that the company had temporarily rented for him and Ding Xiang. He immediately ran over to Ding Xiang to complain like a wronged baby. Ding Xiang smiled as she listened to his words. Then, she took out the food from the pot and ate dinner with him. "Sister Ding Xiang, you don't have to cook for me the night after tomorrow. The director said that I have a night scene the day after tomorrow. I guess I'll be eating boxed lunches in the crew," Guozi said as he dug into the food. TSK. My sister Ding Xiang's cooking is still the best. Sister Ding Xiang, you learned from brother Yang, right? You're so good. I learned from him. You said that you're going to shoot a night scene. Do you want me to cook and bring it to you? The boxed lunches from the crew should be cold by now, right? Ding Xiang said with concern. No, everyone is eating boxed lunches. I can't be special, even though I'm the lead. Guozi grinned. He seemed to be very proud of his identity as the lead. However, Sister Ding Xiang, if you can prepare some supper for me, like 7 or 8 roasted chicken legs or something, I won't feel tired at all after shooting. Ding Xiang pursed her lips and held back her laughter. She resisted the urge to knock him on the head and said, "In your dreams. Roasted chicken legs? You can't eat supper now. Who told me last night that he couldn't win the TV show and had to lose weight?" Guozi lowered his head and muttered in a low voice, "I can lose weight later. It's very hard for me to shoot night scenes. Hurry up and eat. After eating, we'll rest for 2 hours. I'll take you to the nearby park for a run, and then we'll come back to take a shower and rest." Ding Xiang said with a smile as she picked up a large amount of vegetables for Guozi. "Run again?" Little comrade Guo let out a cry. After the new year, the Springfield kindergarten started again. Early in the morning, Xianxia, who was wearing new clothes and carrying a school bag, walked into the kindergarten with her father. Not only Xianxia, but the whole kindergarten was full of children chattering like little swallows. It was very lively. "Daddy has to go. Bye, Xianxia." Xianxia smiled and said goodbye to the little girls who saw their friends and couldn't stay by his side. "Bye, Papa." Xianxia hugged her father's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Then, she happily turned around and ran to her friends. Today was the first day of school. Teacher Mu was still the same as before. He was not in a hurry to teach the new content. Instead, he chatted with the children and asked them to tell him what they did during the new year. At this time, the children were all talkative and happy to tell their own stories. Therefore, the classroom was as lively as a pot of hot oil that was sprinkled with water. "Well, how about this? Children who want to talk, raise your hand. I'll call your name. Children who are called, stand up and talk, okay?" Teacher Mu said with a smile. "Okay. I want to talk, I want to talk." Many hands were raised in unison. Teacher Mu called the name of a child first. Of course, it didn't matter who came first. Teacher Mu would still give all the children a chance to talk. Of course, even if the child who was called stood up to talk, the other children would not obediently sit in their seats and listen quietly. They would quarrel and make noise. For example, no one knew which one it was. When it was Xixi's turn to speak, the little girl excitedly told Teacher Mu that she would stay in Xianxia to play during the new year. "Papa and I went to see lions. Everyone was dancing lions. It was super nice. There were also dragons. Show show show." Then there were uncles who played drums. Many people watched. Xixi said in her clear and pleasant voice. "I thought it was a real lion." Chen Shiyun laughed loudly at the side. "I went to see it too." The naughtiest of them all, Wang Shijuan, even jumped up from his seat, opened his arms, tilted his head, and whined like an airplane. No one knew what he was doing, but did he need a reason to be naughty? Ms. Mu was already used to it. She walked over gently and asked Wang Shijuan to sit down. "Well, thank you very much, Cici, for sharing her story with us. Next is Lu Weisha. This is your first time celebrating the Chinese New Year. Do you have anything new to share with us?" Lu Weisha did not fully understand Teacher Mu's words, but she still understood the general idea. She said happily, "My father and I went to Australia to play." "You went to Australia to play? Then did you see the most interesting animals in Australia, such as kangaroos, koalas?" Teacher Mu asked with a smile. However, Lu Weisha did not understand the Chinese word for kangaroo, but the English name for koala was similar. She said in confusion, "I saw koala. What is a dumb tree?" "Hee, kangaroo." She could not sit still. She giggled and said, "Lu Weisha also saw kangaroos." "I saw it." Lu Weisha took pictures with kangaroos. The little girl was very active. She raised her hand high. Without waiting for the teacher to call her, she excitedly continued, Teacher, Lu Weisha sent me a letter. There are pictures of her and kangaroos, and many beautiful pictures." Nanjiao heard and felt isolated. He said sadly, "Lu Weisha did not send me a letter." However, he was not alone. After young Luoqi heard, she pouted and muttered, "She didn't send me a picture either. Lu Weisha, why didn't you send it to me? You're not my good friend anymore." Chen Shiyun and Lan Xian were both jealous and began to complain. Lu Weisha was happily talking about her fun things in Australia. She did not expect the situation to take a turn for the worse. What happened to her friends? What did they want? The little girl was confused. She was also a little dumbfounded. She did not know that her words had caused some jealousy. She only felt that her friends were suddenly angry with Lu Weisha for no reason. What should I do? Why didn't she send a letter to the other kids? Lu Weisha couldn't remember. Maybe it was because she and her father passed by the post office next to the hotel, and her father suddenly asked her if she wanted to send a letter, so she sent a letter with her father's help. Why did she send it to Xixi? Xixi was her best friend, or maybe it was because her father only had Xixi's address at that time, and he remembered it when he visited Xixi's house to visit Tong Tong. The reason wasn't clear, but wasn't it just a letter? Why were the kids so agitated? It was as if something delicious had been snatched away. Especially Lan Xian and Chen Shiyun, the two loud girls were shouting one after another, and their emotions were stirred up by each other. I didn't. Lu Weisha stuttered. She was so agitated that she didn't know how to explain herself in Chinese. Fortunately, Teacher Mu was there. She understood the conflict between the girls, so she asked Teacher Kai to continue teaching the children. She called out Lu Weisha, Xixi, Yang Luoqi, Nan Zhaoyu, and the others. Okay, it's just a letter. It's no big deal. It's okay if you don't have one. If it was someone else, they might coax the children like this. However, Teacher Mu didn't. She smiled and said to Nan Zhaoyu, you're the only man here. Tell me, why were you unhappy just now? Nan Zhaoyu straightened his thin and weak chest. Feeling a sense of responsibility, he said clearly, because Lu Weisha didn't give us the letter. She only gave it to Cici. That's right. The other children chimed in. It's not a letter, it's a photo. Chen Shiyun disagreed. The photo is in the letter. I put it in. Lu Weisha raised her hand and whispered to Teacher Mu. The foreign girl was a little flustered now. She didn't know what to do, and could only rely on Teacher Mu for help. Mr. Mu smiled and said, I know. It's possible because it was sent from a very, very far away country. Only Xixi received Lu Weisha's letter and photo. You didn't receive it, right? She slightly reversed the order of the words, but also mixed up the concepts. The children felt that it was a little strange, but it didn't seem to be a problem, so they nodded one by one. It was even more impossible for Lu Weisha to hear anything wrong. The little girl nodded in confusion and said, very, very far away. Xixi tugged at Mr. Mu's hand. What's wrong? Xixi, do you have something to say? Mr. Mu asked curiously. Xixi nodded and said seriously, my papa said that we have to take a long flight from here to Australia. It will take us from morning to night. It turned out that she was so serious about this matter because she wanted to explain it to everyone, before Mr. Mu, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, could speak. The other children who were attracted by her words all started talking at once. I've never been on a plane before. Nan Zhaoyu said enviously. I've been on one before. It was rare for Yang Luoqi to be so active. The little girl raised her hand and reported happily, I've been on a plane with my father. We'll be home soon. She should be talking about her hometown. I often take planes. Lan Xian also said. Okay. In this case, you also understand that it's possible that you won't receive something sent from so far away. So, don't blame Lu Weisha, okay? Don't be angry. She's also very sad. Mr. Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he walked to Lu Weisha's side, put his hand on her shoulder, and said gently. Lu Weisha lowered her head and said sadly, I'm sorry. However, to Mr. Mu's surprise, the children looked at Lu Weisha's appearance and started talking again. The first to speak was Chen Shiyun, who had shouted the loudest just now. The cheerful boxing girl shouted, I'm not blaming Lu Weisha. I forgive Lu Weisha. She apologized. Yang Luoqi said. Xixi blinked her big eyes in a daze. Seeing that her friends had expressed their opinions, she also said, I also forgive Lu Weisha, but I don't blame Lu Weisha. It's not that. Something seemed wrong? Okay, we're still good friends. Nan Zhaoyu took the initiative to come over, took Lu Weisha's soft hand, shook it, and laughed. Lu Weisha was still a little confused as to why her friends were suddenly angry and relieved. Now, only Lan Xian hadn't expressed her opinion, but this little girl seemed to have forgotten what she had said before. She even said to Mr. Mu with interest, Teacher, I've also been to Australia before. I've been there with my dad. We've even eaten kangaroo meat, but it's not good. It's sour. I don't like it. Boss Lan had probably brought her daughter to try kangaroo meat out of curiosity back then. When she heard this, she stared at her friend with wide eyes in surprise. She said, little kangaroos are so cute. How can you eat kangaroos? It's not good. It's not as good as beef. Lon Xian said. Xian, let's not eat kangaroos in the future, okay? She was still a little obsessed. It wasn't because it was cute. Piglets were very cute, but she would still eat pork. Perhaps in her subconscious mind, a kangaroo carrying a baby in a pouch was not much different from a human. The two little girls chattered away, and when Mr. Moo saw that the children had reconciled, she quietly let out a sigh of relief. She also left some time for the children to interact. What's a kangaroo? Yang Luoqi asked curiously. From the very beginning of the conflict, the word kangaroo had been repeatedly brought up. The children who didn't know were now filled with curiosity. Chen Shiyun, Nan Zhaoyu, and even Lu Weisha were all looking curiously at Xi and Lon Xian. Yes, Lu Weisha still didn't know what a dumb tree was. Kangaroos walk standing up. Their fists are like this, and then there will be babies here. But only the kangaroo mom will have babies. Xi explained excitedly to her friends as she mimicked the kangaroo's appearance. It could be said that it was very vivid. Lu Weisha understood at a glance. She said happily, I know. Kangaroo. Yes, yes. I'll bring Lu Weisha's photo to you tomorrow. You haven't seen it before. Xi giggled and said. The little girl felt that such a happy thing should be shared with her friends. That's the best. Mr. Moo guided them with a smile. You can share it with each other. Then you don't have to care about it, right? Lu Weisha saw that everyone was happy, and she was also happy. She tried to say, tomorrow, I'll bring candy for you, okay? Dad and I bought it there. It's super delicious. After playing with Xi and the others for a long time, some of the catchphrases were infected. Yeah. There's delicious food. Lon Xian jumped up excitedly. The other children also jumped up excitedly with Lon Xian. The children's bell-like laughter, angelic smiles, and simple happiness were really the most beautiful things in the world. The children's solution to the problem was very simple, and it saved the adults a headache. When Xi came back, she casually told Yang Yi about it. After that, Yang Yi also helped her solve her worries. He helped Cici scan the photo that Lu Weisha had sent to her on the computer. He adjusted the color and contrast, and then printed it out with the photo printer. Although the color was slightly dimmer and the graininess was more obvious than the original photo, after the molding, the glossy feeling was not too far off. You can share these photos with everyone. Tell them that Daddy helped you copy them. That way, everyone can have photos. Yang Yi smiled and patted his daughter's head. Yang Yi did this because he was worried that the other children would be envious, and Xi would be reluctant to give her photos away. Oh, and you have to get an address for them. When we go to Australia, you'll be responsible for sending letters to everyone. Yang Yi also gave Xi a small task to cultivate her sense of responsibility. The next day, Xi happily brought the printed photos to kindergarten, while Yang Yi went back to pick up Murphy and Chen. Together, they went to the studio to receive Xianxia and the people from Tianxiang. Of course, the old man, Hu Songnan, was also there. After not seeing him for 2 years, the old man had aged a lot. He even needed his son, Hu Yongxiang, to support him when he walked. When he first met the old man was still wearing a suit and was still a handsome old man. Although Yang Yi knew that it was because he had lost a lot of energy from the fall last year, he was still old after all. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel a little sad when he saw the merciless nature of the years. Yang Yi didn't care about life and death in the past, but now, it was like a cultivator entering the world. He was tainted with the aura of the mortal world, and now he was a little sentimental. Moreover, Hu Songnan was both a teacher and a friend to him. Looking at his hunched back, Yang Yi's emotions inevitably fluctuated. Yang Yi walked up and held Hu Songnan's hand while helping Hu Yongxiang to support the old man. There were so many things that he wanted to say, but only one simple sentence came out of his mouth. Grandpa Hu, welcome back. Little Yang, this might be the last time I come back. Hu Songnan was still in good spirits. He gently patted the back of Yang Yi's hand, smiled kindly, and said, My old bones can't stand the torment for a long time. How could that be? Your body is still healthy. If you have time, come back and play. Yang Yi said with a smile. Of course, this was what he said to comfort old Master Hu. To be honest, old master who was younger than Yang Chonggue, but he didn't have Yang Chonggue's body after all. Regardless of whether it was Husongnan or Yang Chonggue, birth, old age, illness, or death was an eternal cycle in the world. Yang Yi didn't dare to think too much about it. Little Yang, I haven't seen you for 2 years and you've become so glib. Husongnan pointed his finger at Yang Yi and said with a smile. Yang Yi stepped aside and introduced Murphy to Husongnan. Grandpa Hu, this is Murphy. She didn't come. She went to kindergarten. I'll introduce her to you later. Then, this is Momo. Of course, Yang Yi still told old master Hu that he gave birth to a son at the end of the year. Of course, Husongnan knew about it, but this was the first time they met. Grandpa Hu, hello. Murphy held Momo and respectfully greeted Husongnan. Whether he was Yang Yi's elder or not, Husongnan was also a university professor with deep attainments in classical music. Young people might not have heard of him, but Murphy had heard of Husongnan's songs before. Such an elder was naturally worthy of respect. I know. I've read the newspaper. Little Mo is also a big singer. I like your songs very much. I'm also your fan. Although Husongnan was old, his mentality was still as good as before. His somewhat humorous tone dispelled Murphy's nervousness. Ah? Don't say that. I'm your fan. I've heard of your works. Murphy said hurriedly. In fact, Husongnan's attention wasn't on Murphy. When he saw Tong Tong in the swaddling clothes, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Old people still liked children. Husongnan loved his grandson, granddaughter, and now the baby in front of him. The younger they were, the more he liked them. Momo, Grandpa is here to see you. Seeing this, Mo Fei picked up little Momo, gently pulled up his little hand, shook it, and said softly. Little Momo looked around curiously and also glanced at the old grandpa in front of him. However, his interest was not strong and he was very unfamiliar. This was not the grandpa he was familiar with. He called out ya twice, not knowing what he wanted to express. I'm sorry. He was just born, so he can't speak yet. Murphy said to Husongnan. It's fine. Hee, I'm just looking at the baby. He's so cute. Husongnan couldn't stop smiling. However, although Murphy respected the old man, she didn't want to let Husongnan carry her son. The old man was old, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold him steadily. Husongnan also didn't have this intention. He smiled and patted Yang Yi's hand. Alright, you don't have to worry about me. I'll play with the baby. Ah Xiang has something to discuss with you. You young people can go and talk about it. Hu Yongxiang obviously didn't come to Jiangqing for a vacation. He left his secretary Yi Xiaofeng to accompany Husongnan. Then, he brought Xianxia, Mao Su, and the others to follow Yang Yi to the meeting room. After some discussion, Yang Yi finally understood the purpose of their visit. To be precise, the main purpose of their visit wasn't Yang Yi or anyone else, but the Chinese record market in the mainland. Now that the economy in mainland China is developing rapidly, the record market is also a big cake that no one can ignore. In addition, the Cantonese record market in Harbor City is not doing well, and it's getting more and more sluggish year by year. Tianxiang is also looking for change and wants Eason to develop in mainland China. In the afternoon, after Yang Yi sent the guests away, he told Mo Fei about what they had discussed. Old master Hu didn't plan to return to the small building. Moreover, Hu Yongxiang also felt that it was better to rest in the hotel. He would accompany old master Hu back tomorrow. Therefore, after the discussion, the group of people went back to the hotel where they were staying in a grandiose manner. After hearing Yang Yi's words, Murphy couldn't help but sigh softly. Yes, Harbor City isn't as good as the mainland. After I came back, I saw that many artists from Harbor City came to the mainland. However, more of them are shooting movies, and less of them are in the music industry. Harbor City's music industry is too closed, and very few people are willing to communicate with us. Actually, Tianxiang told me that a few years ago, the few powerful record companies in Harbor City were making preparations. Just like Tianxiang, Eason used to sing Cantonese songs, but in recent years, they've started to include Chinese songs in their records. They're trying to test the reaction of the mainland market. Yang Yi smiled softly and said, perhaps, not only Isan, but you will also see many singers from Harbor City coming to the mainland to develop in the next few years. Murphy didn't feel that this was a threat. Instead, she sighed and said, when I came to the mainland from Harbor City to develop in the past, everyone looked down on me and thought that the mainland was poor and backward. I didn't expect their views to change now. Of course. The population base is here. However, Harbor City isn't backward yet. Many people are still trying to settle down in Harbor City. Yang Yi smiled. I don't want to. I like Jiangqing. I like living in Jiangqing with you. Murphy shook her head and said. I like Jiangqing too. When we are free, let's go out and have fun. We will see the world. Then, our home will always be here. Yang Yi smiled. Then why are they looking for you? Murphy still didn't understand. First, they are here to pay a visit. After all, they want to open a branch in Jiangqing. To be precise, it is an office. No matter what, they want to maintain a good relationship with us and reduce misunderstandings. Yang Yi smiled. Xianxia didn't open a branch in Shanghai or Beijing. Instead, they chose to open a branch in Jiangqing to avoid direct conflicts with big companies in the early stages. Second, they also want me to write a few good songs for Xianxia. Xianxia's first Chinese record in the mainland. They want to achieve results. Xianxia asked Yang Yi for a song, and Yang Yi naturally wouldn't refuse. What made Yang Yi sigh was the current situation of Harbor City's music scene. Although there were still good songs emerging every year, it was no longer as prosperous as before. Just like Yang Yi's previous life, Harbor City was the entertainment center of Asia. Tianxiang hopes to maintain cooperation with us and strengthen our relationship, Yang Yi said. In exchange, they will also give us the support we want in Harbor City. Murphy asked with some doubts, Harbor City? Do we still have business in Harbor City? Yang Yi smiled and said, I thought so too, but I suddenly remembered that you left Harbor City before. Don't you want to go back one day with your honor in the mainland and prove yourself in Harbor City's Cantonese music market? Murphy was stunned. Don't you want to take back the championship you lost in the past? Yang Yi smiled and said, Harbor City's music market is very closed. If we want to go back, it won't be easy. Don't make it sound so bad. What do you mean by go back? Murphy said angrily. Yang Yi smiled and continued to drive, waiting for Murphy's response. Honor, championship, these things are already very indifferent to me. Murphy was no longer a teenage girl. She pondered for a moment and smiled, but if you want to sing Cantonese songs, I'm very interested. Sing Cantonese songs, that's not a problem. Yang Yi snapped his fingers. Others thought that Harbor City's music scene was close to a stagnant pool, but Yang Yi felt that it might be fun to stir it up at this time. Note, you don't have to go to Harbor City to sing Cantonese songs. Don't misunderstand. It was already spring, and Jiangqing was still cold after entering spring. However, the willow trees by the Grand Canal had sprouted new buds, and some swallows were chirping in the surrounding trees, as if announcing the arrival of spring. As far as the eye could see, it was full of vitality. However, human life was not like the cycle of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Returning in the most beautiful spring, this white-haired old man's eyes were only filled with deep longing and attachment. Accompanied by Yang Yi, Xianxia walked around the small building. His hand, which was full of wrinkles and spots like old tree bark, gently stroked the handrail of the stairs, the window of the balcony, and the old desk. Although many of the furniture did not match the ones in his memory, Yang Yi had also added a lot of things, and Xianxia could still see some of the shadows of the past in Yang Yi. Finally they went downstairs to the coffee shop and sat down. Grandpa do you think I've changed too much? Yang Yi said apologetically as he pointed at the wallpaper and the chairs in the coffee shop. Although they were all nostalgic and natural, they were completely different from the previous bookstores. It's okay. I'm already mentally prepared to give you the house. Xianxia smiled and pointed at the shelves with records and books. I'm surprised that you can keep these. After all, you have a business to run. How is that a business? I can't make much money. I opened this coffee shop because I like the atmosphere here. Yang Yi smiled as he stood up. The female student who worked part-time in the coffee shop came over with a pot of coffee and a pot of tea. Xianxia took the plates from her and said, "Little Feng, I'll take care of this. You can go do other customers." Sugar Cube was the name of the female student. She came from a small city and came from an ordinary family. She wanted to work to earn some pocket money. Previously, because Ding Xiang was going to accompany Guozi to Shanghai, and Yang Huan was gradually getting busy, Xianxia asked Ding Xiang to recruit 2 female university students to help. Sugar Cube was one of them. One of the reasons why she was chosen was because of her interesting name. "Grandpa Hu, President Hu, what would you like to drink?" Xianxia asked with a smile as he held 2 pots. "Coffee? Or tea?" In order to lose weight, Murphy insisted on drinking tea. Every time Xianxia came over, he had to ask the staff to prepare 2 sets of coffee. "I drink tea and he drinks coffee. Your coffee smells good. If I wasn't worried that my body wouldn't be able to take it, I would try it," Hu Songnan said with a smile. There were many benefits to drinking coffee, but there were also many drawbacks for the elderly who were in poor health. For example, the stimulation of caffeine could cause arrhythmia, or increase blood pressure to cause high blood pressure. Even if it wasn't that serious, drinking coffee would still affect sleep. "You can't drink it." Hu Yongxiang didn't let Hu Songnan touch the coffee, but he liked it very much. When he smelled it, his eyes lit up and he said, "Is this Blue Mountain coffee?" "Authentic Blue Mountain coffee." Xianxia chuckled and said, "These beans were hard to find. I asked my friend to buy them for me." Cece was sitting between her father and mother. She was drinking fruit juice that she had bought outside. The little girl was looking at the old man opposite her with her bright eyes. It seemed that one could see the curiosity in her eyes. She was as curious as Tong Tong. Of course, she observed more carefully. She felt that this old man looked very strange. His eyes were sunken, the wrinkles on his face were deeper, and his mouth was drier. "Hello, Shi." Hu Songnan noticed the little girl's gaze. He trembled as he put down the cup of tea and greeted Shi with a smile. In fact, they had already introduced each other. It's not polite to stare at others. Xianxia rubbed his daughter's little head and laughed. "Is he the owner of this house, Grandpa?" Shi finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. She raised her head and asked her father. "Yes. You have to say thank you, Grandpa Hu, for letting me live in your house." Xianxia instructed, "We have to learn to be grateful. Otherwise, when Dad was poor, we would have to live in a very, very small house." Shi nodded in confusion. However, she obediently followed her father's instructions. After thanking him, she didn't wait for Hu Songnan's reply and said nervously, But, Grandpa Hu, don't you want the house? Can't we live in it?" The little girl didn't know how to express the words "take back the house." "You can't say that." Xianxia couldn't stop her in time and said reproachfully, "We don't live here now. This is Grandpa's house." "But I like this house." She pouted and said with grievance. It's okay. I came back this time to talk about this." Hu Songnan stopped Xianxia and didn't let him talk about Shi. Grandpa Hu smiled and said to Shi, "Don't worry. From now on, this house is yours. You can live here for as long as you want." Xianxia and Murphy were stunned. What did he mean? Hu Songnan asked Hu Yongxiang to take out a title deed. He gently stroked the yellowed title deed as if he was reluctant to part with it. However, Grandpa Hu didn't delay. He slowly said to Xianxia, "Actually, I didn't intend to take back this house when I left it to you. However, I'm still a little worried. I'm worried that you're not a good person to take over." It turned out that when Grandpa Hu said that he would rent the house to Xianxia for 1 yuan, he was holding back a little. In the past 2 years, although Grandpa Hu wasn't in Jiangqing and didn't see what Xiaolu looked like, he had been paying attention to Xianxia and knew about his development. He was also gratified that he chose the right person. "But, you don't have to give this house to me. This is your most precious memory. How can I take it away?" Xianxia said anxiously, "I can help you take care of it. If you want to come back again, Xiaoyang, I appreciate your kindness. However, what I said yesterday was also the details. Grandpa is old. This time, I'm coming back for the last time. Hu Songnan's tone was kind and firm. But, memory is placed in the mind and heart. It's not placed on the house. Hu Songnan said with emotion, moreover, I have no regrets because I'm also waiting for the time when I can meet her again. Yang Yi was still okay, but Murphy was moved to tears when she heard these words. Everyone wanted their love to last forever, but in the end, they couldn't escape the ruthlessness of time. It was said that one's hair could turn white, but they couldn't stay old. Murphy thought of herself and Yang Yi from Grandpa Hu. She didn't dare to think about what would happen decades later, but she felt so sad that she wanted to cry. Don't treat this as a parting of life and death. My dad is still fine. When you go to Harbor City in the future, you can also visit him at our house. Hu Yongxiang took out the transfer agreement, smiled and said, sign it, Yang Yi. This is my dad's kindness. Worried that Yang Yi would ask for money, Hu Yongxiang waved his hand and smiled, you don't have to say anything else. You and I don't lack money. Am I right, Mr. Yang? Others didn't know, but Hu Yongxiang, who had cooperated with Sahara Online Mall, knew some of Yang Yi's details. If he continued to refuse, he would be hypocritical. Yang Yi pondered for a moment, took the pen, and signed his name. This guitar, you can keep it too. Hu Songnan watched Yang Yi sign the transfer agreement, then handed over the brown beetle guitar that Yang Yi brought over and left for Yang Yi. He said gently, can you sing Long Time No See for me again? It was as if he had traveled back in time and returned to 2 years ago. Yang Yi touched the guitar, and his heart was filled with emotion. However, the promise stopped at the tip of his tongue. He thought of a song that was a masterpiece in his heart. Grandpa Hu, can I sing you another song? Yang Yi said softly. This magical song came from a magical comedy movie, Sitting in the Booth. Yang Yi couldn't fully express himself, so he picked up his guitar and stood up. The others followed behind him. In the middle of the coffee shop, Yang Yi sat on a small stool in front of the piano. Because Qianli Chuanchu often came to the shop to perform, there were 2 microphones installed. It just so happened that Sugar Cube could come over and help Yang Yi adjust. She pointed one of the microphones at the guitar and the other at Yang Yi's mouth. Is he going to perform? There were a few student customers in the coffee shop, 2 couples and 3 singles. When they saw this scene, they looked over curiously. The coffee shop on this street corner often had performances. They didn't expect to see one. Of course, not everyone could recognize Yang Yi, who had always kept a low profile. However, a girl from the Classical Music Academy looked strangely at Hu Songnan, who was being supported by Hu Yongxiang. She whispered to her boyfriend, that old man looks very familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Of course, she had seen him before. In the academy building, there were photos of him and his past performances in various countries. However, old man who didn't look that old in the photo, Dad, why don't you sit down? Hu Yongxiang asked with concern. No need, I'll stand and listen. Xiaoyang always surprises me. Hu Songnan said happily. Yang Yi adjusted himself and began his performance. Without any nonsense, his thick and long fingers gently stroked the guitar. A string of exotic prelude flowed out like a stream in the mountains. The transition of the prelude slowed down a little, and Yang Yi began to sing. The past is now the past, never to come again, including Mo Fei, who was looking forward to it. Everyone was stunned. This song, a Cantonese song, of course, it wasn't strange that Yang Yi could write and sing Cantonese songs. It was just that in the past, he was the one who wrote them for Xianxia. He had never sung them before. Now that they heard him suddenly sing a Cantonese song, and sing it with perfect pronunciation and without any flaws in his accent, everyone felt a little strange. Murphy was fine, she knew Yang Yi's ability. She was more interested in Yang Yi's singing. Unlike the smoothness of his usual pop songs, Yang Yi's voice now seemed to have a sense of vicissitudes. He also deliberately used obvious pauses to set off the cruelty of time. However, this was only because Murphy was more familiar with Yang Yi that she could tell that he was deliberately singing. The other customers in the coffee shop couldn't help but be mesmerized by Yang Yi's strong and mature male voice. It was as if Yang Yi was supposed to sing like this. The song was very lonely, but the lyrics were even more sad. Hu Songnan was stunned when he heard Yang Yi's first sentence. the past, the present, after the past, can never come back. These lyrics, were they talking about himself? In the past, it was about his old wife who had passed away. Now, it was about him who had grown old, right? The red leaves are buried in the dust. Such lyrics, like a gust of wind, blew open the old man's deeply buried memories. His sunken eyes, cloudy eyes, began to fill with tears. Xianxia was also filled with emotions. Of course, he was in a high position and had more self-control. He also knew how much such a sad song affected people's emotions. He persuaded again, "Dad, let's sit down and listen to it. Don't be noisy." Many years ago, when Xianxia was still young, he disturbed Xianxia's research. The old man impatiently scolded him. In front of music, the old man seemed to be a different person. He was picky and strict. Murphy noticed it. She looked around and patted Xixi's shoulder. She whispered, "Xixi, go over there and get a stool for Grandpa to sit on." It was a red plastic stool with high legs. They didn't have it originally, but sometimes, 1,000 Miles Chuanshu and the others would use it for performances. So, they got two. Most of the time, they would put it away. It was very annoying. This kind of stool was very light. Xixi had no problem picking it up. The little girl didn't understand what her father was singing. She obediently trotted over and brought over a stool. However, it wasn't one but two stacked stools. Although they weren't heavy, the stool was very tall. Xixi raised her hands high and lifted them up. Her little face revealed a strained expression. "Grandpa, take a seat." Xixi walked to Xianxia's side and said in a clear voice. Xianxia was still a little annoyed. Who was disturbing him again? However, when he saw the little girl with her little head raised and her big eyes filled with anticipation, waiting for his praise, the old man's temper disappeared. Good child. Thank you." The old man sat down with a smile. He didn't know that the stool under his butt was actually two stacked stools. Xianxia could only stand aside helplessly. "You're welcome." Hee. Xixi ran back to her mother's side with satisfaction. At this time, Yang was still singing, "Lovers will never come again after parting." Sitting alone without words, I look beyond the world. The lyrics weren't just written about sadness. In fact, there was a kind of carefree but heavy attitude that couldn't be let go. Just like the accompaniment of the guitar, the rhythm was as light as a dance music. The light and slow fingering brought about a strong exotic flavor. However, at the same time, this kind of melody still had a faint sadness. It made one's heart feel as if it was suppressed and difficult to let go. Although the flowers will wither, they will bloom again. The love of a lifetime is hidden beyond the clouds. Hearing this sentence, the young people might not feel anything, but the sadness in Xianxia's heart was like a field in spring that was turned over by plowing. The beauty of this line and the classic poem, "Flowers will bloom again, but people will never be young again," had the same wonderful effect. Yes. The flowers will wither, but they will bloom again. The love of a lifetime will leave, but they will never come back. Yang was still imitating the original singer's tone as he sang the climax. The sea of bitterness, turning over, brings about love and hate. Especially the word turning over, he sang about the different flavors of life. In this world, it's hard to escape fate. Blind dates are unapproachable. Perhaps I should believe that it's fate. The song faintly finished, and Xianxia's eyes were already brimming with tears. Xianxia looked at his old father's emotional appearance and was a little worried that this intense emotion would cause a big problem. Murphy also understood the song. She, who had a strong passion for music, was deeply immersed in the emotions expressed in the song. Although she knew that Yang was singing the story of grandfather Hu and his grandmother, she still couldn't help but be moved. Her heart was heavy, and her tears fell down. Everyone had a different feeling when listening to this song. Like the other customers in the coffee shop, most of them were confused and couldn't understand the meaning of the lyrics. "What do you think of this song?" The classical music schoolgirl's boyfriend asked his girlfriend. "I think it sounds strange. I don't understand Cantonese songs either, but that person sang really well. It's very retro, very unique singing style, and the melody is very nice." The girl's focus was on this. Not to mention them, even after Yang finished singing, he didn't move. He was waiting. Xianxia was evoked a lot of memories and emotions by this song. After a while, he slowly came back to his senses. After all, the old man was a person who had experienced many hardships. Although his heart was still a little sad, he didn't indulge in it anymore. Instead, he slowly pulled himself back. The old man wiped away his tears and said with a smile, "I've let you see a joke. Little Yang, this song of yours, it made me think of her again." When a person is old, it's easy to get emotional when listening to songs. Xianxia swept the guitar strings and asked, "Grandpa how about I sing 'Long Time No See' for you again?" "No need, the song just now is enough. We agreed that I only need to think of her once a day. I'll save it for when I find her in the future." Xianxia adjusted his mentality very well and even joked. Xianxia curiously asked, "Little Yang, is this your new song? What's the name?" Xianxia smiled slightly. "Love of a Lifetime." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the last week of February. In the past few days, Xianxia still had a lot of things to do. Other than the occasional things that required his attention, he also attended the Sahara Publishing House's Children's Book Author Support Fund conference, and helped the Southwest Military Region shoot some spring recruitment promotional photos and videos. These were nothing special. What was worth mentioning was that after returning from the Spring Festival, Lan Caocai had already started land transfer negotiations with the leaders of Wuchang County and Jinling City. Because the land had been unfinished for many years, the officials of Wuchang County also hoped to revitalize the surrounding economy as soon as possible. Therefore, both sides showed a positive attitude. Of course, Xianxia did not need to show up for this. Xianxia, who rarely had a few days of free time, was still at home, playing happily with his youngest son. After being born, Tong Tong grew a lot like a balloon. Not only did he no longer look like a wrinkled monkey, but he was now white and chubby. He also grew beautiful and soft eyelashes like his sister. It was no wonder that Murphy carried Tong Tong out. The little guy was really loved by everyone. Everyone wanted to hug him. However, it was worth mentioning that Tong Tong could be coaxed with a pacifier in the past. Now, the little guy was a little shy. Other than his parents and a few aunties that he often saw, Yang Huan, Mo Xiaowan, Xiao Ai, etc., he was not willing to be hugged by anyone else. Even a pacifier could not coax him. For example, Wu Yu brought Yang Luoqi to play with Xixi last weekend. She wanted to hug Tong Tong, but when the little guy was in the arms of an unfamiliar aunt, he immediately turned his little head and babbled to look for his parents. If his mother did not want to carry him back, the little guy would quickly turn from cloudy to stormy and cry. Fortunately, Tong Tong's personality was usually very cheerful. Perhaps it was because he was loved by his parents and sister at home. For example, right now, when Xianxia carried him out after giving him a bath, the naked little guy kicked his little feet and opened his little mouth to laugh silently. No one knew what he was laughing about. "Let's go. It's big sister's turn to take a bath." Murphy dragged Xixi, who still wanted to play with her brother, to take a bath and said with a smile, "Papa, you have to dress mommy quickly." "No problem." Xianxia replied with a strange accent. Unexpectedly, this voice also amused Xiao Tianyi. He turned his head to look at his father and smiled until his eyes turned into crescents. "Is Dad's words that funny?" No problem. No problem." Xianxia was amused. He bent down and lowered his head to play with the little fellow. Tong Tong stopped smiling when he saw his father's head moving closer to him. He seemed to be curious about his father's big face. He reached out to touch his father's face and pouted his little mouth. After a while, he blew out a bubble like a little goldfish. Xianxia suddenly had an idea. He gently pulled Tong Tong's delicate little hand and placed it under his chin. He used the stubble that had just grown out during the day to gently rub it. He shaved every day, so the stubble was not long and did not prickle at all. It only increased the friction. The rough feeling made the little fellow's delicate skin uncomfortable. Xianxia immediately saw the smile on his son's little face disappear. His little mouth visibly shrank, and he looked like he was about to cry. Xianxia, who was always mischievous, hurriedly picked up the little fellow and coaxed him. Oh, don't cry. It's Dad's fault. Bad Dad. Dad is a big bad guy. Xianxia was worried that Murphy would blame him. Fortunately, Tong Tong did not make things difficult for his father this time. He was carried by his father and was able to look into his father's eyes. He no longer felt uncomfortable. Instead, he looked at his father curiously for a while and then turned his head to look around. Yeah. Tong Tong looked at his father and made a sound. It was not clear if he was calling out to his father. Yeah. Xianxia also responded to him. Instantly, the little fellow beamed with joy and became happy again. He still had to wear clothes. After taking a shower, Xianxia only cared about playing with little Hua Hua. Until now, she had only put on a diaper for him. Xianxia put the little fellow back on the bed and started to change his clothes, starting with his shirt. Fortunately, Tong Tong was soft at this time. Although he did not cooperate, he did not struggle. After a while, Xianxia finally got the little fellow to put on his clothes. It just so happened that Mo Fei also came out of the bathroom after bathing Cici. The little girl was only wearing underwear and a bath towel. She couldn't wait to run to the bed and giggle while looking at her brother. Put on your clothes. Why are you running around when you're not wearing clothes? Murphy shouted with a smile. Look, your little brother is going to laugh at you. No, I don't know how to talk. She shouted and rolled on the bed with a smile. Xianxia had to be careful of Shishi's long legs. He was afraid that she would lose control and kick her little brother. Murphy threw Shishi's clothes at her face and said angrily, Put on your clothes. Otherwise, I'll ask your father to lock you up in the next room. You won't be able to play with your little brother anymore. This trick worked. Shishi got up and put on her clothes. At this time, Tong Tong was kicking his legs again. He lifted his little feet and wobbled. Murphy and Xianxia looked at this scene. She suddenly remembered something. She reached out and gently pushed Tong Tong's butt. She said with a smile, I seem to remember that someone taught me to help a child learn to turn over. If you push him gently and let him find the feeling of turning over, he will learn to turn over faster. When Xianxia heard this, he also reached out and supported Tong Tong's back. Tong Tong slowly turned over with the support of his mother and father. He completed the rest of the movement and naturally lay on his stomach on the bed. This feeling was very magical. Usually, his mother would directly carry him and let him go from a supine position to a prone position. The little boy thought about it for a while. He did not think too much about it and consciously raised his head. He was still not satisfied. He supported himself with his two little hands and slightly raised his chest. Little brother is crawling. Shishi, who had put on her clothes, shouted happily. She quickly crawled to her little brother and lay down in front of him. She looked into the little boy's eyes. Tong Tong's hands were not able to support his body completely. After a while, he curled up under his body. However, he still raised his little head and looked into his sister's big eyes. He revealed a bright smile. Of course he would be happy to have his sister to play with. After a while, Murphy was worried that Tong Tong's hands would be uncomfortable, so she carried him and changed him back to his back position. However, Tong Tong seemed to prefer lying on his stomach. He happily raised his feet and called out, yeah, yeah. Shishi, who had been watching her father and mother's movements, seemed to understand her little brother's words. She enthusiastically came over and giggled. Little brother, let me help you. The little girl supported her little brother's little butt and helped Tong Tong turn over. Tong Tong was able to support his upper body again. He even turned his head and looked for his sister. Although he could not speak, he seemed to want to play with his sister. However, Cici was addicted to turning little Momo around. It seemed that it was very interesting to push her little brother around like this and make him roll around. The little girl sat by the side and watched as her little brother lay on his stomach on the bed. She stretched out her hands and pulled Tong Tong's hips and shoulders, wanting to turn Tong Tong over again. Slow down, slow down. Xianxia thought that she was enthusiastically helping her little brother, so he only paid attention to not let Shishi accidentally twist Tong Tong's hand. Tong Tong was turned over. Before he could react, his sister seemed to want to turn him over again. Even a salted fish had never been treated like this. Shishi was not treating her little brother like a salted fish, but a suckling pig on the grill. She flipped him over and over again to roast him evenly. Okay, okay. Xianxia finally realized what was going on. He stopped Cece from flipping his brother endlessly and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "You're going to break your brother." Cece stopped, but the little girl who didn't think so much was still laughing. This hearty laughter also infected the ignorant little Momo. The little guy grinned, and a pair of shallow dimples appeared at the corners of his mouth. After letting Shishi play with Tong Tong for a while, Murphy wanted to chase them away. She asked Xianxia to bring Shishi back to the master bedroom. Alright, stop playing with your brother. He's already very happy today. If you continue to play with him, he'll be so excited that he won't be able to sleep later. You won't be able to sleep either. Mom, I'll play with my brother tomorrow, okay, the little girl said reluctantly. You can play with your brother tomorrow when you come back from school, Murphy said. Xianxia smiled and patted his daughter's head. Let's go. Daddy will take you to read. It was almost 9 o'clock at night. In the master bedroom of Xianxia's house, Shishi was nestled in her father's arms obediently. She pointed at the pictures and words in the album with her father, reading and conversing with him with great interest. In fact, it wasn't just Xianxia. Many young parents were also being pestered by their children to tell them stories, or they hoped that their parents could accompany them more. Only in the arms of their parents could their children sleep peacefully and enter the land of sweet dreams. However, at this time, in the village of Wuhu district of Jiang City, in a densely packed apartment similar to the apartment Xianxia used to live in, a young mother was dragging her tired body up the stairs. Fortunately, when she opened the door, there was a warm light and her mother's caring gaze. The mother helped her carry her bag and nagged with concern, have you eaten? Ying, 28 years old, was a single mother from a small city in Sichuan province. After graduating from high school, she came to Shanghai to work. When she was 20 years old, she got pregnant and married her boyfriend. 5 years ago, because of long-term family conflicts, mainly because she gave birth to a daughter, her mother-in-law was not satisfied. She was also angry at her mother-in-law during her confinement, so she didn't want to have a second child in a fit of pique, which led to an even bigger conflict, and the increasingly fierce arguments between her husband and wife. She divorced and moved to Jiang City with her daughter. Now, 5 years later, her daughter, Yu Xiaowei, was already 7 years old and was in elementary school. Ying had also been promoted from a small waitress to the foreman of a large restaurant. Her income had improved. However, no matter how much a single mother's income was, it was still limited. In order to save money to pay for sponsorship fees and let her daughter study in a better private primary school, Ying was reluctant to rent a better house. Now, she was still living in a village in the city. Why did he want to go to a private primary school? Because she didn't have a property in Jiang City, the damn household registration policy limited her choices. Moreover, the cheap private primary school was poorly managed and the teaching quality was poor. Ying, who regretted it now, naturally hoped that her daughter could have a good future. Therefore, even if she had to sell everything, she wanted her daughter to study in a good school. Fortunately, Yu Xiaowei was already in the 2nd grade, and her family could barely get by. Moreover, when she went to work, her mother was at home to help her take care of the children, buy groceries, and cook. She didn't have to worry too much. However, working in the food and beverage industry was tough after all. It had become normal for her to come home so late. Ying didn't have much time to accompany her daughter. Yes. Ying smiled at her mother and asked, "Is Xiaowei resting?" Her mother shook her head and said, "She just finished her homework." At this time, the bedroom door was also opened. A little girl in a sweater with a face slightly red from the cold poked her head out. She heard the movement. "Xiaowei, look, what did Mom bring you?" Ying smiled and took out a brand new bag of books from her mother's bag hanging on the cabinet door. She shook it at her daughter. There was actually a surprise? Seeing her mother, Yu Xiaowei, who was already very happy, rushed forward and asked in a small voice, "Mom, what is this?" Yu Xiaowei was a little introverted. Perhaps it was because she didn't have a father to accompany her. Especially in school, she rarely talked to her classmates and quietly studied at her desk. Ying felt distressed and helpless about this situation. She could only try her best to use one day a week to accompany her daughter. Of course, Ewing also thought about changing jobs, but what could she do? Or was there a better choice? For so many years, she had been in the food service industry. She had no experience in other better industries. The cost of changing jobs and starting from scratch was too high. Moreover, the private primary school her daughter was in now had a large annual sponsorship fee. She couldn't afford to delay it. Ewing also didn't have any special skills. In high school, she was especially good at Chinese. She didn't know if it counted. But in a high-end industry like editing, why would they want a high school graduate like her? Ewing carried her daughter and handed her the unopened book. She smiled and said, Xi's bedtime story. Mom's boss told Mom that this book is very good and suitable for children like you to read. So Mom secretly went out this afternoon and bought it for you. Thank you, Mom, you worked hard. Yu Xiaowei obediently hugged her mother's neck and whispered. Ewing smiled with relief. She felt that the tiredness of the day was worth it. Ewing helped her daughter to open the plastic film and let the little girl take a look. She still had to take a shower and wash her clothes. When Ewing was done, it was already past 10 at night. Seeing that she was done, her mother came out of the bedroom and whispered, She's already asleep. Be gentle. Her mother was sleeping in the small bedroom next door. The small bedroom was only big enough for a bed. There was no room to move around, and there were no windows. It was dark. If she didn't open the door to sleep, she would definitely be bored to death. It was spring now, and it would get warmer and a little damp, but what else could she do? This was life. Ewing accompanied her mother. Seeing her mother lying down, she inexplicably felt a little sour in her nose. She quickly covered it up and said, Mom, is your blanket warm? Do you want me to get another one for you? After caring for her for a while, Ewing returned to the master bedroom. The bedroom wasn't very big, but it could fit an additional wardrobe and desk. In the morning, there was a brief glimpse of sunlight outside the window. Yu Xiaowei was already asleep on the bed. Next to the pillow was the book, Xi's bedtime story, that she had just bought for the little girl. Ewing crept closer, sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at her daughter's sleeping face. Like Ewing, Yu Xiaowei was delicate and pretty. She was also a beauty. However, what made Yu Ying's heart ache was that after her daughter fell asleep, she was still frowning. This child's sensibility and introversion made Yu Ying's heart ache. She also wanted to spend more time with the child because the book said that most introverted and autistic children gradually locked themselves in a thought cage because they lacked the love and care of their parents. Perhaps if she had more time to communicate with Yu Xiaowei could also become more cheerful and lively. But now, Ewing still had to tidy up her mood. She had no other choice but to maintain the status quo. Unable to fall asleep for a while, Ewing turned on the table lamp and sat at the desk. She flipped through the fairy tale book that her boss said was very good. It had to be said that these fairy tales were indeed wonderful. After being compiled and organized by Yang Yi, Ewing read with relish. Especially after she read the story of Cinderella, Ewing, as a big mother, felt that this story was very interesting. There can't be a Cinderella story in reality, right? Ewing sighed in her heart. Moreover, not every prince will still love his wife after marriage. Am I too extreme in thinking this way? AI, let Xiaowei keep some beautiful fantasies, right? I can't let her bear the same pressure as me at such a young age. Ewing flipped through the pages with great interest. Suddenly, a colorful piece of paper floated down. What is this? What is this? Ewing was very curious and bent down to pick it up. This thing was actually sandwiched between the pages of the book, and it was not even the size of a bookmark. Ewing took it in her hand and looked at it. She realized that it was just a piece of colored advertising paper that was slightly smaller than the pages of the book. Curiosity drove her to put the advertising paper under the table lamp and carefully read the content on it. The advertisement introduced a program to support children's book authors. This program was undertaken by Sahara Publishing House. The author of this book would invest 15 million as an initial fund. Anyone who had the inspiration to write a children's book could submit an application. The book that Ewing bought was a new book that had just arrived in the bookstore a few days ago. Sahara Publishing House would insert such an advertisement in the newly printed book. It was meant for parents like Ewing who did not have time to read the news and newspapers. The requirements and the amount of support money were also mentioned below. However, Ewing did not care about the requirements. Her attention was firmly attracted by the amount of support money. If the introduction and outline of the applicant's work were approved, they would receive 10,000 to 50,000 support money. How much was it? The amount would be determined by the brilliance of the work's creativity. In other words, if she had a good idea, she would receive 50,000 support money, 50,000 yuan. What did this mean? 50,000 yuan meant Yu Ying's annual income. The wage level in Jiangqing was not comparable to Shanghai and Guangzhou. Yu Ying's annual salary and bonus was only about 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan also meant that Yu Xiaowei's private school would sponsor her for 2 years. If Yu Ying had 2 good ideas, she would receive 4 years of sponsorship for her daughter. At the same time, it meant that her daughter could successfully finish primary school. If Yu Xiaowei had good grades in primary school, they would not need to bear the expensive sponsorship fees and could go to a good public junior high school. Thinking of this, Yu Ying's heart thumped. Of course, Yu Ying was no longer the naive little girl who was easily fooled. She quickly calmed down and rationalized, could this be a scam? There's no such thing as a free lunch. It's definitely a trap. Indeed, it was impossible to get money for just any idea. There were many requirements. For example, if she received the money and did not complete the work on time, the idea or copyright would be transferred to the publishing house. The publishing house would then hire another author to continue the work based on the situation. Yu Ying did not seem to be a trap. She thought cautiously, there must be other problems. Perhaps, after I submit the application, they will ask me to pay this and that. Yu Ying was very busy with work and didn't have time to chase after celebrities. She didn't know who the author of Xixi's bedtime stories, Yang Yi, was, so it was normal for her to have many concerns. Forget it, ignore it. Yu Ying made up her mind. She crumpled the paper into a ball and prepared to throw it into the trash can. However, when she got up, she hesitated. Only to seeing spread out the crumpled advertising paper again, pondering for a while, then clipped it into a notebook on her desk. That night, Yu Ying couldn't fall asleep. The publicity for the Limit Challenge had already spread like wildfire. Nearly a week in advance, Shanghai TV station played a trailer for The Ultimate Challenge during the primetime program break. A celebrity appeared on screen every day, and every trailer was different. It whetted the audience's appetite. In fact, after the first episode was produced, Cui Zhilin gathered the higher-ups of the TV station, as well as some big-name sponsors that she had a good relationship with, to watch it together. The novel format of the program, the ups and downs of the challenge plot, and the wonderful performance of the 6 celebrity members made everyone present praise it. There were even a few sponsors who couldn't wait to take out their checks to buy advertising space. It was also because of the brilliance of the program that conquered Shanghai TV station. They spared no effort to help promote the Ultimate Challenge. They even decided that if the Ultimate Challenge's ratings could break the ratings record for that time slot, they would even help the Ultimate Challenge move from Wednesday nights 10 p.m. to the primetime weekend. It wasn't just the TV station's publicity. Micro-broadcasting's major marketing accounts were also doing their best to promote the Ultimate Challenge, including gossip broadcasters like Lu Yu, who would occasionally release some photos and information about the Ultimate Challenge's second episode recorded in Shanghai. Today, the Ultimate Challenge's official micro-broadcasting also announced the source of the program's theme song, Life in Full Bloom. It could be played and listened to on this micro-broadcasting through a hyperlink. One had to know that this song had not been leaked on the internet before this. No one knew that a variety show would have a theme song, and it wasn't like many TV series that used a sloppy theme song. Yang Yi wrote the lyrics and composed the song, while Yuan Yan, Dan Hongkue, Jia Yuchen, Zhu Jia, and the other members of the Ultimate Challenge sang. This information was enough to attract the audience to play it. Yang Yi's works were almost all of the best, even the opening song of Soldier's Assault was so good without lyrics. So, when they saw Yang Yi's name, who would doubt the quality of this song? The first to try it were Yang Yi's and Murphy's fans, as well as Yuan Yan's fans. Especially Yang Yi's and Murphy's fans. They were now Yang Yi's loyal fans. As long as it was Yang Yi's work, they wouldn't miss it. When they saw Yang Yi's and Murphy's micro-broadcasting's repost, they immediately clicked on it. How many times have I fallen on the road? The first section of the theme song was sung by Yuan Yin. Regardless of his singing skills, the mature man's voice had a unique attraction, which made people stop looking around and focus on listening attentively. When Zhu Jia's hoarse voice began to sing the first chorus of the high-pitched part, the audience couldn't help but feel their spirits soar along with the high-pitched singing of Flying in the Vast Sky. Their blood that was already boiling completely boiled. This song was very nice, even though it wasn't sung by Yang Yi. After that, Jia Yuchen's loud voice, Yang Huan's wild high-pitched voice, Guozi's youthful passion, and Dan Hongkui's perfect performance in the last section made the audience cry out in joy, especially those who were more familiar with Dan Hongkui's movies. When they found out that the last section was sung by Dan Hongkui, they were all amazed. Some professional listeners even commented that Dan Hongkui's singing was the best among the six of them. Of course, the others sang well too. Zhu Jia and Guozi had some singing skills, but Dan Hongkui's performance in the last section was really amazing. Dan Hongkui has such singing skills? How come we've only seen Dan Hongkui act in movies all these years, but we've never seen him sing? Many people asked in the repost and comments. Luckily, Dan Hongkui's fans told everyone that before Dan Hongkui became famous, he had once been a bar singer. No wonder he could sing. No one dared to say that he was a singing god who was delayed by his movie career, but there were many people who felt that it was a pity that Dan Hongkui didn't release his own songs. This pity spread to Dan Hongkui's company and even made Dan Hongkui's manager restless. He even had the idea of letting Dan Hongkui play in the music industry. Of course, this wasn't something that needed to be considered. A few days after the release of Life in Full Bloom, under the praise and word of mouth, it really became popular all over the country. With such a popular song, the Limit Challenge would definitely be very exciting. Many people made up their minds to tune in to Shanghai TV to watch the Limit Challenge next Wednesday at 10 p.m. This morning, after Yang Yi sent Cece to the kindergarten, he came back and opened the garage. He drove out the large RV that he had bought and parked in the innermost part of the garage. He parked it in the yard and started cleaning. "Are we going to drive this car to Gusu?" Mo Fei asked. The spring morning sun was very warm. She sat in the big rocking chair in the yard with Tong Tong in her arms, basking in the sun. The little guy didn't need to stay in his swaddling clothes. He could wear warm clothes and small shoes while sitting in his mother's arms. Or, Murphy would try to lift him up and let his feet touch the ground. Although his little feet were still weak and couldn't support his body, under the support and guidance of the adults, he would be able to sit and walk uncontrollably. 1 step, 2 steps, swaying. That was a little interesting. Yang Yi wasn't afraid of the cold. He was wearing a singlet and shorts, revealing his long hairy legs. He was wearing flip-flops and holding a hose and a brush as he focused on washing the car. When he heard Murphy's words, he smiled and said, "This car is good. When the time comes, you can drive and follow the director's car. No one will recognize it. They might even think that it's a prop car." Of course, it didn't matter if they recognized it. Yang Yi and Murphy's relationship didn't need to be secretive. The main reason is that this car is comfortable. There's a small kitchen in the car. If you want to boil water for Shishi to drink or put some iced drinks in the car, you don't have to worry about not being able to do it. Or if you feel bored, you can watch TV in the car. There's even a bed for you to rest on, Yang Yi said with a smile. Yang Yi wanted to bring his family to Gusu. Of course, he didn't just want to go on a trip. It was because the 3rd episode of the Limit Challenge was going to be recorded in Gusu. And in this episode, Yang Yi had to participate as a guest. Originally, according to the plan, the 2nd episode of the Limit Challenge was arranged for Yang Yi. However, after Yan Tao and Renmin discussed it, they felt that the show needed 2 episodes to settle down and let the audience have a deeper impression of the characteristics of the 6 members. Then, it would be more appropriate to introduce a guest. Yang Yi wasn't a tyrant who didn't listen to suggestions. After listening to their report, he thought about it carefully and agreed to their arrangement. Therefore, in the 2nd episode's recording in Shanghai, Yang Yi and Geng Sha didn't appear on screen. Of course, Murphy didn't want to discuss this with Yang Yi. She hugged Tong Tong and hummed softly as she watched Yang's car under the sun. When a man was focused on something, he had a unique charm, not to mention, a very handsome and masculine man. At least in Murphy's size. Not to mention washing a car. Although Yang Yi didn't take off his singlet to reveal his well-defined abdominal muscles, the singlet couldn't hide Yang Yi's tall and sturdy figure. His broad and strong chest muscles supported the singlet. Outside the singlet, his well-rounded and strong arms and well-proportioned, firm muscles were completely exposed to the air. After sprinkling some water on his skin, it was as if it was plated with a layer of olive oil, reflecting a suffocating luster under the sun. It's a working day now. The neighbors next door shouldn't be at home, right? Murphy suddenly asked. Not to mention a working day, even if it's a weekend, they might not be at home. They're all busy people. In order to earn money, they've tired themselves out. Yang Yi shook his head and sighed. Then, he turned his head to look at Murphy. Why are you suddenly asking this? Murphy felt that her son wouldn't understand anyway, so she giggled and said, because I suddenly realized that you're very sexy when you're washing a car like this. I don't want other people to see it. The word sexy actually didn't feel out of place when used on men. If it weren't for the fact that they were outside and the sun was shining, the surroundings were bright, and there was a small third wheel in the middle, Murphy's words would be a bit flirtatious. Yang Yi looked down at his body and laughed involuntarily as he shook his head. I'm not even wet yet, and you think I'm sexy? Yang Yi saw that there was no one around, so he started to flirt with Murphy and teased her. If I were to pour water on my body, wouldn't you faint from my handsomeness? As Yang Yi said, he gestured with the water pipe that was spraying water, as if he was really going to pour water on his body. Hey, you're crazy. Murphy was amused and anxious. In this weather, you're still drenching yourself with water. Are you going to catch a cold? Yang Yi laughed and retracted his hand. He continued to wash the car while chatting with Murphy. I'm just joking. But when I said that to you, I suddenly thought of a song. He shwa shwa? Murphy asked. This was the song that Yang Yi used to sing when he bathed Tong Tong. Of course, Yang Yi wasn't thinking of this song, but the English song, Call Me Maybe, that was similar to the flirtatious conversation between Yang Yi and Murphy just now. When this song was released in Yang Yi's previous life, it was so popular that it couldn't be stopped. Not only was it the #1 song on the Billboard for 9 consecutive weeks, but it also had the best sales of that year. The degree of brainwashing was no less than Uncle Bird's Jiangnan style. Of course, the plot of this song's MV was also very strange, and the final twist was a classic. However, without this MV, this song wasn't suitable to be sung at this time. Moreover, this song was sung by a girl, so Yang Yi couldn't accept it if he sang it. Therefore, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said to Murphy, yeah. He shwa shwa, he shwa shwa, he shwa shwa. As Yang Yi sang, he held the brush in front of the car and started to dance. Haha, I knew you would do this. Murphy was amused by Yang Yi, and she was laughing so hard that she was convulsing. Her happy smile was like a blooming flower in the warm spring sunshine, and her slightly red cheeks were full of spring. Tong Tong, who was in Murphy's arms, seemed to understand the mood at this moment, or maybe he was infected by his parents' happiness. He also smiled and looked at his father, who was dancing, and waved his little hands, as if he wanted to dance too. However, they were all mothers, so Ewing wasn't as relaxed and happy as Murphy. She was even scolded by the boss today. He couldn't say that he was reprimanding him. He could only say that he was blaming him for failing to live up to his expectations. Ewing didn't know if it was because she didn't sleep well last night, but she was a little distracted and accidentally bumped into a waitress. Fortunately, it wasn't serious, and she only broke a few teacups. I'll pay for this loss. It's mainly my fault. Ewing took the initiative to take responsibility, so that the waitress, who was scared out of her wits, could calm down. After leaving the boss's office, Ewing pulled herself together and continued to work. She could only rest for a while when there were no customers in the afternoon. Usually, at this time, Ewing liked to go to the kitchen and chat with her best friend, Sister Fan, who was a chef. Sister Fan, have you read the book Xishi's Bedtime Story? Suddenly, Ewing changed the topic and asked, It's the book I bought yesterday. No, I haven't. Sister Fan shook her head. Was it written by Yang Yi? At this time, Xiaoshi, who looked like Fan Wei and had Fan Wei's figure, came over. Xiaoshi was a few years younger than Ewing. When he first came, he was obsessed with Yu Ying's beauty and wanted to pursue her. Later, when he found out that Yuing had a child, he gave up the idea. Of course, even if he continued to pursue Yuing, Yuing wouldn't like him. This person was a bit sophisticated, and he looked like a standard cook with a big head and a thick neck. But they were all colleagues, so Yuing wouldn't ignore Xiaoshi. She also wanted to ask someone about this matter. Xiaoshi, have you read this book? I haven't read this book. It's a book for children. How can I read it? Xiaoshi said with a smile. I watched his TV series Soldiers Assault. I heard from others that this person is a big star. He can write books and songs. He's that good? Yuing asked with some surprise. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask the girls in your office. There are probably some who like Yang Yi. Xiaoshi said, or you can search the name Yang Yi online. There's a lot of information. End of chapter 689. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.